Library of Heaven's Path Chapter 2333 to Chapter 2404. No wonder they looked like this. That was the 9th strongest expert on the board of potential god kings of the sky of Cloud Dragon. Even the number 1 expert of the sky of Drifting Spectre, Xianxia, was no match for him. Xianxia had thought that if he were to be challenged by the other party, he would surely embarrass himself and become the laughingstock of the 9 skies. Who could have thought that such a person would appear out of nowhere? Not only was the young man able to defeat the young man with his physical body, he was even sent sprawling to the ground by the roar of a pure-blooded dragon. How did he do it? It's the voice of a true dragon. As long as it's a dragon, can't it make such a sound? How did this Xianxia end up like this? It can be produced, but the true dragon's voice has different levels. It seems to be related to a legend, but I don't know if it's true or not. Legend? It's said that many years ago, when the heavens and earth were still in chaos, the lands of the east were unable to withstand the gravitational pull of the rising sun. Thus, the cloud dragon monarch appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the entire territory. He observed the eastern purple chi and the birth of the multicolored chi, and created the 8 heavenly dragons' music. As long as one is a true dragon, one can produce these 8 notes. However, the more one's voice matches the heavenly Tao, the more powerful it will be. In order to match the heavenly Tao, one's bloodline must be incomparably pure. The cloud dragon monarch isn't like our Xianxia demon monarch, who has no desires in his life, and he hasn't even gotten married yet. He has many descendants, and he even has 9 sons in his first generation. As the saying goes, the dragon has 9 sons, that's right. Who knows how many generations have passed since then? Even though they are also true dragons, their bloodline is extremely thin. The so-called true dragon voice is also not as pure as it used to be. Those with purer bloodlines would naturally not be able to withstand the dragon race's unique language. In the end, it would evolve into bloodline pressure. So that's how it is. In that case, this person before me is also an expert of the dragon clan? And it's very likely that his bloodline is even purer? Xianxia and the others communicated with one another in hushed voices. Qiyu and Qilinger widened their eyes in disbelief. Didn't the ancestor say that he was a spiritual god? How did it end up being someone from the sky of Cloud Dragon? His identity had changed too much. The bloodline of a sovereign lord can be exchanged. How did he do it? If not for the fact that he knew that the spirit god and the cloud dragon monarch were both male, he would have really thought that the two of them had some sort of inhumane relationship. Everyone had their own thoughts, but Xianxia didn't know. At this moment, he slowly walked up to the twitching dragon and stared at its eyes that were taller than him. He smiled and said, "How is it? Did he admit defeat? If you admit defeat, inform the God King who certified you to give me your ranking." Who? The trembling dragon shrank rapidly before reverting back to Xianxia's appearance. He bit his lips and took a step forward before kneeling onto the ground. Junior Xianxia pays respect to ancestor. Ancestor? Xianxia was stunned. He had only wanted to try out the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon to see if it would be effective against a pure-blooded dragon. Who would have thought that it would really work, and it would be extremely effective as well? It was just that. He had only called them out once. Why did he have to call them ancestors? Could it be that he had lost his memory? He was perplexed, but he didn't let it show on his face. He nodded and asked, "So, I'm now ranked 9th on the potential board?" Xianxia's lips twitched as he looked at Xianxia awkwardly. "You haven't participated in the Sky of Cloud Dragons examination?" The young man before him possessed a bloodline that was many times purer than his. As long as he participated in the potential board, his position should have been very high. However, everyone knew who was in the top 8, and he was not one of them. Could it be that he had not participated in the assessment before? "I'm in the sky of Drifting Spectre. Why would I participate in the sky of Cloud Dragon selection?" Xianxia sighed. There was no need to look, he was truly a fool. Sky of Drifting Spectre? Xianxia was stunned. Could he be an elder who had been left behind in the sky of Drifting Spectre? Every year, the sky of Cloud Dragon would bring back quite a few of its members from the other heavens. "I am the 9th ranker of the sky of Cloud Dragon, so I have nothing to do with the sky of Drifting Spectre. The first ranker of the sky of Drifting Spectre is Xianxia, and I have just pummeled him." Look, he's lying over there. That's right, the one with blood flowing out of his mouth and white eyes. Chuckling awkwardly, Shen Tufeng pointed to himself and said, "That's right, I'm number one." Xianxia's face twitched. That fellow was number one? Did that mean that he had already died before he had even entered the sky of drifting specter? It was no wonder that fellow was able to transform into a pure-blooded dragon. In the end, he was actually from the sky of cloud dragon. Qi Linger was stunned as well. She was simply too weak to come into contact with the board of potential god kings, so it was not surprising that she did not recognize the number one ranker. She had thought that the others were weaker than Qiyu, but who would have thought that the number one ranker would be among them as well, was the fellow who had been pummeled so badly that he was the idol of countless young ladies in the sky of drifting specter. That was way too weak. It was no wonder young Master Zhang said that it did not matter which rank he challenged. It turned out that he was actually that strong. It took him 2 breaths to achieve a breakthrough, but even the number one ranker who had cultivated for several centuries was unable to withstand his might. The bloodline of a god monarch was truly fearsome. Qi Linger nodded in agreement. She decided not to think too much about it. Whatever incredible things happened to Xianxia in the future, she would just have to accept it as normal. If he was not strong, how could he be called a god monarch? You defeated the number one ranker, and I defeated you. Does this mean that I have the strength to rank within the top 30 of the sky of drifting specter? Who would have thought that Zhang Xian would be able to pummel the other party to such a state? Zhang Xian could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Why don't I challenge the top 30 again? Since there was no god king to bear witness to the matter, he had no idea whether it would count as a result or not. In his previous life, there were many things that did not count because there was no one to bear witness to it. There's no need for that. We'll report this matter to the God King and have him acknowledge that you're the number one ranker, Shen Tufeng quickly said. This way, he would be able to remain on the board of potential God Kings in the sky of drifting specter. Not to mention, before Ao Hua, he was as weak as an infant. On the other hand, Ao Hua was not too far off either. Since he was far from being a match for Ao Hua, he might as well admit that he was the number one ranker so as not to embarrass himself. That's good. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the top 30 of the sky of drifting specter was much easier than he had thought. However, it would be difficult for him to challenge the unique occupations. Wait a moment, Zhang Xian turned to Ao Hua and asked, "Are you from the sky of Cloud Dragon?" "That's right." Ao Hua nodded. "I heard that a group of physicians from the sky of Cloud Dragon have come to challenge the Physician Guild. Is that true?" "That's right. There is indeed such a thing. I am one of them." Ao Hua nodded. "I would like to take an examination in the way of medicine so that I can earn the right to use the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation. However, the Physician Guild is currently preparing for the challenge, so they don't have the time to deal with other matters. Since you are a physician, why don't you help me take the examination?" Zhang Xian. Through the questioning, Zhang Xian finally understood that the recognition of the Physician Guild referred to the respect of the experts of the 9 skies. Since those from the sky of drifting specter were busy, he might as well let the physician from the sky of Cloud Dragon take the examination. In any case, his goal was to earn the right to use the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation. "You wish to take an examination in the way of medicine?" Ao Hua was taken aback. "Yes." Zhang Xian nodded. "The leader of Cloud Dragon Royal City's Physician Guild is here with us, and he's indeed qualified to take the examination. However, he isn't here. He'll have to go to our residence first." Ao Hua said hesitantly. The sky of Cloud Dragon was a celestial being, but not all of its inhabitants were from the dragon tribe. The president of the medical guild did not have the bloodline of the dragon clan, but his medical skills were extremely high. Even within the 9 heavens, he was ranked at the top. "That's good," Zhang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. There is no way out of the mountains and rivers, but there is a glimmer of hope at the darkest hour. He had thought that the sky of drifting specter's Physician Guild would not allow him to take the examination, but who could have known that he would actually meet a physician from the sky of Cloud Dragon just like that, to avoid the trouble of looking for other guilds. Even though he was still able to stand at the top of the firmament in his other occupations, he had already made a name for himself as an apothecary. Deep down, he was still that low-key, reserved person who viewed fame and fortune as dirt. There was really no way to change it. Just the thought of it left him depressed. Knowing that Ao Hua was qualified to take the examination, Xianxia quickly arranged for Shen Tufeng to look for a god king to confirm his position in the top 30 of the board of potential god kings. After that, he and Qi Linger followed behind Ao Hua to look for a physician from the sky of Cloud Dragon. The residence of the physician from the sky of Cloud Dragon wasn't too far away. It was due to this that Ao Hua was able to find an opportunity to challenge Ao Hua. Are you intending to take the examination through the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation? Not too long later, two figures walked out of the room. The elder on the left looked at Xianxia with a grim look in his eyes. That's right, Xianxia replied with a nod. The right to use the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation concerns the safety of the 9 skies, so it's impossible for anyone who has comprehended the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation to obtain it. Our Sky of Cloud Dragon only has 2 slots, so as long as your medical skills are able to surpass either one of us, we'll give you the slot. The elder said. Very well, Xianxia replied with a nod. He had already known that there were not many people who were qualified to use the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation, so he had already mentally prepared himself. Alright, let's begin. The elder said. I am the head of the Sky of Cloud Dragon Royal City's Physician Guild, Liao Xian. May I know how I should address you? Since it was a challenge, it went without saying that he would have to verify the identities of both parties first. I am Xianxia replied. Xianxia? Liao Xian muttered under his breath. All of a sudden, his eyes widened in agitation. Are you, the person who forged the breakthrough pill and beauty pill, Xianxia? Apothecary Zhang? That's me, Xianxia replied with a nod. Liao Xian's body trembled as he suddenly kneeled to the floor and kowtowed. Thank you for saving my life, but there's no need for me to compete with you in the way of medicine. Xianxia was stunned. Qi Linger was stunned once more. What was wrong this time around? Can you not be so flustered? If this goes on for too long, my lower jaw won't be able to take it anymore. Guild leader Liao suffered from some internal injuries during the previous flood of spiritual energy. As he is a physician, he has consumed all kinds of medicinal herbs and books over the past decade, but none of them have worked. The middle-aged physician explained. Over the past 2 years, his internal injuries have been spreading, and he thought that he had reached the limit of his lifespan. However, just a few days ago, someone bought him a beauty pill and gave it to him. Initially, he didn't think much of it, but after consuming it, his internal injuries actually began to recover. He begged someone to buy him a few more, and after consuming 10 of them, not only did his internal injuries recover, his lifespan also seemed to have increased significantly. Thus, it isn't too much to say that you saved his life. Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. The principle behind the beauty pill was that it harnessed his heaven's path Xinqi, thus allowing him to recover from his internal injuries easily. Once his injuries were healed, his vitality would be enhanced, and his lifespan would be extended. I have studied the internal injuries for a long time, and yet, your pills were able to cure them easily. Doesn't that mean that your medical skills far surpass mine? Liao Xian asked. This? I don't see it that way. Xianxia wanted to be humble, but after a moment of contemplation, he realized that it was indeed the case. Thus, he could only nod reluctantly. Most illnesses could be treated with his heaven's path Xinqi, and those that couldn't be treated could only await death. To admit that his medical skills were inferior to others. Just the thought of it made his face redden in embarrassment. That was the extent of being outstanding. Just the thought of it left him with a headache. Alright, I'll send a message back right now to get the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation approved for you. Liao Xian said. Under normal circumstances, there was no need for him to come personally to challenge the Physician Guild of Drifting Spectre Royal City. The reason he came all the way here was to meet Apothecary Xianxia and thank him personally. Since the other party had a request for him, he could just agree to it. Just as Liao Xian was about to take out a communication jade token to send a message, another elder walked out of the room and hurriedly waved his hand. Guild leader, you mustn't. Vice Guild leader Wang, why not? Liao Xian frowned. The elder was the vice-guild leader of the Cloud Dragon Royal City Physician Guild, Wang Fei. An apothecary is a master apothecary, and a physician's skill is a physician's skill. The two can't be confused, Wang Fei hurriedly said. Even though he had to admit that the young man's beauty pill was unparalleled in the world, pill forging was still pill forging. No matter how skilled the young man was, it couldn't be compared to the way of medicine. Medicine was to prescribe the right medicine to treat the illness, while alchemy was to use a special method to fuse medicinal ingredients together, with the goal of increasing the medicinal effect. The two were completely different, and could not be mentioned in the same breath. If Guild Leader Liao were to make a mistake in the way of medicine, it would mean that he was no match for Guild Leader Liao. If something were to happen to the latter, Guild Leader Liao's reputation would go down the drain. Guild Leader, please reconsider. Another person walked out. The 5 physicians from the sky of Cloud Dragon had already arrived. He saved my life, and I'm planning to retire. At most, I won't treat anyone anymore. Alright, there's no need to say anything more. I've made up my mind. Liao Xian waved his hand. Although he admitted that Zhang Xian's pill concoction was indeed unparalleled, deep down in his heart, he shared the same opinion as the rest of the crowd. Although Zhang Xian's pill concoction was impressive, his medical skills might not be as good as his. The reason why he agreed was to repay the debt of saving his life. Compared to his life, the damage to his reputation was nothing. How about this? Isn't there going to be a physician tournament? Since we're already here, there's no harm in competing with one another. Zhang Xian understood the other party's worry, but he did not get angry. He was still young, and it had not been long since he arrived in the firmament. It was only natural for him to be doubted. You want to compete in the way of medicine? Guild Leader Liao frowned. I'm already here, Zhang Xian replied nonchalantly. This? Seeing that Zhang Xian was determined, Guild Leader Liao nodded in agreement. The way of medicine is divided into 4 steps: observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. At each step, you will have to write down your judgment, diagnose the illness, write down a prescription, and see if you can prescribe the right medicine. Zhang Xian nodded in response. He had been wondering what was going on with the way of medicine, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like it was no different from treating a patient. Just that, what about the patients? Are we going to let them suffer the pain and wait for the competition instead of treating them? Zhang Xian asked with a frown. That wasn't showing the compassion of a physician. Instead, he was treating his patients as a bargaining chip to build his reputation. This was a complete violation of the professionalism and ethics that physicians should have. Of course not. Guild Leader Liao looked at Zhang Xian in bewilderment. You don't know about the way of medicine? The young man before him actually didn't know a single thing about the way of medicine. Initially, he was thinking that even if the other party's medical skills weren't as good as his, given that the other party was able to forge the beauty pill, his skills shouldn't be too bad either. But from the looks of it, that wasn't the case at all. To not even know about the way of medicine, it was likely that the other party's medical skills weren't inferior to his. Rather, it was likely that the other party didn't know anything about the way of medicine at all. The way of medicine is a method created by the medical experts of the 9 heavens to assess one's medical skills. It relies on the stone of physician. Seeing that Zhang Xian really didn't know anything about the way of medicine, Guild Leader Liao shook his head helplessly. It seemed like Vice Guild Leader Wang's worries were true. The young man's medical skills were probably mediocre at best. Otherwise, who wouldn't know about the way of medicine? Stone of Physician? It's a unique artifact that has the ability to record the patient's physical data and create an illusory image for physicians to examine and question. As long as you can give him the most accurate prescription, he'll be able to recover from his illness as well. As Guild Leader Liao spoke, he took out a stone and tapped it lightly. With a light buzz, 10 silhouettes suddenly appeared before Zhang Xian. They were illusory images formed by a unique formation. Every single one of them looked sickly, as if they had contracted some kind of illness. If they weren't treated in time, they could very well die on the spot. The illnesses that these 10 people are suffering from are the latest incurable illnesses discovered within the 9 heavens. There are also illnesses from several hundred or even several thousand years ago that have been imprinted through a unique method. Through observation, smell, question, and diagnosis, one can determine the cause of the illness through observation, examination, and diagnosis, Guild Leader Liao explained. Seemingly seeing through Xianxia's worries, he continued, "Don't worry, these illnesses span from the ancient times to the present. In fact, some of them are even intertwined with one another, so it's impossible for anyone to memorize all of them. Furthermore, the person who appears after each infusion of energy is completely different from the one before. It's impossible for anyone to memorize the answer." Xianxia nodded in response. Treating a patient wasn't as simple as memorizing a question. Even though the illnesses looked the same, it was still possible to treat them differently depending on their constitution and gender. For this reason, Xianxia was worried that someone might have memorized the characteristics and treatment method of the patients beforehand. However, from the looks of it, it wasn't as easy as he thought. Even though the experts of the firmament had incredible memory, there were still many illnesses that had appeared over the millennia. On top of that, there was a lack of historical records, so it was unlikely that it would be easy for anyone to memorize all of them. Guild Leader Liao said, "Since you know the rules, let's begin. The rules are that you have to write down your deductions at every step of the process. After you're done with the observation, listen, question, and diagnosis, you'll have to pass the prescription to the other party. If the prescription is identical to the one you've used previously, the illness of the illusory image will be cured. Even if there are any mistakes, the outcome will still be the same." Xianxia nodded. He placed his palm on the stone of physician and touched it lightly. The 10 illusory images on the stone changed, becoming completely different from before. "Begin." Following which, 2 physicians passed a brush and paper over. Guild Leader Liao walked up to the illusory images and took a closer look at them. As a physician, observation was the first step. Through observing the patient's expression, appearance, posture, and tongue, a physician would be able to determine the condition of the illness in the patient's body. Watching as Guild Leader Liao walked to one side of the group, Xianxia walked to the other side. It didn't take long for him to finish scanning through the group, and he had already deduced most of the conditions. Walking to the center of the group, he exclaimed, "Flaws. Hoo, 10 books materialized in the library of Heaven's Path." Even though he had already deduced the illness of the 10 illusory images, he was still a little worried. Thus, he decided to use the library of Heaven's Path to check if his deduction was correct. He needed to head to the sky of spirit origin to find Lozozi as soon as possible, so he didn't want to waste any more time. Even though they were only illusory images, the library of Heaven's Path was still able to provide the flaws of the patients. Taking a look, he was able to confirm that his deduction was correct, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Even though he did not have much knowledge in the firmament, he was still one of the greatest physicians on the master-teacher continent. His understanding of the human body and the medicinal properties of every single medicinal herb down to the bone. As long as he could understand the difference between the gods and ordinary humans, as well as the difference between the medicinal properties of medicinal herbs on the master-teacher continent, he would be able to assimilate the 2 types of knowledge together. Xianxia quickly went through the calculations in his head before sitting down on the spot and writing down the results. It didn't take long for him to finish writing down the 10 sheets of paper. "Alright, I'm done," Xianxia said with a smile. "You're done? How long has it been? 10 minutes? 8 minutes? And you're writing down the results? You managed to diagnose the illnesses of 10 patients in such a short period of time, and you even wrote down a prescription? You must be joking." Everyone was taken aback. Even though they were pressed for time, to diagnose 10 patients with one of the most intractable illnesses in the history of the way of medicine and even write down a prescription for them in less than 10 minutes, "Are you sure you're not joking?" The crowd glanced at one another before turning their gazes back to Guild Leader Liao Xian, only to see the latter rubbing his glabella as he took the first patient's pulse. A moment later, he took out a piece of paper and wrote down the illnesses he had diagnosed and the prescription for them. After he was done, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he turned around and saw that Xianxia had actually stopped in his tracks, he frowned and said, "Don't waste time. Under the same circumstances, the one who is faster will emerge victorious." He had been too focused on examining the patient that he had not noticed the young man's actions. After saying those words, He was just about to move on to the second patient when the others suddenly turned to look at him speechlessly. "What's wrong?" Xianxia asked. "Guild leader, he has already diagnosed the illness and written down the prescription." "You should, hurry up," Wang Fei said awkwardly. "The prescription has been written out?" Guild leader Liao was taken aback. He had only seen one patient, but you've already treated 10, shaking his head, he felt even more pessimistic about the young man before him. Treating a patient was not like embroidery, nor was it a martial arts competition. It involved the patient's age, strength, medical history, and so on. Even the slightest mistake could lead to irreversible changes and ultimately failure. The 4 steps of looking, smelling, asking, and cutting were not completed, and he was prescribed medication. Veterinarians, even a veterinarian would have to ask the owner about the illness before taking the pulse. Liao Xian felt that the young man before him was indeed unreliable, so he decided to ignore him and continue examining the patient before him. 2 hours later, Xianxia had finished researching all the symptoms of the 10 patients, and he had written a prescription for them. Rubbing his glabella, he passed the prescription over. "Let's examine it." Vice Guild leader Wang Fei walked up and took out the first piece of paper. Everyone looked at it and saw 6 words written on it: suspected demonic Yi syndrome. This was the conclusion he came to after observing his first patient. The second and third results were the same. After the 4th examination, the result was overturned. This is a demonic nightmare, not a demonic nightmare. Prescription. Bewitchment was a special illness that tormented one's mind. Sufferers would often have nightmares when they slept, feeling like they were being haunted by demons. As time passed, they would be unable to extricate themselves. Actually, this was a manifestation of cultivation deviation. His mind was damaged, but as long as he cultivated his soul and didn't give himself too much pressure, he would be able to alleviate it. No matter how one looked at it, the symptoms were exactly the same as the nightmare syndrome. The only difference was that the former would happen as long as one was asleep. It would only weaken one's mental state and was not fatal. The latter, on the other hand, had to be in a deep slumber. Furthermore, once one fell into a deep slumber, it was very easy for one to fall asleep and never wake up again. Through the description, Xianxia realized that the symptoms of the 2 were practically identical. Unless one felt their pulse and sensed the changes in their energy, it would be impossible to tell them apart. A perfect answer. Vice President Wang Fei nodded. The first step of a doctor's diagnosis was observation. It was only a preliminary judgment and not a direct confirmation. To put it bluntly, the 4 steps were a process of eliminating many diseases. President Liao Xian had used this most basic method to determine the focus of the disease, find the root cause, and solve it in one fell swoop. He took the prescription and placed it in the hand of the phantom. Buzz, the next moment, the virtual image's complexion and spirit recovered as if it had taken medicine, gradually improving. For such a situation to occur, it could only mean one thing: the medicine used was correct. Liao Xian nodded in satisfaction as he stroked his beard. Even though it had been many years since he had participated in a physician competition, it seemed like he was still as good as ever. His very first patient ended perfectly. He turned to look at Xianxia. He wanted to see what kind of answer the young man before him would come up with in less than 10 minutes. Xianxia chuckled and stretched out his palm, gesturing for him to examine the prescription he had written. Wang Fei opened it and frowned. Everyone looked over, and a strange look appeared on their faces. The name of the patient is not written on it? Was it not diagnosed? If you haven't diagnosed it, you can't give me a prescription. I'm not sure about that. Written on the white paper was a type of medicine, but there was no indication of what illness the patient was suffering from. Furthermore, his prescription is slightly different from Guild Leader Liao's. It's not just a little, it's completely different. Guild Leader Liao's answer is perfect. It happens to be able to treat illnesses, but his answer is different. It seems like he has already failed. At this moment, everyone had an answer in their hearts. Sure enough, Xianxia was only an apothecary. He was still a long way from becoming a physician. It was one thing for him to be unable to diagnose the other party's illness, but he didn't even prescribe the right medicine. It was fortunate that the other party was a fake patient. Do you still want to continue? Wang Fei looked at Xianxia impassively. He had already lost the first round. If he were to continue, he would only be humiliating himself. You mean to say that I have lost? Xianxia was taken aback. Isn't it obvious? Wang Fei replied. You can test the prescription on the illusory figure, Xianxia said. With guild leader Liao's prescription taken away, the illusory figure reverted back to his sickly state. You're asking for it. Seeing how the other party still refused to acknowledge his good intentions despite giving him some face, Wang Fei shook his head. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the pill formula over. Wang, the prescription landed on the illusory figure's injured face, and in an instant it turned pale. Just as everyone thought that the illusory figure would surely die from the treatment, a loud buzz suddenly sounded, and the aura of the illusory figure suddenly surged. Then, it slowly decreased, and the power area stabilized. Not only did the illusory figure recover, his complexion was even more rosy and powerful than before. This is a breakthrough in his soul cultivation? Not only did his medicinal herbs cure the illusory figure, he even achieved a breakthrough? The crowd fell silent. Even guild leader Liao widened his eyes in shock. He had only treated the illusory figure's injuries, but not only did the other party cure the illusory figure, he even turned the illusory figure's weakness into an advantage, allowing him to achieve a breakthrough. Such a prescription could no longer be considered perfect. Rather, it had far surpassed the realm of perfection. Not only so, the medicinal herbs required for Apothecary Zhang's prescription aren't too rare either. It's possible to gather them from any ordinary apothecary, and they aren't too expensive either. Ao Hua suddenly said. On the way here, he had received instructions from Xianxia not to address him as ancestor but Apothecary Zhang instead. For the time being, Ao Hua didn't want to reveal his identity as a pure-blooded dragon. In truth, it was not that he didn't want to expose his identity as a pure-blooded dragon. Indeed, it was only then that the crowd finally recovered from their shock. They turned their gazes back to the prescription, and their eyes were burning with desire. Not only did the prescription resolve the illusory figure's illness perfectly, it also allowed the cultivator to achieve a breakthrough. More importantly, the medicinal herbs were cheap, easy to sell, and the production cost was also low. In times of crisis, they could play an invaluable role. The easier it was to purchase a medicinal herb, the more effective it would be in saving a person's life. However, if there were too many rare medicinal herbs in the market, what would be the point of having the prescription? How could your prescription be so effective? It took a long time before guild leader Liao finally recovered from his shock. How in the world did a prescription that could not only treat a person's illness but induce a breakthrough as well? To put it bluntly, his illness isn't a nightmare affliction or a demonic affliction. Rather, it's a poison that induces hallucinations in one's body. Xianxia said. Thus, it can't be considered as an illness, so I didn't write a name for it. Poison? Guild leader Liao could hardly believe what he was hearing. It's clearly the symptoms of a nightmare affliction. Through looking, smelling, asking, and feeling the other party's pulse, his judgment was spot on. The other party should have recovered after consuming the medicine, so how could he possibly be poisoned? Xianxia explained. It's indeed a symptom of the nightmare affliction, but it only harms one's soul, leaving one feeling fatigued and weak. It doesn't have much of an impact on one's shinchi and physical body. Look at the person before you. Not only is his spirit weakened, his physical body is also starting to wither. It's as if he's on the verge of death. From this, it's clear that there's something wrong with his bodily functions as well. Gods possess powerful physical bodies and jinchi, and the person before us is a low-tier celestial god, so it goes without saying that he's even stronger than the nightmare affliction. That's why I deduced that he's poisoned, and his current condition coincides with the symptoms of the nightmare snakes. I also noticed that he's a cultivator from the Deathless Skies Wanyue Peak, and nightmare snakes are the most abundant species in this region. Most likely, he was bitten by a venomous snake when he went out. While ordinary nightmare afflictions can alleviate the symptoms, they won't be able to cure it completely. While he'll be fine for the time being, the nightmare snakes will act up once every 2 years, and after 5 times, the poison will flow through his entire body, making it impossible for anyone to treat him anymore. The crowd blinked their eyes in bewilderment as if they were listening to a heavenly book. You, Are you really here to seek treatment? The person whom the illusory figure copied has been dead for many years, and his corpse has already been reduced to dust. How could you possibly tell that he's a cultivator from the deathless skies Xianxia Peak? From the looks of it, you only took a glance at him and didn't ask him anything. Guild leader Liao looked at the illusory figure before him with a perplexed look and asked, "Where do you live?" The environment of one's residence could be the cause of a nightmare affliction as well, just like Qi Linger. The deathless skies Xianxia Peak, the illusory figure nodded. This. Hearing the answer, everyone's jaws dropped. This was no longer just shock, it was utter horror. With just a glance, not only was the other party able to accurately diagnose the other party's illness in less than a minute, he was even able to devise a plan for the other party to achieve a nightmare affliction and even see where he lived. How in the world did he do it? The deathless sky is located in the south, where the weather is hot and humid. You can tell this from his attire. Sensing the doubts in their minds, Xianxia explained. The crowd turned their gazes over, and as expected, the clothes that the illusory figure was wearing were more refreshing, breathable, and waterproof. Due to the humid climate, southerners tend to have fair and tender skin, whereas northerners tend to have dry and rough skin. Xianxia continued. But of course, this isn't the crux of the matter. Regardless of whether it's the nightmare affliction or the poison, it's his soul that has been damaged. If it's the former, his soul will be damaged as one. If it's the latter, it'll be more severe. Taking a closer look, you'll be able to see that the distribution of his soul isn't uniform. Through this, it'll be easy for us to deduce the location of the poison. I see. It was only then that everyone came to a realization. They turned to look at the young man before them in disbelief and admiration. They had thought that the other party was just a bronze king, but who could have thought that the other party would actually be a lofty king? Let's continue. After explaining the first question, the rest was simple. Guild leader Liao's answers were all correct, but compared to Xianxia's, they were still lacking. Every single one of the latter's prescriptions could be used to treat illnesses and help one achieve a nightmare affliction. It could be said that consuming the nightmare affliction would not only cure one's illness, one's cultivation would also benefit from it. All 10 of the prescriptions were perfect. I have lost, with a bitter smile, guild leader Liao said, I concede. Initially, he thought that the other party's medical skills were far beneath his, but at this moment, he realized that the difference between his medical skills and the other party's was like the difference between a firefly and the sun. It was a completely different concept. Since I admit defeat, does that mean I can get the right to use the Great Shift teleportation formation? Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, but don't worry, I still can't admit it. I still need to report this matter, and then I can issue it to you. The token should be in your hands by this afternoon at the latest. Liao Xian explained. Even though the young man before him had cleared the top 30 of a Powers God King potential board of potential God Kings and was superior to him in terms of medical skills, he still had to report the matter to the All Heavens first. Only after the token was issued could he proceed with the teleportation. All right. Xianxia nodded before turning around and leaving with Qi Linger. He had already delayed for so long, so there was no point in wasting another half a day. After they left, the room became quiet. Liao Xian turned to Ao Hua and asked, Ao Hua, did he really defeat you with his physical body? Yes. Ao Hua nodded. His physical body surpasses yours, his pill forging has even won Fu Jianqin's admiration, and his medical skills are unparalleled. Even I am no match for him. The world sure is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Liao Xian sighed. He had thought that he would be able to wreak havoc in the sky of Drifting Spectre and destroy the Physician Guild, thus establishing his immortal reputation. Yet, who could have known that he would suffer such a crushing defeat before he could even see the Physician Guild? If he wasn't a match for him, the others wouldn't even need to think about it. They would only lose more. Placing his hands behind his back, Liao Xian sighed deeply and said, Let's return. Are we not going to compete with the Royal City Physician Guild anymore? Wang Fei was taken aback. As long as Physician Zhang is from the sky of Drifting Spectre, it won't be a glorious victory even if we defeat him. Rather than that, we might as well be generous. Liao Xian replied. Their motive for coming to the sky of Drifting Spectre was simple, to raise the reputation of the Sky of Cloud Dragon's Physician Guild. However, it turned out that there would always be someone stronger than them. So what if the other party's Physician Guild did not have anyone stronger than them? As long as this Xianxia was here, they would still lose. Rather than being so shameful, it was better to just let it go. Alright, understanding this principle, everyone agreed at the same time. Sky of Drifting Specters Physician Guild. Congratulations, Physician Zhao Chong. After several rounds of physician duels, the final candidate in the list of 5 was finally decided, Physician Zhao Chong. Even though he wasn't famous before, his medical skills were truly powerful. Everyone was impressed by his actions. Physician Zhao Chong is incredible, so naturally, the apothecary isn't a match for him. That's right. I admit that this Xianxia is good at concocting pills, but as for his medical skills, hee. It's fortunate that I didn't allow him to compete with me. Otherwise, I would have embarrassed myself greatly. Upon seeing Zhao Chong's performance, everyone recalled the arrogant apothecary Zhang from before, and they burst into laughter. What was the use of being good at alchemy? It wasn't as if a physician was competing in pill forging. It was fortunate that they didn't send this fellow up. Otherwise, wouldn't they be mocking their physician guild for sending out all of their experts? Just as they were feeling emotional, a middle-aged man rushed in. President Sun Xian frowned. What's wrong? The middle-aged man quickly replied, all of the physicians from the Sky of Cloud Dragon have left. Gone? What does that mean? They're not going to compete anymore? Guild leader Sun Xian was stunned. Considering how the other party had rushed in with killing intent, why would they retreat before the duel had even begun? They said that. The middle-aged man gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Since they are inferior to the other party, they would only become a laughingstock if they stayed. Rather than being humiliated, it would be better for them to leave, inferior to the other party? What do they mean by that? Everyone was dumbfounded. Wasn't the duel still ongoing? Why did they suddenly become inferior to the other party? Just a moment ago, a physician from our Sky of Drifting Spectre went to their residence and defeated guild leader Liao Xian with ease. That was the reason why they admitted defeat. The middle-aged man had already gathered quite a bit of information regarding the matter. Someone challenged and defeated guild leader Liao Xian? Guild leader Liao Xian's medical skills can be considered as one of the top in the Sky of Drifting Spectre. Indeed. His medical skills are unparalleled in the world. In any case, I'm still far from being able to match up to him. To think that he would be defeated so easily by a physician. A commotion broke out amidst the crowd. Everyone stared at one another, and a moment later, a physician asked, all of the registered physicians in Royal City are here, and none of them have left. Who was the one who defeated him? I asked around earlier, and the name of that physician seems to be. After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man slapped his forehead and said, his name is Xianxia. Xianxia? The apothecary whom we chased away earlier? We said that he isn't qualified to become a physician, but he actually defeated guild leader Liao Xian in a medical duel? This can't be real, right? Everyone was dumbfounded. They felt as if they had been slapped multiple times on their faces. It was just a moment ago that an apothecary wanted to take the physician examination, but who could have thought that the other party's medical skills would actually far surpass theirs and defeat guild leader Liao Xian so easily? Sun Xian's lips twitched. If there was a hole in the ground right now, he would dive right in. To think that the apothecary whom he didn't think highly of would actually possess such medical skills. It was a good opportunity for him to learn, but he had missed it just like that. At this moment, Xianxia was looking at an average-sized token on the table, and his eyes lit up in excitement. Is this the token for the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation? It didn't even take long for someone to deliver the token to him. The token was roughly the size of an infant's palm, and there were unique inscriptions inscribed on it. There was also a powerful will infused into it that struck fear in those who stared at it for too long. This inscription was personally inscribed by a god monarch. It can withstand the spatial storms of the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation, Qi Linger explained with a hint of envy in her eyes. Even though she was a core member of the Qi clan and wielded great authority, she was still not qualified to obtain a token of this level. With this token, it would only take her a few breaths to travel to the other skies. As long as she had sufficient wealth, she would be able to roam freely within the 9 skies. Xianxia nodded in response. With just a glance, he could tell that the inscriptions were extraordinary. They were likely related to a god monarch. Alright, I need you to continue making arrangements for the sale of the breakthrough pill and beauty pill. Try to expand your influence and have Sun Chang take care of my parents. As long as they are able to achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation, don't be stingy with them. Zhang Xian instructed. It was highly likely that they would encounter danger if they were to head to the sky of spirit origin to look for Lozozi. Thus, he decided not to bring his parents and the others along. Under the guidance of the experts of the Sword Hut, their comprehension of swordsmanship had grown deeper and deeper. Through this, their cultivation was able to advance by leaps and bounds. On top of that, Zhang Xian was providing them with an endless supply of resources. They were able to consume the breakthrough pill, and beauty pill as if they were candy. With time, it was not impossible for them to push for a breakthrough even further. After making all the necessary arrangements, Zhang Xian quickly confirmed the location of the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation before heading there on his aerial celestial beast. As long as the Qi clan still thought that he was a god monarch, they would definitely do their best to protect him. That way, his parents, Sun Chang, and the others would not be in any danger. On the other hand, it would be even more dangerous for them to follow him. The effects and prices of the breakthrough pill and beauty pill would surely have attracted the envy of many. It would be fine if they did not leave Drifting Spectre Royal City, but once they did, there would be countless pairs of eyes staring at them. So, even though it seemed like they were going to enter the sky of spirit origin through the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation, it was unlikely that the journey would be as easy as they thought. Sitting on the back of the aerial celestial beast, Zhang Xian closed his eyes and adjusted his state of mind. The Great Displacement Teleportation Formation was capable of teleporting experts from the myriad realms. Even though the user of the teleportation formation had to undergo a trial, it was still extremely dangerous. As such, the teleportation formation was not located in Royal City but on top of a mountain 100 li away from Royal City. It was heavily guarded. In other words, if one wanted to enter the teleportation formation, they would have to leave Royal City first. Otherwise, there was a high chance that they would be ambushed. Possessing the breakthrough pill and beauty pill was equivalent to wielding a huge purse of money. It was impossible for anyone not to go crazy over it. There's still 15 minutes before I leave the city. This is a good opportunity for me to study the celestial god realm swordsmanship. Zhang Xian fell into deep thought. It had not been long since he made a breakthrough to the celestial god realm, and he had been too busy trying to find news about Lozozi to raise his cultivation. He had not had the time to comprehend the celestial god realm, so this was a good opportunity for him to try it out. In order to comprehend the celestial god realm swordsmanship, he had to be in the firmament. In other words, even if he were to use the great codex of spring and autumn in the library of Heaven's Path, he would not be able to comprehend the celestial god realm swordsmanship in the least. Pathos of Heaven, first level, bond of master and servant. Swordsmanship, heart of 2 webs, thousands of knots. Second level, bond of brotherhood. Bond of delight, bond of master and servant. Swordsmanship, how can you be a mere spectator? Third level, bond of master and student. Fallen flowers are not emotionless, turning into spring mud, protecting flowers. Ever since Zhang Xian had comprehended his path of cultivation, the various cultivation techniques and swordsmanship had been surging in his mind. It was as if a painting was slowly unraveling, and there was a long history of emotions written on it. Some of them left one agitated, some sweet, some fearful, and some heart-wrenching. All sorts of emotions, encouraged him to continue cultivating and moving forward. Love and passion were emotions. Hate and loathing were emotions. Happiness and pain were emotions. As long as there was life, no one would be able to escape from the path of emotions. Without life, there would be no meaning to the existence of the heavens. As such, if the heavens had emotions, they would grow old, the heavens might be destroyed, but as long as there was life, emotions would still exist. Bond of master and student was akin, as well as a successor, it made one unable to reject it. I understand now, a thought surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind. Just as he was about to execute the celestial god sword art, he suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. Pung, the aerial celestial beast beneath his feet abruptly exploded. Having lost his steed, he plummeted from the sky. Someone had launched a sneak attack. Lowering his head, he saw a dense forest beneath him. The massive buildings of drifting Spectre Royal City were less than 5 li behind him. In other words, someone had already made a move on him as soon as he left Royal City. He had not told anyone that he had used the Great Displacement Teleportation formation to leave, and the only ones who knew about it were Sun Chong, Qi Ling and the others. To be able to set up an ambush in advance, it seemed like someone had been watching his every move. The beauty pill was indeed something that could drive one mad. The speed at which Xianxia was descending was growing faster and faster. Raising his head, he saw 6 aerial celestial beasts swooping down from the sky. On each of them was a black-robed man wielding a spear in his hand. The aerial celestial beast that he was on was killed by the black-robed man. In the firmament, those who had yet to reach the God King realm were unable to fly on their own. Even though Xianxia was currently a high-tier god, making him invincible among those beneath the God King realm, it was still impossible for him to fly on his own without using an aerial divine beast. It seems like I'll have to learn how to fly before I finish researching my swordsmanship. Given his strength and experience in the Master Teacher continent and the Azure, it should not have been too difficult for him to learn how to fly. However, he had not had the time to learn how to fly ever since he had reached high-tier celestial god. If he did not learn how to fly now, even if he did not die from the fall, he would at least lose half of his fighting prowess. If that were to happen, it would not be easy for him to defeat them. Boom! The 6 black-robed men in the sky thrust their spears toward Xianxia at the same time. They were actually 6 pinnacle high-tier celestial gods, not to mention, they were using their full strength right from the start. The 6 spears complemented the speed of the aerial celestial beasts. If Xianxia did not receive them head-on, he would not be able to dodge them. Even though he felt that his recovery ability had improved significantly after his physical body cultivation, he dared not take the risk. If he failed, he would really die here. There's no other choice. Seeing that the spears and the ground were getting closer and closer to him, Xianxia closed his eyes. The 6 black-robed men were dumbfounded by Xianxia's actions. Are you giving up just like that? Why don't you retaliate a little? The strategy we prepared in advance was completely useless. It's going to be awkward. Paying no heed to their expressions, Xianxia immersed his consciousness into the great codex of spring and autumn. Even though time was tight, he still needed at least 2 more seconds to reach the ground. If converted to the time inside the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn, that would be 20,000 seconds, or 5.5 hours. If it was enough for him to comprehend flying techniques, he might be able to fly. The reason why he was so confident was due to the battle technique he had learned back on the Master Teacher continent, the Red Dust Heaven Ascending Steps. This battle technique had allowed him to fly easily even when he was still at Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan. Now that he was a high-tier celestial god, he was brimming with energy that was on par with ordinary god kings. As long as he could modify it to suit his current constitution, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to fly. With a thought, the Red Dust Heaven Ascending Steps appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. Correct. All of the cultivation techniques and secret manuals he had seen in the immortal world fused with it. A brand new secret skill appeared in his palm. With a tap of his finger, knowledge flowed into his mind. It seems like the cultivation techniques of the firmament and the Master Teacher continent can't be lumped together. He had thought that he would be able to compile a Heaven's Path divine art this way, but it seemed like he had been too naive. The heavens of the 2 worlds were vastly different, and the body and meridians of a cultivator were 2 completely different concepts as well. Thus, he could only modify the Heaven's Path divine art to suit his current constitution. Xianxia went through the secrets of the Heaven's Path divine art in his mind, and after some time, a new set of Heaven's Path divine art appeared in his mind. The Red Dust Heaven Ascending Steps utilized the strength in one's body to resist the pull of gravity. While it sounded simple, it was extremely complicated to execute. If it had been any other time, it would have been difficult for him to fly normally. However, Xianxia had cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art in the past, so he had a deep understanding of it. As such, he was able to execute it with ease. After driving his strength through his body, the air in the surroundings seemed to have come under his control, and he abruptly opened his eyes. At this time it was less than 10 meters away from the ground, seeing that the spear in the sky was still chasing after him, and that it didn't stop its attack just because he had fallen to the ground, Xianxia smiled lightly. He raised his eyebrows, and an extremely powerful divine might appeared in his eyes. At the same time, a roar came from his throat. Moo, moo, heavenly dragon's 8 notes. Although the true dragon's voice of the dragon race was not as effective on other beast races as it was on those that contained the dragon race's bloodline, it would still make them tremble in fear. Although it didn't last long, they were very close to the ground now. If they made even the slightest mistake, it would be difficult to recover. After that was done, Xianxia executed the red dust heaven ascending steps and stomped on the back of his right foot with his left foot. With a powerful leap, he slithered across the ground like a loach, dodging the spear lights of the 6 sword saints. In the next instant, he was floating in the sky not too far away. He dispelled the force of his fall and flew up. The 6 experts and their mythological beasts, who were in hot pursuit, were not so lucky. In addition, they were dizzy from the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon. By the time they woke up, they saw that their bodies were less than a meter away from the ground. Bang! 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 6 dull thuds sounded, and the 6 experts and their mythological beasts crashed heavily into the ground, creating massive craters in the ground. Xianxia's mythological beasts were flying at an altitude of 2,000 meters. Under the influence of gravity, they were able to move at an incredible speed. On top of that, they were able to move even faster with their mythological beasts. In just a short moment, they were already on the verge of collapsing. This was especially so for the 6 mythological beasts. Their internal organs had ruptured, and if they were not treated in time, they would be crippled. Now's the time. With a cold harumph, Xianxia's figure suddenly blurred, and in the next moment, he appeared right before one of the youths. Using his finger as a sword, he stabbed it forward. Puha, the sword chi pierced right through the other party's glabella. Before the other party could even make a sound, he had already breathed his last. Despite being a high-tier celestial god as well, he was no match for Xianxia in the first place. On top of that, he was already dizzy from the fall, so how could he possibly withstand Xianxia's attack? In less than a breath's time, all 6 of them had been pierced through their glabella, and they had all breathed their last. After killing all of them, Xianxia waved his hand and took their storage rings and spears. These spears were high-tier celestial god artifacts, so they were still of great use to him. As for the storage rings, Xianxia took a look and found that there was quite a bit of money inside. However, there were no more powerful weapons. After taking everything, Xianxia was just about to choose an injured mythological beast to help it recover before continuing on his journey when he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. He instinctively dodged to the side. Voila, a burst of sword chi struck the spot where he was standing a moment ago, and the ground was sliced open, forming a massive ravine that spanned several hundred meters. Under the attack of the sword chi, the resilient rocks beneath him were as fragile as tofu. Even with his powerful body, he would still sustain severe injuries if he were to come into contact with the sword chi. With a livid face, Xianxia quickly turned his gaze in the direction where the sword chi had come from, only to see a middle-aged man flying toward him. He's able to fly? A god king? Narrowing his eyes, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. After killing 6 celestial gods, the person who was after the beauty pill had finally revealed himself. It turned out to be a god king. Experts of such caliber stood at the very top of the firmament, and they were revered by countless people. Yet, they actually dared to launch a sneak attack as soon as he left Royal City. It seemed like the other party had really disregarded his identity. To be able to fly before reaching the God King realm, kill 6 of my subordinates effortlessly, and forge incredible pills like the Breakthrough Pill and Beauty Pill. It seems like you're much more formidable than I thought. The middle-aged man stopped 30 meters away from Xianxia. He had thought that he would be able to deal with an apothecary easily, but who could have thought that the other party would be so powerful as to kill all of his subordinates in the blink of an eye? Who are you? Why did you attack me? Aren't you afraid of offending the Qi clan? Xianxia asked with narrowed eyes. He had learned from Qi Linger that the Qi clan was very protective of him, so why was the other party not afraid of them? Qi clan? I do fear them, but all I want is the breakthrough pill. It's not like I'm here to kill you. Besides, they don't know that I'm here. The middle-aged man replied with a smile. The Qi clan had conferred god kings, the strongest experts beneath the god monarchs. Even a god king like him would be worried, but as long as the other party didn't notice him, he would be fine. Since he was already on the verge of making a move on the middle-aged man, how could he not consider the power behind the other party? Xianxia was taken aback. He quickly scanned his surroundings, and his face immediately darkened. There was a unique formation set up around the forest that concealed the aura of a battle perfectly. He had been too focused on cultivating earlier that he didn't notice that the aerial celestial beast had brought him in. In fact, it was very likely that the other party had used some kind of special method to lure the aerial celestial beast over. You want the breakthrough pill and beauty pills formulas? Xianxia exhaled deeply as he looked at the middle-aged man. It sure is easy to talk to smart people. The middle-aged man chuckled. Don't even think about escaping. You might be strong, but you're still a far cry from a god king. What if I refuse to give it to you? Xianxia asked. I'll just kill you. I already know that you have the Qi clan backing you. Do you think that I'll let you leave alive if you don't tell me? The middle-aged man replied with a smile. Since he knew that Xianxia had a conferred god king backing him, he knew that this was his first and last assault. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he couldn't allow the other party to leave, or else he would be in deep trouble. It seems like you're determined to kill me? Xianxia didn't panic at all. Instead, he shook his head and said, but what if I refuse to give it to you? That's not up to you. The middle-aged man's face darkened. With a slight flick of his sword, the roar of a dragon echoed in the air. In the next instant, the middle-aged man was already right before Xianxia. His sword pierced through the air, reaching Xianxia in the blink of an eye. As a god king, he stood at the very pinnacle of the firmament, far stronger than even the ancient sages of the master-teacher continent. With a single move, he seemed to be able to manipulate the world around him. He would not let even the slightest bit of energy go to waste. Humph. Seeing how the middle-aged man did not even bother to persuade Xianxia to surrender, Xianxia knew that the middle-aged man would have other means to learn the formula for the breakthrough pill and beauty pill. Since the master-teacher continent had the means to search one's soul, it was unlikely that the firmament would lack such means as well. Knowing that the killing intent had already been triggered, Xianxia narrowed his eyes and executed the red dust heaven ascending steps to swiftly retreat. The red dust heaven ascending steps did allow him to fly, but compared to the speed of a god king, he was simply too slow. However, barely after retreating a dozen meters, the middle-aged man's sword had already appeared right before him. Xianxia flicked his wrist. Pushing his physical body and Jinqi to their limits, the 6 spears that he had just obtained let out a whimpering sound as they whistled through the air and charged forward. One after another, they formed a special formation. Every single spear harnessed his powerful spear quintessence, and it felt as if space itself had been sealed. You do have some means. The middle-aged man was a little surprised that a fellow who had not even reached the God King realm would possess such a deep comprehension of the spear. He harumphed coldly as he turned his attention away from Xianxia. Instead, he flicked his sword lightly. Pung! 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 The 6 spears were severed by the middle-aged man's sword, and the formation and weapon quintessence were undone. With the difference in their strength, the middle-aged man was able to resolve the crisis with a single move. You aren't weak at all, but compared to a god king, you are still far too weak. The middle-aged man chuckled softly as he stepped forward once more. At this moment, he had already passed the spot where Xianxia had been standing earlier. His movements weren't too fast, but he still exuded an aura of invincibility. The difference between a god king and a heavenly deity was simply too great. Even Xianxia, who had cultivated a cultivation technique that surpassed the heavenly Tao, found it difficult to make up for it. If it were not for this, the divine king would not have such a great reputation, with countless people scrambling for him. It doesn't matter if you're far from it. I bet that if this continues, you'll definitely die, but I won't. Xianxia smiled faintly. Even though he was no match for Xianxia, he was just a god king. At the very most, he would just have to use the golden page in his head to deal with him, putting aside god kings, even conferred god kings might not be able to withstand the might of the Heaven's Path divine artifact, let alone god kings. How could it be so easy for the other party to kill him? Confidence is a good thing, but arrogance is a bad thing. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes as he charged forward once more. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with sword chi, reminiscent of a rainbow. This time, Xianxia did not bother dodging. Instead, he charged forward. In midair, Xianxia used his fingers as a sword, and the sword chi at his fingertips was reminiscent of a candlelight in the night sky or a cocoon spitting out silk. It abruptly appeared from a singularity in the void, and while it appeared to be infinitely small, it felt as if it was impossible to dodge. It was an extremely bizarre feeling. Even as a god king, the middle-aged man still felt as if he was being surrounded by a cocoon, making it impossible for him to dodge. Voila, the sword chi in the sky was devoured by the singularity, and the aura of Xianxia's sword intent tore through the firmament. What kind of swordsmanship is that? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes in astonishment. If the other party's swordsmanship was already so powerful when executed with just his fingertips, wouldn't it be even more formidable when paired with a sword? Just what kind of swordsmanship was that? Why had he never heard of it before? Even a god king would not be able to execute such a swordsmanship so easily. Just as the middle-aged man was about to drive his sword to defend against Xianxia's attack, the voice of the young man before him suddenly sounded, "The silkworm will not run out of silk until it dies, the candle will not dry until it is reduced to ashes." The third level of the pathos of heaven, the swordsmanship of the teacher-student relationship, had finally been created. He had already come up with the idea before he was ambushed, and given the urgent situation that he was in, he decided to channel the emotions in his body and use his fingertips to execute the swordsmanship. A teacher for a day, a father for life, a teacher was as strict as a parent when it came to educating students, perhaps even more so. He was both a teacher and a friend. Through communication, he was able to understand the situation of his students and teach them according to their aptitude. He was able to take care of his students, but at the same time, he was able to act like a nanny and consider every little detail. The relationship between a teacher and a student was complicated. Silently contributing, the silkworm will not run out of silk until it dies, the candle will not dry until it is reduced to ashes. This swordsmanship harnessed the most complicated emotions in his heart, and as soon as it appeared, it felt as if a black hole had swallowed the middle-aged man whole. Even as a god king, the middle-aged man was still unable to withstand the swordsmanship. In an instant, he was struck squarely in the chest. A deep wound could be seen on the middle-aged man's chest. To be wounded by a high-tier celestial god in a battle, the middle-aged man lost his composure. He was just about to charge forward and kill the other party when he suddenly felt a chill running down his back. He quickly retracted his body and focused all of his strength on his back. Pada, with a resounding explosion, a powerful force struck him from his back, and he staggered backward. He could feel a searing pain on his back. He quickly turned around, only to see a figure identical to the young man before him. Is that a clone? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes in astonishment. A clone with the same cultivation realm as the main body, where in the world did that fellow get such a clone from? Make your move. Paying no heed to the middle-aged man's shock, Xianxia charged forward once more, and a sharp glint flashed across his fingertips. At the same time, his clone also charged forward with a cold glint in his eyes. Even though his clone hadn't undergone the tempering of the lucid lunar lake, he had consumed sufficient god essence pills, and his physical body had improved swiftly. As long as he didn't execute a swordsmanship that surpassed the heavens, even the current Xianxia wouldn't be a match for him. In other words, even the previous Ao Hua wouldn't be a match for him. Even though the middle-aged man was a god king, he still found it difficult to withstand Xianxia's attacks. A god king would have been able to subdue a high-tier celestial god with a single finger, and yet, he was actually finding it strenuous to deal with him. This made the middle-aged man so furious that he could explode on the spot. This was the first time he had felt so stifled fighting against someone who wasn't a god king. It seems like I have underestimated you. However, if I want to kill you, you won't be able to escape today. The middle-aged man channeled all of his strength, and the space around him seemed to have been sealed. Xianxia and his clone found it difficult to withstand Xianxia's attacks. As formidable as Xianxia's swordsmanship was, he didn't have a suitable weapon to wield it with. On top of that, his clone's cultivation was simply too weak. He was still far from matching up to a god king. Pung pung pung, both Xianxian and his clone were struck simultaneously, and both of them were sent flying. The clone wriggled its body, and its injuries swiftly healed up. At the same time, Xianxian drove his Xianxia, and as expected, the wounds on his body swiftly healed up. The middle-aged man was stunned. How in the world did the other party and his clone recover from such severe injuries in the blink of an eye? Just what in the world did the other party possess? The middle-aged man lowered his head to take a look at his chest. The wound that the other party had inflicted on him earlier was still bleeding profusely, and he couldn't help but feel a little unwell. With his God King constitution, he should have been able to recover from such severe injuries within half a day. However, he couldn't afford to be distracted while fighting the other party, so his injuries were getting more and more severe. At the same time, more and more blood was flowing out of his body. He had thought that as long as he could injure the other party, he would be able to find a way to deal more damage to the other party. Who could have thought that while the other party was injured, he would be able to recover in less than a breath, no matter how much he was injured? Furthermore, his aura had become even more violent and powerful. Are you a cockroach or something? Do you have to be so exaggerated? Even if he wasn't a god king yet, he would still be in a disadvantageous position if he were to fight for too long. Melee attack. Just as the middle-aged man was feeling deeply stifled, the young man bellowed furiously as he charged forward together with his clone. Fighting in melee was the best way to deal with a life for a life. Pung pung pung. 3 minutes later, the middle-aged man's face was ghastly pale. Even though the young man and his clone were in a rather unkempt state, they were completely unharmed. How am I supposed to fight like this? The middle-aged man was on the verge of going insane. He had thought that killing a high-tier celestial god would be a piece of cake, but who would have thought that he would be the one to die at this rate? Let's go. Knowing that he couldn't take advantage of the situation, the middle-aged man turned around and fled. Even though they were surrounded by a formation, they were still close to drifting Spectre Royal City, so they were still within the range of the conferred god kings. If they couldn't kill the other party in a short period of time, they would have no choice but to retreat. Where do you think you're going? Seeing the middle-aged man leaving so decisively, Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before his complexion turned awful. If the other party were to chase him down so easily, he would surely be ambushed in the future. Gritting his teeth, Xianxia recalled his clone and activated the red dust heaven ascending steps to chase after the other party. However, his flying speed was simply too slow. Compared to a god king, he was nothing at all. I might not be able to kill you, but you should be able to stop me if I want to leave. The middle-aged man harumphed coldly. The next time I find you, it'll be the day of your death. After saying those words, without waiting for Xianxia's reply, the middle-aged man turned around and flew into the sky. However, before he could get far, he suddenly came to a halt. Ah? What is this? Before he could finish his words, a massive beak suddenly appeared before him and pecked him lightly. Who? The middle-aged man vanished from the spot, and following which, a little chick appeared before Xianxia. Burp. The little chick burped loudly, and its bald tail shook a little. Little chick, you are awake? Xianxia's eyes lit up in agitation. Little chick, who had fallen into a deep slumber after his death in the lucid lunar lake, had awoken at this very moment. Furthermore, its aura was surging furiously. It had actually reached God King realm. All along, Xianxia had thought that he would be able to reach God King realm very soon. Who could have thought that his cultivation of the anima of yearning would be so slow that his soul would hold him back? While he was still some time away from making a breakthrough, that little chick had actually succeeded before him, a God King realm chick. Just the thought of it left him agitated. The Drifting Melbourne. Missy of the Female Channel has just released a new novel. You can vote for the Female Channel once more. If any of you don't like the Female Channel, you can vote for Writing Encounter, a love story about horsemanship. It just so happens that it's this Missy's birthday today, so feel free to head over and give it a try. If you know in advance, it's going to be a beautiful lady. After a moment of joy, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little inferior. It had been more than a month since he had arrived in the firmament, but he had only managed to reach high-tier celestial god realm pinnacle. Just the thought of it made his heart ache. Was his talent really that bad? It seemed like he would have to spend more time cultivating in the future. If his talent was lacking, he would have to make up for it with hard work. He had to make a breakthrough to the God King realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he couldn't even match up to a chick, he would never be able to raise his head. That chick had been following him ever since he was in the Sanctum of Sages on the Master-Teacher continent. They had been through the Kungsu domain, the Azure, and even now, it had always been able to beat him. I just woke up. Burp. Little chick stretched its neck as it patted its round tummy with its wings. It looked at Xianxia worriedly and asked, "You won't blame me for eating that fellow, right?" The two of them had gone through many battles together, and they had been warned many times for stealing food like that. "It's fine, eat as much as you want," Xianxia said with a wave of his hand. "If it's not enough, you can just eat the next one who tries to kill me." If little chick hadn't woken up, he would have had to use the golden page. Even though it had been eaten by the chick, at least it had resolved a huge problem for him. God Kings were still rare at the moment, but there would be plenty of them in the future. As long as he wasn't picky about his food, he could eat as much as he wanted. "Thank you, boss." Chuckling heartily, little chick suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a sword. "This is that fellow's weapon. I've already erased the soul imprint on it. All you have to do is assimilate it and enchant it." Earlier on, he had swallowed the God King and his weapon in a single gulp. Xianxia took the sword and swiftly assimilated and enchanted it. He turned to little chick and nodded. As expected of the fellow who had traversed the three realms with him, it still had some conscience. It was impossible to tame this God King realm divine artifact without erasing the artifact spirit in it. Now that he had successfully tamed it and awakened the artifact spirit, his fighting prowess would soar by leaps and bounds. With this weapon and the three sword arts that he had comprehended, he would be able to put up a fight against a God King realm expert. "From today onward, you shall be called the God King's sword," Xianxia said as he looked at the sword in his hand. Woo, the dragon roar disappeared, and the spirituality in the long sword seemed to be a little sluggish. "I am a sword on the level of the Divine King, and I have my own dignity. Other people call me Doqiao, Swallow Dance, Poison Dragon, Dark Owl, Fish Guts, and so on. Just by hearing these names, one would know that I am cold and domineering. What the hell is the point of me being called a Divine King? Could he be any more perfunctory? Not satisfied?" Xianxia stroked his chin. "You were given to me by Chick, so how about I call you Chick Sword?" Roar, his sword almost fell to the ground. He didn't dare to say anything else. "Godly King Sword it is," it sounded much better than this name. After confirming the name, Xianxia executed a sword art for a while. Sure enough, he felt that he was able to bring out the full strength of his body. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. Although this battle was somewhat dangerous, he had also gained a lot. Not only did he gain the experience of fighting against a Divine King expert, he had also obtained this chicken. Oh, no, the Divine King Sword, paired with his newly comprehended the silkworm's thread runs out before dying, only tears dry until even ashes burn out, he would be able to put up a fight against even ordinary God Kings. More importantly, he had confirmed that his current physical body possessed incredible regenerative abilities that were on par with his clone. As long as his soul wasn't destroyed, even if his head was chopped off, he would be able to recover easily. This was truly an undying body. Could it be that the energy that I absorbed was infused with little chick's blood? Xianxia thought. Over the years, the Qi clan had nurtured countless experts in the lucid lunar lake, but he had never heard of any of them possessing the same undying body as him. Yet, he did, and with such ease. Could this have something to do with the chicken before him? Back when the chicken was still a gourd, its bathing water was even more potent than the heaven's path Xianxia. Despite being reduced to dust multiple times in the azure and the firmament, it was still able to come back to life every single time. Even though Xianxia had no idea what species the chicken was, he was certain that ordinary injuries wouldn't be able to harm it at all. On the contrary, it would be able to grow stronger and stronger. Every time it died, it would grow stronger. Back at the lucid lunar lake, when the chicken was reduced to dust, the energy that he absorbed was infused with little chick's blood. That was how the golden threads in his muscles were formed, granting him a similar ability. As such, even though he was injured during the battle with the God Kings, he didn't feel his cultivation dropping at all. On the contrary, the more he fought, the stronger he became. "Right, little chick, are you able to transmogrify now?" Xianxia asked curiously. Ordinary divine beasts would be able to transmogrify upon reaching low-tier god realm. The more powerful ones were high-tier gods, and even stronger ones were celestial gods, such as Ao Hua. Even the core disciple of the Sky of Cloud Dragon, a high-tier celestial god, was able to transmogrify into a human. Now that little chick was a god king, it should be able to transmogrify into a human. "I haven't tried it yet, but it should work," little chick asked hesitantly as it lowered its head to take a look. It wasn't certain whether it could transmogrify or not. "Let's give it a try," Xianxia replied with a smile. Little chick nodded. With a thought, it began circulating the energy within its body. The chicken's body suddenly swayed, and in the next moment, a robust and slender figure appeared in front of him. "I succeeded. I can really transmogrify now," little chick exclaimed in excitement. However, before it could finish its words, its master had already slapped his forehead speechlessly, as if he had just seen a ghost. "What's wrong? Am I not handsome enough?" Little chick was taken aback. It had once fantasized about becoming a hunk so as to infuriate its master to death. Why would his master look like that after succeeding? Perplexed, little chick reached out to touch its neck, only to freeze on the spot. "My head. Why isn't it transmogrified?" At this moment, little chick had already transmogrified into a human, but its head was still that of a chicken. From afar, it looked like a humanoid monster with the head of a chicken. It had been wondering if it could transmogrify into a human to make itself more handsome, but now that it had a chicken head, what was so handsome about it? Any beautiful woman would probably run away in fright. "I think it's best if you don't transmogrify into a human. Just focus on being a chicken," Xianxia said helplessly. Little chick knew that its current appearance would scare Xianxia to death, so it still reverted back to its chicken form and perched on Xianxia's shoulder. "Let's go." After dealing with the god king who had ambushed him, Xianxia quickly found one of the injured divine beasts and treated it. Then, he leaped onto its back and continued on his journey. That god king from before was an unaffiliated cultivator. He had used the Library of Heaven's path to take a look at the god king earlier, and he knew that the latter was an unaffiliated cultivator from the Sky of Drifting Spectre. Thinking about it, it did make sense. Most of the major clans and powers had their own foundations. There was no way they would dare to make a move on him despite knowing that he was under the protection of the Qi clan. After all, as valuable as the beauty pill was, it couldn't possibly compare to the rise and fall of a major clan. Knowing that the God King was an unaffiliated cultivator meant that the reason he had ambushed him was due to the temptation of wealth. Now that he was dead, the power behind him was bound to disappear. With this experience in mind, Xianxia didn't encounter too much danger. It didn't take him long to arrive at the teleportation formation. At the peak of the mountain stood dozens of towering pillars. Each of them was several hundred meters tall, and they kept the surrounding spiritual energy at bay. The teleportation formation was located at the center of the pillars. The Great Displacement Teleportation Formation required the stability of the spiritual energy in the surroundings, so there couldn't be the slightest mistake. Thus, the pillars were used to keep the surrounding spiritual energy at bay. Before arriving at the teleportation formation, Xianxia ordered the divine beasts to land on the ground. Without revealing his ability to fly, he slowly made his way forward. Great Displacement Teleportation Formation, please present your teleportation token. A group of guards stepped forward and blocked his path. Xianxia took a look at them with a grim look on his face. There were more than 100 of them, and every single one of them possessed the strength of a high-tier celestial god. Even a god king would find it difficult to deal with them. From the looks of it, the Sky of Drifting Spectre placed great importance on teleportation formations. It was no wonder it was so difficult to obtain a teleportation token. Xianxia passed his teleportation token over, and the guard clasped his fist respectfully. "Young Master Zhang, this way please." Those who were able to obtain such teleportation tokens were all top-notch experts in their respective domains. Even they wouldn't dare to offend them. Following behind the guard, they soon arrived at the teleportation formation. Instead of a teleportation formation, it was more like a passageway leading to different rooms. May I know which day young Master Zhang is heading to? I'm heading to the capital of the Sky of Spirit Origin Royal City, Xianxia replied. Please take the southern gate. The guard pointed in Xianxia's direction. Xianxia nodded before walking over with little Chick. He pushed open the gate and walked in. Behind the gate was a revolving screen of light. As soon as he stepped in, a burst of light burst forth from his teleportation token, shrouding him and the little Chick within. The next moment, the world began to spin as a unique energy shrouded his body. With a hoo, he vanished from the spot. The teleportation formation of the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation was indeed more fearsome than the smaller teleportation formations in Twilight City. Even though Xianxia had already reached high-tier celestial god realm pinnacle, he still felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself standing before another gate. Driving his Xianxia to heal his injuries, he opened the gate and walked out. Similarly, a guard verified his teleportation token before allowing him to leave. Is this the Sky of Spirit Origin? While walking out of the formation, Xianxia asked the guard standing not too far away. That's right. That's the Spirit Origin Royal City of the Sky of Spirit Origin, the guard replied. Xianxia turned his gaze over and was taken aback. Spirit Origin Royal City was completely different from Drifting Spectre Royal City. The latter was a massive city that sat on the ground, exuding an air of prosperity. On the other hand, what appeared before his eyes was a massive crater reminiscent of the crater of a volcano. The crater had a diameter of over 1,000 li, and it was impossible to see the end of it with a single glance. It was impossible to tell how deep it was, and even one's spiritual perception was unable to get close to it. Above the crater was a city made out of massive rocks, and it floated quietly in the air. The entire Spirit Origin Royal City is floating in the air? Xianxia was astonished. There were floating manners in the sky of Drifting Spectre as well, but they were usually just floating clans or powers. Yet, the entire city was floating in the air. This was truly frightening. Young Master Zhang, if you wish to head to Royal City, I can send someone to escort you there. The guard said with a smile. This was a common expression that would appear on anyone who came to the Sky of Spirit Origin for the first time. The amount of energy required to make a city float in the air was simply too great. It was not something that just anyone could accomplish. Even God Kings and conferred God Kings were incapable of such a feat, so only God Monarchs were capable of it. Not too long later, the aerial celestial beast was ready and brought over. Stepping onto the back of the aerial celestial beast, Xianxia followed the guard to the floating city. Even before arriving, he could already feel the immense pressure coming from above. Activating his eye of insight, Xianxia examined the city for a moment before asking curiously, there isn't any formation beneath the city, so how is it floating? Under normal circumstances, such floating boulders and towns would require a powerful formation to sustain them. Yet, the floating boulder before him seemed to be even more powerful than that. Yet, why was he unable to see anything through his eye of insight? Spirit Origin Royal City doesn't require a formation to float. The guard chuckled, his tone filled with pride. How can it float without a formation? Xianxia asked. The laws of the firmament were extremely stable, such that only God Kings were capable of flight. Given the size of the city before him, the chances of anyone reaching the God King realm were close to zero. What kind of energy could make it float in the air without a formation? It's a feather. The guard explained. Back when the city was being built, no matter how hard we tried, it wouldn't fly. It was the fire feather conferred God King who found a feather from somewhere and placed it at the very bottom of the city. It's this feather that allows the city to float in the air. Xianxia was stunned. He turned his gaze toward the floating city, and he saw a massive feather beneath the city. The feather was supporting the city, allowing it to float in the air. The feather was several hundred li long, and it was hard to tell where it came from. While Xianxia was still in shock, little Chick's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. I want to eat a chicken feather? Xianxia was rendered speechless. All you know is to eat. It was one thing for you to be a small fry in the past, but now that you are a God King, can you at least pay attention to your image? You might be shameless, but I am. This is chicken feather, I want to eat it. The chick was serious. No matter what hair it is, you can't eat it now, Xianxia advised. Putting aside the fact that it was impossible for the chicken to swallow the feather, just the aura and might that it harnessed were not something that ordinary god kings would be able to approach, let alone a celestial god like him. Besides, it was this feather that had lifted the floating city to its current scale. If he were to really eat it, there was a good chance that the entire sky of spirit origin would rush over and chop him into mincemeat before stewing the chicken with the mushrooms. Alright, even though Little Chick was a little frustrated that its master wouldn't allow it to eat, it still shook its head helplessly. With a sway of its body, it disappeared from the spot and dove back into Xianxian's dantian. If he wasn't allowed to eat, it was best not to look at it. Otherwise, the more he looked, the more craving he would feel. The flying divine beast's speed was very fast. Soon, it arrived above the city and landed. Can you tell me what I need to pay attention to in Spirit Origin Royal City? Also, who is the fire feather conferred god king you mentioned earlier? Xianxia asked as he passed a middle-tier god essence pill over to the guard. The guard was an ordinary high-tier celestial god, so a middle-tier god essence pill was already extremely valuable. As expected, the guard's attitude immediately changed after receiving the pill. With a smile on his face, he said, Spirit Origin Royal City is the capital of the sky of Spirit Origin, and the Spirit Origin Monarch, also known as the Deathless Monarch, presides over it. The fact that young Master Zhang was able to obtain the Great Displacement Teleportation Token means that your cultivation is probably on par with a God King. The only ones that you need to pay attention to are the 3 conferred God Kings. The first one is the Fire Feather conferred God King I mentioned earlier. He possesses the bloodline of the Inferno Phoenix, and when he flares up, he can even incinerate the world. Even among the conferred God Kings of the 9 skies, he can be considered as an expert. He controls the southern area of Spirit Origin Royal City. The second one is the Ice Feather conferred God King. He possesses the bloodline of the Inferno Phoenix, and his frigid aura turns everything in his path into ice. He controls the northern area of Spirit Origin Royal City. As for the third one, he is the Wind Feather conferred God King. He possesses the bloodline of the Inferno Phoenix, granting him incredible speed. Even though his fighting prowess isn't on par with the first 2, he is still able to escape easily. He controls the western area of Spirit Origin Royal City. Xianxia gazed at the floating city before him. He immediately saw the scorching sun shining brightly in the south, whereas the snowflakes drifted in the air in the north. To think that the northern and southern areas of the same city would seem like 2 completely different worlds, Xianxia couldn't help but wonder. If the 3 conferred God Kings all possess the bloodline of the Inferno Phoenix, could it be that the monarch of the sky of Spirit Origin, if the 3 conferred God Kings all possessed the bloodline of the Inferno Phoenix, could it be that the monarch of the sky of Spirit Origin had something to do with them? After all, that was how the sky of Cloud Dragon was. Those who were able to become powerful experts all possessed the bloodline of the dragon tribe. For example, Ao Hua. Don't you know anything about it? The guard asked. What do I know? Xianxia was perplexed. The sky of Spirit Origin is also known as the sky of deathlessness, and the monarch of the sky of Spirit Origin is known as the Deathless Monarch. If that's the case, do you know why he has such a name? Xianxia shook his head. He had wanted to say that it was because he was undying, but recalling the grave he had seen in the firmament, he decided not to say it out loud. In the firmament, undying might not necessarily be true. The god monarchs were lofty existences who were undefeatable. Otherwise, how could Khonshu challenge the 8 god monarchs single-handedly and emerge unscathed? How could the monarch of the sky of freedom make the other 8 skies submit to him? The reason why the god monarch is known as such is because he is a beast in human form, and his true form is that of the noblest bloodline of the 9 skies Phoenix tribe, the Deathless Celestial Phoenix, the guard explained. If not for the other party's generosity, he would not have said anything about the god monarch. Deathless Celestial Phoenix? The Deathless Phoenix? Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. So that was the case. He had thought that the Cloud Dragon monarch of the sky of Cloud Dragon was a beast, and the others were all humans. From the looks of it now, it seemed like the sky of Deathless was the same as well. May I know if there are any other god monarchs in human form in the firmament? Xianxia asked. Seeing how the young man before him, who was on the verge of making a breakthrough to God King, did not even know something as basic as the firmament, the guard shook his head and replied, "Those who guard the 4 cardinal directions of the firmament are all beasts in human form. In the eastern sky of Cloud Dragon, the Cloud Dragon monarch's true form is the Azure Dragon. In the western sky of Adamant and Metal, God Monarch Fuming's true form is the White Tiger. In the southern sky of Deathless, our Deathless monarch's true form is the Deathless Celestial Phoenix, also known as the Vermilion Bird. As for the northern sky of Acheron, the Acheron monarch's true form is the Black Tortoise. The 4 divine beasts guard the 4 cardinal directions." Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. He had asked Fu Jianchen about the names of the 9 skies' 9 god monarchs, but he did not know much about them. He did not think that the 4 cardinal directions would be guarded by the 4 divine beasts. The Azure Dragon in the east, the White Tiger in the west, the Vermilion Bird in the south, and the Black Tortoise in the north. I have already told you everything that needs to be said. If you have anything you need to do, you can go ahead. Spirit Origin Royal City forbids you from causing trouble, so you mustn't cause any trouble. Seeing that Xianxia did not know anything at all, the guard turned his divine beast around and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. I still have something that I would like to ask you, Xianxia quickly said. May I know where the god monarch of the sky of Spirit Origin lives? Is he known as the Spirit God? Of course, the god monarch lives in the god monarch palace. We refer to him as the Spirit God, which is the Spirit God Palace. However, it has been several decades since the palace has been opened, such that even Lord Huiyu is unable to enter it, the guard said. The guard said, also, if you want to ask about the Emperor Monarch, that's all I know. I don't know anything else. Xianxia nodded. He dared not ask too much about the death of the Deathless Monarch. After all, it was too shocking a matter, and it would not be good for anyone to learn about it. Then, if I want to gather information, who should I look for? Knowing that the guard was only an ordinary high-tier celestial god, Xianxia asked curiously. That would depend on what kind of information you are looking for. Most of the time, you'll be able to get it from the merchant houses. There are all sorts of people there, so it's only natural for news to spread like wildfire. Putting everything else aside, I heard that the Sky of Drifting Spectre is selling a new beauty pill. A hint of envy surfaced in the guard's eyes. Of course, if the matter that you are looking for involves the god monarchs, there's no way that they would know much about it. It would be best for you to look for the members of the 3 premier clans. Every single one of them is an esteemed figure, so they should be privy to a lot of information. Thank you, Xianxia replied with a clasped fist. The guard was right. There were not many people who knew about the god monarch. He really wanted to know if Lozozi had inherited the position of the Deathless Monarch and become the new spirit god. If so, he also wanted to know where she was and how he could find her. Only Huiyu and the other 2 conferred god kings would be able to do such a thing. Other than that, it would be the god kings. As for the guards of the 3 premier clans, they were simply too weak. God kings were not people whom they could come into contact with. Naturally, they would not be able to find out anything. Just that, each conferred god king was stronger than the other. Given his strength, which even god kings could not defeat, how could he possibly come into contact with them? If he really went over, there was a good chance that the other party would slap him to death before he could even say a word. Unless, he had an identity that even the conferred god kings were wary of. For example, back in the Sky of Drifting Spectre, Chi Meng had mistaken him for a god monarch. After that, not only was it easy for him to purchase high-tier god essence pills, he was even able to obtain the green light for everything else. Otherwise, how could it have been so easy for him to sell the 3 medicinal herbs and hold such a huge convention in a place as chaotic as the Sky of Drifting Spectre? As long as he had such an identity, it would be much easier for him to look for information. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia rubbed his glabella and fell into deep thought. Should I try disguising myself as a god monarch? This thought only lingered in his mind for a moment before he tossed it aside. God monarchs were the strongest experts in the firmament. It was one thing for them to be misunderstood by others, after all, it was just a figment of their imagination. However, if they were to impersonate a god monarch, it would be easy for the news to spread. If their identities were exposed, it would be equivalent to challenging their unshakable authority. Unless one's strength reached a certain level, it was highly likely that one would be obliterated. It was just like someone in his previous life carving a jade seal to impersonate the emperor. It was a crime that would result in the execution of his entire family. Moreover, if he really wanted to impersonate, who would he impersonate? The 9 skies' 9 god monarchs all had their own names and unique abilities. Back then, conferred god King Qi Meng had misunderstood his identity, so he had asked Qi Linger about it, and the latter had misunderstood him to be the spirit god. Now that he was in the other party's territory, if he were to impersonate the other party, he would really be courting death. It was fine if it was Lozozi, but if it wasn't, it would really be a huge problem. Besides, impersonators can only come into contact with conferred god kings. They're already god monarchs, so it's only a matter of time before they're exposed. With the disguise token that Lozozi gave Xiaochen, he could disguise himself as a clan disciple. Even his blood would not be able to detect his identity. However, that was only to deceive ordinary people. If he ran into a sovereign emperor, he would definitely be exposed. Others might not know of the 9 skies' 9 god monarchs, and even conferred god kings might be mistaken about them. However, how could the 9 god monarchs possibly not recognize their peers? If he did not dare to meet a god monarch, he would be exposed as soon as he met a conferred god king. As such, there was no point in putting on a disguise. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia realized that he was unable to come up with any good ideas. Rubbing his glabella, he turned to the guard before him and hesitated for a moment before saying, "To tell you the truth, I have some matters that I would like to discuss with the deathless monarch." "Do you know of any way to do so?" "Meet the god monarch?" "We also want to meet him. Unfortunately, our strength is too low, so we can't meet him. Most likely, only conferred god kings are qualified to do so." The guard shook his head. As a citizen of the 9 heavens, who wouldn't want to see the imperial lord with their own eyes and listen to his teachings? However, he had to see everyone. The sovereign emperor did not need to do anything else. Just seeing people was enough to tire him to death. Then, what about entering Spirit God Palace? Xianxia said, "As the pillar of the Spirit God Palace, you can't just stay in the Spirit God Palace and never come out, can you?" "It's possible to enter the Spirit God Palace, but it's not that easy. Other than the god monarchs, no one is able to enter the Spirit God Palace on their own. Even the descendants of the 3 premier clans have to become the champion before they are qualified to enter the Spirit God Palace to comprehend for a night." The guard said. "The first person to comprehend for an entire night?" Xianxia frowned. "The strongest ability of the Phoenix tribe is their undying nirvana. However, only the undying celestial Phoenix tribe possesses this ability. Since His Majesty doesn't have any descendants, he allows the other Phoenix tribes to have a competition every 100 years to select the most outstanding descendant to enter the undying lava pool to comprehend the undying lava pool. If you can comprehend the quintessence of undying, your cultivation and standing will soar. You might even be able to become a god king within a short period of time." The guard's eyes were filled with envy. "Undying lava pond?" Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before he asked, "Didn't you say that the Spirit God Palace was destroyed decades ago?" He had heard from Zhuofeng that the Spirit God Palace was known as the #1 physical body tempering venue in the firmament. However, it had already been destroyed, and it was beyond repair. "I don't know if it's damaged or not, but even if it's damaged, the spiritual energy and laws it contains should still be there. Furthermore, there are traces left behind by the sovereign emperors in the Spirit God Palace. Comprehending it will definitely be of great help to your cultivation," the guard said. Xianxia did not refute the guard's words. The higher one's cultivation, the deeper one's understanding of the heavens. At the level of a god monarch, even the slightest action of a god monarch could be viewed as profound and profound. Take Kongsher for example, the ancient domain that he had left behind on the master-teacher continent had still been comprehended by many, allowing them to grow stronger and stronger. Even if the undying lava pool was destroyed, being able to enter the Spirit God Palace to comprehend for a night would still be a great boon to one's cultivation. "If I can enter the Spirit God Palace, I'll have a chance to meet Lozozi. This is much better than asking around." Xianxia clenched his fists tightly in agitation. If he wanted to find out more about the deathless monarch, there was no one he could rely on. It would only bring unnecessary trouble upon himself, unless he could enter the Spirit God Palace. If he could enter the Spirit God Palace, he might be able to find out more about her. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia could not hold back his curiosity any longer. Is the number one genius of the 3 premier clans going to undergo a trial? How is he going to compete? Of course he's going to undergo a trial, the guard replied. You came at a good time. The centennial trial is going to be held in 5 days. By then, each clan will select their 10 most outstanding offspring to participate in the trial, and only the one who emerges as the champion will be qualified to enter the Spirit God Palace. As for what the trial is, I'm not too sure. In any case, it has caused quite a commotion over the past few days, and quite a few people have heard about it. Xianxia nodded in realization. After asking a few more questions, he finally understood what was going on. The slot to enter the Spirit God Palace was only available once every century, so it went without saying that it would attract countless people. However, the trials and trials of the 3 premier clans were extremely cruel, so it was not easy to obtain a slot. Firstly, one's age had to be below 30, and their cultivation had to be at high-tier celestial god at the very least. Even though the Phoenix tribe possessed a powerful bloodline, and as long as one's bloodline was pure, they would be able to raise their cultivation swiftly, just this requirement alone was enough to trap many people. Not everyone was as monstrous as Xianxia. There were some realms that he could reach in just a few breaths. Other than that, there was also a high requirement on one's bloodline and ability to comprehend things. Otherwise, it would be a waste of an opportunity. Even though the guard was unable to tell him the details of the trial, it was likely that only those with high cultivation, temperament, and intelligence would be able to clear it. Once one was selected, he would be able to enter the Spirit God Palace, and there was even a chance that he might be able to meet the Spirit God. The 3 premier clans have been summoning back their offspring who have been cultivating outside for the past few days so that they can participate in the selection, the guard said. Xianxia nodded in response. Every year, there would be countless offspring of the various powers in the firmament heading out to various places to train. Naturally, such a grand event would gather those offspring who had been cultivating outside. After asking a few more questions, the guard finally revealed everything to Xianxia. After the guard left, Xianxia began making his way into the city. Even though Spirit Origin Royal City was a floating city, it did not feel any discomfort at all. On the contrary, it felt no different from the ground. While walking around the city, Xianxia pondered, the Phoenix tribe is similar to the dragon tribe in the sky of Cloud Dragon. Most of the offspring of the Spirit God Palace don't know who they are. I wonder if it's possible for me to create a fake identity and sneak into one of the premier clans like Luo Tianya before fighting for the slot, a thought surfaced in Xianxia's mind. Clans that had existed for thousands or even tens of thousands of years had flourishing branches and leaves. When the younger generation went out to train, they could be harmed, trapped in some place, or they could come across a fortuitous encounter, and then they never returned. In the end, the records were left unsettled. But in reality, there were still descendants who lived in this world. This was similar to how the sky of Cloud Dragon had announced to the entire firmament that anyone with the dragon bloodline would be forbidden from taming or trading it. This was so that they could bring back the descendants of their clan. Given Xianxia's current situation, it was entirely possible for him to disguise himself as one of the sky of Cloud Dragon and participate in the examination. As long as there was nothing wrong with his bloodline, he would be safe. As for who it was, most of the sky of Cloud Dragon bloodlines had been lost for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. It was impossible for him to find the culprit. I guess I'll just do that then, Xianxia pondered for a moment, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong with his plan, he began making his way toward the closest of the 3 premier clans. This was the area under the control of the Fire Feather conferred God King. The buildings along the streets were dyed in a fiery red color, and under the scorching sun, half of the city felt like an oven. If not for the fact that everyone who lived here had reached the god realm and possessed powerful physical bodies, they would not have been able to withstand the heat for even a minute. Xianxia's physical body had been tempered by the lucid lunar lake, making it comparable to a high-tier celestial god artifact. This amount of heat was nothing to him at all. Along the way, Xianxia asked around for the location of the Inferno Phoenix clan. It was a massive matter, and just like the Qi clan, it was surrounded by a massive formation that prevented anyone from entering it recklessly. Xianxia did not rush over. Instead, he found a massive tavern opposite the manor. The guards did not know much about the three premier clans, but there were all sorts of people here. Perhaps, he might be able to gather some useful information. At the very least, he would not be completely clueless when the time came. Xianxia found a seat by the window and sat down. He ordered some wine and meat, and barely after he took a few bites, the doors of the tavern suddenly opened, and a figure staggered before collapsing to the ground. Scram! Following this, two young men stepped forward with haughty looks on their faces. Feng Chao, Feng Xiang, don't go too far. The young man who had collapsed struggled to his feet as he clenched his fists tightly. He looked to be in his 20s, and there was a flame-colored mark between his eyebrows. His face was deathly pale, and he must have been seriously injured. Going too far? The young man named Feng Chao sneered. Feng Jiuge, do you think this is 2 years ago? Right now, you are no longer a genius. Your bloodline has been completely burned away, and you have been completely expelled from the core. Scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. 2 years ago, you were talented and powerful, and you could flaunt your prowess in front of us. But now, what does that amount to? A useless piece of trash. If you don't leave quickly, no one will dare to say anything even if I throw you into the beast cage. Feng Xiang snorted. Creak. Creak, the young man named Feng Jiuge clenched his fists tightly. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Instead, he turned around and left. What a pity. That's right. A few years ago, Feng Jiuge was the most outstanding genius of the Inferno Phoenix clan. However, due to an accident, his bloodline was completely destroyed, and his cultivation stagnated. Eventually, he was expelled from the core of the Inferno Phoenix clan, and even now, he has become the target of bullying. That's how the members of the Inferno Phoenix clan are. Those who possess strength and bloodline are the core members of the Inferno Phoenix clan. Without those two, their standing will plummet to rock bottom. Due to the dissipation of spiritual energy, even the Inferno Phoenix clan has limited resources. Those who aren't core members won't be able to achieve much in the future. Upon seeing this sight, many people in the tavern began discussing in hushed voices. After listening for a while, Xianxia came to a realization. 2 years ago, Feng Jiuge could be considered as one of the most outstanding geniuses of the Inferno Phoenix clan. Despite his young age, he was already a middle-tier celestial god, and his comprehension of battle techniques was unparalleled among the younger generation. However, it was a pity that luck didn't last forever. One time, when the bright star of the Inferno Phoenix clan left the city to train, he somehow ended up sustaining severe injuries. Not only that, his bloodline seemed to have been stripped away, disappearing without a trace. After recovering from his injuries, the resources that he was given began to dwindle, and his standing in the Inferno Phoenix clan came under suspicion. A few days ago, when he tested his bloodline once more, it was found that his bloodline was so weak that it couldn't even be compared to an ordinary disciple. Thus, his status as a core member was revoked, and he was expelled from the Inferno Phoenix clan. Unwilling to accept the humiliation, he tried his best to regain his standing, but he ended up being severely injured by Feng Chao and Feng Xiang, resulting in the earlier sight. Back then, he was the star of the Inferno Phoenix clan. Everyone looked up to him, and those on the board of potential god kings would treat him as their brother. Feng Chao and Feng Xiang were the ones who worked the hardest for him. Now that he has lost his status, it's only natural that he retaliated fiercely. That's just how humans are. How humble they were back then is how vicious and arrogant they are now. The crowd shook their heads. In the firmament, one's cultivation was the most important. Without strength, one was nothing at all. There was no one else to blame. Amidst the discussion, the wounded Feng Jiuge walked into the tavern and sat down at a table not too far away, gulping down mouthful after mouthful of wine. Xianxia turned to look at him. As expected, the prodigy of the Inferno Phoenix clan wasn't too strong. He was only a low-tier celestial god, and his Xianxia was extremely weak. From the looks of it, not only was he unable to achieve a breakthrough, there was a good chance that his cultivation would fall once more. His cultivation fell? What did he go through? Xianxia was perplexed. Under normal circumstances, unless one's meridians and Jinqi were completely destroyed, it would be difficult for one's cultivation to fall back after reaching a certain level. Just as the crowd had said, the young man's condition was very likely to be a high-tier celestial god at his peak, just like Xianxia. But now, not only was he no longer a high-tier celestial god, his cultivation was on the verge of plummeting to the celestial god realm. Just what in the world did he encounter to cause such a backlash? Let me take a look. Activating his eye of insight, Xianxia took a closer look at the young man before him, and a deep frown appeared on his forehead. Killing intent? The young man before him actually harnessed a concentrated killing intent within his body. Even though he had concealed it well, it was still unable to escape the detection of his eye of insight. Killing intent is something that most people who have been through battle will possess, especially soldiers and generals who have been on the battlefield. Back then, Shuifeng possessed the same aura as well, just that. Xianxia was perplexed. His killing intent is actually somewhat similar to that of the otherworldly demonic tribe. The young man named Feng Jioge actually harnessed the killing intent that only the otherworldly demonic tribe would possess. This piqued Xianxia's interest. Having been to the Master Teacher continent, the Azure, and the firmament, Xianxia was well aware of the differences between them. The spiritual energy in the firmament grew denser and denser, and this was especially so after reaching the firmament. Not only did the flow of time change, more importantly, the spiritual energy in the firmament was many times denser than that of the Master Teacher continent. It was for this reason that the latter were able to reach the semi-divinity realm as soon as they were born. The otherworldly demonic tribe was known for their intense killing intent, which made them feel frenzied. However, by absorbing the mercury-like spiritual energy in the Azure, they would be able to calm down and become no different from an ordinary life form. As the sovereign of the otherworldly demonic tribe, no matter how Lu Yang cultivated the simplified heaven's path divine art in the firmament, he was no different from an ordinary human being. This also meant that the danger of the slaughtered Qi had been completely eliminated. Why does this young man still have it? Perplexed, Xianxia looked at the residents in front of him. There were many people walking to and fro in front of the entrance, and there were even guards standing guard. Taking a closer look, Xianxia was certain that these people shared the same bloodline as Feng Jioge, but they did not emanate any killing intent either. The spirit god is the old ancestor of the phoenix tribe, the undying celestial phoenix, as well as the deity of the otherworldly demonic tribe. He speculated in his heart. The otherworldly demonic tribe addressed the deathless monarch as the spirit god, so it was not too surprising that the descendants of the deathless monarch would also possess Xianxia of slaughter just like the otherworldly demons. However, why was it that only this person had it and not the others? After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia was still unable to discern anything with his eye of insight. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, he picked up the wine gourd and walked over to the other party's table. Sitting opposite him, he didn't say a word and continued to drink. Feng Jioge furrowed his brows, showing a hint of displeasure. If you are sent by Feng Chao and Feng Xiang to mock me, please leave. Although I've become a cripple now, I'm still not someone that anyone can mock. I heard about the clan's internal competition, so I rushed over and accidentally overheard about you. I don't mean any harm, I just want to drink with you. Xianxia waved his hand. You're also from the Fire Phoenix clan? Feng Jioge was puzzled. I guess so. Not bothering to explain himself, Xianxia turned to Xianxia and asked curiously, I can see that you have a strong foundation, and there aren't any severe injuries on your body. Why is your cultivation gradually falling? Humph. Initially, Feng Jioge still had a good impression of Xianxia. However, upon hearing Xianxia's words, Feng Jioge's face sank. Even though his cultivation had declined, his eyesight was still sharp. The cultivation of the young man before him was stronger than even him at his peak. Otherwise, he would have already fallen out with him. You don't need to worry too much. Not only am I a member of the Inferno Phoenix clan, I'm also a brilliant physician. I noticed that your condition is strange, so I couldn't help but ask about it. Perhaps I might be able to help you. Noticing Luo Ruoxin's hostility, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before passing his great displacement teleportation formation over. Although it was a teleportation item, it also marked the achievements of its master in a certain aspect. Feng Zhouge's eyes narrowed. When he looked at Xianxia again, the hostility in his eyes was gone, replaced by excitement. As an offspring of the Inferno Phoenix clan, he knew very well how difficult it was to obtain the right to use the Great Shift teleportation formation. Back then, even when he was at his peak, he was still unable to obtain it. Yet, the young man before him was actually able to obtain it through his medical skills. Needless to say, the young man's medical skills could easily be ranked at the top even within the Nine Skies. I have no idea what's going on either. Putting down his wine cup, Feng Zhouge shook his head. Ever since that trial, my body has become like a funnel. No matter how much spiritual energy I absorb, I'm unable to store it, and I'm unable to maintain my cultivation either. In just 2 short years, I ended up in such a state. Unable to store it? Xianxia frowned. Can you execute a punch for me to see? Why not? Knowing that the young man before him was a formidable physician, Feng Zhouge did not dare to hold back. Clenching his fist tightly, he threw a punch forward. It was as if a massive dragon had risen from the sea and an eagle had left its nest. It was a powerful force to be reckoned with. However, his fist only advanced halfway before coming to a halt. It was as if he was unable to execute a battle technique due to his lack of strength. Feng Zhouge's face paled, and he groaned in agony. Back then, he would have been able to execute this battle technique several hundred times in a single breath without feeling a lack of strength. But now, he had to stop before he could even execute a single punch. The stifling feeling in his heart threatened to explode. The him from 2 years ago was indeed no longer in existence. No matter how indignant he was, there was nothing he could do about it. Pardon me, I'll have to make some preparations first. Feng Zhouge sighed deeply. There's no need for that, Xianxia interjected as he focused his attention on the Library of Heaven's Path. A book had already appeared, and it recorded Feng Zhouge's condition in detail. Based on the flaws in the book, there isn't a single flaw that could affect his cultivation. Xianxia frowned. There were many flaws in Feng Zhouge's body in the book, but there wasn't a single one that was related to his cultivation being lowered. In other words, the Library of Heaven's Path was unable to find the reason why he was unable to cultivate or why his cultivation had been lowered. This was really bizarre. After coming to the firmament, the Library of Heaven's Path was able to see through even the flaws of conferred god kings, so why was it unable to detect Feng Zhouge's condition at all? Do you mind if I check your pulse? Xianxia asked. Since the Library of Heaven's Path was unable to find anything, he turned to Feng Zhouge and asked. Thank you. I'm already used to it anyway, so it's fine even if I can't resolve it. Seeing Xianxia's expression, the glimmer of hope in Feng Zhouge's eyes dimmed once more. With a bitter smile, he shook his head. After his cultivation had regressed due to his injuries, he had sought the help of countless physicians, including the most renowned ones in the Sky of Deathless. However, it was a pity that he was unable to find the reason behind it. Even though the young man before him possessed formidable medical skills, it was unlikely that his condition would change too much. I'm just taking a look. You won't lose anything, Xianxia said. That's true. I don't have anything to lose in my current state. Feng Zhouge shook his head. His identity as an offspring of the Zhang clan had been stripped away, and from now on, he would be a loner. Given the young man's strength, if he wanted to harm someone, all he needed was a single thought. There was no need for him to be so courteous. After saying those words, he passed his wrist over. Xianxia placed his hand on Feng Zhouge's wrist, and with a thought, a surge of Heaven's Path Xianxia discreetly seeped into his body. Tzzzz. As soon as he placed his finger on Feng Zhouge's wrist, Xianxia immediately felt the Heaven's Path Xianxia flowing through his meridians. Then, as if discovering something, it abruptly halted its movements. The Heaven's Path Xianxia dissipated without a trace, as if it had never been there in the first place. This, Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. The Heaven's Path Xianxia had always been invincible, and the pathos of heaven should have been even more powerful than before. Yet, when it entered Feng Zhouge's body, it actually disappeared as if it had been nullified by something. What in the world was going on? Perplexed, Xianxia channeled his Xianqi to the same spot. In the blink of an eye, his Xianqi vanished once more. It was as if there was some kind of unique energy in the other party's body that was capable of devouring his Heaven's Path Xianqi. Xianxia narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Even God Kings would be restricted from consuming the Heaven's Path Xianqi, and yet, the young man before him was still being devoured by the Heaven's Path Xianqi. Could it be that the reason why the young man's cultivation had been continuously declining was due to his ability to devour others and even his own Xianqi? Let's see how much you can devour. Perplexed, Zhang Xian's competitive spirit was ignited. He channeled his Xianqi into the other party's body, and a powerful surge of Xianqi gushed into the other party's body. In order to prevent the other party from noticing his presence, he had only used an extremely weak surge of Xianqi. It wasn't even comparable to the God Essence pill, so it wasn't a big deal for the other party to devour his Xianqi. However, with his Xianqi, he didn't believe that there was anything that could devour his Xianqi. A powerful surge of Xianqi gushed into Feng Zhouge's body like a flood. Feng Zhouge's lips twitched as he widened his eyes in shock. Following which, he felt an immense pressure crushing down on him, threatening to crush his soul. He tried to retract his hand, only to find that the other party's fingers were like a golden hoop. No matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't budge at all. He wanted to shout, but the other party's Xianqi was simply too powerful. As soon as it entered his body, he felt as if he was being crushed by some unknown force. He opened his mouth, but no words came out at all. Unaware that the other party was trying to stop him, Zhang Xian closed his eyes and infused his Heaven's Path Xianqi into the other party's body to sense the source of the devouring. It was a dark gray current, but he couldn't tell what it was. He infused his Xianqi into it, and the gray current immediately emanated a green glow. It's not devouring but canceling each other out. Previously, he had thought that there was something peculiar in the other party's body that was devouring his Heaven's Path Xianqi, but at this moment, he realized that it wasn't devouring but canceling each other out. The gray current seemed to be able to form a unique reaction with his Heaven's Path Xianqi, neutralizing each other into a green glow. No, the other party isn't able to completely cancel out my Xianqi. Zhang Xian suddenly realized something, and frowned. Zhang Xian's Heaven's Path Xianqi continued to dissipate in the midst of fusing with the other party's energy. However, only a portion of his Heaven's Path Xianqi disappeared. According to the ratio calculation, out of 100 rays, there would be about 1 ray left. Is this purification? Doubt appeared in his eyes. Zhang Xian could sense that the remaining Xianqi in his body had become dozens of times purer than before. Even though he was unable to gauge its strength, he could tell that it had undergone a significant transformation. I'm not trying to purify the Heaven's Path Xianqi but to separate it from the pathos of heaven Xianqi that I have comprehended. Before comprehending the pathos of heaven, Zhang Xian had cultivated the Heaven's Path Divine Art, and the Heaven's Path Xianqi in his body was the so-called Heaven's Path Xianqi. Even though he had changed his cultivation technique, it was still an upgraded version of the Heaven's Path Divine Art. As a result, the two types of Xianqi were still mixed together in his body, unable to be distinguished from one another. Their power was about the same, and it was very difficult to separate them, so he was too lazy to think about it. Who would have thought that this gray gas would actually be able to do it? It was able to neutralize the Heaven's Path Xianqi, but it was unable to do anything to the pathos of heaven Xianqi. Thus, when the two of them came into contact, the latter was left behind. I haven't used the pure pathos of heaven Xianqi yet. Since you're able to purify it, why don't you continue? Zhang Xian didn't mind since he had cultivated it himself. His Xianqi roared as it madly poured into his opponent's body. As the two forces collided, a brilliant burst of green light burst forth. Even though there was only a single strand of gray gas, it was extraordinarily pure. Zhang Xian had been pouring his Xianqi into it for quite a while now, but he had only depleted a small portion of it. There was still a large portion of it remaining. Just as Zhang Xian was about to deplete the gray gas completely, he suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder. Sensing the other party's strength and movement, Zhang Xian could tell that there was no malicious intent behind the other party's actions. Frowning, he continued pouring his Xianqi into the other party's body. However, when he turned around to take a look, what he saw left him stunned. Unknowingly, a group of several dozen people had gathered behind him. From the looks of it, they were all here for a meal. There were a few familiar faces among them. They were the middle-aged men who had been talking about Feng Zhouge earlier. The one who patted him on the shoulder was an elder with a walking stick. What's wrong? Xianxia was perplexed. He didn't recognize any of these people, so why would they pat him on the shoulder? I didn't intend to interfere in your affairs, but this is the territory of the Inferno Phoenix clan. If I don't speak up about it, it won't do you any good if they investigate this matter. It's inconvenient for the others to speak up, so I can only step in. Pardon me for asking, but I would like to ask. May I know what kind of grudge you have with Feng Zhouge? The elder asked as he stroked his beard. His voice was refined, and it was clear that he was a well-read scholar. Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before shaking his head. We don't have any grudge with one another. The elder was perplexed. Then, why are you grabbing his hand? Xianxia was still wondering what was going on, but he chuckled softly and replied, there's something wrong with his body. As a physician, I'm treating him to resolve the problem. There's something that I don't know whether I should say or not. Hearing Xianxia's explanation, the elder turned around to look at the crowd, and upon seeing that there was something amiss with their expressions, he gritted his teeth and continued, are you certain that you're saving him in his current state? His current state? Perplexed, Xianxia turned around, and what he saw left him stunned. The person he was grabbing wasn't the handsome Feng Zhouge from before. Instead, he was grabbing a super fatty who was 2 meters tall and seemed to weigh at least 400 kilograms. Who are you? Xianxia hurriedly released his grip, and he leaped in shock. When did this fatty come over? How could he not know that he had swapped places with Feng Zhouge? I know who he is. I saw it with my own eyes, and I'm not lying. Seeing Xianxia's state, the elder nodded and said, he's Feng Zhouge. After you grabbed hold of him, he became like this, he's Feng Zhouge? Xianxia's lips twitched. That fellow wasn't as tall as him, and he wasn't that fat either. How did he become like this in the blink of an eye? Could it be, because I kept infusing my Xianxia into him? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. Could it be that his Xianxia had fused with the other party's Xianxia, resulting in the green glow that he was unable to expel, causing the other party to become like this? Surely that wasn't the case. Taking a closer look, the giant before him was indeed Feng Zhouge and not some random stranger who had appeared out of nowhere. Xianxia was rendered speechless. In just a few minutes, he had gained several hundred jin. Still, it had to be said that this fellow's size did bear some resemblance to the otherworldly demons. The otherworldly demons were much taller than ordinary humans. Could it be that the otherworldly demons were blown out by the green light? Since there's no grudge between us, and I don't wish to kill him, I'll just take advantage of my seniority and offer you a word of advice. Feng Zhouge might have been expelled from the Inferno Phoenix clan, but he was once a member of the Inferno Phoenix clan. You might not be able to say anything if you kill him in a straightforward manner, but if you torture him without any regard for his dignity, the Inferno Phoenix clan will definitely interfere. The old man continued. Xianxia rubbed his forehead. He really was an old pedant. Speaking was really troublesome. However, he really wanted to save people. Why was he torturing him, knowing that the other party was doing this out of goodwill? Xianxia clasped his fist and said, thank you for your kind intentions. I'll save him right now. After saying those words, Xianxia couldn't be bothered to listen to the other party's nonsense anymore. This guy was already fat beyond belief. Not only his body, but even his face was deformed. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia took out a jade token and imprinted a cultivation technique into it. Cultivate this set of magic arts, and you will be able to get rid of your current situation. After saying that, he passed the jade token over. What are you trying to do? After being released by Xianxia, Feng Zhouge was finally able to speak. He was so frustrated that he felt like he was about to explode. When he saw the other party's token, he thought that the other party could really save him, so he allowed the other party to take his pulse. Yet, who could have thought that the other party would simply pour Xianxia into him and end up in such a state? Xianxia wanted to explain, but he didn't know that this would happen, so he stopped talking. If that was the case, then the Greater Shift teleportation token that he had painstakingly obtained would no longer have any deterrence. With a darkened face, Xianxia waved his hand and said, I have already found a way to save you. This is only the first step. The first step? Feng Jiuge was stunned. Your step is to blow me into such a giant. He had never heard of such a method to treat a disease. If you want to solve the problem in your body and recover your previous talent and strength, you'd better listen to me and cultivate according to the cultivation technique I've given you. Xianxia said. Feng Jiuge stopped. In the past 2 years, he had seen countless skilled doctors, but all of them told him that there was no cure for it. They couldn't even find the cause of the illness. The young man before him said that he had already found the solution, and he had even started on the first step. Was it true? Let's go all out. He gritted his teeth. Right now, he no longer had any capital to question it. If it had been in the past, Xianxia might have been able to curry favor with the Inferno Phoenix clan and become a core disciple of the Inferno Phoenix clan. But now, he had nothing at all. In fact, he had even been expelled from the clan. At the very most, he would just die. There was nothing for him to lose. Since that was the case, why not give it a try? Xianxia tapped his finger on the jade token and infused his consciousness into it. In the next moment, a complete cultivation technique appeared in his mind. His eyebrows twitched. As a core disciple of the clan, he had good eyesight. Although this cultivation technique was just an ordinary cultivation technique, it was far superior to all the secret techniques he had seen before. Even the core secret techniques of the clan were slightly inferior. This level of cultivation technique, could it be that the other party could really save him? His eyes were immediately filled with passion. Without any hesitation, Xianxia hurriedly drove his Xianxia. It had to be said that even though Xianxia's cultivation had regressed over the past 2 years, his talent and comprehension were indeed not bad. It didn't take him long to master the cultivation technique that Xianxia had imparted to him. TSS. Every time he drove his Xianxia, his plump body would slim down a little. By the time he circulated his Xianxia 20 times, he was already no longer the same as before. Standing up, Feng Jiuge looked at his body in agitation. He looked at the young man before him once more, and this time, the doubt in his eyes had disappeared. Instead, there was a hint of trust in him. May I know, what else do you need me to do next? Even though he could still feel the energy in his body dissipating, Feng Jiuge couldn't help but ask. I'll have to repeat the first step to cleanse your body of the affliction, Xianxia replied. Even though Xianxia had no idea why the other party's cultivation had fallen, it seemed like it had something to do with the gray aura. As long as he could find a way to cleanse the affliction, he might be able to turn the situation around. So, it wasn't too much of a lie. Feng Jiuge's lips twitched. Are you going to continue getting fatter? Why? You don't want to continue? I just happen to be having a good time, so let me tell you in advance. Not only will this not benefit me in the slightest, it will even affect my cultivation. Xianxia harumphed coldly. He stood up and prepared to return to his seat. Be elder, wait a moment. Seeing Xianxia's attitude, Feng Jiuge hurriedly stopped him. He had nothing to his name at the moment, so there was indeed no benefit for the other party to save him. On the other hand, if he were to lose this opportunity, his cultivation would fall further and further, and eventually, he would be killed by his enemies. Gritting his teeth, Feng Jiuge said, Please save me. As long as you can resolve the affliction in my body, I'm willing to do anything for you. Xianxia nodded. Not only will I have to repeat the first step, I'll also have to impart a cultivation technique to you. This is a huge secret. Acknowledge me as your teacher, and I'll make a move right now. Through the speed at which the other party had comprehended his cultivation technique, he could tell that the young man before him was indeed a genius. On top of that, the other party possessed the bloodline of the Inferno Phoenix clan, as well as the incredible secrets that he possessed. If he could accept the other party as his student, it would be easier for him to ask more questions, and it would be easier for him to sneak into the Inferno Phoenix clan. Teacher, please save me. Without much hesitation, Feng Jiuge kneeled onto the floor. He could tell that the cultivation technique that the other party had imparted to him was extraordinary. In any case, his clan had already abandoned him, so rather than fend for himself, he might as well acknowledge the other party as his teacher. The fact that the other party was able to obtain the Great Displacement Teleportation token showed that his medical skills were not just exceptional. Seeing that the other party had reacted so swiftly, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He sat down once more and placed his finger on the other party's pulse. With a thought, he infused his Xianxia into the other party's body once more. He had no idea whether the purified pathos of heaven Xianxia would enhance its might or not, but there was no harm in driving it just now. Since that was the case, he might as well continue. Infusing his Xianxia into the other party's body, Feng Jiuji's body grew larger once more. From afar, he looked no different from a miniature pagoda. Seeing that the other party's body had grown to the point where it was no longer possible for him to persist any longer, Xianxia stopped and instructed the other party to cultivate the cultivation technique that he had imparted to alleviate the pressure. Once the other party's body had recovered, he would continue infusing his Xianxia into the other party. Only after doing this a few more times did Xianxia heave a sigh of relief. At this moment, the grey aura within Feng Jiuji's body had been completely eradicated. Let me give it a try. Seeing that the grey aura had disappeared, Xianxia chuckled softly as he turned to look at Feng Jiuge. With the grey aura gone, the other party should be able to regain his previous strength. At the very least, he should be able to regain his previous talent. In fact, he might even be able to become even stronger than before. Feng Jiuge was unable to sense the surge of grey energy, so he had no idea that the young man before him had resolved his affliction. Doubting his words, he eventually sat down and began driving his Xianxia according to his usual cultivation method. Soon, he realized that something was amiss. Previously, the Xianxia in his body would vanish in less than a single circulation. The more he drove it, the more it would vanish. However, at this moment, it was growing denser and denser. This was especially so for his shriveled dantian. At this very moment, it felt like a massive volcano that would erupt at any moment. The Xianxia that he had been cultivating for the past 2 years hadn't vanished. Instead, it had been concealed by the surge of grey energy. Now that it was released, it felt as if a river had burst its banks. Boom, with a deafening explosion, the energy in his body burst forth. His low-tier celestial god cultivation, which was on the verge of falling at any moment, shot up to consummation, middle-tier celestial god, high-tier celestial god. In less than 15 minutes, not only did he recover his cultivation, he even managed to overcome his bottleneck and reach high-tier celestial god pinnacle. Feeling the overwhelming energy coursing through his body, Feng Jiuge's eyes reddened in agitation. He knew that he had gained a new lease on life. And this new lease of life was given to him by the young man before him. Teacher. Feng Jiuge kneeled on the floor. He had thought that he had no other choice but to acknowledge Xianxia as his teacher, but at this moment, he realized that it was the wisest decision he had ever made in his life. Rise. Xianxia waved his hand as he turned his gaze to the library of Heaven's Path. It seemed like the young man before him was truly grateful to him. Just like Zhu Yan, he had created a golden page for him as well. The 2 golden pages were placed side by side on the bookshelf, emanating a golden glow. Feng Jiuge has recovered his cultivation? Not only has he recovered, he has advanced his cultivation. Isn't his medical skills a little too incredible? The crowd in the tavern could hardly believe their eyes. Even the pedant from before widened his mouth in shock. I don't know if it's appropriate for me to say this. In the end, the other party was really treating him, and he even went over to advise him on it. Not to mention, he even spouted so much nonsense. Just thinking about it made him feel like spurting blood. Ignoring the shocked crowd, Xianxia asked, "What happened 2 years ago that caused your cultivation to plummet?" "I went to the deep pit under the imperial city." Feng Jiuge paused for a moment before replying, "I accidentally stumbled into a secret dimension, and for some reason, I fell unconscious. When I woke up, I was already in this state. No one knows what happened to me." Xianxia frowned. The deep pit under the imperial city? Spirit Origin Royal City was floating above a massive crater. What was the point of participating in the trial there? Could it be that this pit was related to some secret? This pit suddenly appeared several decades ago, causing the entire Spirit Origin City to collapse. The city that we are currently in was rebuilt by the fire feather conferred God King and the other God Kings after expending a great deal of their divinity. They even used the feather of the deathless monarch to lift it up. Seeing that Xianxia was confused, Feng Jiugu explained. As a descendant of the clan, even though these matters were confidential, he still knew a little about them. The entire Spirit Origin city collapsed? Xianxia widened his eyes in astonishment. He had never heard of this from anyone else. When he first arrived at Spirit Origin Royal City, he had been perplexed as to why such a huge city would be built on top of a crater and float in midair. Yet, it turned out that the city had already fallen into the crater. Every single royal city in the 9 skies occupied the very core of the world, and they were able to gather the anima of yearning and luck of the world. As such, under normal circumstances, capital cities wouldn't be moved. Several decades ago, the royal city had collapsed, and in order to stabilize the regime, they had no choice but to build a new capital on top of it. That was how the floating city came to be. If the city collapsed overnight, what happened to the people living in it? Xianxia asked. If the city had collapsed, where did the gods who had lived in it go? And where did the people living in the city come from? I wasn't born back then, so I don't know the details. However, according to the elders in my clan, even though the collapse was very sudden, the deathless monarch still put his life on the line to protect the city. Only those who had reached God realm managed to escape, Feng Jiugu said. However, teacher, you should know that most of the people in the firmament have yet to reach God realm. In other words, nearly 90% of the people in Spirit Origin Royal City have died in the calamity. As for whether they have died or are still living at the bottom of the crater, no one knows. That's because the crater is simply too deep. Even a conferred God King like the old ancestor is unable to reach it. The hierarchy of life in the firmament was shaped like a pyramid. Most of the people in the pyramid were ordinary people, or in other words, semi-divinities. Only 10% of them were qualified to cultivate and advance to higher realms. The sudden appearance of a crater and the disappearance of 90% of the people in the city. Xianxia's body jolted as the name City of Collapsed Space suddenly surfaced in his mind. According to legend, the City of Collapsed Space had fallen from the sky several thousand years ago. Under the corrosion of the spiritual energy of the azure, the living beings and buildings in the city had degenerated into an aura of degeneration, making it extremely difficult for ordinary people to enter. Could this be related to Spirit Origin Royal City? The reason why Xianxia had such a thought was not without reason. He had seen the tomb of the deathless monarch in the City of Collapsed Space. If he thought about it further, the otherworldly demonic tribe and the Starchaser Palace of the Azure shared a common origin, and the fact that the Starchaser Palace possessed the altar in the City of Collapsed Space meant that there was a deep connection between the two. Could it be that Spirit Origin Royal City had fallen from the sky, and some of the living beings in the city had interbred with the Starchaser Palace? Some of the living beings in the city had broken through space and entered the Master Teacher continent, becoming the otherworldly demonic tribe. In other words, the ancestors of the otherworldly demonic tribe and Starchaser Palace were actually the gods of the sky of Spirit Origin. If that was really the case, that would truly be terrifying. Just what kind of power was it that was able to kill the supposedly undying deathless monarch and bring countless living beings into the lower worlds? Xian had experienced it himself, so he knew how difficult it was to traverse the dimension barrier. Even an expert of Lozosi's caliber had nearly died in the process, and yet, those who weren't even gods were able to traverse the dimension barrier at the same time. This was truly unimaginable. Of course, these were just his guesses. Perhaps he would only be able to understand them after meeting Lozosi or Kongsher. Right, little vicious, is it possible for your ancestors to possess the bloodline of the gods of the sky of Spirit Origin? With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia asked. Vicious had been sealed in the Book of Heaven's Path, and he had followed Xianxia to the firmament. During this period of time, he had been cultivating with the God Essence pills that Xianxia had given him, and his cultivation had already surpassed the limits of the gods, reaching the realm of low-tier celestial god. Vicious pondered for a moment before replying, I'm not too sure about that. However, after coming to the firmament, I can feel my cultivation progressing significantly faster. It's as if my meridians and bloodline are more suited to this place. Back then, in order to help Xiaoya recover her meridians, Xianxia had studied the meridian network diagram, and he had noticed that the meridians of the otherworldly demonic tribe had very few errors. It was only after coming to the firmament that he realized that their meridians were extremely similar to those of the gods. The meridians of the gods were the most accurate and aligned with the will of the heavens. This was also the reason why they were able to grow stronger and stronger, far surpassing the life forms on the Master-Teacher continent and the Azure. On top of that, the otherworldly demonic tribe was born with incredible strength, and their lifespan far exceeded that of humans. This was also the reason why they were so powerful. If not for the emergence of Xianxia, it would have been nigh impossible for the humans of the Master-Teacher continent to drive them back to the ancient battlefield. Your cultivation progresses after coming here. Could it be that your predecessors also have this unique aura in their bodies, and that's why their cultivation gradually declined like Fengjoga's? Xianxia suddenly asked. The reason why Fengjoga's cultivation gradually declined was due to him entering the abyss beneath Spirit Origin Royal City. If his deduction was correct, the residents of Spirit Origin Royal City had also been infected by the Grey Aura, causing their cultivation to fall further and further from semi-divinity realm to high immortal, true immortal, pseudo-immortal, ancient sage, great sage, and saint realm. This. I don't know either. Vicious shook his head. It seems like I'll have to find a way to enter the abyss to find out. It didn't take long for Xianxia to come to a decision. Raising his head to look at the young man before him, he asked, "Can you bring me over to take a look?" This? Fengjoga hesitated. That place was simply too dangerous. Even the current him could not help but feel a little fearful. There's no need to worry. If there's any danger, we can just retreat. Your physical condition is a little unique, so I'm only suppressing it for the time being. If we want to resolve the problem completely, we'll have to head to the place where it happened to look for the root of the problem. Xianxia. He had no choice but to head to the abyss, so he had no choice but to say so. Of course, it wasn't exactly a lie. If they didn't find out exactly what this gray gas was, it was highly likely that it would repeat itself. It was better to get a result in one go so that everyone could rest assured. All right, I'll bring you there, gritting his teeth, Fengjoga nodded. However, if you want to enter, you'll need an item. That item is in the clan, so you'll have to make a trip back. Are you talking about returning to your family? Xianxia frowned. Not even conferred god kings are able to reach the bottom of the abyss, and it's extremely dangerous. So, in order to prevent any accidents from happening, the three conferred god kings sealed the passageway with their energy, such that only those who possess a special token from their respective clans are allowed to enter. Fengjoga nodded. If we don't get it, even if we get here, we'll be blocked outside. Xianxia nodded. While his cultivation had improved significantly, it was still impossible for him to sneak past the seals left behind by the three conferred god kings. Rather than getting into trouble, he might as well follow Fengjoga back to the Inferno Phoenix clan. It just so happened that he was going to disguise himself as a member of the Inferno Phoenix clan, and if he were to barge into the Inferno Phoenix clan directly, he would definitely be suspected. After coming to a decision, the two of them left the restaurant and headed back to the mansion. What? You still don't want to leave? Or do you want us to look for Lord Fengchao and Lord Fengxiang? Seeing that Xianxia had just been chased away like a beggar, the guard at the entrance frowned upon seeing him return at this moment. I don't want to leave. Tell Fengchao and Fengxiang to come over. Fengjoga had regained his confidence, so he decided not to bicker with the guard and replied with a smile. You're courting death. The guard harumphed coldly before walking back into the mansion. Not too long later, footsteps sounded, and Fengchao and Fengxiang, who had humiliated him earlier, walked out. I was wondering who it was that came to look for us. Do you think that you haven't been beaten up enough? Do you want to give it another try? Fengchao sneered coldly as he jabbed his finger at Fengjoga. Ever since Fengjoga's cultivation stagnated, he had become the punching bag for the two of them to vent their anger on. Pung, before Fengjoga could finish his words, he was already sent flying, crashing heavily into the door. His face paled, and large mouthfuls of blood spurted from his mouth. I do think that I haven't beaten you up enough, but you won't be the one beating me up. I'll be the one beating you up. Harumphing coldly, Feng Jiuge took a step forward and appeared before the other young man, Feng Xiang. Not expecting that the trash whom he had been bullying would send his brother flying with a single kick, Feng Xiang hurriedly retreated in shock. However, as fast as he retreated, the other party was even faster. In the next moment, a slap came flying toward him. Under the resounding slap, the arrogant core disciple immediately fell to the ground. His body twitched uncontrollably, and his teeth fell all over the floor. Feng Jiuge, have you recovered your strength? That's impossible. What are you trying to do? Seeing how Feng Jiuge had defeated the two core disciples with just 2 moves, they swiftly retreated in disbelief. 2 years ago, Feng Jiuge had been the idol of the entire clan. They had thought that he would never be able to recover his former glory, but who could have thought that in just an hour's time, not only had his disposition changed, his fighting prowess had also increased. Nothing much. I just want to regain my lost dignity, Feng Jiuge said with a sharp glint in his eyes. As one of the top geniuses of the clan, he had been sought after by countless people back then. However, after he fell from grace, he had been bullied even more severely. Now that he had recovered his strength, it was only right for him to show off to those who had bullied him. The talented Feng Jiuge whom countless people looked up to, had returned. You have lost the bloodline of the Inferno Phoenix clan, and you have been expelled from the clan. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the Inferno Phoenix clan for making a move on us? Seeing that Feng Jiuge's aura was growing stronger and stronger, Feng Xiang hurriedly retreated in fear. So what if Feng Jiuge had recovered his cultivation? He had just had his bloodline checked, and the power of his bloodline had disappeared. Even if he were to return, he would not be able to enter the clan, let alone regain his identity as a core disciple. Without that identity, no matter how powerful he was, he would only be an unaffiliated cultivator. With limited resources, his future achievements would be limited as well. Becoming a god king would be the greatest hurdle that he would ever face. Feng Jiuge suddenly halted. The other party was right. Even though he had no idea why his bloodline had disappeared, the previous check had confirmed that it had indeed disappeared. Feng Jiuge couldn't help but turn to his teacher, only to see the latter smiling. Since you have recovered your cultivation, perhaps your bloodline might be able to recover as well. The gray aura in Feng Jiuge's body would only devour Xianxia and not alter a person's bloodline. The only reason it had not been detected previously was probably due to the gray aura suppressing it. This was similar to how one could not sense the bloodline of the gods in Starchaser Palace or the Master Teacher continent. Now that the gray aura had been cleansed, his bloodline should be able to recover. In fact, it might even become purer after being cleansed by his Heaven's Path Xianxia. Alright then. Feng Jiuge nodded. Even though he was doubtful that his bloodline would reappear after the bloodline test was over, he had complete trust in his teacher. Paying no heed to the injured Feng Xiang and Feng Chao, the two of them walked into the Inferno Phoenix residence. As soon as they stepped into the residence, a group of people immediately rushed up to them. It seemed like the matter of Feng Jiuge recovering his strength and injuring someone had already reached the Inferno Phoenix clan. In just a few dozen breaths, so many people had already rushed over. As expected of the leader of the 3 premier clans of the Sky of Spirit Origin, the speed at which news traveled was truly incredible. Jiuge, you have already been expelled from the clan, but you still dared to barge in and injure a core disciple of our clan? Are you trying to rebel? A young man standing at the very front said with a frown. Being expelled from the clan meant that he had nothing to do with it anymore. Barging in once more was no different from challenging the authority of the clan. Feng Jiang, I think that the bloodline test was inaccurate, so I would like to come back and redo it. Feng Jiuge said. As long as you clear the test, you will still be a core disciple and a member of our clan. Sparring with one another isn't considered a rebellion, right? Feng Jiang frowned. He took a closer look at the young man before him. It had only been 4 hours since they last met, but the aura that the other party exuded was clearly different from before. His cultivation had actually reached high-tier celestial god as well. More importantly, the aura and confidence that the other party exuded reminded one of 2 years ago. 2 years ago, the young man had dominated the Inferno Phoenix clan, possessing the disposition of a god king. Even he would have to lower his head in respect before the other party. He found it hard to accept that the trash he had been 2 years ago had suddenly made a comeback. Redo the test? Feng Jiang harumphed coldly. Do you think that the bloodline test is a joke that you can test as you please? In order to test one's bloodline within the clan, a certain amount of resources had to be expended. Most disciples only had a single chance to test their bloodline once in their lifetime, and Feng Jiuge was also a special case. He had only been tested twice, and if he wanted to continue, did he really think that it was still 2 years ago where he could come and go as he pleased? I know that the test isn't child's play. A certain price must be paid, and I'll pay for it. Feng Jiuge said. Even though his cultivation had been declining over the past few years, as a member of the Inferno Phoenix race and a former God King candidate, he still had some savings. Even though it was not much, it was more than enough to test his bloodline. You'll pay? Harumphing coldly, Feng Jiang suddenly thought of something. With a glint in his eyes, he revealed a playful smile and said, How about this? No matter what, you were once a core disciple of our clan. I'll give you a chance to challenge the grand formation of 9 phoenixes. If I can break through, I can return to the clan. If I can't, then there's nothing I can do. That's right, let's challenge the formation. Didn't you recover your strength? If you can succeed, we'll acknowledge you. If you can't, you can only blame yourself for not being strong enough. The crowd burst into laughter as they gloated over Feng Jiuji's misfortune. The grand formation of 9 phoenixes. Feng Jiuji's face warped in horror as he narrowed his eyes. Why? You don't dare to challenge it? If that's the case, you can just admit that you're causing trouble here. Men, capture him and bring him to the hall of interrogation. We'll see what he's up to. Feng Jiang waved his hand grandly. Yes. 4 young men immediately stepped out from the crowd and walked over with smiles on their faces. Let's go, our former young master Zhou Gu. You've recovered your strength, but without your bloodline, you're nothing more than an unaffiliated cultivator. Do you really think that you'll be able to enjoy the privileges you once enjoyed after losing the protection of the clan? Back then, Feng Jiuge had been arrogant, and many members of the clan had suffered under his hands. As such, he wasn't too popular with the others. What's the grand formation of 9 phoenixes? Seeing the attitude of the crowd and Feng Jiuge, Xianxia frowned and sent a telepathic message over. Reporting to teacher, the grand formation of 9 phoenixes is the only way for an expelled disciple of the Inferno Phoenix clan to earn the acknowledgement of the clan. Only by defeating all of them will you be considered to have passed the test. Feng Jiuge's expression was not too good. I've looked at the clan's nearly 3,000 years of history. A total of 317 descendants who were expelled from the clan came back to challenge the trial, but in the end, only 3 of them passed. The rest, almost all of them died. Dead? Xianxia was taken aback. Out of more than 300 people, only 3 had passed. That was a 1% chance. Although he had been expelled from the clan, he was still a member of the clan. He didn't have to be so ruthless when he returned to challenge the trial, right? Those who are expelled from the clan usually commit unforgivable crimes. Even if they manage to return, they won't be able to fit in with the others. Thus, they aren't welcomed back. That's why the person in charge of the examination was so ruthless, not going easy on him at all. Since it's so dangerous, why do people insist on coming back and breaking through such a difficult formation? So what if he wasn't from the Phoenix clan? Isn't it good to be outside, just like him? Before he returned to the Zhang family, he was also living a carefree life. Teacher, you might not be aware of this, but the reason why these people challenge the 9 Phoenix formation is because, regardless of whether they succeed or fail, they will be buried in the ancestral tomb after their death, and their descendants will have a chance to return to the clan. However, if they choose not to challenge the formation or retreat, they will be separated from the Inferno Phoenix clan forever. Feng Jiuge shook his head. Xianxia nodded in realization. Fallen leaves return to their roots. No one would want to be unable to return to the clan after their death, let alone implicating their descendants. As such, those who return to challenge the trial are those who are nearing the end of their lifespan. In other words, they are willing to die. For this reason, the 9 Phoenix formation is also known as the formation of death. It's the only way for those who have been expelled from the clan to return to the clan and enter the ancestral hall. Feng Zhouge's complexion turned awful. He's clearly trying to kill me by asking me to challenge the trial. He was only in his 20s at the moment, and he didn't know how long it would take for him to reach the end of his lifespan. How high are the cultivation of the people guarding the trial? Xianxia asked. The 9 Phoenix formation was guarded by 9 people. While the formation was important, what was more important was the strength of the 9 people guarding the formation. In other words, it's 9 against 1. Given that they share the same bloodline and the formation, how is it possible for them to emerge victorious? Feng Zhouge asked. 9 against 1? 9 against 1? Xianxia chuckled. He had been wondering how difficult the trial would be, but why did it sound like it was nothing at all? Putting everything aside, just the inceptive sage examination that Xingyang had faced back then was already many times more difficult than this. Xingyang's trial required one to challenge the dragon's tail, dragon's body, and dragon's head. Every single trial was guarded by someone with a higher cultivation than him. If he wanted to clear the trial, he would have to defeat all of them. The trial that Feng Zhouge was speaking of was clearly lacking in comparison. Even though the trial would be slightly more difficult for him to clear, if he used the formation well, he would be able to boost his strength instead. Take Feng Zhouge for example. The more formidable the formation was, the greater the backlash he would suffer once he found the flaws in it. Just like a spring, the greater the pressure, the more resilient it would be. Once we set up the formation, Feng Jiang will have to take part in it. Even though there was a difference in our strength 2 years ago, it wasn't by much. However, he has been cultivating diligently for the past few years, and I've been weakening all this while. It's already difficult for me to defeat him in a duel, not to mention, there are 8 people who are on par with him in a formation. Feng Zhouge's voice was laced with uncertainty. Over the past 2 years, he had been severely injured, and he hadn't been able to receive any resources from the clan. Be it in terms of battle prowess or battle prowess, he was far inferior to the other party. Not to mention, the other party wasn't even the strongest of the 9. It could be said that if he were to challenge the trial, he would surely die. Seeing the state that Feng Zhouge was in, Xianxia smiled encouragingly. Zhouge, do you believe in me? Of course. Feng Zhouge nodded. If not for this teacher of his, he would have been crippled forever. It was the other party who had given him hope, so how could he not believe in him? Since you believe in him, accept his challenge and participate in the trial of the 9 Phoenix Grand Formation, Xianxia said. Accept? Feng Zhouge was stunned. But teacher, don't worry, there won't be any problems, Xianxia said with a smile. All right. Seeing how confident his teacher was, Feng Zhouge took a deep breath and waved his hand to stop the 2 young men. There's no need to make a move. I've decided to challenge the trial. Challenge the trial? Everyone was stunned. Feng Jiang thought that he had heard wrongly. Are you certain? Even though he had said those words, he didn't think that Feng Zhouge would agree to it. After all, this was something that only those who were nearing the end of their lifespan would do. A celestial god realm pinnacle, who was only in his 20s, still had nearly 1,000 years to live. Why would he choose to commit suicide at this moment? Yes. Feng Zhouge said. It seems like not only have you recovered your cultivation, you've also regained your strength. Let me see if I have the qualifications to do so, Feng Jiang sneered, and with a stomp of his foot, he rushed over. As a high-tier celestial god, he was only half a step away from becoming a god king. As soon as he made his move, the air in the courtyard froze, and the energy of the world began to flow madly. To think that you would be able to comprehend the god kings to a certain extent. As expected of an expert from the fiery Phoenix clan, Xianxia nodded to himself. In terms of strength, the young man before him might not be a match for Ao Hua the Sky of Cloud Dragon, but his every move harnessed the power of the heavens. It seemed like he had comprehended the power of a god king to a certain extent. If one couldn't find a weakness, it would be extremely difficult to win. Seeing his attack, Feng Zhouge broke out in cold sweat. It was true that Xianxia had made a huge breakthrough in his cultivation, but he had been dejected for 2 years. Not only was he unable to adapt to his new powers, his comprehension of the power of heaven and earth was also far beneath that of the other party. If he were to continue fighting, his chances of victory would be slim. Pung. Pung, in just a few moves, he was already at a disadvantage. Even though he wasn't severely injured, he was no longer a match for Xianxia. How dare you challenge the 9 Phoenix Grand Formation when your strength is beneath mine? Feng Jiang harumphed coldly. You sure don't know your place. Feng Jiuge halted his attacks and looked at Xianxia with a look of humiliation. Even 2 years ago, he might not have been able to clear the 9 Phoenix Grand Formation, let alone now. He really couldn't understand why his teacher insisted on having him compete with him. I'm indeed not a match for you in my current state. Can you give me 2 hours? I guarantee that I'll be able to clear the 9 Phoenix Grand Formation within 2 hours. Seeing through Feng Jiuji's worry and doubt, Xianxia didn't bother replying. Instead, he turned to Feng Jiang and asked with a smile. Who are you? Feng Jiang frowned. He had thought that the other party was one of Feng Jiuji's subordinates, but considering how young he was, it was clear that he wasn't. I am Feng Xian, a member of the side family of the Inferno Phoenix clan. I'm here today to participate in the selection round, Xianxia replied calmly. Feng Xian? Feng Jiang was stunned for a moment before harumphing coldly. How dare a member of the side family boast so arrogantly? The members of the side family usually had weak bloodlines. Even if they were on par with one another, they wouldn't be a match for a core disciple. Yet, a fellow who had never entered the Inferno Phoenix clan actually dared to boast like that. So what if I'm a member of the side family? No one has ever said that a member of the side family is inferior to a core disciple, Xianxia replied with a smile. A bunch of nonsense. You're just exaggerating. Men, take this boastful fellow down as well. Feng Jiang bellowed. Voila, the 2 young men from before rushed forward to grab Xianxia's arms. However, before they could even reach him, the young man had already appeared right before them and swung his shoulders twice. Pung pung, with 2 deep groans, the 2 young men were sent flying. Their faces paled, indicating that they had sustained significant injuries. Feng Jiang narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He could have done what the other party had just done as well, but he wouldn't have done it so easily. Could it be that this young man from the side family was stronger than him? It's no wonder why you dared to boast so arrogantly. Let me see what you have up your sleeves then. Feng Jiang bellowed coldly as he raised his hand to grab Xianxia. Just like how he had fought Feng Jiuge earlier, he sealed off the surroundings and suppressed Xianxia with his might. His move carried the might to suppress the heavens and earth. It's good that you used this move. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to you later on. Xianxia turned to Feng Jiuge and said, this is the move that he used against you earlier. Let me show you how you should retaliate with your current strength. After saying those words, Xianxia took a step forward as well, and when he was 5 meters away from Feng Jiang, he abruptly stopped. As soon as Xianxia stopped, Feng Jiang's attack immediately became much more difficult to deal with. Even though Xianxia was able to reach Feng Jiang's attack, it felt as if the flow of energy had been severed, causing its might to weaken significantly. Feng Jiang's palm art drew on the power of the heavens and earth, and Xianxia's position was the Ming Men of the battle technique. Once he found the Ming Men of the battle technique, he would have no choice but to rely on his own cultivation. However, as expected of one of the top experts of the Inferno Phoenix clan, Feng Jiang's reaction was swift. He swiftly drove his Jinqi without any hesitation. This time, instead of drawing on the power of the heavens and earth, he was using his own Jinqi. Over the past 2 years, he had cultivated to high-tier celestial god realm pinnacle with the help of countless resources. While he was still a distance away from reaching God King realm pinnacle, he was still not an opponent that most cultivators of the same cultivation realm would be able to stand against. In fact, it was hard to say whether Qiyu from the Qi clan would be able to withstand his attack. In the face of such an attack, Xianxia did not dodge at all. Instead, he placed his hands behind his back and chuckled softly. Just as the attack was about to reach him, he puffed up his cheeks and exhaled deeply. Voila, the qi in the air formed a sword light. When Feng Jiang brought out his full power, the veritable qi in the air was like a punctured balloon, scattering everywhere. At the same time, it felt as if a torrent of water had fallen on an umbrella. Ding 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 ding, the impact of the attack struck the ground, creating a circular crater around Xianxia. However, none of it landed on him at all. Walking forward leisurely, he neutralized Feng Jiang's attack in a single breath. All of this made him look like a tiger amidst a flock of sheep. They were on a completely different level from one another. No matter how powerful an attack is, as long as I can find its weakness, I'll be able to destroy it in a single strike. He's not that scary either, Xianxia said with a light chuckle as he continued walking forward. The next moment, he appeared in front of Feng Jiang, less than half a meter away from him. Not expecting the young man before him to be so powerful that his strongest attack was completely ineffective, Feng Jiang panicked. He was just about to leap backward when he suddenly felt something tripping him. Pung, he fell to the ground, and his entire body was covered in mud. The surroundings fell completely silent. The reason why Feng Jiang fell was because the young man before him had stretched out his leg to trip him. Such a move was only used by commoners, but a celestial god realm pinnacle cultivator was actually using it. Knowing what the crowd was thinking, Xianxia chuckled. There's no such thing as superiority or inferiority in one's moves. What matters is victory. Had it been any other time, putting aside Feng Jiang, even the most ordinary low-tier celestial gods would not have been able to withstand such a move. However, Feng Jiang had done it for real this time. It was not that Feng Jiang's attack was particularly profound, but that his attack had been neutralized, and he had gotten so close to Feng Jiang that his state of mind had already been thrown into disarray. How was he supposed to fight with a confused state of mind? How was he supposed to win, in a duel? The stronger one's Xianxia and Cultivation did not guarantee victory. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many astounding comebacks. Have you comprehended anything? Returning to Feng Jiaoge's side, Xianxia saw that his new disciple still had a doubtful look on his face. Cultivators in the immortal world relied too much on their martial techniques, bloodlines, and power. Although it was true that they could stun their opponents with their god power and true energy, a true battle wasn't about flashy moves. Instead, it was about one's understanding of battle. If he was fast, he might not be able to land a punch on his opponent. Even 100 punches in a single second would be futile. But if he was able to land a single punch in half a second, as long as he could land a punch on his opponent, he would be able to claim victory. I understand, Feng Jiaoji's lips trembled. He knew that since his teacher was able to obtain that token, his strength would definitely be in the top 30 of the God King potential board. It shouldn't be difficult for him to defeat Feng Jiang. It was just that he didn't expect his teacher to be so powerful. However, being powerful and letting others be powerful were two different things. Could the other party really let him pass through the 9 Phoenix Great Formation in a short time? Oh, tell me about it then, Xianxia said. Feng Jiaoge pondered and said, no matter how powerful a move is, it can only be called powerful if it's executed properly. Otherwise, it's just a flowery fist without substance. Not bad. You have a good grasp of it. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. From the cultivation technique he had imparted to Xianxia previously, he could tell that even though Feng Jiaoge had not received any good training over the past 2 years, his talent was still outstanding. That was also why he had boasted that it would take him 2 hours. Yet, seeing how he was able to comprehend it so quickly, most probably, it would take him less than 2 hours. Are you really a member of our clan? While Xianxia was explaining the situation, Feng Jiang stood up. Even though he was on the verge of exploding with rage, he didn't rush forward. Instead, he turned to Xianxia and asked. Xianxia nodded. If you don't believe me, you can test my bloodline. With a disguised token, it was impossible for him to test one's bloodline. Seeing how confident Feng Jiaoge was, Feng Jiang pondered for a moment before saying, wait here for a moment. I'll go in to report the matter and prepare the 9 Phoenix Great Formation. Feng Jiaoge has been expelled from the clan, so he has to challenge the 9 Phoenix Great Formation. So, as long as he's able to clear the 9 Phoenix Great Formation, he'll have to test your bloodline. As long as the other party's cultivation reached a certain level, there was no need for them to challenge the 9 Phoenix Great Formation. The fact that even Feng Jiaoge was unable to defeat him was a testament to his strength. Nodding, Xianxia turned to his new disciple and said, you have some time to learn now. No matter how fast Feng Jiaoge was, it would take at least 4 hours for him to finish preparing the 9 Phoenix Great Formation. This was a good opportunity for him to impart his comprehension of battle techniques to his new disciple. Xianxia activated his impartation of heaven's will and imparted his comprehension of battle techniques to Feng Jiugu. Initially, Feng Jiugu was still a little hesitant, but after hearing the first sentence, he immediately fell into a trance. The battle techniques and knowledge he was imparting to him were many times more profound than what he had learned in the past. The more he learned, the more he realized how shallow his previous comprehension was. Some time later, when Feng Jiang appeared before him once more, Feng Jiugu finally recovered from his daze, and excitement gleamed in his eyes. In less than 2 hours of learning, he had already gained a new understanding of battle techniques. Compared to this, the battle techniques he had learned previously were no different from fighting an ordinary animal. He had no idea whether he would be able to defeat the 9 Phoenix Great Formation or not, but if he were to encounter an expert of Feng Jiang's caliber once more, even if all 9 of them were to work together, he would still be able to put up a fight. "Thank you, teacher." Feng Jiugu kneeled to the ground. It was only at this moment that he realized how great of a coincidence it was for him to acknowledge the young man before him as his teacher. Most likely, only the old ancestor of the Zhang clan would have such a deep understanding of this battle technique. Seeing the genius of the Zhang clan kneeling before a mere member of the side family, Feng Jiang's complexion turned awful. However, in the end, he chose not to say anything. Instead, he harrumphed coldly and said, "Let's go." Following behind Feng Jiugu, the two of them soon arrived at a quiet location. There were dozens of massive phoenix sculptures erected in the surroundings, sealing off the dueling ring at the center. This is the sparring ground of the Zhang clan. The 9 Phoenix Formation has already been prepared, so there's still time for you to back out. Otherwise, once the duel begins, there'll be no turning back. Feng Jiang paused for a moment before he said. As much as he hated the young man before him, he didn't want him to die just yet. "I won't back out." Feng Jiugu nodded. "Let's begin then," Feng Jiang said as he stepped onto the dueling ring. Wang, with a soft sound, the mist above the arena dissipated, and 8 tall figures appeared in their line of sight. Feng Su, Feng Yuanqing, Feng Qingyan. Upon seeing the appearances of the 8 figures, Feng Jiugu clenched his fists tightly. He had thought that the cultivators of the 9 Phoenix Formation would be on par with Feng Jiang, but from the looks of it, he had been too naive. Casually counting, there were actually as many as 5 people whose strength surpassed Feng Jiang. How was he supposed to fight them? This was especially so for Feng Su, who was ranked 3rd on the board of potential god kings of the sky of spirit origin. Even though Feng Jiugu had the potential to become a god king back then, the reason why he was valued by his clan was because of his potential, not his fighting prowess. Feng Su was already over 600 years old, and he had already exhausted all of his potential. As such, he wasn't qualified to compete with Feng Jiugu back then. However, his fighting prowess was undeniable. Just the fact that he was ranked 3rd on the board of potential god kings was enough to send countless people into despair. "Are you afraid?" Seeing through Feng Jiugu's worries, Xianxia asked. "No, it's just that. I'm not that confident." Feng Jiugu gritted his teeth. As profound as what he had just learned was, he had only comprehended it 2 hours ago. Furthermore, he hadn't put it into practice yet, so he wasn't too sure if it was powerful or not. If he were to be attacked by so many experts at once, he wouldn't even know how he died. "As long as you execute the battle technique I have just imparted to you, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to break the formation," Xianxia said. "Yes." Feng Jiugu nodded. Without any hesitation, he leaped forward and dashed toward the dueling ring. As soon as he entered the dueling ring, the 9 figures that he had seen earlier vanished in an instant. They were trapped in the formation, as if they had never existed in the first place. Feng Jiugu took a step forward, only to feel a chill behind him. "Teacher said that if I were to turn around in such a situation, I would fall into the trap set up by the other party. If I were to charge forward, I would fall into their trap as well. The only way is to return to my original position and attack them at the same time." Without any hesitation, Feng Jiugu took a step back to where he had been standing previously. It was extremely dangerous for him to take a step back after being attacked from behind. He could very well end up walking right into the spearhead of the other party's spear. However, there was no other choice at this point. As soon as Feng Jiuge's foot landed on the ground, he immediately kicked forward with his other foot. Pong, as soon as his foot landed on the ground, a deep groan sounded. It seemed like someone had been struck. This, Feng Jiuge's eyes lit up. He had only intended to test the other party's strength, so he didn't harbor too much hope. After all, given that the other party was controlling the formation, the other party should be able to notice it in advance. Who could have thought that he would actually succeed? Teacher said that once I succeed, the people on both sides will definitely take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack in order to prevent me from chasing after them. And to prevent such a thing from happening, I don't need to dodge or evade too much. I just need to return to my original position. His teacher's words echoed in his mind again. Previously, when he took a step forward, the spot where he was standing and the spot where he stepped out from weren't attacked. This meant that there were no enemies in those two spots. As long as he used it well, he could achieve unexpected results. Retracting his body, Xianxia returned to his original position. Immediately, he felt two forces brushing past him and colliding with each other. It really works. Seeing that it was exactly as his teacher had predicted, Feng Jiuge nodded excitedly. Turning his body around, he kicked at a certain spot once more. Bang, another muffled groan sounded. Before the other assailant could make a move, he was kicked in the chest. After a few more moves, Feng Jiuge's previous fear vanished. His eyes gleamed as he charged toward the person who was attacking him. Outside the arena, diagonally across from where Xianxia stood, there were several old men standing on top of a pavilion that reached into the clouds. Not only has Feng Jiuge recovered his strength, he even wants to challenge the 9 Phoenix Grand Formation. This is truly beyond my expectations. A blue-bearded old man said. He was the first elder of the Inferno Phoenix clan, Feng Danqing. Back then, he had thought highly of Feng Jiuge. He thought that the latter would become a god king and raise the influence of the Inferno Phoenix clan, but who could have thought that he would lose his life in a single trial? Over the past 2 years, he had looked for quite a few people, but he was unable to resolve Feng Jiuge's condition. Left with no choice, he decided to give up on the matter. Who could have thought that the latter would return right after leaving the Inferno Phoenix clan, and even challenge the trial? What in the world had this once talented genius eaten? I just found out that after leaving the Inferno Phoenix clan, Feng Jiuge met an unaffiliated cultivator who had wandered outside the clan. I treated his illness and helped him achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. An old man said. The second elder of the Inferno Phoenix clan, Feng Yuntian. I heard that the unaffiliated cultivator had a duel with Feng Jiang, and he was stronger than the latter? Feng Danqing asked. That's right. That unaffiliated cultivator isn't as simple as he seems, Feng Yuntian replied. Feng Jiuge has undergone a complete transformation as well. The experiences he had over the past 2 years had calmed his state of mind. Even if he fails the trial, he's still qualified to return to the clan. Feng Danqing stroked his beard and said. Feng Yuntian nodded. As the person in charge of the Inferno Phoenix clan, he didn't wish for any of the clan's geniuses to fall. However, he couldn't allow them to return so easily either. Thus, the 9 Phoenix Grand Formation had to continue. As for which side would emerge victorious, it was up to them to decide. Feng Jiuge must be in a really bad state to be struggling in the formation. Tell Feng Su and the others to just let him suffer a little. Don't damage his foundation, lest he be unable to cultivate in the future. Standing by the window, Feng Danqing calculated the time Feng Jiuge had taken to enter the formation before instructing. The 9 Phoenix Grand Formation was shrouded in thick mist, such that even they were unable to peer through it. However, this formation allowed Feng Su, Feng Yuanqing, and Feng Qingyan to enter at the same time. Even if Feng Jiuge was doubled, tripled, or even tripled, they still wouldn't be able to defeat him. The only reason they were still doing this was to teach Feng Jiuge a lesson. Alright, I'll send a message right away. Feng Yuntian nodded. A moment later, he frowned and said, they didn't reply. Could it be that Feng Jiuge was too weak and couldn't withstand the trial and was killed? Even if they wanted to teach Feng Jiuge a lesson, they had to have the qualifications to do so. If Feng Jiuge was too weak, he could only blame himself for being too weak. He couldn't blame anyone else. Killed? Feng Danqing frowned and ordered, "Stop the formation." "All right." Feng Yuntian nodded. With a tap of his finger, he sent a surge of energy into the mist. Even though there were 9 people controlling the 9 Phoenix Grand Formation, the true authority was still in their hands. If they wanted to stop it, they could do so with a single thought. The air above the dueling ring rippled intensely, and the mist slowly dissipated. Feng Jiuge couldn't even last 3 minutes before being killed. So what if he's dead? It's nothing much, fearing that the first elder would be displeased, Feng Yuntian explained. However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly caught sight of the situation on the dueling ring, and his mouth widened in shock. By the side, Feng Danqing also widened his eyes in shock. On the dueling ring, Feng Jiuge, whom they thought had already been killed, was still chasing after Feng Su and the others, who were trembling in fear, retreating non-stop. How is this possible? Feng Yuntian was rendered speechless. Even he wasn't a match for Feng Su and the others. Other than God Kings, no one in the clan was a match for them. Even God Kings wouldn't be able to break through the formation formed by the 9 of them easily. How long had it been? In less than 5 minutes, the 9 of them had already been pummeled by Feng Jiuge. Are you for real? Feng Danqing was dumbfounded. He had thought that Feng Jiuge would be pummeled miserably this time, but who could have thought that the tables would turn? He turned his gaze back to the dueling ring, only to see an excited young man standing proudly on the stage. "All of you, kneel down and hold your heads while saying that we've lost, Feng Su, Feng Jiang," and the others trembled uncontrollably. Their faces were so swollen that it was hard to tell who was who. "That's more like it." Feng Jiuge heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that everyone had admitted to it. Initially, he thought that he would lose without a doubt, but who could have thought that when he used the method that his teacher had imparted to him, he would be able to break through the 9 Phoenix formation effortlessly. It was as if his teacher had studied the workings of a formation, how the people within it would launch a sneak attack, and where the flaws of the formation were. While others might not know anything about him, he knew them like the back of his hand. Naturally, the formation was crushed in a single blow. Even with the combined might of the 9 of them, they were still unable to withstand it. "Teacher," Feng Jiuge returned to Xianxia's side and looked at his teacher, who was even younger than him, in awe. All of the hesitation he had felt earlier had turned into admiration and respect. "You've cleared the trial of the 9 Phoenix Great Formation. Congratulations on your return to the clan, Jiuge." Before Xianxia could say anything, the first elder, Feng Danqing, and second elder, Feng Yuntian, walked up to Feng Jiuge. They had no idea what had happened to Feng Jiuge, but it was a fact that he had successfully cleared the trial and returned to the clan. "First elder, second elder." Feng Jiuge clasped his fist and bowed. The 2 elders nodded in response. Feng Danqing turned to Xianxia and asked, "Are you a member of the clan who was lost?" "I am." "Feng Xian." Xianxia clasped his fist. "Very good, test your bloodline with Jiuge. As long as you can reach the level of an outer disciple, I'll give you the treatment of a core disciple," Feng Danqing said. According to the news, the changes that had happened to Feng Jiuge had something to do with the young man standing before him. Without a doubt, the young man's strength was definitely not beneath that of Feng Jiuge. As long as he possessed the bloodline of the tribe, he would be qualified to receive the greatest nurturing. After saying those words, the first elder flicked his wrist and took out a round stone. This is called the Phoenix Cry Stone. It is more accurate to test one's bloodline than the blood pool. Seeing the confusion in the duo's eyes, Feng Danqing explained, "As long as you drip a drop of your blood onto the Inferno Phoenix bloodline, an Inferno Phoenix will appear. The clearer the Fire Phoenix, the stronger the bloodline power." "Yes." Feng Jiuge took the stone. The reason why he was chased out of the clan was due to the disappearance of his bloodline during the previous test. Now that he was being tested once more, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Taking a deep breath, Xianxian cut his finger and dripped a droplet of blood on the Phoenix Cry Stone. Wang, the cry of an Inferno Phoenix echoed in the air. Following which, a distinct Inferno Phoenix suddenly appeared on the stone. The flames around it burned furiously, as if it would leap out at any moment. The manifestation of the Inferno Phoenix. The purity of your bloodline has reached grade 8. Otherwise, your bloodline might even be stronger than that. Feng Danqing couldn't believe what he was hearing. The bloodline of the Inferno Phoenix clan could be divided into 10 different grades. Over the years, the bloodline of the Inferno Phoenix clan had gradually diluted. Most of the time, it would be difficult for them to even reach grade 1. In fact, there were quite a few members of the Inferno Phoenix clan who were unable to evolve due to their excessive marriage with humans. Not long after Feng Jioge was born, he had undergone a bloodline test, and the result was that his bloodline purity was grade 6. Who could have thought that his bloodline would actually surpass that bottleneck and reach grade 8? With such a bloodline purity, it was already a given that he would become a god king. Feng Jioge's face twitched in disbelief. His bloodline had even risen to a higher level. He turned to look at his teacher once more, and the admiration in his eyes was so deep that it was about to overflow. Surely, this had something to do with him. To be able to alter Feng Jioge's bloodline, it meant that his teacher had already reached an unfathomable level. After Feng Jioge was done with the test, Feng Danqing turned to Xianxia and said, "It's your turn now." He was very curious about the unaffiliated cultivator, Feng Xian. Given how he was able to cultivate to high-tier celestial god realm pinnacle at such a young age without the support of his clan, could it be that his bloodline was even purer than Feng Jioge's? Zhang Xian took the stone from Feng Jioge's hand. He didn't rush into pricking his finger. Wang, the disguise amulet that Lozozi had given him came into effect. His bloodline began to resemble that of Feng Jioge's, turning him into a member of the Inferno Phoenix clan. After that was done, Zhang Xian took out the God King sword and slid it lightly on his finger. He had disguised the God King sword to the point that it looked no different from an ordinary sword. If he didn't use it, even God Kings would find it difficult to notice anything amiss. His blood dripped onto the stone. There was no change to the stone, and no Inferno Phoenix appeared either. It was as if nothing had happened. "Do you not have the bloodline of our clan?" Feng Danqing frowned. Feng Yantian was also a little perplexed. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a person without a bloodline to come here so openly. Zhang Xian was also stunned. Could it be that the bloodline of the Inferno Phoenix clan was so high that the disguise amulet that Lozozi had given him was unable to imitate it? Should I test it again? The reason he had come here was to impersonate a member of the Inferno Phoenix clan and compete for a slot to enter Spirit God Palace. If he couldn't get in, how was he supposed to find Lozozi? There's only one bloodline test. Feng Danqing was just about to speak when the stone in his hand suddenly flickered, and a golden phoenix abruptly appeared. There were no flames or flight. Instead, the phoenix seemed to be trembling weakly. "Feng Xiang, you're a grade 3 bloodline cultivator. Barely qualified to become a core member." Feng Danqing heaved a sigh of relief. While it wasn't as frightening as he had thought, a grade 3 bloodline was still not too bad. It was more than enough for him to become a core member. After all, he only possessed a grade 4 bloodline. Congratulations to Feng Xian for returning to the Inferno Phoenix clan. From today onward, you'll be a core member of our Inferno Phoenix clan. You'll enjoy the privileges of a core member. Feng Yantian passed a token over and said, "This is the token that represents your identity. With this, you'll be able to receive tributes and secret manuals from the clan every month." "Thank you." Zhang Xian nodded. While his bloodline wasn't as high as Luo Tianya's, it was still better for him to keep a low profile. It was enough for him to be able to sneak into the Inferno Phoenix clan. Everything else didn't matter. While no one was paying attention, the Inferno Phoenix suddenly swerved to the bottom of the stone. Putong! It fell from the sky and kneeled on the ground, as if it had lost all of its strength. At the same time, the old ancestor of the Inferno Phoenix clan, the Inferno Feather Conferred God King, abruptly opened his eyes. The Fire Phoenix clan tested the similarity of the Fire Phoenix Patriarch's blood. The Phoenix Crystone was a treasure refined using his blood. Under normal circumstances, the test of the bloodline of a descendant had nothing to do with him. However, for some reason, he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. It was as if something was suppressing his soul, causing him to not dare to refute. "Monarch?" Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. As a conferred God King, there was only one person in the world who could make him feel this way. However, The celestial monarch of the sky of spirit origin had already fallen. Why can I still feel his dense aura? Perhaps, it's just my imagination. Even if the god monarch is resurrected, it shouldn't have happened so quickly. The fire feather conferred god king shook his head as he recalled the words that the god monarch had left behind. He closed his eyes once more and muttered, "Let me take a look." That feeling only appeared for an instant before disappearing. He focused his mind and tried to investigate, but he found that it seemed to be blocked by the heavens. Even he couldn't find the root of it. He shook his head. Since that was the case, there was no need to be conflicted. It was better to improve his strength as soon as possible. If even god monarchs could be killed, conferred god kings could very well be killed during the next flood of spiritual energy. Back then, the firmament had been as calm as still water. Even ordinary god kings would have trouble dying there. However, with the flood of spiritual energy and the emergence of the heaven subjugation monarch, it was common for conferred god kings to fall, and it was no longer as safe as it used to be. Therefore, if they didn't have anything important to do now, they were basically in seclusion to cultivate. They were doing all they could to protect the clan and survive better in the current situation. After confirming his bloodline, Xianxia got what he wanted and qualified for the selection. As for the competition, there was nothing much to be said about it. Even the strongest of the Zhang clan wasn't a match for Feng Jiuge. The selection round lasted for 3 days, and the top 10 were finally decided. Unsurprisingly, Xianxia was ranked first, and Feng Jiuge was ranked second. To think that a person who had been chased out of the Inferno Phoenix clan would actually possess the strength to sweep through all of the younger generation. This news caused a huge commotion not only in the Inferno Phoenix clan, but even in Spirit Origin City. The competition between the 3 great clans will be held the day after tomorrow. I happen to be free today. Bring me to the place where you last trained. Xianxia found Feng Jiuge. The Fiery Phoenix clan had given them a day to rest and recuperate after selecting the candidates for the competition. They could use this opportunity to check out the deep pit and investigate the source of the strange aura in Feng Jiuge's body. Alright. It had not been easy for him to recover his bloodline and strength, so Feng Jiuge naturally did not want to lose them again. Without much hesitation, he nodded. The 2 of them were core disciples of the Zhang clan, and their standing in the Zhang clan was even higher than that of the elders. No one dared to stop them from heading out. Riding on the aerial divine beast, it took less than 2 hours for them to arrive at the bottom of the floating city. The enormous city floated in the air, covering the sky and covering the sun. A single feather lifted it up, emitting a faint golden light, as if it was a burning flame. Activating his eye of insight, Xianxia realized that the feather was yellow in color, and it looked a little familiar to him. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. Thus, he shook his head and decided not to dwell on it anymore. The deep pit below the city was pitch black. No one knew where it led to, and there was no end in sight. "Teacher, I went down from here back then," Feng Jiuge said as he pointed to a cliff by the side. Xianxia took a closer look and saw that someone had dug out a narrow passageway that extended all the way to the bottom of the cliff. "Let's head over to take a look." Xianxia instructed the aerial divine beast to wait on the other side of the cliff before taking the lead. The passageway was so narrow that only one person could pass through at a time. On the other side of the passageway was a bottomless pit that exuded immense pressure. Xianxia followed closely behind Feng Jiuge as he slowly made his way down. The deep pit exerted immense pressure on him, such that even the heaven's pathshinchi in his body seemed to be suppressed, making it difficult for him to circulate it. However, the purified pathos of heaven wasn't affected in the slightest. After walking for 2 hours, they were still unable to see the end of the pit. Suddenly, a thought flashed across Xianxia's mind, and he took out the pendant hanging on his chest. From the looks of it, Lozozi has been here before. Just like Lozozi's blood, the pendant in his hand was emanating a faint heat. "Teacher, there's no more path ahead. The last time I came here, I accidentally stumbled into a certain place, resulting in my cultivation plummeting." After walking for a while longer, Feng Jiuge's eyes glinted in awe. The first time he came here, he had lost all of his glory. He didn't want to come here a second time. Xianxia took a closer look and saw that the narrow passageway had disappeared. From the looks of it, the cultivator who had dug out the passageway had either died or returned. This place is completely barren. Why did you come here for a trial? Xianxia turned to look at Xianxia curiously. The so-called trial by fire was either to go to a place with treasures, or to experience danger in order to temper oneself. Along the way, he carefully looked around, but other than darkness, there was nothing else. He didn't even see an ordinary plant, so what was the point of coming here to train? Legend has it that there's a life form below that can allow one to achieve a breakthrough to God King. Grass of God King. Feng Jiuji's face reddened. I believe it, so I wanted to take a look. Grass of God King? Xianxia was stunned for a moment before a bitter smile appeared on his face. Putting aside whether such a life form existed or not, even if it did, it was impossible for one to achieve a breakthrough to God King just by swallowing it. Reaching God King required one's comprehension of the power of the heavens, and it wasn't something that could be helped by medicinal herbs. Nevertheless, the opportunity to achieve a breakthrough would still attract countless cultivators to investigate it. The opportunity to achieve a breakthrough to God King was extremely alluring to the countless life forms in the firmament. Wait here. I'll go down to take a look. If he doesn't come out within 4 hours, don't come back down. After understanding the reason, Xianxia decided not to ask any more questions. The unique energy flow that Feng Jiugu was emanating was extremely bizarre. If he were to head down again, there was a good chance that his cultivation would be sealed as well. Rather than risk his life, he might as well head down personally. Teacher, you have to be careful. Seeing how his teacher was willing to risk his life for him without any fear or hesitation, Feng Jiuji's eyes reddened once more. He was just an ordinary student, but his teacher was willing to sacrifice so much for him, even going so far as to lose his cultivation. With such a teacher, what more could he ask for? Xianxia turned to look at his reddened student, and a series of question marks appeared on his face. What's wrong with this child? All I did was go down the pit and return as soon as I encountered danger. There's no need for him to be so moved, right? Isn't he being a little too sentimental? Grabbing onto the wall, Xianxia slowly crawled down. It felt as if there was a powerful force that could swallow him whole at any moment. The deeper he went, the hotter the pendant around his neck became, and it felt as if it would melt at any moment. At the same time, driving his heaven's path Xianxia also became more and more taxing. It was as if this abyss was the bane of his cultivation technique. Pathos of heaven Xianxia, driving the pathos of heaven Xianxia, the pressure on Xianxia dissipated, and he continued his descent. Tzzzzzzzzzz. A moment later, dark gray energy flowed into his body through his acupoints. As expected, knowing that this would happen, Xianxia did not panic in the slightest. He swiftly drove his heaven's path Xianxia forward, and the two energies neutralized one another, resulting in a burst of green light. In the pitch-black abyss, the green light made Xianxia look like a deity floating in the air. The deeper he went, the more gray energy there was, and the greater the rate at which his heaven's path Xianxia was being depleted. At the same time, the surrounding space also began to show signs of instability. I'll be in great danger if I go any further. After descending for a while longer, Xianxia suddenly came to a halt. Even though he was still able to fly, the space around him had already become unstable. If he were to proceed any further, there was a good chance that he would fall into turbulence and vortexes. Judging from the power of these vortexes, it would be difficult for him to withstand them with his current cultivation. I'll stop here for now and purify my heaven's path Xianxia into pathos of heaven Xianxia. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia took out the God King sword and dug out a small hole before sitting down. Since he had already come all the way here, he was unwilling to return just like that. Since the gray energy was able to neutralize his heaven's path Xianxia, it would be a good opportunity for him to get rid of it, leaving only the pure pathos of heaven Xianxia in his body. He swiftly absorbed the gray energy and neutralized it with his heaven's path Xianxia, and it took him nearly 2 hours to finally deplete his heaven's path Xianxia completely. My Xianxia reserves are down to less than 100th. Previously, when the two types of Xianxia had fused together, his dantian had been filled with an ocean of Xianxia. However, with the neutralization of his heaven's path Xianxia, he had managed to refine the pathos of heaven Xianxia, but the amount of Xianxia that he had stored up had also decreased significantly. Roughly speaking, it was only 100th of what it was before. He did not know whether it was a good or bad thing that his Xianxia had been reduced by so much in such a short period of time. Without the heaven's path Xianxia, the pressure from the gray energy dissipated. Xianxia walked out of the depression and continued crawling downward. It didn't take long before they arrived at the vortex turbulence. The space there was flowing like liquid, such that even god kings would not be able to pass through it. With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia took out a high-tier celestial god artifact and extended it over. Buzz, the long sword was twisted into a unique arc, as if it had fallen into a laughing mirror. Retracting his hand, Xianxia realized that the distorted area could no longer be restored. The spirit within it had been extinguished. Space flows and distorts. Once one enters the vortex, one will adapt to it, and eventually, even one's life form will change. Knowing that his cultivation was still too low at the moment, there was a good chance that he would end up in the same state as the sword before him. Sighing deeply, he was just about to leave the area and return once his cultivation was higher when he suddenly noticed something rippling in the distorted space before him, reminiscent of ripples in water. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up as he activated his Eye of Insight to take a closer look. Within the distorted space, there were a few bizarre plants rooted on the cliff face, and they were swaying along with the flow of space. Life can actually grow here? Xianxia widened his eyes in disbelief. The distorted space before him was similar to a turbulence, constantly changing its direction. Under normal circumstances, if he were to enter the distorted space, his appearance would be altered, and he would be unable to recover, just like the sword. He didn't possess the strength and constitution to withstand it, and yet, the plants were actually able to survive it. What was going on? Could it be that the grass of God King that Feng Zhouge spoke of really exists? Is that it? Xianxia thought. Previously, when his student spoke of the matter, he had scoffed at it, thinking that it was impossible. However, after seeing the plants before him, he couldn't help but doubt himself. God Kings possessed a deep understanding of the laws of space, and the fact that the grass before him was able to survive in the distorted space meant that it had already adapted to the laws of space. If he could forge it into a pill and consume it, he might just be able to achieve a breakthrough to God King. But, how do I get it? Xianxia frowned. These medicinal herbs seemed to be growing in a place that wasn't too far away from the distorted space, but even high-tier celestial god artifacts were unable to stop him. How was he supposed to retrieve them? If he couldn't get his hands on them, no matter how valuable they would be useless. Little chick, I have something for you to do. Xianxia communicated with the little chick in his dantian. That fellow had already reached God King realm, making it stronger than him. On top of that, it possessed an indestructible body. Perhaps, it might be able to obtain those medicinal herbs. I was sleeping. Little chick flew out with a resentful look on its face. It lowered its head to take a look, and a hint of doubt surfaced in its eyes. This place. I seem to have been here before. You have been here before? Xianxia frowned. Did you remember something? The little chick had always said that it was a legendary beast that dominated the firmament, but it had never really remembered what it was. Even after becoming a god king, its mind was still blank. Could it be that it had managed to recall something? It's nothing. I just find it a little familiar. Little chick tilted its head and hesitated for a moment. Forget it. If I can't recall anything, I won't think about it anymore. As long as I continue to raise my cultivation, I should be able to recall something. Right, why did you summon me here? It was currently sleeping in his dantian, so there was no way that its master would call out to him. I suspect that the plants in the distorted space are the grass of God King, and they are capable of helping one achieve a breakthrough to God King realm. I'm unable to retrieve them with my current strength. Xianxia. The grass? Little chick was taken aback for a moment before nodding. That's possible. There's indeed something strange about the grass, Can you get them? Xianxia instructed. Just pluck them. Don't eat them. That fellow was a glutton. If it were to rush over and eat all of them, he couldn't possibly dig them out from its mouth and eat them himself. He would rather not achieve a breakthrough to God King than do something as disgusting as that. I'm already a God King, so this grass is useless to me. Don't worry, I won't eat it. Alright, I'll just try one. If it's not to my liking, I won't eat it. In any case, there are quite a few of them here. Seeing that little chick really wanted to eat them, Xianxia felt goosebumps rising all over his body. It was just a casual remark, but who would have thought that little chick would really be right? Helpless, Xianxia eventually nodded and said, "All right, go on. There's something strange about this distorted space. If there's any danger, don't head over. We'll talk about it after we understand it." Compared to little chick, the grass of God King was insignificant. He would rather not have it if it were to put him in danger. In any case, I have always wanted to die. If this thing can kill me, I'll be very happy, little chick said as it flapped its wings. Previously, it had still retained its head. If the flowing space could kill it, it might just be able to transform into a human. And even though Xianxia was worried, thinking about how the young man before him was able to recover even after being reduced to dust, he eventually nodded his head and decided not to say anything else. Raising its claws, little chick dived right into the spatial vortex. In an instant, its body began to warp and distort, as if it had entered a mirror. Its thin body swelled up significantly, and its golden body bore some resemblance to the phoenix that Xianxia had seen in the Phoenix Cry Rock. Could it be that little chick is from the Phoenix tribe? Xianxia suddenly thought. There were not many divine beasts in the world that he could name. Considering how little chick had already reached God King realm, it was still unable to transform into a human. Just how powerful was it? Was it a conferred God King or even a God Monarch? Could it be that it's the Deathless Monarch? Xianxia thought. The Deathless Monarch was known as the Deathless Monarch, but he had actually died. Little chick had suddenly appeared in a gourd on the Master Teacher continent and devoured his heaven's path Xianxia to grow rapidly. Furthermore, not only did it not die even after being reduced to dust, it was even able to achieve breakthroughs in its cultivation. Back in the Azure, when he saw the tomb of the Deathless Monarch, little chick had said that it would devour the guardian skeleton. Even his heaven's path Xianxia was unable to neutralize the air of degeneration, but little chick's bathwater was able to neutralize it easily. Looking at the feather that held up Spirit Origin City and the flowing space before him, Xianxia could not help but feel a sense of familiarity. Back at the lucid lunar lake, conferred God King Chi Meng had addressed him as God Monarch. Most likely, it was because little chick's blood had seeped into it. It was also because he had devoured little chick's blood that his body had gained the attribute of being indestructible. No matter how severe his injuries were, he would be able to recover in an instant. I actually treated a God Monarch as my tamed beast? The more Xianxia thought about it, the more his cheeks trembled. After entering the firmament, he knew that even Kongshur had to gain the acknowledgement of the others in order to become a God Monarch. For a high-tier celestial god to actually tame a God Monarch as his tamed beast. That fellow had yet to recover his memories, but once he did, would he be the first to kill him? That shouldn't be the case. If it's the Deathless Monarch, and Ruoxin is its successor, even if she's hiding in the Dongshu gourd, she should still be able to sense it. Based on what he knew so far, there was a good chance that Luo Ruoxin was the successor to the Deathless Monarch. Since that was the case, he had seen the Dongshu gourd that contained little chick back on the Master Teacher continent. There was no way she would not recognize it. Of course, it was hard to say. There was no doubt that the God Monarchs had their own enemies as well. Given that their cultivation had plummeted, it was unlikely that they would be able to conceal themselves well. If they were to be discovered, there was a good chance that they would be killed before they could fully mature. Therefore, since he wanted to hide it, he had to hide it thoroughly so that no one would notice. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. I'll be able to enter Spirit God Palace after the duel tomorrow and meet with Lozozi. There was no point in thinking so much. The most important thing now was to find a way to enter Spirit God Palace. Tossing aside his messy thoughts, Xianxia turned his attention back to the spatial vortex and saw little chick fighting with several stalks of grass of God King. To be able to survive in the spatial vortex and help one achieve a breakthrough to God King, the grass of God King was bound to possess considerable strength. Even if it was not as powerful as a God King, it should not be too far from it. However, given little chick's strength and cultivation, it did not take long for it to subdue the grass of God King. With its beak hanging, it flew back out of the spatial vortex. Little chick's body was still distorted after leaving the spatial vortex, but with its undying body, this degree of damage was nothing to it. It placed the grass of God King in Xianxia's hand and dived back into his dantian to continue sleeping. There were 4 grass of God King in total. Initially, there were 5 grass of God King, but Little Chick had eaten one during the battle. Taking out a jade box, Xianxia placed the grass of God King into it and sealed it with his Xianxia. Heaving a sigh of relief, he quickly returned to the spatial vortex. He had used the Library of Heaven's Path to check on the grass of God King earlier, and just as he had guessed, it was indeed the grass of God King. It could increase one's chances of achieving a breakthrough to God King by 50%. If he could concoct some rare medicinal herbs and forge them into pills, the effects would be even better. With the grass of God King, as long as he comprehended a God King realm cultivation technique, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough easily. "Teacher, are you all right?" As soon as Xianxia returned to where he had parted ways with Feng Jioge, he saw the young man looking at him worriedly. Xianxia replied, "Let's talk after we get out of here." Xianxia and Feng Jioge were worried that it would be dangerous for them to enter the spatial vortex, so it was much easier for them to leave. In less than an hour, they were back on the surface. After finding the aerial divine beast, they returned to the Zhang clan. "I have already found the reason why your cultivation has plummeted, so you don't have to worry about it anymore," Xianxia said with a smile. "Furthermore, I have also found the grass of God King that you spoke of earlier. Once I forge it into a pill, I'll bestow one to you. As long as you cultivate diligently, it won't be long before you become a God King." "You found the grass of God King? You're giving me one?" Feng Jioge exclaimed in agitation. He had thought that it was just a rumor, but who would have thought that it would actually be true? Not only so, his teacher actually agreed to give it to him. Feng Jioge's eyes reddened once more. "You should continue cultivating here. I'll be heading out for a while. I'll try my best to rush back before the duel tomorrow." Xianxia pondered for a moment before asking, "All right, I'll be back tomorrow." There was still half a day before the duel, so he should focus on forging the grass of God King first. Once he succeeded, he would be able to comprehend the God King realm cultivation technique and achieve a breakthrough right away. However, a pill that could allow one to achieve a breakthrough to the God King realm was not something that could be easily forged. The first person that came to mind was none other than Fu Jianchen, whom Xianxia had met before. Fu Jianchen was known as the #1 apothecary in the firmament, and he was a God King realm expert as well. More importantly, they had crossed paths before, so Xianxia trusted the other party's character. Otherwise, if news of the grass of God King were to spread, there would be many people who would hunt him down. The uproar that it would cause would be even more frightening than the breakthrough pill and beauty pill. After all, the addition of a God King would mean an additional source of strength for a clan. Even a conferred God King would find it hard to resist such temptation. "Teacher, be careful." Feng Jioge knew that his teacher had something important to attend to, so he did not say too much. Xianxia nodded. He instructed Feng Jioge not to reveal the matter regarding the grass of God King before heading to the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation in Spirit Origin City. With the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation, he should be able to make it back in time by heading to the sky of Linglong and finding Fu Jianchen. The journey was uneventful, and there were no God Kings who served Little Chick as dinner or provided him with weapons or pills. Xianxia could not help but feel a little disappointed. An hour later, Linglong Royal City came into sight. The sky of Linglong was also known as the Sky of Seven Wonders. It was located in the southwest of the firmament, and its god monarch was Fairy Linglong, one of the 9 god monarchs. It was said that this god monarch was a peerless beauty, and her cultivation was unfathomable. Even when compared to the likes of the Cloud Dragon monarch and the Deathless monarch, she did not pale in comparison at all. Her 2 conferred god kings, Shangguan Yunwan and Bei Qinghong, were also top-notch beauties. It was said that many conferred god kings and god kings in the firmament had expressed their love for them, but they were all rejected. In truth, Fu Jianchen was one of their loyal fans. Otherwise, given his understanding of pill forging, he would have been able to make a name for himself no matter where he went. There was no need for him to remain here. Just like their god monarchs, the 2 conferred god kings were completely disdainful of men. Throughout their long lifespans, they had never gotten married, and there were no rumors that they had ever interacted with a man before. As soon as he entered Royal City, he sent a message to Fu Jiangchen, and it did not take long for him to receive a reply. Not too long later, he saw the #1 apothecary of the firmament flying over to him. "Young friend Xianxia, I didn't expect you to come looking for me so quickly," Fu Jiangchen said as he stroked his beard. Previously, when they parted at Drifting Spectre Royal City, they had exchanged communication methods and told one another that they would pay a visit when they had the time. He had been studying the breakthrough pill for the past few days, and the more he studied it, the more impressed he became. In the firmament, his alchemy skills could definitely be considered top-notch. However, he was still unable to identify the pill that the young man before him had concocted. No matter how he examined it, it was still similar to a god essence pill. This made him wonder if he had made a mistake. However, a pill that could heal one's internal injuries and help one achieve a breakthrough was not something that a god essence pill could achieve. After a few tries, he realized that the other party's achievements in alchemy had far surpassed his own, leaving him in the dust. It was precisely because of this that she was extremely excited when she heard that he had found her so quickly. Xianxia clasped his fist and replied, "One wouldn't visit without a cause. I'm here because I have a favor to ask of you." "Oh?" Fu Jiangchen was taken aback for a moment before he replied with a smile, "Little friend, there's no need to stand on ceremony with me. I'll do my best to help you." "Thank you, Brother Fu." Since the other party addressed him as little friend, he no longer addressed him as alchemist. Xianxia paused for a moment before changing to a voice transmission. "This time, I came here to ask for Brother Fu's help in concocting a pill." "Alchemy?" Fu Jiangchen was taken aback for a moment before coming to a realization. "Your pill forging skills far surpass mine. For you to ask me to forge a God King tier pill?" The fact that the young man before him was able to forge the breakthrough pill and beauty pill meant that his understanding of pill forging was far superior to that of others of the same cultivation realm. Yet, the young man had come to ask for his help. It was clear that the young man wanted to forge a pill that was beyond his means. "That's right." Xianxia did not deny it. Even though the God King breakthrough pill concocted using the grass of God King was not at the level of a God King, it was still far more valuable than ordinary God King tier pills. "Let's talk about it when we get back." Fu Jiangchen knew that a pill of that level could easily attract the attention of countless people, so he didn't pursue the matter any further. With a wave of his hand, a surge of energy wrapped around Xianxia, and the two of them immediately flew into the distance. As one of the controllers of the Greater Displacement Teleportation Formation, Fu Jiangchen standing in the sky of Linglong wasn't too low. Even though there were quite a few experts in the sky of Linglong, he was still ranked in the top few. As such, even though he was only a God King, his residence was not much smaller than Qi Meng and the others. He had innumerable apothecary disciples under his wing, and it had already grown into a massive sect. After arriving at his residence, he entered his room and activated the isolation formation. After which, he turned to Xianxia and said, "To be honest with you, due to my limited talent and strength, I am only able to forge 8 types of God King tier pills at the moment. If the pill you wish to forge doesn't fall into those 8, even I won't be able to help you." Forging God King tier pills involved one's comprehension of the world as well as one's understanding of the God King realm. Even though Fu Jiangchen was skilled in pill forging, he was still lacking in the God King realm. As such, he was only able to forge 8 types of God King tier pills. 8 types? Xianxia frowned. He had no idea how many God King tier pills there were in the world, but he could easily guess that there were definitely more than 8 of them. However, it was unlikely that he would be able to find anyone else at the moment. Thus, he decided to get straight to the point. "I wish to forge the God King breakthrough pill. May I know if Brother Fu has heard of it before?" "God King breakthrough pill?" Fu Jiangchen was taken aback. There's such a pill in the world? He had heard of quite a few pills, but this was the first time he had heard of one that could allow one to achieve a breakthrough to the God King realm. "I just came up with the pill formula not too long ago, but I haven't tested it yet," Xianxia replied. With his current mastery of pill forging, he was already able to alter and create pill formulas as he pleased. Along the way, he had studied the properties and prowess of the grass of God King for a very long time before he finally found the best formula that could bring out the medicinal prowess of the grass of God King. However, all of that was just theory. He had yet to put it into practice. However, he had verified the pill formula with the Library of Heaven's Path, and there was no mistake with it. As long as he followed the steps strictly, he would be able to easily bring out all of the properties of the grass of God King, thus helping one achieve a breakthrough to high-tier celestial God. You came up with the pill formula? Fu Jiangchen looked at Xianxia with admiration in his eyes. The breakthrough pill that could allow one to break through the shackles of the celestial God realm had already left him in awe. Who could have thought that the other party would actually be able to create a breakthrough pill that could allow one to achieve a breakthrough to the God King realm as well? That was a little too fearsome. That's right, Xianxia said. I'm still too weak to forge the pill at the moment, so I hope that Brother Fu can help me. As long as I can forge the pill, I'm willing to pay any price for it. You're being too polite. It's an honor for an apothecary like me to be able to witness the birth of such a pill, Fu Jiangchen said. May I know if you can allow me to take a look at the pill formula? I have never forged it before, so I'm not confident that I'll be able to succeed. Here you go. Since he was already asking Fu Jiangchen to forge the pill, there was no need for him to be stingy about it. With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia took out a jade token and recorded the pill formula on it before passing it over. Fu Jiangchen took the jade token and took a look at it. In the next moment, his eyes widened, and his body began trembling uncontrollably. Titus, are you certain that you'll be able to forge the pill formula? The pill formula before him was simply too shocking. Even though he was a famous alchemist in the firmament, he still felt his heart palpitating in disbelief. The main ingredient, the grass of God King, was something that he had never seen or heard of before. However, the other ingredients were simply inconceivable. Putting everything aside, the sixth ingredient, the saliva of the azure serpent dragon, was one of the most venomous substances in the world. Even a God King would be unable to withstand it. To use it to forge a pill, was it really possible for one to be poisoned to death? The 14th ingredient, the 100 leaves purple aromatic flower, was not poisonous, but it had the ability to freeze one's Xianxia, making it impossible for one to utilize one's cultivation. Shouldn't a pill formula be infused with sufficient spiritual energy to stimulate one's Xianxia circulation? If one were to consume such a pill, one's Xianxia would stagnate, making it impossible for one to cultivate. Putting aside making a breakthrough, one might even die on the spot. And the 21st ingredient, the pure-blooded dragon, was it even possible for an ordinary cultivator to withstand it? Putting aside a single droplet, even half a droplet would cause an explosion. With his many years of experience in pill forging, he could tell that this was no pill formula at all. It was more like a messed up stew. It was just like stewing meat. One could add pepper, seasoning, spring onions, ginger, and garlic to enhance the flavor, but half a gene of ashes, a liter of soil, and half a box of wood shavings. How was one supposed to eat it? It was completely out of place. I have already gone through it once, and there's no problem with it, Xianxia replied with a nod. You've gone through it once? Fu Jiangchen grabbed his hair. Was he being too careless, or did he have some kind of misunderstanding about pills? Even the most formidable apothecary would have to go through dozens of simulations at least 100 times to ensure that there were no mistakes before they dared to forge a new pill formula. Yet, you said that there's no problem with it once. Why does it feel like you're taking it too lightly? Don't worry, I'll definitely be able to forge it. Noticing Luo Ruoxin's worry, Xianxia chuckled. Even the Library of Heaven's Path had verified that there was no problem with it. Since you have said so, I'll give it a try. However, I've never forged such a pill before, so if there's any mistake, there's a good chance that all of the pills will be destroyed. Fu Jiangchen knew that it was impossible for him to persuade the other party otherwise. If the concoction failed, the medicine would be destroyed. Every single one of the medicine used to concoct the God King barrier-breaking pill was extremely precious. Even he would find it hard to accept the destruction of a cauldron. It won't be damaged. Xianxia smiled and said, as long as Brother Fu follows the steps correctly, there won't be any problems. Very well, Fu Jiangchen replied. The other party's alchemy skills were superior to his. Perhaps he could really come up with a refining method that he did not understand. In any case, he was just helping. Then, let's begin, Xianxia said. He only had half a day, and more than 2 hours had already passed. If he didn't hurry, he wouldn't be able to make it back in time to participate in the competition. With a flick of his wrist, a massive cauldron appeared before Fu Jiangchen. With a wave of his hand, a ball of flames descended from the sky and burned furiously. The cauldron that he used to refine pills had already reached the God King level. As for the flame, it was a heavenly flame. It could be easily refined by God King level medicinal herbs. Thank you. Seeing that the flame and cauldron had appeared, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. With a flick of his wrist, a huge pile of medicinal herbs floated in the air. He had obtained quite a few medicinal herbs through Qi Linger back in the sky of Drifting Spectre, and he had designed the pill formula based on the medicinal herbs that he had on hand. As such, there was no need for him to look for them himself. Looking at the medicinal herbs floating in the air, Fu Jiangchen suddenly frowned. Young friend Xianxia, do you only have a single set of medicinal herbs? Most of the medicinal herbs that had appeared before him were the same type of medicinal herbs. Under normal circumstances, one would have to prepare 3 sets of medicinal herbs in advance so that he could make up for any mistakes. However, if he only prepared a single set of medicinal herbs, there was a good chance that he wouldn't be able to make up for it in time. 1 set is enough. I'm in a rush, so I only have 1 chance to refine the pill, Xianxia said. You're in a rush? Fu Jiangchen was rendered speechless. The greatest taboo in pill forging was to be in a rush, let alone a pill of this caliber. The pill formula was a complete mess, and he had only prepared a single set of medicinal herbs. More importantly, he was in such a rush. Are you sure that you are here to ask me to forge a pill? It was just a moment ago that he had thought that the young man's pill forging skills were unparalleled in the world, but at this very moment, he was starting to feel a little unreliable. Let's begin, Fu Jiangchen said. Following which, he flicked his wrist and tossed a medicinal herb into his cauldron. Fu Jiangchen's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. The cauldron hasn't even heated up yet, but you are already putting in the medicinal herbs. Furthermore, your technique is so rusty. Why does it seem more and more like you don't know how to forge a pill at all? Alright, I'll tell you how to forge the pill. Just put in the medicinal herbs. Seeing that he had nearly scalded his hand, Xianxia knew that forging a pill was not as easy as he had thought. Thus, he stopped his urge to add in the medicinal herbs and instructed. I haven't heated up the cauldron yet, Fu Jiangchen could not help but ask. There are some medicinal herbs that don't need to be heated up properly. If the temperature is too high, it could backfire, Xianxia explained. 2 breaths later, add in the woodleaf grass and golden antelope leaf. Increase the temperature of the flames by 7%. After that, use the wood return to spirit art to add in the woodleaf grass. Xianxia sent a telepathic message over swiftly. You know of my would return to spirit art? Fu Jiangchen's heart suddenly jolted in astonishment. The would return to spirit art was one of the most obscure pill forging techniques that he had practiced. In order to learn it, he had spent more than a decade on it. However, due to how obscure it was, he had never used it before, and as time went by, he had nearly forgotten about it. He did not think that the other party would know of it, and on top of that, he would mention it right from the start. Knowing that this wasn't the time for him to ask about it, Fu Jiangchen gritted his teeth and began placing the medicinal herbs into the cauldron according to the timing and technique that the other party had instructed. At the same time, he drove his energy into his palm, and the heavenly flame blazed furiously. Tzzzzzz, Fu Jiangchen placed the medicinal herbs into the cauldron according to the timing that the other party had instructed him to do, and the medicinal herbs that looked as if they would burst into flames at any moment suddenly fused together perfectly. This perfect pill forging technique? Fu Jiangchen's heart jolted in astonishment. The main purpose of pill forging was to ensure that the medicinal properties of the medicinal herbs would fuse together as best as possible. However, due to the differences in the flame and technique, it was impossible for the medicinal herbs to fuse together as one would expect. Under normal circumstances, it would already be a blessing if the medicinal herbs could fuse together within a certain range. However, the timing and technique that the young man before him had told him, he was actually able to fuse all medicinal herbs together perfectly. This was the true perfect pill forging technique. This was a legendary pill forging technique that even god monarchs would find difficult to pull off, and yet, it was actually being taught by a young man. As expected of the number one apothecary of the firmament, Xianxia's mastery of fire and medicinal properties had reached the pinnacle. As long as Xianxia gave him the exact timing and steps, Fu Jiangchen would be able to complete them perfectly. Soon, all 100 of the medicinal herbs were fused together perfectly, forming a single droplet around the size of a fist. Initially, Fu Jiangchen was still in disbelief as he watched the medicinal herbs fuse together perfectly one after another. However, by the end, he had already grown numb to it. It was as long as he followed the young man's instructions, he would be able to fuse even the most difficult medicinal herbs together perfectly. Initially, he was still perplexed by the young man's capability, but eventually, he realized that the young man before him had a deep understanding of medicinal herbs. Take the saliva of the green snake dragon as an example. Normally, the green snake dragon possessed potent poison, but if one were to raise its temperature to 1,300 degrees within a single breath, the poison would vanish for half a breath. As long as one were to fuse it with the deepwood flower, not only would the poison not return, it would even retain its ability to stimulate one's cells. The same went for the 100 leaves fragrant flower. It was capable of freezing one's Xianxia, but if one were to fuse it with certain medicinal herbs at a specific temperature, not only would it not affect one's Xianxia, it would even stabilize one's meridians and hasten one's Xianxia circulation. The young man before him was able to bring out the properties of every single medicinal herb perfectly, not wasting the slightest bit of it. His pill forging skills had already reached a high level, but it was only now that he realized that pills could be forged in such a manner. It was as if a new world had opened up in his mind, and it was impossible for him to close it again. Wait a minute, seeing that there was not a single mistake in the steps, Fu Jiangchen was just about to heave a sigh of relief when a thought suddenly came to his mind. He turned to Xianxia and asked, "We have already forged 107 medicinal herbs. Why isn't the main medicinal herb out yet?" He hadn't had the time to think through the forging process earlier, but now that he had stopped, he immediately realized that something was amiss. He had taken a look at the pill formula, and there was a total of 108 medicinal herbs in total. He had already forged 107 of them, so why wasn't the main medicinal herb out yet? The main medicinal herb was the core of the entire pill. It was similar to the steel bars and pillars of a building. Only with its existence could the framework be constructed and the final product be completed. Normally, the main medicinal herb would be placed at the very front of the pill formula so that it could neutralize and fuse with the other medicinal herbs. However, Fu Jiangchen had already forged 107 medicinal herbs, and all of them were ingredients. Are you sure you want to refine this pill? Just like stir-frying vegetables, it's almost ready to be served. It's all garlic, ginger, green onions, pepper, 13 spices, and other condiments. I don't even see the main dish. I'm sure you're not joking. Don't worry, continue heating. Xianxia stared at the pill furnace in front of him. All right. As doubtful as Fu Jiangchen was, he dared not hesitate at all. He swiftly infused his Xianxia into the cauldron, and the flames within the cauldron immediately surged. The temperature of the furnace rapidly increased. Is that enough? Fu Jiangchen's eyebrows shot up as he anxiously asked. Seeing that the droplets that he had just forged were starting to boil, as if they would explode at any moment, Fu Jiangchen asked anxiously. The medicinal liquid had already fused. If he continued to heat it up and cause it to explode, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Not enough, continue. Xianxia. Gritting his teeth, Fu Jiangchen channeled all of his energy into the cauldron, causing the temperature of the flames beneath the cauldron to soar. The temperature has already reached the limit of what I can do. In just 5 short breaths, the number one apothecary of the firmament was already sweating profusely. With his current cultivation and Xianxia, the temperature of the flames within the cauldron had already reached its limit. Any higher, and he might even lose control of the flames and cause the cauldron to explode. The temperature is still a little off. Xianxia frowned. The grass of God King was a material that could survive even in the midst of spatial turbulence, so it had an extremely high requirement on temperature. While the temperature of the flames that Fu Jiangchen was channeling was not low, it was still not at a level where it could be melted. But I've already used all of my strength. Fu Jiangchen's face paled. Furthermore, I can only maintain the Xianxia in my body for 30 breaths before it runs dry. as powerful as Fu Jiangchen was, exerting all of his Xianxia in such a manner was extremely taxing on him. 30 breaths should be his limit. Once his Xianxia was depleted, all of his previous efforts would be for naught. Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly together. He had already planned everything out, but who could have thought that Fu Jiangchen's Xianxia reserves would be so low? Furthermore, if the temperature of the flames was not up to par, it would be futile even if he could maintain the flames for 30 breaths. There's no other way. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. You are currently a God King Realm Advanced Stage Cultivator, and you are about to reach God King Realm Pinnacle. While your Xianxia capacity won't increase, the purity of the Xianxia in your body will increase significantly. Only then will the temperature of the flames reach the required level. Fu Jiangchen was only a God King Realm Advanced Stage Cultivator, so he was still some distance away from reaching God King Realm Pinnacle. However, if he did not want to fail, there was only one way for him to achieve a breakthrough. As long as he could reach God King Realm Pinnacle, his Xianxia would be purer, and the temperature of the flames would be higher. At that time, he would be able to melt the grass of God King and successfully forge the pills. Otherwise, all of his previous efforts would have been for naught. Breakthrough? Hearing those words, Fu Jiangchen shuddered. This isn't the time to be joking around, he knew very well how high his cultivation was. If he could achieve a breakthrough, he would have done so long ago instead of waiting until now. Besides, he was in the midst of forging pills, so he had to maintain his Xianxia to the very limits. Yet, you want me to achieve a breakthrough? You must be joking. I'm not joking. If you don't want your pill forging to fail, this is the only way, Zhang Xian harumphed coldly. The reason why you are stuck at God King Realm Advanced Stage is because you have consumed too many pills, causing the pill poison in your body to be unable to be completely purged. No matter how good a pill was, if one consumed too many of them, there would still be various kinds of toxins left in one's body. It was fine in the short term, but as one's cultivation rose, one's Xianxia would become purer and purer. Even a little bit of it would become extremely important. Take Fu Jiangchen for example. As one of the most famous apothecaries in the firmament, he had many more chances than others to achieve a breakthrough using pills. In fact, it could be said that he had relied entirely on pills to reach his current level. It was only natural that the pill poison would accumulate in his body, making it impossible for him to purge it. No matter what he did, it was still impossible for him to do so. Now, I'll help you purge the pill poison from your body. You don't have to think about anything else. You just have to focus on your breakthrough, Zhang Xian said as he flicked his wrist and whipped out several dozen silver needles. Wang, amidst a gust of wind, the silver needles shot right toward Fu Jiangchen's acupoints. Fu Jiangchen's eyebrows shot up. He was just about to retaliate when he suddenly gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. I'll go all out. Without any hesitation, he allowed the silver needles to pierce through his body. From the earlier pill forging, Fu Jiangchen could not help but feel a deep sense of respect for the young man before him. To be able to study medicinal herbs and pill forging to such a level, how could the other party possibly harm him? Even though he knew that he would be in danger if he did not resist, he could only grit his teeth and accept it. Pu, as the silver needles pierced into his acupoints, surges of Xianxia gushed into his body. The meridians that had been blocked by the pill poison earlier immediately burst open under the surge of Xianxia. The sealed Xianxia in his body surged upward like a torrent breaking through a dam. Kacha! Kacha! In the blink of an eye, his vitality and Xianxia purity had undergone a massive transformation. At the same time, his disposition had risen to a whole new level. I managed to achieve a breakthrough just like that? Fu Jiangchen was stunned. The bottleneck that had plagued him for many years had been resolved just like that. How could the young man before him have accomplished something that even Fairy Linglong had failed to resolve so easily? Seeing that Fu Jiangchen was in a daze, Zhang Xian quickly bellowed, "It has already been 20 breaths. Hurry up and heat up the cauldron." Fu Jiangchen had channeled all of his Xianxia into the cauldron, but he had only been able to last 30 breaths. It had taken him a total of 20 breaths to make a breakthrough. If he did not hurry up, once his Xianxia ran dry, the pill forging would fail as well. As he had not added the grass of God King into the cauldron, even if he failed, it would only be a waste of a cauldron of medicinal herbs. However, Zhang Xian did not have that much time. it had already taken him 4 hours to forge the 107 medicinal herbs. He had to find the medicinal herbs once more and wait for Fu Jiangchen to regain his stamina. By the time he returned to compete for the slot to enter Spirit God Palace, it would already be too late. So, he had to succeed no matter what. All right. Fu Jiangchen gritted his teeth. Even though he had made a breakthrough to God King Realm Pinnacle, he had not had the time to cultivate, so the Xianxia reserve in his body did not increase. As such, he could only last for 10 breaths. He had no idea why Fu Jiangchen wanted him to heat up the cauldron, but he had no choice but to follow his orders. Xiong, as Fu Jiangchen's Xianxia grew purer, the flames beneath the cauldron grew even more ferocious, and the temperature began rising once more. Another 5 breaths later, beads of sweat began forming on his forehead once more. Fu Jiangchen turned to Fu Jiangchen and said, "I have reached my limit once more." Even though Xianxia had made a breakthrough in his cultivation, he had not stabilized it properly. As such, there was a limit to the increase in his temperature. If he still could not reach that level, there was really nothing he could do about it. The temperature is high enough, continue to maintain it. Xianxia's eyes were also a little red. As expected of someone who broke through by eating medicine. Otherwise, his foundation would not be so good. Xianxia thought that as long as he reached God King Realm Pinnacle, he would be able to easily match the temperature of his flames, perhaps even surpassing it. This kind of critical point was equivalent to the lowest temperature at which the grass of God King could be melted. Originally, he thought the pill would have a 100% chance of success. But now, he no longer had any confidence. Whatever, knowing that he could not afford to hesitate any longer, Xianxia gritted his teeth and took out the grass of God King. With a wave of his hand, he infused the 4 stalks with his pathos of heaven Xianxia before tossing them into the cauldron simultaneously. Boom, as soon as the true qi came into contact with the boiling hot medicinal liquid in the furnace, it immediately began to burn inside the furnace. The temperature that had just reached the critical point once again rose. Voila, the extremely tough grass of God King immediately melted and fused perfectly with the medicinal liquid from before. 3 breaths, 2 breaths, hurry up. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. Even though the grass of God King had melted, it would still take some time for it to fuse perfectly with the medicinal liquid. However, Fu Jiangchen was clearly unable to hold on any longer. 1 breath. I'm sorry, but I really can't hold on any longer. Fu Jiangchen's face paled as he collapsed to the ground. His Xianxia had already been sapped dry. Without the augmentation of a God King, the flames in the cauldron immediately extinguished, and the temperature within the cauldron began to shrink. Boom, the fusion of the grass of God King and the medicinal liquid had also reached the final step. As soon as the energy dissipated, it was finally complete. With a deafening rumble, 4 pills leaped out of the cauldron and shot into the sky. The God King breakthrough pill had been completed. I don't have the strength to control the cauldron anymore. Fu Jiangchen was overjoyed to see the pills leaping out of the cauldron. He was overjoyed that he did not screw up at the very last moment and managed to successfully forge the pills. However, he was frustrated that the pills had already gained their own sentience. If he did not grab hold of them quickly and erase their sentience, there was a good chance that he would end up with nothing in the forging. Given that Xianxia's cultivation was only at high-tier celestial god, the pills before him might not have reached the level of a God King, but they were not too far from it. Even before Fu Jiangchen achieved a breakthrough, it would have been difficult for him to grab hold of the 4 pills, let alone now. In other words, even though he had successfully forged the pills, he could only watch helplessly as the pills flew away. Woo! Just as he had expected, the pills immediately broke through the seal on the cauldron and soared into the sky. Why are there so few? Xianxia frowned. Based on his calculations, with 4 grass of God King, he should have been able to forge at least 10 pills. He did not think that there would only be 4 pills. However, this was not the time for him to be thinking about such things. With a leap, he appeared in the sky and whipped out a sword. Hula, countless strands of sword chi burst forth, forming a massive net in the sky. Heart like 2 nets, countless knots. Knowing how formidable these pills were, Xianxia immediately executed his strongest swordsmanship right from the start. This was the swordsmanship that he had comprehended back in the azure, and it had been modified upon reaching the firmament. Paired with a God King realm sword, it covered the entire area. The gaps between the nets were huge, but as soon as the sword chi came into contact with it, it would close up. The net of the heavens had a long way to go. Jijijijiji. As soon as the sword chi net came into contact with the pills, they were unable to break free. In an instant, their spirits were erased, and they were kept into a jade box. It's done. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief after catching the escaping pill. Just as he was about to say something, the sight before him suddenly blurred. Another pill shot out from the cauldron, and in the blink of an eye, it soared into the clouds, turning into a black dot that was on the verge of disappearing. *T, there's another pill king. Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Under normal circumstances, the effects of the pills forged from the same cauldron wouldn't differ too much, but there were exceptions. Take this time, for example. Due to the heat from the flames being too short, he had used too much grass of God King, and Fu Jiangchen had expended too much of his energy, causing him to be unable to distribute the essence of the pills evenly, resulting in the formation of the strongest pill king. The effects of this pill were several times stronger than the others. In terms of strength, it was already on par with a God King. It was no wonder he had only managed to produce 4 pills despite thinking that he would be able to forge at least a dozen of them. It turned out that the remaining medicinal energy had been concentrated on the Pill King. Not only so, the Pill King's intelligence was on par with that of a human. While the other pills were rushing out, the Pill King had been hiding in the cauldron, making it impossible for anyone to notice its presence. While Xianxia was distracted by the other pills, it had managed to escape. The Pill King's patience and timing were indeed extraordinary. If he had succeeded, he would have lost the most precious item in the pill forging. Do you think that you can escape? Not expecting to be toyed with by a mere pill, Xianxia stomped his feet and drove his Xianxia. Boom, the air around him rippled as he dashed in the direction where the Pill King had disappeared. He drove the red dust heaven ascending steps to its limits, but he was even faster than the Pill King. High-tier celestial god, is capable of flight? Fu Jiangchen widened his eyes in shock. Only god kings were capable of flight. This was an unchangeable rule of the firmament, but not only did the young man before him manage to snatch away the Pill King with a single slash, he was even able to fly. How in the world did he do it? For a moment, Fu Jiangchen wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. The fleeing Pill King did not think that a high-tier celestial god would be able to fly, much less fly so quickly. Seeing that it would not take long for the other party to catch up to it, it immediately turned around and morphed into a savage-looking young man before launching a palm strike at the Pill King. A powerful burst of energy rippled through the air. The strength that the Pill King wielded had actually reached the God King realm, making it on par with Fu Jiangchen. Humph! With an awful look on his face, Xianxia stopped and dodged the attack. At the same time, he raised his sword to meet the Pill King's attack. Even though the Heaven's Path Xianxia in his body had been completely depleted by the gray energy, he realized that his fighting prowess had grown even stronger than before. It was just that his Xianxia reserves were too low, making it impossible for him to fight freely without worrying about running out of Xianxia. Thus, he had to end this as soon as possible. It wasn't just a matter of the Xianxia in his body. More importantly, the Pill King's escape had caused too much of a commotion. In just a few breaths of time, there were already dozens of divine senses probing over. If he didn't settle this quickly, it would be easy for unforeseen events to occur. The silk of a spring silkworm will not be exhausted until it dies, and the tears of a candle will dry up when it turns to ashes. The sword intent of the sword techniques he had comprehended in the heavenly god realm burst forth. A tiny thread shot out from the tip of the sword, like a candle burning its last bit of flame, or like a silkworm spitting out its last strand of silk before its death. In the blink of an eye, the thread arrived in front of the King of Elixirs and wrapped around him tightly. The King of Elixirs was stunned, he could not believe it. The difference between a god king and a celestial god was like two completely different life forms. Xianxia thought that as long as he turned around and used his full strength, he would surely be able to kill the other party easily. Who could have thought that he would be sealed before he could even finish his move? Were high-tier celestial gods really that powerful? Return. Knowing that his Xianxia wouldn't be able to hold on for too long, he knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. He had expended quite a bit of Xianxia to execute 2 sword arts while flying at full speed, so he couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. Ah! With a cry of agony, the king of elixirs shrank back into a round pill, and the spirit that had been born from his body dissipated. After catching the king of elixirs, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. With a flick of his sword, the sword chi wrapped around the king of elixirs flew toward him. Just as he was about to reach out to grab the king of elixirs, his body suddenly stiffened. The king of elixirs suddenly froze in midair, and even the Xianxia in his body seemed to be disobeying him. What's going on? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Following which, he saw a beautiful lady walking over from afar. With a light flick of her wrist, the king of elixirs was caught between her fingertips. This friend over here, this pill is something that our verdant grass gazebo has paid a heavy price to forge. It has just escaped. Thank you for helping me catch it. I can't thank you enough. The lady said with a smile. Verdant grass gazebo? With a thought, the Xianxia in his body burst forth from his acupoints, dispersing the energy that had been restraining him. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. On top of that, the apothecary king had the ability to help one achieve a breakthrough to the god king realm. The allure of the apothecary king was simply too great. He had been worried that someone would rush over to snatch the king of elixirs from him, but who could have thought that someone would really appear? To think that the other party would speak so confidently after snatching the possession of another. As expected of the firmament, there were no rules. Everything was decided by one's fist. That's right. The eyebrows of the lady shot up. With a flick of her wrist, a jade token appeared in her palm. This is the token of our verdant grass gazebo. Since you helped me capture the pill, I can't let you do it for free. With this token, you can head to our verdant grass gazebo and choose any cultivation technique you like as compensation. The jade talisman swayed lightly and slowly flew over. You want to snatch it by force? With a slash of the sword in his hand, the jade token was sliced into 2. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, Do you know the consequences of trying to snatch my possession? It was one thing for the other party to restrain him and snatch the pill that he had tied up, but to actually claim that it belonged to him, she was truly shameless. Snatch your possession? I have paid a heavy price to forge this pill. Do you think that a mere high-tier celestial god would be able to forge it? The lady sneered coldly as she flung her sleeves. What a joke. Of course I wouldn't be able to forge it. This pill was forged by Master Fu Jiangchen. I provided him with the medicinal herbs and forging technique, but he managed to escape right after I completed the forging. That's why he chased after me. You said that you were the one who forged the pill, but do you know what kind of medicinal herbs were used to forge it? Xianxian. Fu Jiangchen? The lady sneered. It seems like you also know that it's him. I entrusted him to forge this pill, and I even provided him with the medicinal herbs. How in the world did it become yours all of a sudden? You shouldn't spout nonsense like that. How about this, I won't bully you. I'll have him come over right now and prove to you who the pill belongs to. After saying those words, the lady lowered her head and looked in a certain direction. Fu Jiangchen, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and come over. Her voice swiftly traveled down like a thin thread. Xianxian narrowed his eyes. There was no one else in the area, but there were dozens of spiritual senses in the area. There could only be a single reason why the lady had claimed that the pill belonged to him right from the start, to claim the pill king as her own, otherwise, his reputation would be tarnished. Just from this alone, it could be seen that the lady before him wielded quite a high standing in Linglong Royal City. You dare to act so brazenly after stealing my pill? May I know how I should address you? Xianxian harumphed coldly. You know of the verdant grass gazebo, but you don't know me? The lady was stunned for a moment before she looked at Xianxian with a smile. I am Bei Qinghong. Bei Qinghong? Xianxian's face darkened. Conferred God King? As soon as he arrived at Linglong Royal City, he asked the guards in charge of the teleportation formation and learned that other than Fairy Linglong, the 2 strongest conferred God Kings in the city were Shangguan Yunwan and Bei Qinghong. The 2 of them were on par with one another in terms of strength, and they each ruled over their own territories. Due to their beauty, many experts had gathered under them. He had thought that the person who would be so shameless as to openly steal from them would only be a god king, but who could have thought that it would be this person? A single pill represented a god king, and this pill king was even more so. As long as he could make good use of it, he would be able to raise at least 4 god kings under his wing. It was no wonder he dared to say such words. Even conferred god kings were no exception when faced with such a huge profit. Seeing that Xianxia had already figured out her identity, Bei Qinghong placed her hands behind her back and lowered her head. Following which, she saw the feeble Fu Jiangchen slowly flying over to her side. Humph, even though he had exhausted all of his energy, he still had plenty of pills on him. After swallowing one, he was barely able to fly. Fu Jiangchen pays respect to conferred god King Bei. Fu Jiangchen clasped his fist and bowed, not daring to show the slightest flaw in his etiquette. Bei Qinghong nodded. Since you're here, why don't you explain to everyone that I asked you to forge this pill for me? Am I the one who gave you the medicinal herbs and pill formula? This? Fu Jiangchen's face stiffened. He turned to look at Xianxia for a moment before gritting his teeth and replying, that's right. Apothecary Fu, you. Not expecting Fu Jiangchen to speak up for the other party, Xianxia's face darkened. It was just a moment ago that he had addressed Fu Jiangchen as Brother Fu, but at this very moment, he had changed the way he addressed him. Apothecary Zhang, this pill is indeed forged by conferred god King Bei. You should stop fooling around here, Fu Jiangchen said. Fooling around? Xianxia shook his head with a smile. From the looks of it, it's the sky of Linglong who is bullying an outsider like me. He had brought the grass of God King here and paid a heavy price to forge this pill, and yet, the other party actually claimed that it was the other party's pill. This was really a case of calling a deer a horse and turning black into white. Audacious. Conferred god King Bei didn't take offense to your rudeness in view of your contribution to the sky of Linglong's pill, and yet, you dare to spout such nonsense. Fu Jiangchen shouted. Just as Xianxia was about to explode with anger, he heard the other party's voice transmission. Brother Zhang, conferred god King Bei has always been a domineering figure. If you don't admit to it, I fear that she'll make a move on you once you leave Royal City. Since that's the case, why don't you just agree to it? If there's really no other choice, I'll report this matter to conferred god King Shangguan Yunwan and have her make the decision. However, given how the two of them are on par with one another, there's nothing we can do if conferred god King Bei insists on taking conferred god King Bei. So you're saying that I can only admit defeat and let her steal my pills? Xianxia sneered. I guess that's the only thing we can do. Know when to stop. You've only lost a pill king, and you still have 4 ordinary pills that you can use. If this stalemate continues, I'm afraid that she'll turn hostile and make a move. At that time, we won't be able to obtain anything, and even our lives will be in danger. Fu Jiangchen sounded worried. Not to mention, the other party was one of the rulers of Linglong Royal City, a conferred god king himself. Anyone beneath the god monarch realm was no match for him. Ignoring Fu Jiangchen, Xianxia raised his head and asked, what if I say no? Fu Jiangchen was a member of the sky of Linglong, so there was no way he would dare to refute a conferred god king's words. However, that was not the case for Xianxia. The woman before him was indeed beautiful, comparable to Yu Fei'er, Hu Yaoyao, and the others. Who could have thought that beneath her beauty would be such a shameless person? He had thought that he would keep a low profile no matter where he went, but who could have thought that he wouldn't be given the right to do so? Since that was the case, he would have to fight. He would have to let everyone know that it had only been a month since Xianxia had arrived in the firmament, but he wasn't someone who could be bullied so easily. Conferred god King Bei, right? Having made up his mind, Xianxia calmed down and placed his hands behind his back. With a cold glint in his eyes, he said, I'll give you one last chance. Tell me the origin of this pill and tell me who it belongs to. To think that he would still dare to spout such arrogant words despite knowing the identity of conferred god King Bei. Is that fellow insane? He's probably really out of his mind. Xianxia scanned the surroundings with his wills. I've been polite to you on account of your cultivation and the fact that you helped me capture the pill. Do you think that I won't make a move on you? Or do you think that I won't be able to kill you? Bei Qinghong narrowed her eyes. Along with her rage, an invincible might burst forth from her body, shrouding the surroundings. The entire sky above the capital seemed to have darkened, and the air seemed to have turned viscous. Everyone in Linglong Royal City felt immense pressure bearing down on them. Xianxia was the first to feel the pressure, and he found it hard to breathe. It felt as if his Xianxia had been frozen, and he would plummet from the sky at any moment. If not for the God King sword in his hand supporting him, he might have really succumbed to the pressure. Even a true God King would not be able to withstand such power, let alone him. That was how fearsome a conferred God King was. Xianxia drove his pathos of heaven Xianxia once more, alleviating the pressure on him. Sighing deeply, he said, I have already given you a chance, but since you don't know how to cherish it, there's nothing I can do about it. You sure don't know what's good for you. Seeing how Xianxia still dared to say such words, Bei Qinghong's eyebrows shot up. Why are you still acting all high and mighty at a time like this? A mere high-tier celestial god, no more than an ant, actually dared to speak so arrogantly. Just as Bei Qinghong was about to teach Xianxia a lesson, her body suddenly froze. She felt as if a powerful force had locked onto her, as if someone was staring at her. She quickly raised her head, only to see a golden book floating quietly above her head. Rays of light shrouded her, sealing off her surroundings. What's that? Bei Qinghong narrowed her eyes in astonishment. The golden book above her head made her heart palpitate, as if it had locked onto her. Not only was she unable to escape, she was unable to retaliate either. It was as if she was shrouded by the heavens, making it impossible for her to retaliate. It's just a book. Xianxia shook his head. He had not intended to use the golden book, but the other party was simply too shameless. He had given her several chances, but she had failed to grasp them. She deserved to die. While there was a good chance that he would end up offending Fairy Linglong because of this, he could not care less at this moment. How dare you refuse to repent even in death? No matter who you are guilty. You deserve to be punished. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to waste his breath anymore, so he waved his hand grandly. Boom, the Book of Heaven's path released a deafening rumble as it descended from the sky. No. Bei Qinghong had thought that it would be a piece of cake for her to deal with a high-tier celestial god, but who would have thought that the other party would take out such a powerful artifact? Her face paled. Bei Qinghong tried to defend herself, but she felt excruciating pain. Under the crushing pressure of the golden book, her hand and arm were torn apart. She did not even last a breath. What in the world is that? Bei Qinghong's body trembled in fear. Conferred god kings were invincible beneath the god monarchs. It was for this reason that she had the right to forcefully take something from a god monarch. It was just that, who would have thought that the high-tier celestial god before her would actually bring out such a powerful artifact? It felt as if she was being suppressed by the heavens, or perhaps it was the power of a god monarch. Even a conferred god king would not be able to withstand it. Open! Knowing that the book in front of her would not give her much time to think, Bei Qinghong roared furiously as she channeled all of her strength into her body. Ripples appeared in the air, and it felt as if the anima of yearning in the entire sky of Linglong was being drawn over to fend off the attack. In terms of strength, conferred god kings were not too different from ordinary god kings. The reason why they were so powerful was because they were able to draw upon the anima of yearning of an entire region to form their will. This power could be said to be invincible within a certain region. However, no matter how invincible it was still nothing before the heavens. With just a single strike, the barrier shattered. Pooh! Blood spurted furiously from Bei Qinghong's mouth as panic surfaced in her eyes. She had thought that she would be able to withstand the attack, but now that she realized what was going on, there was a good chance that she would be squashed into a meat patty within a few breaths. Please spare my life. I was wrong. I saw the purity of the energy contained in the pill, and that's why I thought of taking it for my own. I have no idea what kind of pill it is or where it came from. Bei Qinghong gritted her teeth furiously as she hurriedly explained the situation. Of course, the latter was more important than her life. Conferred God King Bei stole another person's pill? I thought that she was really acting so righteously earlier, but who could have thought that she would actually do such a thing? She's my goddess. Doing such a thing will only bring shame to the reputation of a conferred god king. A pill that can allow one to break through to the god king realm. If it were you, what would you do? I might do the same thing as her. Wills flickered in the surroundings, all of them shaken. Bei Qinghong appeared right after the pill was caught. Coupled with her bold and confident manner, everyone who saw this scene thought that what she said was true. Never in his dreams would he have thought that it was actually a forceful robbery. Just like that, the reputation of the conferred God King, the goddess of countless people, was completely ruined. Goddesses were also human. It was impossible for everything they did to be fragrant. I've given you a chance. It's too late to say all this now. Xianxia was indifferent. He had already given the other party a chance earlier, but not only did he not know how to grasp it, he even went so far as to force his hand. Since that was the case, there was only one path left for him, death. Kacha, along with the upgrade of the Library of Heaven's Path, the Book of Heaven's Path was able to remain in the outside world for an extended period of time. Xianxia's will pressed down on Bei Qinghong once more, and the bones in her body began to shatter. Fresh blood spurted from her shoulders and face, leaving a hideous look on her face. No matter how powerful a conferred God King was, they were still unable to surpass the heavens, so they were still helpless before the golden page. Please stay your hand. The air shook violently, and another pretty figure appeared out of nowhere. It was the other conferred God King of the sky of Linglong, Shangguan Yunwan. Bei Qinghong is a conferred God King personally conferred by His Majesty. Killing her is no different from defying the authority of a god monarch. Shangguan Yunwan said. Are you threatening me with the name of a god monarch? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. They were both conferred God Kings, so he did not believe that Bei Qinghong had not noticed him stealing his medicinal herb. He did not believe that a god monarch could not see through him, yet, she chose to remain silent and allow things to develop. What right did she have to make him back down now? You must be joking. There's no need for me to threaten you. You should know that the authority of a god monarch is not to be defied, Shangguan Yunwan said. A god monarch was the strongest expert in the world. Since she had conferred the title of a god king, it went without saying that she had her own reasons. To kill a god king whom she had conferred the title of a god king was no different from challenging her authority. You're right, but it seems like Fairy Linglong isn't too good at conferring the title of a god monarch. Since that's the case, I'll clean up the mess for her. Xianxian could not be bothered with the other party, so he raised his hand and grabbed her. No. With a cry of agony, Bei Qinghong was crushed into a meat patty. Her soul dissipated into nothingness, leaving nothing behind. This? Shangguan Yunwan did not think that the young man would still kill Bei Qinghong on the spot even after she had brought up the name of a god monarch. She roared furiously, how dare you, but before she could finish her words, the young man glared at her coldly and bellowed, if you don't want to die, shut your mouth. Shangguan Yunwan's body trembled in anger, but she dared not utter a single word at all. Bei Qinghong was on par with her in terms of cultivation, but she had been killed in an instant. If she dared to say anything else, she would probably end up in the same state as Bei Qinghong. The god kings and experts who had been watching the commotion earlier had fallen completely silent. Their bodies were trembling uncontrollably. That was a conferred god king. Other than the god monarchs, there was no one in the world who could defeat him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, one of them had been killed, and the other one had been reprimanded in public. Where in the world did this fellow come from? Fu Jiangchen was trembling uncontrollably. He had always thought highly of the young man before him, thinking that he would achieve great things in the future. Who could have thought that the young man would be able to kill a conferred god king in the blink of an eye? It was fortunate that he did not have any ulterior motives when he was forging the pill, or else he would have been the one to be reduced to a corpse. He seems to be Xianxian. Xianxian? The person who sold the breakthrough pill in the sky of drifting spectre, Xianxian? That's right. I happened to meet him in the sky of drifting spectre on the day he sold the breakthrough pill, so I remember him very clearly. Given how he's able to forge incredible pills like the breakthrough pill and beauty pill, it's no wonder that he's able to forge the pill before us. Indeed. To be able to kill a conferred god king in a single move, could he have a god monarch backing him as well? May I know who it is? Someone recognized the young man. Xianxian had caused such a huge ruckus in the sky of drifting spectre that his name had spread all the way here. After berating Shangguan Yunwan for her nonsense, Xianxian could not be bothered to waste his breath anymore. He flicked his finger, and the pill which he had trapped with his sword chi immediately flew into his palm. Just as he was about to put it back into the jade box, he suddenly felt a dangerous aura approaching him. The quiet space and the surroundings began to boil. The origin energy in the entire Linglong imperial city gathered at the center in the blink of an eye. A powerful pressure that made people despair appeared out of nowhere. Is the god monarch going to make a move? Xianxia clenched his fists tightly as he narrowed his eyes. He had witnessed the might of a conferred god king for himself, and he knew that they were completely helpless before the golden page. The energy that had appeared before him was even stronger and more radiant than before. It was reminiscent of the sun in the sky, making it impossible for anyone to stand against it. There was only a single possibility, that a god monarch had made a move. It seemed like Fairy Linglong of the sky of Linglong was not as detached from worldly affairs as he had thought. She was actually unable to hold herself back after seeing the god king whom she had conferred being killed. A god monarch? Fu Jiangchen and the others also noticed the anomaly, and their faces warped in horror. They quickly lowered their heads to the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Shangguan Yunwan also clenched her fists tightly, but there was a look of relief on her face. Despite being a conferred god king as well, if a god monarch could tolerate the fact that a god monarch had been killed right in front of her doorstep, it would be a little too disappointing. Hong Long Long, as if a typhoon had descended, the gathering origin energy suddenly stopped boiling. A massive face suddenly appeared before Xianxia, floating in the sky like the sun. The god monarch did not appear in person. Instead, he had gathered a sliver of his will using his origin energy. How dare you kill one of my conferred god kings? The voice pierced right into one's soul, making it impossible for one to resist it. Just hearing that voice, Xianxia felt as if his head was going to explode. Even though the massive head before him was only a sliver of the god monarch's will, it was still not something that a mere high-tier celestial god like him could deal with. Die. Knowing that there was a good chance that he would be killed if a god monarch were to make a move, Xianxia's face darkened. The Book of Heaven's Path, which had expended most of its energy to suppress Bei Qinghong, flew up once more and struck the massive face before him. You overestimate yourself. The massive face harumphed coldly. Puh! A deafening explosion sounded in the air, and the golden page dissipated as if it had never been there in the first place. The trump card that he had used to crush conferred god kings with ease was actually unable to withstand a sliver of the god monarch's will. Xianxia's body stiffened, and he hurriedly retreated. He had thought that the golden page would at least be able to stall the god monarch for a moment, but who could have known that it would not even last a single breath? He still had another golden page in his library of Heaven's Path, but he dared not use it recklessly. It's a good thing to be young and energetic. It's also a good thing to have talent. However, being too arrogant is a taboo. The massive face remained expressionless as it turned its attention to Xianxia. Xianxia's heart tightened. He hurriedly raised the God King's sword in his hand and used his strongest sword technique. Before the sword chi could spread far, it began to dissipate. At the same time, he felt an excruciating pain in the webbing between his thumb and forefinger. The God King's sword in his hand flew out of his hand, and his chest felt as if it had been struck by a hammer. His face paled, and he was severely injured. Sizzle, the fine veins in his body moved, and his injuries healed quickly. Your reaction isn't slow at all. The massive face had not expected the young man before it to be able to withstand its attack, and it was surprised. A look of praise appeared in its eyes as it harumphed coldly. As a god monarch, I won't bully the weak. Since you are able to withstand my attack, I can spare your life. However, while you can avoid death, you won't be able to escape punishment. A mere high-tier celestial god like you dares to act so arrogantly, killing a conferred god king like me. If I don't punish you, our sky of Linglong won't be able to stand in the firmament anymore. Suddenly, a voice that sounded like a chant rang out. I announce that the cultivation in your body will be stripped. Boom! Following those words, a powerful might immediately shrouded Xianxia, causing his body to stiffen. The Xinqi in his dantian to dissipate at a visible rate, as if it had been stripped away. This, Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He wanted to retaliate, but he was unable to do so at all. It was as if the other party had already set the rules. No matter how he tried to refute it, there was nothing he could do. Am I, Xianxia, going to die here? No, so what if you are a god monarch? As long as the main body doesn't appear, you won't be able to kill me. Gritting his teeth, Xianxia was just about to use his final golden page to smash the massive face into meat paste when he suddenly felt his body lightening. He quickly raised his head, only to see a spherical orb revolving between him and the massive face. It was spinning non-stop, and the surrounding space seemed to have frozen in place. Even the might of a god monarch was unable to reach him. Taken aback, Xianxia's body tensed up. Dimension silencer? The orb that had appeared before him was none other than the Luo clan's heritage treasure that Luo Qiqi wielded back then, the dimension silencer. Luo Xianqing had once said that after he left the master-teacher continent, Luo Qiqi had left as well. He had thought that she had gone to the Azure, but the other sects had been searching for her for a very long time. He had thought that she might have gone to the firmament, but he could not be too sure. He had thought that it would be a long time before he could meet her again, but who could have thought that she would suddenly appear and fend off the god monarch's attack for him? Qiqi, what are you doing? The giant face seemed to be quite confused as well. Its attack stopped, and its tone carried displeasure. With a slight jolt, the dimension silencer morphed into a graceful lady in the air. She clasped her fist and said, "He is the person I like. Please show mercy to him, God Monarch." Xianxian turned his gaze over and saw that it was none other than Luo Qiqi. It had been several months since they had last met, but the young lady was still as tranquil and beautiful as ever. Her eyes were still filled with anticipation and complicated emotions. Her appearance and emotions were still the same, but her cultivation had undergone a massive transformation. Taking a closer look, she had reached God King Realm pinnacle. Just like Fu Jiangchen, he had been wondering why the anima of yearning in the netherworld pool had increased so quickly, but at this moment, it seemed like her anima of yearning had played a huge role. A God King Realm pinnacle dimension silencer, her fighting prowess was far greater than Fu Jiangchen's, and in fact, she was even comparable to Bei Qinghong. Seeing how Luo Qiqi stood before the god monarch without any hesitation to save him, Xianxian clenched his fists tightly together. "I don't just have feelings for you, he is the person I like. Please show mercy to him, God Monarch." This young lady was willing to fall out with her clan and stand against the god monarch for his sake, but he had never given her any promises or even the slightest bit of hope. "The person that you can't forget is actually him?" the massive face asked. "But he doesn't like you at all. I could tell from the look in his eyes that he had someone he liked. Do you think that it's worth it for you to go against me for the sake of someone who doesn't like you?" The massive face seemed to have known Luo Qiqi for a very long time, and they seemed to be very close to one another. "It doesn't matter whether it's worth it or not. As long as I can work for him, as long as he's safe, to me." Luo Qiqi stood firmly on the spot, blocking the space before her. There was not much emotion on her face other than unwavering determination. "That's more than enough. Is there a need to go to such lengths?" the massive face sighed. It seemed to have known that there was a person in the depths of the young lady's heart, but it did not think that it would be this person. "I believe that you have already seen the entire matter." Conferred God King Bei coveted his pills, so he intentionally framed him. That's why he was infuriated and made a move on Xianxian. "I beseech you to let him go." Luo Qiqi raised her head. She would never back down from a matter concerning Xianxian. "Regardless of whether he's guilty or not, even if my subordinate is guilty, I should be the one to deal with him. An outsider like him killed my subordinate. If I let this matter rest, how can our sky of Linglong continue to stand at the top of the firmament?" The massive face shook its head. She knew that the other party was not to blame, but this was a matter that concerned the dignity of the entire sky of Linglong. She could not back down now. "If you insist on punishing me, I'm willing to accept it in his stead," Luo Qiqi said through gritted teeth. Not expecting the young lady to be so insistent, the massive face frowned. "Qiqi, back off. I'll deal with my own matters myself." Xianxian quickly stood in front of Luo Qiqi to protect her. All along, he had owed this young lady a lot. She had already done enough for him, so how could he allow her to be harmed? Even though he was only a high-tier celestial god at the moment, he had fused with Little Chick's blood essence, granting him an undying body. It would not be that easy for the massive face to kill him. Not to mention, he still had the golden page. While he might not be able to stand against a god monarch, he should be able to hold out against a massive face. At least you're a man. The massive face's disdainful eyes gleamed with admiration. At least you're able to deal with your own matters. Most people, even conferred god kings, would be rendered speechless before a god monarch. Yet, the fact that the young man was willing to take the initiative to stand up to him showed that he was not a weakling. It was no wonder why this young lady was so devoted to him. I was intending to cripple your cultivation, but since Chi-Chi has pleaded on your behalf, I don't mind sparing your life. This sliver of my will is infused with the origin energy of Royal City, so it only possesses 1/100th of my strength. If you can withstand my full might, I'll let this matter rest. If you can't, you can only blame yourself for being too weak. The giant face said calmly. God monarch. Luo Chi-Chi's face paled. Xianxia was right. While it was true that the massive face was a manifestation of the will of a god monarch, it still harnessed the will of a god monarch. Putting aside Xianxia, even a conferred god king would not be able to withstand it. It's settled. If he can't even withstand such an attack, then he's not worthy of your love. A powerful will descended from the sky, and Luo Chi-Chi, who was just about to speak, suddenly froze in midair, unable to move or revert back to her dimension silencer form. It was probably the Empyrean Lord himself who had taken action. Begin. Knowing that the god monarch had already made up his mind, Xianxia drove his Xinqi to its limits. Just 1% of a sovereign monarch's strength was not to be underestimated. Grabbing the God King sword, Xianxia flicked it lightly and executed the pathos of heaven swordsmanship. The heart is like a double net, with thousands of knots in it. How could it be a sightseeing? A filial piety stirred in my heart. A silkworm's silk only ends when it dies. A candle's tears only dry when it turns to ash. 3 sword techniques were released from the tip of the sword at the same time. It was as if a huge shield had formed around his body. To be able to comprehend a sword art that surpasses the heavens at such a young age, not bad. The massive face was stunned for a moment, but before it could do anything, Xianxia saw a powerful force crushing down on him, shattering the shield formed by the 3 sword arts at a visible rate. How powerful, as expected of a god monarch. Even 1/100th of the god monarch's strength was not something that he could stand against. Screw it. Xianxia knew that he would really be severely injured if he allowed the attack to land on him, so he narrowed his eyes in determination. Even though he had been tempered by the lucid lunar lake and fused with Little Chick's blood, he should be able to recover no matter how severe his injuries were. However, he still had to rush back to the sky of spirit origin to participate in the tournament and earn the right to enter Spirit God Palace. So, it would be best if he could avoid getting injured. Let me do it. Just as Xianxia was about to take out the golden page, a voice suddenly sounded in his head. Following which, a little yellow chick abruptly appeared before him, and it opened its beak. The giant face in the sky was instantly swallowed up, and the only thing left in the sky was a giant yellow chicken, floating quietly like an inflated balloon. Xianxia's face twitched. He knew that Little Chick was capable of swallowing treasures that were stronger than it, but you actually swallowed the will of a god monarch just like that. Can't you give me some face? Xianxia was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Everyone who saw this sight had the same expression on their faces. Following which, greater than over equal to greater than over equal to, The massive face formed from the will of a god monarch represented the majesty of a god monarch. To be swallowed by a chick, Luo Chi-Chi also stared at the little yellow chick in disbelief. If only she had known that the other party had such a formidable move up his sleeves, she would not have come out. Before everyone's incredulous gazes, the massive yellow chick burped loudly before shaking its body a little. Following which, it shrank back to its original size. As it shrank back to its original size, it licked its lips, as if it had just eaten something nourishing. A huge pressure formed in the air once again, followed by the appearance of the giant face from before. However, without the support of origin energy, it still looked a little blurry. Nevertheless, the will harnessed within was still as lofty as ever, exerting immense pressure on those who saw it. The massive face turned to look at Little Chick with a complicated gaze. I am Xianxia's tamed beast, Little Chick. Why? If you want to make a move on my master, you'll have to get past me first. Little Chick stretched its back proudly. Tamed beast? Little little chick? The massive face's face twitched. Do you know who you used to be? Of course I do. Little chick replied haughtily. I am the legendary beast who has dominated the world, the tyrant of chickens. The massive face's face twitched once more as it looked at Xianxia with a complicated gaze. If it had thought that Xianxia was a talented fellow who possessed some kind of unique means, it no longer thought so at this moment. He had comprehended a cultivation technique that surpassed the heavens, killed a conferred god king with a casual flick of his wrist, and comprehended a sword art that surpassed the heavens, and now, he had even tamed Little Chick as his tamed beast and brainwashed him into thinking that he was really a chicken. Not to mention, he had even given himself such a simple-minded name and thought that he was domineering. Bro, where in the world did you come from? Aren't you a little too overpowered? Since you have withstood my attack, I'll let this matter rest. As a god monarch, there was no way he could go back on his words. Regardless of what the other party had done, he had still managed to withstand the full might of the other party's will. The massive face harumphed coldly. You can leave now. Thank you. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Even though Little Chick was able to devour the massive face, they were still in the sky of Linglong. If the other party's main body were to make a move, even 10 of him would not be able to withstand it. Thus, it was best for him to be able to leave safely. Apothecary Fu, I'm deeply grateful for your help in forging pills. I've helped you raise your cultivation and guided you through the pill forging process, and it should be enough for you to enjoy for the rest of your life. Xianxia turned to look at Fu Jianqiu. Even though Fu Jianqiu had betrayed him at the crucial moment to help Bei Qinghong, it was only because the other party had forced him to do so. Thank you, Apothecary Zhang. Fu Jianqiu bowed deeply, not daring to say a single word. It was just a moment ago that he had thought of Xianxia as a junior, but after seeing how the other party was able to kill a conferred god king and devour the will of a god monarch, he no longer dared to do so. Not to mention, the other party had already given him more than enough, but he dared not admit to it at such a crucial moment. Chi-Chi, Xianxia looked at the young lady with a hint of guilt in his eyes. She had done so much for him, but there was nothing he could do for her. Unsure of what to say, the young lady suddenly turned to him and asked, Xianxia, can I still follow behind you and continue learning pill forging from you? Of course. Xianxia nodded. That's good. Luo Chi-Chi's smile blossomed like a blooming flower. She turned to look at the massive face in the sky and kneeled to the ground. Thank you, God Monarch, for saving me from the spatial turbulence and bestowing me with countless resources, allowing me to raise my cultivation swiftly. Chi-Chi will never be able to repay you in this lifetime. The massive face frowned. Chi-Chi has once told your majesty that as long as I receive news of him, I'll head over no matter how dangerous it is. Now that he's here, I'm willing to leave with him. I hope that your majesty won't stop us. Luo Chi-Chi cowed out heavily a few times and said. The massive face paused for a moment before sighing deeply. When he forged the beauty pill and breakthrough pill, I already knew about it. I was afraid that you would leave, so I didn't tell you about it. Who could have thought that things would still come to this? As a god monarch, how could he possibly be unaware of the huge ruckus that Xianxia had caused in the sky of drifting spectre? It was just that he was worried that Luo Chi-Chi would leave right after hearing the news, so he kept it a secret. Who could have thought that in less than half a month, the other party would still come here and cause such a huge ruckus? He really wasn't easy to deal with. I really don't know what a nice girl like Chi-Chi likes about him. Go and pursue your own happiness. I don't believe that the one he likes is better than you. The giant face said. Luo Chi-Chi liked the young man before her, but the other party liked someone else. She wasn't too sure about it, but she did know a thing or two about it. The young lady that he had brought over from the spatial turbulence was the dimension silencer, which could be considered as one of the most valuable treasures in the firmament. It was due to this that she was able to reach God King Realm Pinnacle within such a short period of time. There was no one in the firmament who could match up to her in terms of talent and character. As long as she followed behind that young man, there was no need to worry that he wouldn't change his mind. Thank you, Your Majesty. Luo Chi-Chi nodded in delight as she turned to look at the young man before her. After learning that he had left the master-teacher continent, she had risked her life to follow him. Who would have thought that she would end up in the firmament? She had thought that it would take a long time before they could meet again, but who could have thought that they would meet again so soon? Xianxia nodded at Luo Qiqi before standing in front of the massive face. He clasped his fist and said, "I'm indebted to your majesty for saving my life and taking care of me. I'll have to repay your kindness." "How are you going to repay my kindness? Are you going to kill my conferred god king and devour my will?" The massive face harumphed. Not only did he not repay her kindness, he wasn't even angry. Luo Qiqi was so angry that she was rendered speechless. "Not only did you kill a conferred god king as soon as you arrived, you even used your tamed beast to devour a sliver of my will." While it wasn't a huge loss to her, it was still a huge blow to her reputation. "Of course not," Xianxian replied with a sheepish smile. "If I'm not mistaken, your majesty doesn't have a good night's sleep, right?" The Library of Heaven's path was unable to see through the flaws of the god monarch's true body, but it was still possible to see through her sliver of will. Fairy Linglong was one of the strongest experts among the 9 god monarchs, but she had a fatal flaw, and that was her insomnia. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator of Fairy Linglong's level of cultivation would not suffer any damage even if she did not sleep for 10,000 years. However, there were many experts who relied on sleep to regulate their body and relax. After all, those who had reached the very peak of the firmament no longer needed to cultivate desperately. If they were to continue cultivating without rest, they would end up in a state of anxiety. This was exactly the case for Fairy Linglong. The massive face frowned. Luo Qiqi was right. She was indeed suffering from insomnia. But, how did the other party know? One must know that even Luo Qiqi was unaware of this matter. "Your Majesty, rest assured. As an apothecary, I might not know how to solve your problem at the moment, but I'm sure that I'll be able to come up with a solution as time passes. I'll be able to repay the favor you have done for Luo Qiqi." Xianxian clasped his fist. His cultivation was still too weak at the moment, so there was nothing he could do about a problem that even a god monarch was unable to solve. However, as his cultivation rose, the problem would no longer pose a threat to him. "I'll be waiting." Hearing those words, the massive face suddenly vanished from the sky, as if it had never appeared in the first place. "Let's go," Xianxian said as he beckoned Luo Qiqi over. Since Luo Qiqi was willing to accompany him, there was no harm in bringing her along. Luo Qiqi nodded. The two of them flew out of the city in a straight line. In Drifting Spectre Royal City, in a massive floating palace, a young lady stood with her hands behind her back as she watched Xianxian and Luo Qiqi fly away. If Xianxian were here to see her appearance, he would have been shocked to see that she was identical to the massive face he had seen earlier. She was Fairy Linglong of the Sky of Linglong. What is love? What does it mean to live and die together? Fairy Linglong muttered with a sigh. "Qiqi, I really hope that you made the right choice. However, given how outstanding you are, there's no way that he wouldn't fall for someone weaker than you. Humph, if I find out who that fellow is, I'll teach him a good lesson." But before she could finish her words, the space before her suddenly jolted, and a golden board materialized in front of her. Fairy Linglong narrowed her eyes as she hurriedly bowed, not daring to even breathe loudly. "Fairy Linglong of the Sky of Linglong, heed my command." The golden board suddenly commanded. "Head to the Sky of Freedom right now. God Monarch Xianxia wishes to meet me?" Fairy Linglong was taken aback, but she dared not disobey the order. "Yes." Not daring to say anything more, she quickly vanished from the spot. With a wave of her hand, Fairy Linglong tore space apart, and following behind the golden board, she arrived at the entrance of a palace shrouded in mist. The Sky of Freedom Palace. The palace gates were tightly shut. "Fairy Linglong of the Sky of Linglong is here to pay respects to God Monarch Xianxia." Fairy Linglong clasped her fist and bowed, not daring to move at all. The 9 skies 9 god monarchs might sound similar, but as a god monarch, she knew that the Sky of Freedom was the true ruler of the firmament. There was no wind, and there was no chirping of birds or beasts. The air was so silent that it felt as if it had frozen solid. Fairy Linglong did not dare to breathe too loudly. The other party had released the golden board to invite her over, but not only did he not say a word, he did not even say a word. What was he up to? It seemed like she had never offended this god monarch before. "Fairy Linglong has been invited here. I hope that God Monarch Xianxia can meet you." Fairy Linglong hesitated for a long time, but there was still no movement from the palace. It had been an hour since she had clasped her fist and bowed, but her posture had not changed at all. It was not that she could not, but that she did not dare to. She waited for another hour, but the palace still did not open. Just as Fairy Linglong was feeling more and more uneasy, a calm voice suddenly sounded. "This is a clone formed from a sliver of my will. I'll give you 3 moves." 1. Right after those words were spoken, a white-robed figure appeared at the entrance of the palace. It was as if he had fused with nature, but at the same time, it felt as if he did not belong to this world. Fairy Linglong's eyebrows shot up. She really did not offend this person. Why would he give her 3 moves? Yes. Fairy Linglong was perplexed, but she knew that she could not change the other party's order. Taking a deep breath, she raised her palm and thrust it forward. Selah, the space before her was torn apart like paper, and a pitch-black rift appeared in the space outside the palace. The rift fell on the white-robed figure, but it was as if a ripple had fallen on a rock, leaving no trace behind. 1. The white-robed figure said impassively. Seeing that the white-robed figure was completely fine, Fairy Linglong gritted her teeth. Not daring to hold anything back anymore, she clenched her fists tightly and struck them down. Even though she was a woman, her talent was in no way inferior to the other god monarchs of the 8 god monarchs. Even the cloud dragon god monarch would have to avoid her for the time being. Bursting forth with his full strength, his 2 fists were like a millstone that could destroy the world. Wherever they went, there were no spatial cracks, but spatial dust. In other words, with a single punch, even space itself would shatter into dust. The lifeforms that lived within it would not be able to withstand it. However, the white-robed figure remained motionless, allowing the force to land on his body without leaving a mark on his clothes. 2. The white-robed figure continued. Knowing that this was the final move, a droplet of blood flew out from Fairy Linglong's glabella and burst into flames. In the next moment, her aura surged once more, and she sent another palm strike toward Xianxia. This palm strike was more than twice as powerful as the first. However, the space did not shatter, nor did it turn into dust. Instead, it began to distort. His palm landed on the white-robed figure, but the figure did not move at all. Then, the figure raised his head, and a voice rang in his ears. 3. Xianxia flicked his finger. Bang! Fairy Linglong was immediately sent flying. Blood spurted out of her mouth as she fell heavily to the ground, her face pale. Just a single finger was enough to injure him severely. The 2 of them were on completely different levels. Thank you for your teachings, God Monarch Xianxia. Fairy Linglong dared not speak too much despite the pain she was feeling. Instead, she gritted her teeth and asked, "May I know where I went wrong?" The Sky of Freedom rarely made a move, and if she did, it would mean that she was unhappy and wanted to vent her anger on someone else. Just that. Just how in the world did I offend you? Tell me, I'll change. To be pummeled as soon as he arrived, even if he died, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. If you want to teach me a lesson, you'll have to continue cultivating. Your current strength is far from sufficient. With a slight sway, the white-robed figure morphed into a droplet of water and fell to the ground. It was actually a clone that the white-robed figure had created out of water. To think that a clone made out of a droplet of water would be defeated, the Sky of Freedom was indeed the strongest existence in the firmament. There was no one who could stand against her. At the same time, Fairy Linglong was also stunned. Teach you a lesson? Given how powerful you are, even if I were to have 10 guts, I wouldn't dare to teach you a lesson. You were the one who taught me a lesson, alright? No, that's not right. I was just muttering to myself that I would teach the woman that Xianxia likes a lesson when I was suddenly summoned here. Could it be that? Fairy Linglong's body stiffened in horror. If his conjecture was right, that Xianxia was truly too formidable, his tamed beast was that person, and his girlfriend was this person. Was he really just an ordinary high-tier celestial god? I'll just have to make sure that I don't cause that fellow any trouble in the future. Fairy Linglong did not dare to ask whether she was right or not, so she quickly returned to the Sky of Linglong. As soon as she returned to her palace, a middle-aged lady rushed up to her anxiously. Congratulations, Fairy Linglong. What's there to be happy about? She had just killed a conferred god king, slapped in public, and even had the Sky of Freedom call her over to give her a good beating. How could there be any joy in her heart? A few days ago, Fairy Ling Long brought two people from the Celestial Mountain over from the Celestial Mountain. They have been cultivating in the space-time mirror, and just a moment ago, not only did they reach God King Realm Pinnacle, they even cleared the examination. The middle-aged lady said. They cleared the examination? Fairy Ling Long widened her eyes in delight. This was indeed the best news she could have received. She had found those two people on the Celestial Mountain, and she had paid a heavy price in order to groom them. The fact that they had made breakthroughs meant that the sky of Ling Long would no longer be as passive in the flood of spiritual energy as before. She now had the right to choose. Let's head over to take a look. The stifled feeling in her heart vanished. She walked up to the space-time mirror. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary mirror, but the flow of time within it was 10,000 times that of the outside world. In other words, it had been several centuries since she had brought those two over from the Celestial Mountain. However, to be able to advance from God Realm to God King Realm Pinnacle in just a few centuries was already a frightening feat. With a thought, the two figures in the space-time mirror were brought out. They were two young ladies. One of them had a gentle demeanor whereas the other was cold and emotionless. The flow of time within the space-time mirror did not leave any mark on them. As soon as they were out of the mirror, they emanated a powerful aura that threatened to tear space apart. Even though they were only at God King Realm Pinnacle, their strength far surpassed that of ordinary conferred God Kings. Their cultivation technique, temperament. Everything about them had reached a state of perfection. The more she looked at them, the more she liked them. With a smile, Fairy Ling Long looked at them expectantly. The two of you have reached God King Realm Pinnacle and are capable of wielding the power of a conferred God King. Are you willing to become my conferred God Kings? You want me to become a conferred God King? The two young ladies hesitated. After reaching God King Realm Pinnacle, as long as a God Monarch recognized a God Monarch and conferred a conferred God King, one's strength would rise by leaps and bounds, becoming the strongest existence beneath the God Monarchs. Even if one failed to become a conferred God King, one would only be slightly stronger than most God Kings. Indeed, Fairy Ling Long nodded. After Bei Qinghong's death, she had intended to pass the position of conferred God King to Luo Qiqi, but who could have thought that the young lady would leave with Xianxia without any hesitation, since she was unwilling to become a conferred God King. As long as the two young ladies succeeded, even though the sky of Ling Long had lost a conferred God King, it would gain two more conferred God Kings. Are you unwilling to become a conferred God King? Fairy Ling Long frowned upon seeing that the two of them were still hesitating over their request to become conferred God Kings. Of course, it would be for the best if we can raise our strength, but... The gentle-looking young lady at the front paused for a moment before asking, as your conferred God Monarch, does that mean that we have to obey your commands? Even if you order us to deal with our kin, we won't be able to disobey you. Conferred God Kings are only acknowledged by a portion of the 9 skies and the anima of yearning of the populace. Through that, they will be able to better draw upon the energy of the world. Fairy Ling Long thought that the two young ladies were worried about something, and she chuckled softly. If that's the case, we won't be conferred God Kings anymore. We might as well just call ourselves puppets. The two young ladies nodded in realization. If that's the case, we're willing to become conferred God Kings of the sky of Ling Long. That's good. Fairy Ling Long heaved a sigh of relief. With a flick of her wrist, a brilliant light shrouded the two of them. At the same time, the countless life forms in the sky of Ling Long heard a voice reverberating in their minds. Bei Qinghong has been stripped of her title due to her misconduct. Wang Ying and Wei Ruyan will be taking her place as the new conferred God Kings. Paying respects to the new conferred God Kings. Two beautiful figures appeared in the minds of the countless life forms in the sky of Ling Long. Upon seeing them, everyone immediately knelt to the ground. The lifespan of a conferred God King exceeded 100,000 years, and the appearance of a conferred God King signified the birth of a powerful clan. Previously, there were only 2 conferred God Kings in the sky of Ling Long. Fairy Ling Long had thought that with Bei Qinghong's death, it would be difficult for them to stand against the other 8 skies. Who could have thought that Fairy Ling Long would immediately confer 2 conferred God Kings to them? Of course, not all peak God Kings could be conferred the title. Being able to obtain a title was already a testament to one's strength. Rumble, everyone bowed in respect, and the two girls simultaneously felt a majestic will blessing them. It was as if they had obtained the approval of the heavens, and they were able to draw on even more power. Will of heaven and earth? The two of them suddenly understood. After being conferred the title of a god monarch and becoming a conferred god king, there won't be any changes to one's Xianxia or cultivation, but one's soul will be acknowledged by the will of the world. As long as one imbues the will of the world into one's body, one's fighting prowess will be enhanced by at least 100 times. Fairy Linglong explained with a smile. The reason why conferred god kings were so powerful was not because of their higher cultivation or purer Xianxia but because of the power of their conferment. This power was the acknowledgement of the will of heaven and earth. As long as this acknowledgement was used, there was no way a godly monarch could resist it. I see, feeling the immense power, the eyes of the two girls lit up in excitement. With this power, they realized that unless they were killed, they would not be able to take their power away from them. In other words, even though this power was conferred by a god monarch, the god monarch would not be able to take it away even if he wanted to. Thank you, Fairy Linglong. The two of them bowed deeply. Fairy Linglong nodded in satisfaction. Then, she looked at them lovingly and asked, "Aren't you going to call me teacher?" She was the one who had brought the two of them over from the celestial mountain. Even though she had not acknowledged them as her teacher yet, there was still a deep bond between them. If not for her personal guidance and the power of the space-time mirror, no matter how talented they were, it would have been impossible for them to clear the conferred God King examination within such a short period of time. As such, even though she had never accepted them as her disciples, she loved them dearly, and she hoped that they could become their teachers. Please forgive us, Fairy Linglong. We already told you that we already have a teacher. The two girls clasped their fists and pleaded. I know that you have a teacher, but how can he possibly compare to me? He's just a teacher who can help you achieve a breakthrough to the God realm. Fairy Linglong said with a frown. She had learned that the two of them had a teacher back on the celestial mountain. Back then, she had wanted to take them away, but they had been unwilling to do so, saying that they wanted to leave a message for their teacher. Back then, she had thought that they were more respectful toward their teacher, and she was even more satisfied with them. She had thought that she was just a teacher who could help them achieve a breakthrough to the God realm, and as time passed, she would eventually forget about him. Who could have thought that after so long, they would still only acknowledge that person and not her? She was a god monarch. As long as she asked, there would be countless experts in the world who would be willing to acknowledge her as their disciple. She had already done so much for him, even going so far as to confer him the conferred God King, but he was still unwilling to acknowledge her as his teacher. Just what was so good about that fellow? Speaking of the heavens, he was just an ordinary god who had given her some pointers. Was there a need for her to go so far? Fairy Linglong, please don't insult our teacher. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to return your cultivation to you, the cold lady said. Since I have already acknowledged you as my teacher, I will only have one teacher in my life, and I won't change my mind even in this life. Please forgive me, God Monarch. All right then. Seeing that the two of them were unwavering, Fairy Linglong had a helpless look on her face. She said with some pity, "Do you know about the tide of spiritual energy?" "I have heard of it before," the quiet lady replied. While they had been in seclusion all this while, they had still heard a thing or two about it. If not for the flood of spiritual energy, no matter how talented they were, they would not have been able to earn the favor of the god monarchs, allowing them to raise their cultivation to their current level within a short period of time. The flood of spiritual energy occurs once every decade, and even the 9 god monarchs of the 9 skies would go into a frenzy over it. Even conferred god kings and god kings would lose their lives during it, Fairy Linglong said with her hands behind her back. Fairy Linglong placed her hands behind her back and looked at them calmly. You might have become conferred god kings, but you still aren't the strongest of them all. While I managed to find you on the celestial mountain, the other god monarchs have also found suitable successors. Under their grooming, they will surely grow stronger. If you don't acknowledge me as your teacher, you won't be able to learn more profound battle techniques. If you were to fight with them, there's a good chance that you might lose your life. Putting everything aside, have you heard of the young man known as Xianxia whom God Monarch Shuiyang took away from the sky of blazing sun? He reached the conferred God King realm a few days ago, and his fighting prowess is on par with most of the veteran conferred God Kings. If you don't learn the battle techniques that I have imparted to you, it'll be hard for you to defeat him. We have heard of him, the quiet lady replied. He's my fourth junior. Fourth junior? Fairy Linglong was stunned. What was going on? The young man known as Xianxia had already made a name for himself in the sky of blazing Sunday. His cultivation was incredibly powerful, and this was especially so for his spear art. Every time he executed his spear art, it felt as if a massive sun would appear in the sky, knocking down several veteran conferred god kings one after another. Due to this matter, the god monarch of the sky of blazing sun had bragged about it for a long time. Such a formidable figure, is your junior? Fairy Linglong could not help but ask in astonishment. He's also the student of your teacher from the Celestial Mountain? That's right. The reticent young lady nodded. When their teacher accepted them as his direct disciples, Xianxia happened to be ranked fourth. Fairy Linglong was rendered speechless. To think that they were actually fellow disciples, Fairy Linglong had thought that her teacher from the Celestial Mountain was lucky enough to accept these two geniuses, but who could have thought that Xianxia would be his student as well? It was no wonder the two of them were unwilling to acknowledge her as their teacher. With such a teacher, they could indeed boast about it. But, so what, she was a god monarch, after all. Even if her teacher was lucky enough to find three geniuses, how could he possibly compare to her? No matter what, she was the one who had the upper hand. She had to make sure that the two of them understood the severity of the situation. Otherwise, how could she compete with the other skies? Fairy Linglong pondered for a moment before saying, "All right, even if he's your junior, I'll go easy on him in the future." However, the new student that God Monarch Fuming recently accepted, Xiaoya, has nothing to do with you, right? She's already a conferred God King, and it's said that she's even stronger than Xingyang. The sky of Adamantine and sky of Linglong are in the west of the firmament while the sky of Linglong is in the southwest. There's a good chance that the two of you will clash. If you don't learn from her, I'm afraid that you won't be able to withstand her either. That's our first senior. The reticent young lady nodded. Fairy Linglong's eyelids twitched. Lu Chong, the conferred god king of the sky of drifting spectre, shouldn't have anything to do with you, right? He's also very powerful. He's my sixth junior, the reticent young lady replied. Fairy Linglong's face twitched as she clenched her jaws tightly. Lu Yang, Zhang Jiuxiao, and Kong Shiyao of the sky of cloud dragon. You don't recognize the three conferred god kings, right? That's my third junior brother, eighth junior brother, and ninth junior sister. The quiet girl's face was filled with gratification. He was overjoyed to hear that his junior brothers and sisters were fine. Then, what about the newly conferred god kings of the Xianming sky, Yuan Tao, Dan Xiaotian, and Bai Wanqing? Those are my fifth junior brother, 10th junior brother, and 11th junior sister, the quiet girl continued. This girl was naturally Wang Ying, and the cold one was Wei Ruyan. Pooh. Unable to hold it in any longer, Fairy Linglong spurted a mouthful of blood. The other heavens were exceptionally excited to have accepted a genius. They thought that they would definitely obtain more resources from the spiritual energy tide this time. After all this fuss, they actually all came from the same teacher, they were all fellow disciples of the same sect. It could be said that they were lucky to have accepted a genius as their disciple. If they could accept two geniuses as their disciple, it could still be said that they were lucky enough to accept three geniuses as their disciples. Is your teacher really just an ordinary god? Fairy Linglong asked with gritted teeth. Indeed. When we entered the Celestial Mountain, we had just become gods not too long ago, Wang Ying replied. Ordinary gods aren't recognized by the god monarchs, and they don't have the space-time mirror or a huge amount of resources. It's likely that they wouldn't even be able to become celestial gods by now. Fairy Linglong felt her heart bleeding. That fellow was simply too formidable. Wait a moment, if their teacher wasn't recognized by the god monarchs, wouldn't she be able to gain control over the newly conferred god kings of the other heavens? Fairy Linglong's eyes lit up. Is your teacher still in the sky of drifting spectre? Did he reveal his identity? Hearing the question, Wang Ying paused for a moment before replying. Our teacher has always kept a low profile. As long as we are doing well, he shouldn't reveal his identity. As for whether he's still in the sky of drifting spectre, it has been a month since we last contacted each other, so I'm not too sure. As his disciple, she was well aware of her teacher's character. he was humble and reserved, and he never took the initiative to show off. She had never seen such an outstanding character in anyone in the three realms before. It was only when his disciples were in danger that he would risk his life for them. Given that his fellow disciples were doing well and had been conferred God Kings, it was likely that their teacher would not reveal his identity. After all, even God monarchs would be envious of him for grooming so many formidable disciples. It's good that he didn't reveal his identity. Fairy Linglong heaved a sigh of relief. Since his identity had not been revealed, it meant that the other God monarchs would not beat her to it. She suppressed her agitation and asked, "What's his name? What does he look like?" Since she knew his name and appearance, she would have to look for him first before trying to forge a good relationship with him. "My teacher keeps a low profile. If he learns that we revealed his name, he'll surely punish us. I hope that your majesty can forgive us." Wang Ying bowed deeply. Given her teacher's personality, she was unwilling to speak too much. As his disciple, it was natural for her to keep secrets. Even if your teacher keeps a low profile, once his identity as your fellow disciples with Xiaoya, Xingyang, Yuan Tao, and the others is exposed, there's no doubt that someone will investigate this matter. Once that happens, you'll be in grave danger. I'm asking you in advance not because I want to make things difficult for you, but because I want to protect you. That way, you can rest assured. Fairy Linglong quickly explained. This? Wang Ying and Wei Ruyan glanced at one another hesitantly. Fairy Linglong was right. It was one thing for their names not to be known by others, but if their names were to spread throughout the firmament, there was bound to be someone who would investigate this matter. Their teacher did not have the help of a god monarch, so he was unable to enter the space-time mirror. On top of that, he did not have sufficient resources either. If someone were to make things difficult for him, he would be in grave danger. If the god monarch before them was willing to help and protect them, they would be in a much safer position. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. I'm only saying this to protect him. As a god monarch, I won't go back on my words over such a small matter. Knowing what the other party was worried about, Fairy Linglong chuckled softly. We're relieved to hear your words, Your Majesty. Hearing the words of a god monarch, the duo could tell that she meant well. Wang Ying paused for a moment before saying, I hope that you can bring our teacher over so that we can pay our respects to him, don't worry. Fairy Linglong nodded with a smile. That's good. Wang Ying smiled. I'm sure that Your Majesty has never heard of our teacher's name before. Xianxia. Putong, Fairy Linglong's feet slipped, and she collapsed to the ground. All along, Fairy Linglong had said that her teacher was keeping a low profile, and she had believed it. After all, her teacher was the one who had groomed so many talented geniuses. Yet, it turned out that her teacher was actually Xianxia, that fellow. Keeping a low profile, keep a low profile your head, ordinary god, ordinary your head. There was no one in the firmament who did not know about the beauty pill and breakthrough pill in the sky of drifting spectre, but in just a few hours in the sky of Linglong, Xianxia had managed to kill a conferred god king, devour a sliver of his will, and taken the other conferred god king as his tamed beast. On top of that, he had even found a powerful expert as his girlfriend, and the dimension silencer was willing to follow him around willingly. You call that keeping a low profile? Ordinary. There was no other high-tier celestial god in the firmament who was more outstanding than him, but more importantly, he had been planning to look for the other party and try to win him over after learning his name, but with the current situation, what was there to win over? Since he is one as his tamed beast and the other as his girlfriend, it won't be easy to win him over. Perhaps I should just give him a conferred god king to play with. However, it would be best not to leak this news. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if others were to learn of it. His heart was filled with depression as he continued to ponder. After leaving Linglong Royal City, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that the god monarchs had stopped making a move. It was fortunate that little Chick had stepped in, or else he would have been in deep trouble. Why you? How did you get here? And how did you get acquainted with Fairy Linglong? As long as it wasn't a god monarch, given his earlier display of might, there shouldn't be anyone who would dare to make trouble for him. Thus, Xianxia was no longer worried. While flying toward the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation, he turned to the young lady behind him with a doubtful look on his face. I left the master-teacher continent. Luo Qiqi began to recount her experiences. She had transformed into the dimension silencer and entered the spatial turbulence, only to be discovered by Fairy Linglong and brought back to the firmament. The dimension silencer was an artifact that had fallen out of the firmament, and it had only been a month since she had returned to the firmament. She had already reached God King realm pinnacle, and even ordinary conferred God Kings were no match for her. Xianxia sighed deeply. He didn't think that Luo Qiqi would have such a tragic story, so he explained what Luo Xianqing and the others. I'm the one who let my family down. Luo Qiqi's eyes reddened. The flow of time in the firmament was 1,000 times faster than that of the master-teacher continent. A month in the firmament was equivalent to 1,000 months in the firmament, or more than 80 years. Many of his relatives were probably already old. Furthermore, there was no way to return after coming here. If he wanted to meet the others again in the future, it would be a matter of life and death. After a few words of consolation, Xianxia changed the topic. You've been following Fairy Linglong. Have you ever seen my two disciples, Wang Ying and Wei Ruyan? I've never seen him before, but I've heard that he's cultivating in the space-time mirror of the God Monarch. His current cultivation is on par with mine. Luo Qiqi said. Hearing that the other party didn't make things difficult for his student, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. After asking a few more questions, the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation appeared before him. Do you have the talisman to use the teleportation array? Xianxia asked. Without the token, he would not be able to use the teleportation formation. If he were to fly to Spirit Origin Royal City, it would take him quite some time. I don't need it, Luo Qiqi replied with a smile. The purpose of the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation was to protect the cultivator. As the dimension silencer, Luo Qiqi wielded the power of space, so the ripples of energy from the teleportation array were unable to harm her. In fact, if she were to exert her full strength, she would be able to tear open a spatial rift and travel through it. Just as Luo Qiqi had said, as soon as the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation activated, the two of them vanished from the spot and returned to the sky of Spirit Origin. Turning around, Luo Qiqi was indeed unharmed. Shortly after returning to the Inferno Phoenix clan, Xianxia saw Feng Jioge walking up to him awkwardly. Teacher, what's wrong? Xianxia asked with a frown. Shortly after you left, the selection was brought forward. I sent you a message, but you didn't reply. Feng Jioge said anxiously. The three premier clans had decided to postpone the selection of the candidates to enter the Spirit God Palace until a day later, but it was said that something had happened in the Spirit God Palace. It seemed to have sensed something, so the three conferred God Kings had no choice but to bring forward the selection. In other words, while he was away, the candidates to enter the Spirit God Palace had already been decided. What's your rank? Xianxia frowned upon hearing that the selection was already over. He had tried his best to rush over, but he was still too late. However, there was nothing he could do about it. The teleportation token that he was using could only allow him to send a message within a day. Once he left, he would not be able to receive the message. It was only natural that he would not be able to contact the sky of Linglong. However, as long as his disciple obtained the first place, he would be able to disguise himself as the other party and enter the Spirit God Palace. Feng Jioge's face reddened as he kneeled to the ground. I have let you down. I only managed to obtain second place. His teacher had spent a lot of effort imparting battle techniques to him, and he had even been able to overcome the 9 Phoenix formation. However, he was still unable to do anything against the other party. Second place? Xianxia frowned. Who's the first place? He had fought with all of the geniuses of the Inferno Phoenix clan before. While Feng Jioge had managed to catch up with them, he had already surpassed them with his guidance. Under normal circumstances, there should have been no one beneath the God King realm who could match him. How could he only obtain second place? Could it be that there were stronger geniuses in the other two clans? It's me. Before Feng Jioge could reply, a calm voice sounded. Following which, a few young men walked into the courtyard. The one leading the group was in his 30s, and his eyes were as cold as ice. Seeing that his teacher did not recognize him, Feng Jioge hurriedly sent a telepathic message over. Teacher, He's the one who won first place, Feng Hanqiu from the Glacier Phoenix clan. Feng Hanqiu? Xianxia was stunned for a moment before a deep frown appeared on his forehead. God King Realm expert? The aura that the young man before him emanated felt frenzied. It was as if a massive mountain had been built around him, ready to crumble if he were to release it. Even without taking a closer look, it was clear that the young man before him had already reached God King Realm. Wasn't it said that only those beneath God King Realm were allowed to participate in the competition? What was there to comprehend after reaching God King Realm? He made a breakthrough in the midst of a battle with me. Feng Jioge's face reddened. The young man before him had been on par with him in terms of strength, and he had even been suppressed by him. Who could have thought that the young man before him would actually make a breakthrough and become a god king? Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. Even though Feng Jioge had inherited his heritage, he had only been cultivating for a short period of time. It was no surprise that he would not be able to withstand a god king. I heard that you are the #1 genius of the younger generation of the Inferno Phoenix clan. Do you dare to face me? Feng Hanqiu asked with a sharp glint in his eyes. Even though he had defeated Feng Jioge, the teacher who had helped him to improve so quickly had never fought with him before. Thus, it would be illegitimate for him to take the first place. Thus, after the duel, he had been waiting for the other party to arrive. If I win, will you give me a spot to enter Spirit God Palace? Xianxia asked. If you can win, I'll naturally hand it over to you. Feng Hanqiu nodded. The purpose of entering the Spirit God Palace was to comprehend the various items left behind by the God Emperor so that he could break through to the God King realm. Now that he was already a divine king, it did not matter whether he went to comprehend or not. Regarding this opportunity, he did not look forward to it as much as before. Besides, since the other party was able to defeat him, the slot should have been his anyway, so there was no harm in giving it to him. Begin. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. If I were to make a move against you after becoming a god king, it would be considered as me bullying the weak. To be fair, I'll allow you to make 3 moves first, Feng Hanqiu said calmly. God kings and high-tier celestial gods were 2 completely different existences in the first place. It would be no different from bullying a god king to a duel with a high-tier celestial god. No need. Xianxia shook his head. It was just a divine king who had just broken through. There was no need to give in. Not bothering to waste his breath, Xianxia took a step forward and appeared right before Feng Hanqiu. With a light pat, the air in the courtyard seemed to have frozen. So strong? Feng Hanqiu, who had intended to give Xianxia a handicap of 3 moves, narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Not daring to act haughtily anymore, he swiftly drove his Jinqi to meet Xianxia's attack head-on. Bang! Xianxia's palm was not affected in the slightest, and it fell straight down. Xianxia's face turned pale, and he slid across the ground, looking very pathetic. Victory and defeat were decided in 1 move. Even though Feng Hanqiu reached the Divine King realm, he was still not a match. Give me the spot. With his hands behind his back, Xianxia said indifferently. Even though the quantity of the purified heaven's path Jinqi had been reduced, its prowess had grown significantly stronger. Even the God King realm pinnacle Fu Jiangchen was no match for it, let alone Xianxia. Thank you for your mercy. Getting to his feet, Feng Hanqiu was still in disbelief, but he knew that the other party had gone easy on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just slid along the ground. Without any hesitation, Xianxia flicked his finger, and a jade token flew over. The token to enter Spirit God Palace. Taking it, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. With this item, he could enter Spirit God Palace and look for Lozozi. Brother Feng Xian, may I know how you managed to reach your current level of cultivation? Feng Hanqiu asked doubtfully. Previously, he was ranked first on the board of potential god kings in the sky of spirit origin, and his cultivation was one of the strongest in the 9 skies. Yet, despite having achieved a breakthrough, he still wasn't a match for the other party. Just how in the world did he cultivate? Xianxia nodded. There's no other reason. With enough accumulation, there will naturally be a qualitative change. Accumulation? Hearing those words, Feng Hanqiu's face reddened slightly. Brother Feng Xian, you mean to say that I have to spend more time and effort to cultivate after reaching a certain level? Instead of being in a hurry to break through? Accumulation. He knew that Xianxia had spent a long time as a high-tier celestial god in order to accumulate such a vast amount of energy. However, compared to the other party, he was still far from being able to match up to the other party. Could it be that his accumulation wasn't enough? But, back then, he had thought that he couldn't accumulate any more. It was just like stacking boxes. No matter how skilled one was, once one reached a certain height, they would eventually reach their limit. Everything had a limit. Once one reached the limit, it would be like a spring pulling down its end, resulting in the opposite effect. Indeed. Sometimes, even though I think that I've reached the limit, I realize that I'm still a step away. Xianxia remarked. Previously, he had thought that the Heaven's Path Xianxia was the most powerful Xianxia in the world. But after cultivating the pathos of Heaven Xianxia, he realized that there was still a gap between the two. Thank you for your guidance. Hearing those words, Feng Hanqiu's face turned grim. He turned to Xianxia and asked curiously, Brother Feng Xian, you must have put in a lot of effort to reach this level, right? Indeed. Recalling the hardships he had gone through, Xianxia couldn't help but grumble. Ever since I became a high-tier celestial god 5 days ago, I've been working hard on my cultivation every single day. When I'm busy, I'll spend at least an hour cultivating, and most of the time, I'll spend 4 hours cultivating. That's how I was able to reach my current level. You can imagine how hard it must have been for me. 5 days? Feng Hanqiu was stunned. You only became a high-tier celestial god 5 days ago? You only cultivated for 4 hours at most? He had thought that Xianxia would take at least a decade to reach this level, but who could have thought that it would only take him 5 days to make a breakthrough? You must be joking, right? 5 days. Hard my ass. Even a single session of seclusion would take more than that, not to mention, there was a time when he only cultivated for an hour every single day. Indeed. It has already been 5 days, so it's about time for me to make a breakthrough. However, I don't have a suitable cultivation technique yet, so I'll let Jyoga make a breakthrough first. Xianxia sighed deeply. If not for the fact that he had been thinking of entering Spirit God Palace to study his cultivation technique, he would have already made a breakthrough. It was clear that he had slacked off significantly. This was one of the greatest taboos in cultivation. Make a breakthrough? You only took less than 20 hours to reach high-tier celestial god pinnacle. Feng Hanqiu was frenzied. I'm not saying that Brother Feng Xian's cultivation isn't sufficient, but a breakthrough to God King requires the acknowledgement of the heavens and the earth, as well as a grasp of space. It's not something that can be accomplished just by having sufficient Xianxia. But before he could finish his words, Brother Feng Xian suddenly walked up to Feng Jyoga and asked, Do you want to make a breakthrough to God King? Yes. Feng Jyoga nodded with glowing eyes. Since we have nothing better to do, let's begin. After saying those words, Brother Feng Xian took out a pill and placed it in Feng Jyoga's mouth. At the same time, he waved his hand and infused his Xianxia into Feng Jyoga's body. Kacha! Kacha! Boom, a series of popping sounds echoed in the air. Feng Jyoga's eyebrows shot up as an invincible aura burst forth from his dantian. It felt as if a burst of sword chi had pierced right into the clouds. That's the cultivation of a god king. Feng Hanqiu and the others scratched their heads in astonishment. Did he make a breakthrough? It was just a moment ago that Feng Jyoga said that a breakthrough to God King was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, and yet, someone else had succeeded. That was not the way to slap someone's face. More importantly, it was the trash who had been chased out of the Feng clan a few days ago due to his low cultivation. In just 2 hours of impartation, the other party had been able to break the 9 Phoenix formation and become the second strongest cultivator beneath the God King realm. If he had not made a breakthrough, he would not have been able to defeat the other party. But now, with just a simple pill and a few tweaks, the other party was able to make a breakthrough to the realm that he had been dreaming of for more than a decade. In an instant, Feng Hanqiu felt as if his entire outlook on life had been toppled. Was it really that easy to make a breakthrough to God King? If it was that easy, what had he been doing all this while? Although Feng Jioji's cultivation had dropped for 2 years, his soul and will had received excellent training. From being a genius of the clan to being chased out. The ups and downs, the fickleness of human nature, the resilience of one's soul had become incomparably resilient. It was precisely due to this that the God King breakthrough pill was able to bring out its full potential. allowing him to successfully make a breakthrough. Had it been anyone else, it would not have been so easy for them to succeed, even with the help of pills. Of course, in order to cleanse the gray aura lingering in his body, Xianxia had used his Heaven's Path Xianxia to cleanse his body for a very long time. Some time later, Feng Jiuge finally managed to reinforce his cultivation. He opened his eyes and kneeled to the floor once more. "Teacher, thank you for your help." If not for his teacher, he might have already been wandering around outside, waiting for death. It was his teacher who gave him a new life and bestowed him with boundless power. "There's no need to stand on ceremony." Xianxia nodded. "Feel how strong you are right now?" Feng Jiuge stood up and examined his body for a moment before replying, "My Xianxia cultivation has already reached the God King realm, but my soul is still a little weak. I'll have to nourish it for a long time before it'll be able to complement my cultivation." Even though he had experienced a lot, he was still too young, and his soul was still a little weak. Under the nourishment of the God King realm energy, his strength had improved greatly. But to a true God King, it was still a shortcoming. The soul is the most difficult to cultivate, even more so than Xianxia. Finally getting used to Feng Jiuge's breakthrough, Feng Hanqiu walked up to Xianxia. Spiritual energy could be used to nourish one's cultivation, but it was too difficult to improve one's soul. It was just like how he had also broken through to the God King realm, but his soul was the same as the other parties. He was still a great distance away from completely grasping this power. "Yes, it is indeed difficult to grow," Xianxia lamented. Even after causing such a huge ruckus with the breakthrough pill and beauty pill, his soul cultivation had only reached high-tier celestial god pinnacle. He was still a distance away from achieving a breakthrough. Before Xianxia could finish his words, he suddenly felt a powerful surge of anima of yearning gushing into his soul. His soul energy, which was already at high-tier celestial god level, began to soar at a visible rate. Xianxia's eyes widened in astonishment. At this moment, the amount of power of will surging was actually 100 times, 1,000 times more than before. Could it be that a conferred God King is thinking of me? And more than 10 of them at once? He was filled with disbelief. More and more anima of yearning suddenly appeared, and it was incomparably pure. It felt as if more than a dozen conferred God Kings were suddenly thinking of him. Rumble, before Xianxia could even react, his soul suddenly went out of control, and an invincible aura burst forth from him. His soul had broken through to the God King realm. Feng Hanqiu was driven mad once more. "Big brother, can your breakthrough be more childish?" When he first saw the breakthrough in his Xianxia cultivation, he had thought that it was inconceivable, but he could still accept it. To be able to achieve a breakthrough in his soul so quickly and with such ferocity, what was he trying to do? "Alright, I admit defeat, you have the ability to do so, but why did you go along with my words and say that it's difficult to cultivate the soul? Difficult my ass." His Xianxia was only at high-tier celestial god pinnacle, but his soul cultivation had already reached the God King realm. Could it be any more ridiculous? Trembling uncontrollably, Feng Hanqiu was at a loss as to how he should console himself when he realized that something even more ridiculous had happened. To think that Xianxia's soul wouldn't stop after reaching the God King realm, early stage God King, mid-stage God King, his soul power reached the pinnacle of the God King realm at a visible rate. Only then did his cultivation speed slow down. Feng Hanqiu's eyes turned moist, and he felt like crying. He had thought that if he could achieve a breakthrough during the duel, he would be able to show off his strength and make a name for himself. Thus, he would be able to look for the #1 expert of the Inferno Phoenix tribe and have her acknowledge his strength. Who knew that when he arrived, all he could see was a huge blow, soul breakthrough. This was something even more difficult to achieve than Xianxia. Putting aside the fact that he had achieved a breakthrough, he was even able to advance his cultivation realm by realm at a visible rate. The people who came with him were also shocked speechless. "It's a pity that I don't have a cultivation technique, so I won't be able to make a breakthrough to God King." Xianxia felt it was a pity that his soul had stopped advancing. He had no idea where so many conferred God Kings had come from, but it was better to make a breakthrough than to be trapped in the same place. After all, his soul had not improved much over the past 5 days, and he had only reached the peak of God King realm. This was an excellent foundation for him to break through to the God King realm. "Give it a try." Xianxia sensed the seemingly substantial soul power, and with a thought, the space before him immediately rippled, as if it would be torn apart at any moment. This is the power of a god king? Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. Previously, when he fought with a god king, he had thought that the latter's strength was only so. However, after making a breakthrough in his soul cultivation, he realized that high-tier celestial gods were on a completely different level. Putting aside Xianxia, just the suppression of his soul was more than enough to render him immobile, rendering him incapable of exerting Xianxia at all. With this strength, even if he met Bei Qinghong again, even without using the golden page and little chick, it would still be difficult for her to kill him. While he would still not be able to defeat her, he would at least have the means to stand against her. Once I achieve a breakthrough in my Xianxia cultivation, I should be able to kill her with my current strength. While there was a huge gap between a god king and a conferred god king, he had cultivated a cultivation technique that surpassed the heaven's path. As long as he could make a breakthrough in his cultivation, he should be able to put up a fight and even kill her. With this, he would be a step closer to matching up to Luozi. After sensing the strength in his body, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He was just about to check on Feng Jioge to see if there were any side effects from his breakthrough when he suddenly saw a middle-aged man standing before him with an agitated look on his face. "Who are you?" Xianxia frowned. "I am the clan head of the Inferno Phoenix clan," the middle-aged man replied. "Clan head?" Xianxia was taken aback. He had met the first elder and second elder of the Inferno Phoenix clan, but this was his first time meeting the clan head. Junior Feng Xian pays respect to the clan head. Feng Xian clasped his fist and bowed. "You have achieved a breakthrough in your soul cultivation, making you a god king. Speaking of which, you are of the same generation as me," the clan head said. In the Inferno Phoenix clan, there were many experts with unlimited lifespans. As long as they were not directly related to each other, they could be considered to be of the same generation. Knowing this, Xianxia nodded. Just as he was about to ask the clan head what he wanted to do, the middle-aged man suddenly looked at him excitedly. "Your soul cultivation has reached God King realm pinnacle. With your talent, you might be able to clear the conferred God King examination and achieve greater heights," the clan head said expectantly. The clan head looked at Xianxia expectantly and said, "Before that, are you interested in taking over my position as the clan head of the Inferno Phoenix clan?" Xianxia shook his head. "I have been living a carefree life ever since I was young, so I hope that you can forgive me. I'm afraid that I won't be able to shoulder such a heavy responsibility." The reason he had come to the sky of spirit origin was to enter the spirit god palace, so there was no way he would be willing to become the clan head. Not expecting Xianxia to reject his offer, the clan head was stunned for a moment. He was just about to ask further when the young man before him suddenly looked at him with a doubtful expression. "You said earlier that you want to become a conferred god king. Do conferred god kings need to undergo a test?" He had thought that the reason why conferred god kings were so powerful was due to their outstanding contributions. However, if there was a test, it was clear that something was amiss. Conferred god kings are conferred by the god monarchs themselves, granting them the authority to wield the anima of yearning. The anima of yearning isn't a pure form of yearning. In order to gain full control of the anima of yearning, one's soul has to become extremely resilient and powerful. In other words, one's soul has to reach God King realm pinnacle at the very least. The clan had explained. There were many ordinary people who wielded authority over a region, and each of them had their own unique way of thinking. Naturally, the anima of yearning was infused with one's emotions as well. In order to make full use of the anima of yearning, one had to get rid of all emotional baggage. If one's soul wasn't strong enough, it would be easy for one to fall into chaos. As such, one had to possess a powerful soul in order to be conferred a conferred god king. The young man before him was only a high-tier celestial god, but his soul had already reached God King realm pinnacle. Just this in itself gave him a 50% chance of becoming a conferred god king in the future. The reason why the Inferno Phoenix clan had been able to prosper so far was due to their conferred god king. If another conferred god king appeared, there was no doubt that they would become the #1 clan in the sky of spirit origin, or even the firmament. "Thank you for your kindness," Xianxia replied with a shake of his head. Seeing how determined Xianxia was, the clan head knew that it would be futile to persuade him otherwise. Thus, he could only settle for the next best thing. why don't we do this instead? There's a stone phoenix statue outside the spirit god palace. Firstly, it controls the formation within the palace, and secondly, it's used to test God King realm pinnacles. With the arrival of the flood of spiritual energy, there was no power that would not want to increase the number of conferred God Kings on their side. Given how powerful the young man's soul was, even though he had yet to reach God King realm, as long as he could hold on for a period of time, they would be able to convince the other two clans to provide him with countless resources so that he could achieve a breakthrough. Was the Inferno Phoenix clan? Calm Xianxia hesitated. You have just won a slot from your bet with Feng Hanqiu. It just so happens that you're about to head to the Spirit God Palace to take the test, the clan head said. Alright. Xianxia was speechless. It seemed that Feng Hanqiu had seen the fight between him and Feng Hanqiu. The reason why he hadn't tried to stop Feng Hanqiu was because he wanted to help the Inferno Phoenix clan secure a slot. However, there was no harm in testing it out. After all, they were heading to the Spirit God Palace anyway. The Spirit God Palace floated above the Spirit Origin City. After flying for a while, they arrived in front of the Spirit Origin City. At this moment, there were already two other people standing outside the palace. The patriarchs of the other two families. Feng Yuanqi, you're saying that his soul has already reached the peak of the Divine King realm? As soon as he arrived, the head of the Zhang clan walked up to him with a displeased look in his eyes. Patriarch of the Ice Phoenix clan, Feng Hanqiu. It should have been their clan's Feng Hanqiu who had entered the Spirit God Palace, but he was replaced by someone else. Not to mention, the other party suddenly had a God King and a Soul Realm Pinnacle God King as well. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be happy about it. That's right. The head of the Inferno Phoenix clan, Feng Yuanqi, nodded. Feng Hanqiu turned to look at Xianxia, and he could sense that the latter's soul was indeed unfathomable. Even he was unable to see through the latter's soul, so he couldn't do anything about it. Let's begin the test then. Let me make this clear first. The test for conferred God Kings is extremely dangerous. Feng Yuanqi nodded. He turned to Xianxia and sent him a telepathic message. Your goal this time is to test whether you have the potential to become a conferred God King so that we can apply for better resources to help you achieve a breakthrough. If you can't hold on any longer, retreat immediately. Don't push yourself too hard. Xianxia nodded. How do I test my soul? There's a phoenix sculpture at the front, and behind it is a star map that covers the entire Spirit Origin City. You'll need to tap into the power of your soul to ignite the star map. If you can light up a single star, it means that you have the potential to become a conferred God King. Feng Yuanqi pointed forward. Xianxia turned his gaze over and saw a massive stone sculpture of a phoenix standing right outside of Spirit God Palace. Behind it was an even larger star map. From afar, it looked like a huge phoenix soaring in the sky, deep and distant. There were countless stars shining on the star map, and there were no less than 10,000 of them. Lighting up 100 stars would grant him the right to become a conferred God King. Wasn't this a little too easy? Don't think that it's easy. This stone sculpture contains the will of a god monarch, so it's difficult for one's soul to reach it. Not only will it be difficult to pass through, it'll be even more difficult to light up the star map. The other two clan heads and I have tried as well, but in the end, we didn't even manage to light up a single star. Feng Yuanqi chuckled awkwardly, seemingly seeing through Xianxia's thoughts. I see. Xianxia nodded in agreement. If it was that easy to become a conferred God King, there wouldn't be only 3 of them in the entire Spirit Origin City. Since the 3 clan heads had come to an agreement, there was nothing else that could be done. Xianxia quickly walked up to the stone sculpture and stretched his hand toward it. As soon as his palm came into contact with the sculpture, he immediately felt a powerful pressure crushing down on him. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up as he swiftly extended his soul energy toward the sculpture. Boom, a deafening sound echoed in his mind. It was as if a massive phoenix had suddenly appeared before him. Before it, Xianxia's powerful soul energy was as weak as a speck of dust. Pass through this phoenix? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. It was indeed not as easy as he thought. The pressure was simply too powerful. Even though he had just achieved a breakthrough in his soul cultivation, it would still be difficult for him to pass through it. In fact, it could even be said that it was an impossible task. Let's give it a try then. Since he was already here, he might as well give it a try. Above the God King realm was the conferred God King realm. If he wanted to become a god monarch like Xianxia, he would have to pass this trial. Since that was the case, there was no reason for him to avoid it. Xianxia gathered his soul energy and extended it toward the phoenix. Something's not right. A moment later, Xianxia noticed that something was amiss. He had thought that the pressure would only make it more difficult for him to advance further, but the closer he got to the phoenix, the more familiar it felt. It was as if the other party's aura was extremely intimate with him. Soon, Xianxia was finally able to pass through the pressure of the phoenix. With a thought, Xianxia tapped on one of the stars. It was as if a switch had been flipped, and all the stars in the sky began to shine brightly in an instant. They have all lit up. Is it really that simple? Xianxia was stunned. Under normal circumstances, wasn't it said that it was very difficult to light even one? Why did all the stars light up with just a tap and nothing else? Xianxia was in a daze, and the three patriarchs behind him rubbed their eyes with all their might, afraid that they were seeing things. To light up 100 stars meant that one possessed the ability to earn a conferred god conferment. Yet, to light up all of them, didn't that mean that the conferred god conferment meant nothing to the young man before him? How could this be? Feng Yuanqi, Feng Hanxue, and the others couldn't believe their eyes. Not only was it completely bright, more importantly, it was too fast. It had only been 10 breaths since he came into contact with the sculpture, but he was already reduced to such a state. Even the 3 old ancestors of the 3 premier clans, true conferred god kings, were incapable of such a feat. Could it be that the star map is broken? Feng Hanxue could not help but ask. The sovereign lord's will is in it. How can it be damaged? Feng Yuanqi shook his head. This was the totem of the entire sky of spirit origin, and it contained the will of the deathless monarch. There was no way that it could be destroyed. In other words, the young man had passed the trial with his own strength. The 3 patriarchs were shocked speechless. Xianxia was also puzzled. He couldn't help but look at the phoenix statue in front of him again. He had only been paying attention to the pressure earlier, but now that he had taken a closer look, he felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if he had seen it before. This is the little chick's aura? Recalling something, he clenched his fists tightly. This aura was none other than the little chick's unique aura. Could it be that his previous guess was right? That fellow was really the deathless monarch from the sky of spirit origin. With this thought in mind, Xianxia sent a telepathic message over. Little chick, come out and take a look. Do you recognize this phoenix? Following which, little chick appeared. Looking at the sculpture before it, it tilted its head to look at it, and with a dazed look in its eyes, it muttered, so hungry, he leaped up. It swallowed the entire statue in one gulp. What are you doing? Feng Yuanqi and the others were taken aback. The sculpture was the totem of the sky of spirit origin, but it had been swallowed by a chicken. Xianxia couldn't help but be stunned. I just wanted you to come out and see if you could find some memories. You swallowed him. How am I supposed to explain this? There was no way to explain it. Turning around with great difficulty, Xianxia saw the 3 clan heads seething with rage, as if they were about to explode at any moment. The fact that the totem of the sky of spirit origin had been devoured was no different from a tight slap to their faces. No one would be able to accept such a thing. Feng Xian, hand over the chicken. You're courting death. The 3 patriarchs roared at the same time and were about to make their move. However, before Xianxia could unleash his strength, the ground suddenly shook intensely. Without the phoenix statue, the entire spirit god palace seemed to have lost the core of the array formation. Spiritual energy scattered in all directions, and even the clouds were torn into pieces. The 3 experts were unable to control their bodies, and their attacks immediately stopped. Boom, the majestic spirit god palace seemed to have suffered from an earthquake. More than half of it instantly collapsed, as if the entire palace would fall from the sky at any moment. I didn't do it, Xianxia felt like crying. Back when he was on the master-teacher continent, he had been known to tear down everything wherever he went, and people had been calling him Zhang Jiancha behind his back. While it had been a little frustrating for him, it had only been a small quarrel that did not affect the bigger picture. Yet, before he had even met Lozozi, he had already destroyed the other party's residence. It seemed like he had just arrived at his father-in-law's doorstep, but the other party hadn't even opened the door yet. This wasn't how things should be. He wanted to deny it, but Little Chick was his tamed beast, and he was the one who had summoned it. Even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. Let's talk things over. There must be a reason why Little Chick didn't want to do this. Xianxia felt stifled. Nevertheless, he still formed a barrier to fend off the attacks of the three patriarchs. He had no choice but to stop them. That Little Chick had never been reliable. It had even devoured the will of a god monarch before. Otherwise, if it were to devour all three patriarchs at once, the sky of spirit origin would probably blow up even more than the sky of Linglong. By then, it would be no different from provoking them. Regardless of whether there's a reason or not, let's just take it down first. The three patriarchs bellowed simultaneously. Just as they were about to envelop Little Chick, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded in the air. Following which, a thunderous voice boomed in everyone's ears. What's going on? Three figures suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. They had green beards, and there was a cold glint in their eyes. Paying respects to the old ancestor. The three patriarchs bowed deeply. They were the three conferred god kings of the sky of spirit origin, Huiyu, Bingyu, and Fengyu. The trembling of spirit god palace had alarmed the three of them. Let's stabilize the trembling first. Seeing that a portion of the palace had already collapsed, the three conferred god kings hurriedly made a move at the same time. Three surges of energy descended from the sky, forming a massive barrier that shrouded the entire floating palace. Under the barrier, the scattered spiritual energy slowly gathered back together. While it was impossible for the collapsed area to recover, the shaking did stop. After that was done, Xianxia returned to the sky and looked at the three patriarchs. Explain to me what happened. The fire feather conferred god king standing at the very front harumphed. Old ancestor, it's like this. Feng Xian is the most talented genius of our clan, Feng Yuanqi quickly explained. He recounted how Xianxian's soul cultivation had already reached God King realm pinnacle despite his young age, how he had come to challenge the God Monarch's trial, how he had lit up all of the star charts, and how Little Chick had swallowed the sculpture of the God Monarch. You lit up all of the star charts? The three conferred God Kings stared at Xianxian in disbelief. Even they would not have been able to do such a thing back then. It was a fluke. Xianxian clasped his fist and explained, Little Chick is my tamed beast. It didn't intentionally swallow the sculpture of the God Monarch, so please forgive me. Swallowing the sculpture of the God Monarch is a huge disrespect to the God Monarch, and it has also destroyed the formation of Spirit God Palace. This is a provocation to the sky of spirit origin, and it's a crime punishable by death. The fire feather conferred God King harumphed coldly as he looked at Little Chick coldly. While it wasn't your intention to swallow the sculpture of the God Monarch, it's still your tamed beast's doing. You should be punished as well, the ice feather conferred God King said coldly. Let's do it. Two of the three conferred God Kings had already made up their minds. They raised their palms, and in an instant, energy gathered in their palms. You want to kill me? Who gave you the gall to do so? At this moment, a calm voice echoed in the air like a clap of thunder. Before everyone's eyes, the adorable Little Chick swayed lightly, and a massive projection of a phoenix appeared in front of it. It floated in the 9 heavens, soaring through the myriad worlds. God Monarch, the eyes of the three conferred God Kings narrowed as they kneeled to the ground. The illusory figure in front of Little Chick leaped out from its body and floated above the crowd. Even the Spirit God Palace appeared weak before it. Is that the Deathless Monarch? Xianxian's body jolted in astonishment. Little Chick, even though he had already guessed it, seeing it with his own eyes still left him flabbergasted. It was no wonder that Little Chick kept saying that it was a legendary beast back when it was still a gourd. Back then, he had thought that it was just bragging. Who could have thought that it was actually one of the 9 God Monarchs? It was no wonder he found the air of degeneration to be so familiar when he entered Xiankong City on the Azure. In the end, it was actually its city. He had actually accepted a God Monarch as his tamed beast. No, that's not right. While Xianxian was still in shock, a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. Little Chick is the will of the deathless monarch after its death, so it's easy for it to acknowledge me as its master. However, the illusory figure before me is clearly not the deathless monarch. If it's unwilling to accept me, it'll be very dangerous. Even though he had no idea how the deathless monarch was able to come back to life after its death, it was clear that Little Chick had sealed its memories. It was as if he had made use of this opportunity to accept the deathless monarch as his tamed beast. Now that the deathless monarch had regained consciousness, would it go on a rampage? Just as Xianxia was worrying over this matter, the massive illusory figure in the sky suddenly turned around and looked at him. Even though it did not launch an attack, it still exerted an immense pressure that felt as if the world was collapsing on him. Even though Xianxia had just achieved a breakthrough in his soul cultivation, he was unable to put up any resistance at all. His body trembled uncontrollably, as if it would be crushed into pieces at any moment. No, Xianxia drove his Xianxia furiously, and his bent back slowly straightened up. Even though I, the deathless celestial phoenix, am known as the deathless celestial phoenix, I'll still perish in the face of a devastating blow. It's just that I'm able to rise from the ashes with the passage of time. In order to protect themselves, reincarnated life forms will take the initiative to seal their memories. Only when their cultivation reaches a certain level will they be able to reopen their memories once more. Yet, you actually took advantage of the time when I was unconscious to tame me as your tamed beast. You have committed a heinous crime. I, the deathless monarch, do not need a master. No one is worthy of being my master. Boom, the deathless celestial phoenixes, Phoenix, and Little Chicks, and Little Chick. Xianxia felt as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back. The violent force caused his spine to bend again, and he felt like he could collapse at any moment. When an imperial emperor was enraged, even the heavens and earth couldn't bear it. This person actually took advantage of the emperor's resurrection to tame it as a pet beast? Isn't he too bold? How did he do it? Indeed. Even if the god monarch hasn't recovered its full strength, it still possesses the aura of a monarch. If you take it as your tamed beast, won't you be afraid of backlash? Feng Hanxue and the other two were all trembling. The three conferred god kings also stared at the young man in disbelief. Every single one of the 9 monarchs of the 9 skies stood at the very pinnacle of all life forms. Even if they were reincarnated, their life force would still remain at the same level. Their bloodline wasn't something that ordinary humans could hope to withstand. Just how foolish was this young man before him to actually take in a beast as his tamed beast? More importantly, just how foolish would the will of a reincarnated god monarch be? How could it just agree to it just like that, knowing that this was a conflict between the god monarchs? None of them dared to interject. I am Little Chick, not the deathless monarch. He is my master, no one can touch him. Boom, just as Xianxia was about to reach his limits, a furious roar echoed in the air. Following which, he saw the Little Chick behind the silhouette struggling furiously with a determined look in its eyes. You. The phoenix was taken aback. It couldn't be bothered to suppress Xianxia anymore as it stared at the Little Chick before it with a complicated look in its eyes. That was its consciousness after reincarnating. How could it be so easily bewitched by it, for one of the 9 monarchs to acknowledge a mere celestial god as its master? How embarrassing. Kill that fellow. Phoenix harumphed as it restrained Yellow Chick with its mind. The 3 conferred god kings nodded in agreement as they swiftly surrounded Xianxia. They dared not disobey the orders of the god monarch. You dare. Little Chick gritted its teeth as its eyes reddened. It hadn't awakened its memories yet, so it couldn't sense the arrogance of the god monarch. Needless to say, it wouldn't allow the other party to kill its master. We share the same origin. Even though I'm just a sliver of my will at the moment, I'm not someone you can defy. The phoenix harumphed coldly. In an instant, Little Chick was sealed in place, unable to move at all. Little Chick was the will of the deathless monarch after its reincarnation, and it shared the same origin as the deathless monarch. The latter knew all of its secrets and means, so it wasn't too difficult for it to trap it. Despite being surrounded by the 3 conferred god kings, Xianxia didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, he looked at them impassively and said, "It's up to the god monarch to decide who I accept as my tamed beast. I advise you not to interfere in this matter." Otherwise, if you kill me and little chick regains its full strength, you should know the consequences. The three conferred god kings froze in place. The other party was right. Even though the deathless monarch had the same voice and appearance as before, it was only a sliver of its will that had been left behind in the statue. It was only a matter of time before it dissipated. On the other hand, little chick was their reincarnated god monarch. If they were to kill its master today, the three of them would surely be killed the moment it returned. Who was more important between a master and a servant? Hurry up and do it. The illusory phoenix bellowed furiously. Do you think that I'll acknowledge anyone else as my master once I regain my memories? The eyebrows of the three conferred god kings shot up. They had been with the deathless monarch for more than 10,000 years, and they were well aware of its temperament and personality. After standing high and mighty for so long, how could it possibly acknowledge a high-tier celestial god as its master? It would be a laughingstock if word of this were to spread. Boom! The three conferred god kings roared furiously, and in the blink of an eye, they had formed a barrier around Xianxia, trapping him within. Seeing that they were really going to make a move, Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Little Chick was currently trapped by the will of the deathless monarch, so he could only rely on himself. Even though his soul cultivation had reached God King Realm Pinnacle, his cultivation had yet to reach conferred God King Realm Pinnacle. He was still far from a match for a conferred God King, let alone three of them. I guess I'll have to use the Book of Heaven's Path then, a glint flashed across Xianxian's eyes. Given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to use the Book of Heaven's Path to crush the three conferred God monarchs to death. Just that, the three conferred God monarchs were currently standing in three different directions. If he were to use the Book of Heaven's Path, he would be in danger as well. Unless, he could get the three conferred God monarchs to stand in the same direction and not be too far away. Selah. Just as Xianxia was deep in thought, a burst of energy suddenly shot toward him. He swiftly dodged it, but at the same time, his clothes were also torn apart, revealing the pendant that Lozozi had given him. Wung, with a light buzz, the pendant began to heat up. Upon seeing the pendant, the illusory phoenix immediately halted its action of suppressing Little Chick. With a swift leap, it arrived before Xianxia and said, "Little Chick pays respect to its master." Ah? The four titled battle pet warriors were dumbfounded. They didn't know if they should continue or stop. Didn't the will of the god monarch say that he wanted to kill this fellow? All of a sudden, he would run over and say, "Little pet, die, die," and play dumb and act cute. Why does it feel so wrong? Is this really our cold and aloof emperor who disdains all living things? However, not too long later, a berating voice echoed in the air. The silhouette of a phoenix glared at Xianxia furiously and said, "Stop right there and then. How dare you make a move on my master?" The moment they met, all they knew was to fight, fight, fight. Could they solve the problem peacefully? Do you have any sense of civility? People still have to go to work tomorrow. Boom, the air trembled and the joint attack of the three titled battle pet warriors disappeared as if it had never been there. The three titled battle pet warriors were going crazy. Could it be that the little chick had already possessed him? They weren't the only ones with such expressions. Little Chick and Xianxia, who were competing with him, were also stunned. The moment he heard that Xianxia was his master, he wanted nothing more than to tear him to shreds. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his attitude had changed to one of extreme deference. "Deathless monarch, do you have to be so funny? Could it be that this is the deathless monarch's temperament to begin with?" Xianxia raised an eyebrow at the thought of how unreliable the little chick was. Since Little Chick was a remnant of the deathless monarch's reincarnation, it was likely that they shared a similar temperament. If that was the case, it would make sense for the deathless monarch to be so shameless. However, what he didn't understand was why it didn't recognize him as its master earlier, but now it suddenly recognized him. Could it be related to the pendant? The change in the other party's attitude was due to the appearance of the pendant and the warmth it emitted. Could it be that the other party recognized this thing? Unable to hold himself back any longer, he turned to Xianxia and asked, "You recognize this thing? Then, do you know where Lozozi is?" Xianxia had intended to head to Spirit God Palace to look for Lozozi, but after causing such a huge commotion outside and causing half of the palace to collapse, the other party still hadn't appeared. This could only mean one thing. Not here. Lozozi? The phoenix was taken aback, and there seemed to be some confusion in her eyes. It's the owner of this thing. Xianxia picked up the pendant. This was the sky of spirit origin, and the deathless monarch was the spirit god. If he could not find Lozozi here, he would never be able to find her again. This is the blood of the gods. I get it now. The Lozozi you're talking about must be God Monarch Xianxia. Phoenix was suddenly enlightened. Emperor Xianxia? Xianxia was taken aback. He suddenly recalled that he had disguised himself as Lozozi back on the master-teacher continent, and the name that Lozozi had assumed was Xianxia. Back then, he had even happily said that no matter how far apart they were, their hearts were connected and their thoughts were connected. Yes, it's sovereign Xianxia. Where is she? Upon understanding this, Xianxia's body tensed up. He had been wondering whether Lozozi was a fake name or not, and from the looks of it now, it seemed like that was indeed the case. Even the identity of the spirit god might be fake, but the other party had already told him her real name. However, it was in the form of a pseudonym. When there is truth and falsehood, there is also falsehood. Where there is nothing, there is nothing. It was just that he was already at a loss at that time. God Monarch Xianxia is the monarch of the sky of freedom, so it goes without saying that she's in the sky of freedom, the phoenix replied doubtfully. How could the man before him not know the names of the 9 god monarchs when he had already taken him in as his tamed beast? Sky of freedom? Xianxia's face turned pale as he muttered under his breath, I should have known. The 9 god monarchs already knew the names of the 8 god monarchs, but the sky of freedom was the only one who did not know the names of the 9 god monarchs. When the other party mentioned God Monarch Xianxia, he should have immediately thought of it. In the end, it turned out that Lozozi wasn't in the sky of spirit origin. She was in the sky of freedom, which was located at the very center of the firmament. Seeing Xianxia's reaction, the phoenix suddenly recalled something, and she said, there's a life and death duel between the heaven subjugation monarch and the sky subjugation monarch, and it's going to start on the night of the full moon. Even though it was only a sliver of wool sealed within the phoenix sculpture, it was still aware of the happenings in the firmament. This was especially true for a battle between 2 imperial lords. Life and death duel? On the night of the full moon, 5 days from now? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He had heard of this duel ever since he arrived in the firmament, but he had thought that Xianxia would surely emerge victorious, so he didn't pay it much heed. However, it was only now that he realized that Xianxia was going to duel with Lozozi. Furthermore, it was going to be a life and death duel. Didn't that mean that one of them was bound to die in the duel? Indeed. Under normal circumstances, a duel between god monarchs shouldn't involve the death of one another, but there must be a reason behind it. Even I am not too sure about it. The phoenix sculpture explained. I'm going to the sky of freedom to stop them. I'm going to the sky of freedom to stop them. Xianxia's body stiffened as he gritted his teeth tightly. Lozozi was his one and only love. Even though he had never met Xianxia before, he knew that she was his teacher, and she had been of great help to him. Without her, it would have been impossible for him to grow so quickly and reach his current level of strength. The 2 of them were simply too important to him. He couldn't allow anything to happen to either of them. Stop them? Since the 2 of them have already made up their minds, who can stop them? The phoenix sculpture turned to look at little Chick and shook its head. Even I wouldn't be a match for him when I was at my peak, let alone now. Xianxia's voice trailed off. Under normal circumstances, given that Lozozi was a god monarch, she should have known about the commotion that he had caused in the sky of Drifting Spectre and sky of Linglong. This meant that she didn't want to meet him. Why wouldn't she want to meet him? It could very well have something to do with the duel. Just that, why would they fight to the death? The reason Lozozi came to the master-teacher continent is to find the great codex of spring and autumn, and it's something that Xianxia spent his entire life forging. Even though Lozozi had never spoken of her purpose in coming to the master-teacher continent, Xianxia was well aware of it. After obtaining the great codex of spring and autumn, Xianxia immediately tore open a spatial rift and left. All along, he had been wondering why a god monarch would be so interested in a treasure from a remote place like the master-teacher continent. However, at this very moment, he realized that it was probably to prepare for the duel with Xianxia. Why would she want to kill Xianxia? Xianxia felt as if he was going to explode on the spot. Xianxia had challenged the other 8 god monarchs one after another, and the other 8 god monarchs were still alive and kicking. Why would the duel with the last god monarch of the Sky of Freedom have to be a duel to the death? Even if I can't stop her, I'll still have to find out what's going on. Xianxia gritted his teeth. With his current strength, it was indeed impossible for him to interfere in a duel between god monarchs, but so what? No matter how difficult it was, he had to give it a try. Even if he failed, he had to find out why they were dueling with one another and what was at stake. Why did they have to fight to the death? Master, regardless of whether you want to stop them or stop them, you'll need strength. Without the strength of a god monarch, you won't be able to do anything. If you have strength that surpasses the two of them, they won't be able to fight. Even if you can't surpass them, you'll need the strength of a god monarch to have the right to speak. Noticing Xianxia's thoughts, the deathless monarch said. Indeed. You'll need the strength to do so. If you aren't strong enough, you won't even be able to meet them, Xianxia said. Without strength, everything would be for naught. His cultivation speed was still too slow. It had been more than a month since he had arrived in the firmament, but his soul cultivation had only reached God King realm pinnacle. If he had reached the God Monarch realm, which was comparable to even Xianxia, would he have been able to stop the battle? But it was too difficult. He had not even comprehended the God King realm cultivation technique yet, so how could he possibly make a breakthrough? Xianxia felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Master, it won't be easy for you to reach the God Monarch realm within a short period of time, but it won't be that difficult for you to recover, the deathless monarch said with a smile. Xianxia's eyes lit up. It was impossible for him to reach the God Monarch realm within 5 days. However, if Little Chick were to recover his strength and become the deathless monarch once more, even if he couldn't match up to Xianxia and Lozozi, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to find them. 40 years ago, I lost all of my strength, and Spirit Origin City fell as a result, resulting in the massive crater beneath the city. If I can find the destroyed city and recover my memories, it shouldn't be too difficult for me to return to my peak. The deathless monarch said. Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. That's right, as long as I can find the destroyed city and recover the scattered energy, I should be able to recover Little Chick's full strength. If I'm not mistaken, the destroyed city is the Azure's collapsed space city. However, the Azure and the firmament were separated by the world barrier. How am I supposed to return? How am I supposed to return? As a god monarch, you should know a little about how god monarch Xianxia entered the lower worlds, right? Xianxia asked. I don't know the details. My will is very weak, and I spend most of my time in a deep sleep. I only know that Venerable Sovereign Xianxia came here not long ago and asked me to borrow the Great Sovereign's seal, which represents the identity of the spirit god. The immortal sovereign said after thinking for a while. Great Emperor's seal? Xianxia frowned. Every sovereign lord controlled a region of the world and gave out orders. If they wanted to be fair, they had to use the Great Emperor's seal. This thing was similar to the jade seal of the mortal world, and it represented supreme authority. The spirit god's seal of supreme monarch was one of the most powerful treasures in the sky of spirit origin. With the seal of the great monarch in hand, he represents the sky of spirit origin and the spirit god, the deathless monarch said. A thought flashed across Xianxia's mind. Could it be that she borrowed your supreme seal and pretended to be the spirit god? That's how she entered the lower realm with the help of the heaven's sacrificial ritual? The Azure's Du Qingyuan had once said that the spirit god had disappeared for several thousand years. Roughly a month ago, the firmament suddenly contacted the spirit god and requested for her to enter the lower worlds through the sacrificial ritual. This matter might not have been too shocking, but when combined with what the deathless monarch had said earlier, it seemed a little bizarre. Could it be that Lozozi had used the Great Emperor's seal to communicate with Du Qingyuan and successfully entered the lower worlds? This was also the reason why she was mistaken as the spirit god. Furthermore, he had asked Lozozi if she was the spirit god, and she had replied that she was not. He had thought that she was lying, but from the looks of it now, that was not the case. It was true that the other party was not the spirit god. She had only borrowed the spirit god's seal of supreme monarch to conduct the teleportation formation. Previously, he had speculated that the otherworldly demonic tribe was a group of people from the sky of spirit origin who had fallen to the lower worlds and been contaminated by the core spiritual energy of the lower worlds, thus causing their cultivation to plummet and their bloodthirsty nature. From the looks of it now, that seemed to be the case. 40 years ago, the main city of the sky of spirit origin fell from the sky and fell to the azure, forming the city of collapsed space. A portion of the gods survived and became the natives of Starchaser Palace, while the rest entered the spatial rifts and ended up on the Master-Teacher continent, becoming the otherworldly demonic tribe. It was for this reason that both Starchaser Palace and the otherworldly demonic tribe had altars that allowed them to communicate with one another. This also explained why Little Chick, who was the reincarnation of a god monarch, ended up on the Master-Teacher continent. Most likely, Khonsur had found it in the otherworldly demonic tribe and sealed it in the vicinity of the Sanctum of Sages. Luo Chichi had found it through the map and told it to Luo Shenqing. 40 years ago in the firmament, 4,000 years ago in the azure, and 40,000 years ago on the Master-Teacher continent. Everything matched up. If Xianxia was not mistaken, the Great Emperor's seal was the key to achieving a breakthrough to the Master-Teacher continent. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia raised his head and asked, "Where is your seal of Monarch Lingxi now?" "Lozozi. God Monarch Lingxi, can I return it to you after I'm done with it?" "It won't take too long for me to return it. It's currently with me." The deathless monarch harumphed coldly. He opened his massive mouth, and a round token the size of a token appeared out of thin air. As the round token floated in the air, it seemed to draw in the power of the entire sky of spirit origin. If a conferred god king wielded control over a territory, the deathless monarch token would be able to cover the entire sky of spirit origin. It did not just cover the land but the sky as well. "Can you lend it to me for a moment?" Xianxia asked. "It's fine if Master wants to use it." The deathless monarch replied with a smile. With a flick of his claw, the token flew toward Xianxia and landed in his palm. Xianxia's body jolted in astonishment. Unlike ordinary tokens, it was circular in shape, and there were innumerable inscriptions inscribed on it. Taking a closer look, it was a miniature version of the otherworldly demonic tribe's altar. He had been unable to decipher these inscriptions in the past, but after spending some time in the firmament, he had gained a deeper understanding of the myriad skies. He could clearly tell that the inscriptions were the map and star charts of the sky of spirit origin. The two of them were fused together to form this token. As it turned out, the otherworldly demonic tribe's offerings to the firmament were actually to the sky of spirit origin. If he had not come to the sky of spirit origin and seen the map and star charts of the sky of spirit origin, he would not have been able to make sense of it. "Let's see if I can communicate with the azure." Exhaling deeply, Xianxia suppressed his thoughts and infused his Xinqi into the seal of monarch token. Weng, the circular token glowed brilliantly, as if it had been activated. A series of obscure words sounded from the token. It was the unique language that Du Qingyuan had used to conduct the ritual. Xianxia had learned it before coming to the firmament. "That's the deathless phoenix language of the god monarch." The fire feather conferred god king exclaimed grimly. Others might not understand the language, but as a conferred god king, he was one of the strongest god monarchs in the sky of spirit origin. It was none other than the deathless monarch's specialty, the deathless phoenix language. It was on par with the dragon tribe's 8 notes of heavenly dragon. The disc buzzed for a moment before its radiance dimmed. Xianxia frowned. Based on what he had seen, the ritual should have been able to communicate with Du Qingyuan and the others through the altar, but for some reason, he was unable to contact them at all. If that was the case, how did Lozozi manage to contact them? Little Chick, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up. "It'll be difficult for us to succeed here. Would it be better to head to the distorted space?" It knew a lot about the azure, so it understood Xianxia's motive. Distorted space? Xianxia was taken aback. That was right, his previous guess was right. The abyss beneath Spirit Origin Royal City was connected to the azure. Perhaps there was a barrier between worlds, but it would be much thinner than this. Perhaps it was due to this that Lozozi was able to successfully enter the azure and return to the Master-Teacher continent. "Let's head over to take a look," Xianxia said. Little Chick nodded as it spat out the sculpture that it had swallowed earlier. The deathless monarch's consciousness entered the sculpture once more. It was already extremely feeble after the ordeal, and it seemed like it wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. The will of a god monarch had acknowledged Xianxia as its master, and the reincarnated Little Chick had also acknowledged Xianxia as its master as well. Thus, Huiyu and the others could only send Xianxia off. Just as they were about to enter the abyss beneath Spirit Origin Royal City, Luo Chichi suddenly caught up to them. "Bring me along," the young lady said with a hint of desire in her eyes. Xianxia nodded. If she could enter the Azure, she would be able to return to the Master Teacher continent. At the very least, she would be able to return to the Master Teacher continent to pay a visit to Luo Xianqing and her family. Thus, the two of them swiftly made their way down the abyss, and around an hour later, the distorted space appeared before them once more. "I'll head down first." Having learned from the previous experience, Little Chick leaped into the distorted space. "I'll give it a try too." Luo Chichi chuckled softly as she followed closely behind. Before she could even enter the distorted space, the space around Luo Chichi began to warp and fuse perfectly with the space in front of her. As soon as the two came into contact with one another, she was able to easily pass through the distorted space without suffering any damage. As the artifact spirit of the Dimension Silencer, she was more sensitive to spatial energy than anyone else. On top of that, her cultivation had reached God King Realm Pinnacle, so it wasn't too difficult for her to do so. "I'm the only one left," Zhang Xian took in a deep breath when he saw that Little Chick and Chi-Chi were able to enter easily. The last time he came here with Feng Jioga, his soul cultivation had only been at high-tier celestial god realm. However, at this very moment, his soul cultivation had already reached God King Realm Pinnacle. On top of that, he also possessed the seal of the sky of spirit origin. It shouldn't be too dangerous. His powerful soul power formed a huge barrier around him before he jumped into the barrier with the Great Emperor's seal in hand. Buzz, as soon as his body came into contact with the distorted space, his entire body immediately twisted like a noodle. He was clearly standing straight, but he could easily see his heels. It was as if he had entered a haha mirror, and his body was not under his control. Luo Chichi walked up to Zhang Xian and said, "Distorted space is actually no different from ordinary space." "Don't believe your own eyes, you don't believe your eyes?" Zhang Xian frowned. "What you see with your eyes comes from the perspective of ordinary space. Since the space here is distorted, you have to observe the world through the distortion," Luo Chichi explained the uniqueness of the distorted space. As the artifact of the Dimension Silencer, Zhang Xian was able to comprehend the secrets of space very quickly. Following her instructions, a moment later, Zhang Xian felt the scenery before him reverting back to normal. Seeing that Zhang Xian had gotten used to it, Luo Chichi pointed forward and said, "The distortions in this space are all different. Some of them are large while others are small. Even conferred god kings wouldn't be able to venture too deep into the distorted space." Following the direction of her finger, Zhang Xian saw the world around him distorting once more. Some of the distortions were wide while others were narrow. On top of that, the distorted space was constantly flowing. What he saw a moment ago was completely different from what he saw a few breaths later. Even conferred god kings would be in great danger if they tried to enter. It was not that conferred god kings were not strong enough, but the spatial laws here were completely different from those in the firmament. Conferred god kings were no longer able to use their powers, so they could only wield the strength of god kings. They would not be able to match up to Zhang Xian and Luo Chichi. The two of them advanced for 2 hours before coming to a halt. In order to get used to the distorted space, they had only managed to cover a distance of 500 meters in 2 hours. The distorted space before them seemed to stretch for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, perhaps even millions of kilometers. How long would it take for them to reach the end of the distorted space? Most likely, Lozozi and Kongsher had already finished their duel, and they were still wandering around in there. "What should we do?" Zhang Xian asked with a frown. Even if they were to tire themselves to death, they would not be able to reach the Azure. They had tried using the seal of the God of Monarchs along the way, but they were still unable to contact the Azure. In other words, they were still too far away. "I'll do it. The rest of you, follow closely behind me. Make sure not to fall behind." Luo Chichi heaved a sigh of relief. "You?" Zhang Xian frowned. He was just about to ask Luo Chichi what she was going to do when the young lady's body suddenly warped into a round dimension silencer. As soon as the round dimension silencer appeared, a surge of energy burst forth from it. As if glued together, the distorted space froze in place. "Let's go!" Luo Chichi exclaimed. Zhang Xian and Little Chick followed closely behind her. With the dimension silencer stabilizing the space, the two of them were able to move at an incredible speed. 4 hours later, they had already traveled tens of thousands of li, and a dark gray barrier appeared before them. Before the barrier, there were rings of gray air currents flowing around it, leaving one feeling suffocated. The dimension silencer reverted back to Luo Qiqi's appearance, and her face was pale. Clearly, the flight had taken a toll on her. Xianxia took out a pinnacle god essence pill and passed it over to Luo Qiqi. It took her an hour to recuperate before a healthy glow returned to her face. The dimension silencer had the ability to maintain the stability of space. Even though she had expended a lot of energy along the way, it did not damage her foundation. There's something weird about these air currents. Luo Qiqi looked at the gray air currents in front of her. There's indeed something weird. Xianxia nodded. The gray air currents were identical to the ones that Feng Jioge had absorbed into his body previously. He had thought that it was just a small amount, but who could have thought that it would form a massive barrier here? Luo Qiqi walked up to Xianxia and stretched out her finger. Don't. Seeing her action, Xianxia's face warped in horror. However, before he could finish his words, the young lady's face had already turned ghastly pale. It was as if the gray air currents were devouring her energy. In the blink of an eye, her cultivation had already plummeted from God King Realm Pinnacle to God King Realm Primary Stage. However, there was still no sign of stopping. Her energy was still being depleted. Don't use your Xinqi to resist the gray air currents. With Feng Jioge's experience, Xianxia knew that it was the gray air currents that were devouring the Xinqi in Xianxia's body. Thus, he walked up to Luo Qiqi and tapped on her body repeatedly. Even Heaven's Path Xinqi was unable to withstand the gray air currents, let alone those that she cultivated. The more she resisted, the faster her Xinqi would be depleted. Xianxia's pathos of Heaven Xinqi flowed through his fingers and entered Luo Qiqi's body through her meridians. Soon, the gray air currents that were devouring her Xinqi were sealed. Xianxia swallowed some pills to replenish her stamina before driving the Heaven's Path Divine Art to form some Heaven's Path Xinqi and infusing it into Luo Qiqi's body. Green light flickered, and the gray air currents were swiftly neutralized. Without the gray air currents, Luo Qiqi regained her strength. However, her face was still pale, and her eyes were filled with fear. If not for Xianxia's swift reaction, not only would the gray air currents have devoured her cultivation, even her soul would have been corroded. She might very well have ended up as an otherworldly demon just like the other gods in Spirit Origin City. Back then, Feng Jioge was still a distance away from being able to distort space, but he had already been chased out of his clan for 2 whole years. At this moment, the barrier formed by the gray air currents was at least 1,000 times denser than what he had absorbed into his body, making it even more frightening. Don't cultivate or absorb any energy here. Once the gray air currents enter your body, you'll be in deep trouble, Xianxia instructed. Luo Qiqi and Little Chick nodded in agreement. After what had happened earlier, they finally understood how fearsome the gray air currents were. Even Little Chick, who possessed the ability to rise from the ashes, was unable to deal with it. Since my pathos of Heaven Xinqi isn't afraid of the gray air currents, does that mean that I can withstand them? There was no energy that could withstand the gray air currents. His pathos of Heaven Xinqi had transcended the heavens, and he had come into contact with the gray air currents before. It was clear that his Xinqi was the only way to pass through the gray air. He wrapped his pathos of Heaven Xinqi around his arm and dipped it into the gray air currents. The gray air currents split apart, but his arm remained unharmed. It works. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. With a smile, he turned around and said, Luo Qiqi, come closer to me. Zhang released his Xinqi to form a barrier. Luo Qiqi and Little Chick entered the barrier. Xianxia raised his foot and walked in. Sizzle, the gray fog continued to attack, emitting a corrosive sound, but it was unable to break through the power of the air shield. After confirming that Luo Qiqi and Little Chick were unharmed, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and continued forward. However, less than a minute later, he suddenly came to a halt and retreated. What happened? Luo Qiqi frowned. After leaving the range of the gray airflow, Xianxia removed his air shield and gasped for air. In just 3 minutes, the pathos of Heaven Xinqi in his body had been completely depleted. While the gray energy was unable to destroy the pathos of Heaven Xinqi, there were simply too many of them. Under the immense pressure of the gray energy, Xianxia's Xianxia was swiftly depleted. On top of that, his pathos of heaven Xianxia had yet to recover fully. Given the current circumstances, it would be impossible for him to pass through this area. What I need to do now is to fill up the sea of my dantian. It would be best if I can achieve a breakthrough to God King. It took Xianxia an hour before he finally recovered. He rubbed his glabella in frustration. His dantian had been filled with heaven's path Xianxia, but it had dissipated into green light. He had to fill it up as soon as possible. Only with sufficient Xianxia would he be able to pass through this area. Otherwise, if he were to run out of Xianxia halfway through, he would really be in a dire situation. It was easy for him to come up with such a plan, but he had obtained 3 pinnacle god essence pills from Fu Jiangchen, and he had given the last one to Luo Qiqi. Without sufficient spiritual energy, it would be difficult for him to fill up the sea of Xianxia. If I really can't do it, I'll just have to consume the pill king. Xianxian clenched his fists tightly. The pill that contained the most spiritual energy was the pill king. It was a treasure that could tempt even conferred god kings. If he consumed it, not only would he be able to fill up his dantian, he might even be able to push for a breakthrough to God King. Just that, he had yet to comprehend the God King realm cultivation technique. The Pill King was his greatest trump card to achieve a breakthrough to God King. If he failed to do so, there was a good chance that it would go to waste. I've already comprehended the pathos of heaven cultivation technique. If I'm not mistaken, the next realm should be the pathos of parents. Xianxian sat on the ground and fell into deep thought. He had been an orphan in his previous life, and he had not spent much time with his parents in this life either. As such, he had long come up with the idea of a God King realm cultivation technique, but he had not been able to come up with anything. Due to his inability to comprehend it, he had not been able to come up with a proper cultivation technique. Thus, he had no choice but to give it a try. The memories of his time with the Xingming Sword Saints surfaced in his mind. In order to find him, his parents had gone through so much trouble. For him, they were willing to do anything, even disregarding their own lives. Their ties were as deep as the sun and the moon. But, even though he had thought of all of this, he still could not feel the feelings of a parent. Sitting on the spot, Xianxian pondered for several hours, but he was still unable to come up with anything. Eventually, he could only come to a halt. He turned to the young lady and asked, "What do you think the feelings of a parent are?" Luo Qiqi was taken aback by Xianxian's sudden question. Her face reddened as she replied, "I don't know either. Perhaps I'll only be able to understand it after I have a child. If one did not raise a child, one would not understand the feelings of a parent." The two of them were only in their early 20s, and they had not given birth to a child yet. Without such feelings, how could they possibly understand the greatness of a parent? Seeing that the other party had misunderstood his words, Xianxian could not help but feel a little awkward. He was just about to explain himself when Little Chick suddenly stretched its back lazily and buried its head in its wings. "Isn't it easy to have a child? There's no one here anyway, and you're a man and a woman. Don't worry, I won't look. I'll just cover my eyes." Xianxian's lips twitched. He knew that this little chick was unreliable. Even though it knew that he was the deathless monarch, it still insisted on acting the same way. Xianxian turned to look at Luo Qiqi, only to see that her face was so red that it was about to burst into tears. Shaking his head, Xianxian said, "I'm going to make a breakthrough to the God King realm before I can bring you out of this gray current. I don't have the time to joke around. Without a child, it's impossible for you to understand the feelings of a parent. In any case, it's just a matter of time. Once you have a child, you'll be able to understand the feelings of a parent." Little Chick replied confidently. Infuriated by Little Chick's shameless words, Xianxian gave it a tight slap. "Let's talk about something more serious. Even if he were to have a child, it would still take 10 months of pregnancy and several years of nurturing before he could truly understand the feelings of a parent. But he could not afford to wait that long. I'm serious. Are you worried that we don't have enough time? If he didn't want it to be real, he could just have a pipe dream. As long as a suitable environment is set up, it won't take too long for a child to grow into an adult, let alone a human." Little Chick said. Imperial lords could use the space-time mirror, so they naturally had unrealized dreams special array formation. This kind of formation could allow one to quickly enter a dreamland. In the dreamland, time passed extremely quickly. After a lifetime, the golden millet in the outside world wouldn't even be cooked yet. Xianxia fell into deep thought. If that was the case, it would be fine. In any case, it was all in a dream, so it didn't matter much. However, he was only 20 years old. If he were to really do that, it would be equivalent to living his entire life ahead of time. By then, he would probably lose his temperament and passion. What's more, whether it's a dream or reality, once a child is born, there must be a wife. No matter if it's real or not, it's not fair to Lozozi. Is there any other way? He shook his head and asked once more. You don't have any children, but you have many students. A teacher for a day, a father for life. The feelings between parents are even stronger than this. As long as you can understand it, there's no need for a golden millet dream, and there's no need for you to create a child. The little chick pouted. This master of his was really a blockhead. The lady before him was so beautiful and deeply in love with him. Yet, she did not grasp such a good opportunity. She deserved to be single. Wait a minute. I'm single too. At least there's someone who likes this guy, but he doesn't even have a female duck, let alone a female hen. The little chick immediately became resentful. A teacher for a day, a father for life? Xianxia fell into deep thought. He didn't have children, so he couldn't truly understand the love and affection of his parents, but he didn't have the slightest bit of bias towards his students. As long as it was something that belonged to him, no matter how good it was, he was willing to give it to them. As long as they could live a better life, he would not back down no matter how much effort he had to put in. His parents had sacrificed much more than this. With such thoughts in mind, the smile of the Xingming sword saints surfaced in his mind once more. Even though he knew that it was dangerous, he still followed them to the god realm without any hesitation. Even though he knew that there would be countless dangers ahead, he still defended them with all his might. This was what it meant to be a parent, the love of the world. He didn't ask for anything in return. He just wanted to give, the thread in the loving mother's hand, the clothes on the wanderer's body. Before he left, he made sure to seal the door tightly for fear of returning late. Who said that the heart of an inch of grass will be rewarded with 3 inches of radiance? A thought flowed into Xianxia's mind, and the Xinqi in his body began to flow along with his words. Surge after surge of sword qi flowed around his body, and the distorted space around him seemed to be torn apart, causing rifts to appear one after another. Comprehending sword qi and cultivation technique at the same time? Little Chick's eyes widened in disbelief. Following behind his master, he knew that his master would usually comprehend his cultivation technique first before comprehending his swordsmanship. Yet, at this moment, he was actually comprehending both swordsmanship and cultivation technique at the same time. His talent was too heaven-defying. The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind doesn't stop. The child wants to be raised, but his parents won't wait. Sword qi crisscrossed, carrying with it unwillingness and reluctance. In Zhangxian's previous life, his parents died early. He wanted to be filial to them, but he was unable to do so. In this life, he had been working hard and separated from his parents more often than not. He didn't know how deep their feelings for their parents were, but he could imagine how worried they were. It was just like how he treated his students. His 11 students were scattered across the 9 skies. It would be a lie if he said that he wasn't worried about his parents. Through this state of mind, he could understand how worried and conflicted they were. For the sake of their child's future, even though they knew that it was impossible for them to stop him, they still felt a deep sense of reluctance in their hearts. This is what parents do. This is the love between parents, who, all of a sudden, the pill king appeared in the air and swallowed the pill. Concentrated medicinal energy surged through Zhangxian's body. Spiritual energy swiftly gathered around the pill, forming surges of pathos of heaven Xinqi that filled up the previously empty ocean. This pill contained the purest medicinal energy of several stalks of grass of God King, making it even more concentrated than a God King. As soon as it entered Zhangxian's body, the ocean that had been depleted due to his heaven's path Xinqi began to surge once more. Kacha, as the ocean filled up, the God King's barrier finally reached its limit and burst open. At the same time, Xianxian's aura also surged into the sky, undergoing a qualitative transformation. Some time later, the energy fluctuations finally came to a halt. Exhaling deeply, Xianxian stood up. Even though he had achieved a breakthrough to God King realm, he was still only at primary stage. It was not that the Pale King was too weak, but he had simply exhausted too much of his Xianxia. Furthermore, the pathos of heaven Xianxia also had a high requirement on spiritual energy. If he wanted to reach the pinnacle of the God King realm, he would probably need at least a handful of pathos of heaven Xianxia. The fact that a single pathos of heaven Xianxia was able to fill up the empty ocean and push for a breakthrough to God King was already a testament to its prowess. The remaining 3 God King breakthrough pills won't have much of an effect on me. On the contrary, they can help my parents, Sun Chang, and the others achieve breakthroughs. Xianxian thought with a smile. He still had 3 God King breakthrough pills left in his storage ring. If he swallowed them now, it would affect his cultivation to a certain extent. In fact, he might not even be able to make a breakthrough to God King realm intermediate stage. However, it would be a different story if he gave them to his parents, Sun Chang, and the others. They would be able to easily overcome the bottleneck of a high-tier celestial god and become a God King. Xianxian lowered his head to look at his body. After achieving a breakthrough to God King, the Xianxia in his body had become purer and purer, and the size of his ocean had grown larger. His previous Xianxia reserves were like a drop in the ocean. Let's go. With his breakthrough, Xianxian did not have to worry about the gray mist anymore. With a smile, he whipped out the God King sword and slashed it lightly. Driving his sword art, he formed a barrier around him. The pathos of the heavens, a God King realm sword art. The tree desires peace, but the wind never ceases. The son desires to be reared, but his parents refuse to wait. The sword chi was filled with reluctance. So what if one's cultivation was high? So what if one earned more? Once one's parents left, it would be too late for one to accompany them. Such was life. When one wanted to do something, it would be too late. What one had, one would not cherish. After Little Chick and Luo Chichi entered the barrier, Xianxian immediately made his way toward the gray mist. The gray mist exploded, as if it had been pierced through by Xianxian's sword intent. After flying for an hour, the gray mist finally dissipated, and Xianxian and the others came to a halt. There was no end to the path before them, as if the spatial dimension had been sealed. Let's see if I can contact the Azure from here. However, Xianxian was in no hurry. He took out the Emperor's seal and sent a sliver of his will over. Inscriptions flickered in the air as energy flowed through the seal. It works. Xianxian's eyes lit up in excitement. He could already communicate with the Azure here, and he could even sense the message that Du Qingyuan had sent over. Have Du Qingyuan conduct a ritual. Knowing this, Xianxian sent a string of words over to Luo Ruoxin. Azure. I'm back. Not too long later, a unique gravitational pull appeared on the Emperor's seal. Like a signpost, it beckoned them over. There's a spatial turbulence between the firmament and the Azure. It turns out that the ritual to the Azure isn't a teleportation but to determine the coordinates so that one won't get lost. Xianxian widened his eyes in realization. He had thought that they would be able to teleport to the Azure through the ritual, but from the looks of it, it would not be that easy. Even the Sky of Spirit Origin's Emperor's seal was unable to teleport them across dimensions. It's fine if I have the coordinates. At the very least, I won't be trapped in the spatial turbulence forever. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxian pierced a hole in the barrier with his sword intent once more. At the same time, he wrapped the 2 humans and the little chick within the barrier, and with a light step, he dived in. The spatial turbulence continued to flow in, striking the barrier and causing it to glow. Xianxian could feel his Xianxia depleting at an alarming rate. He tried to move toward the coordinates, but he found that he was unable to move at all. The spatial turbulence was similar to a whirlpool of water. There were energies flowing in from all directions, and it was extremely chaotic. Even a god monarch would find it difficult to move in a single direction, let alone a god king. If not for his Xianxia, he would have been torn to shreds the moment he stepped into the spatial turbulence, and even his soul would have been destroyed. I've been to this area before. Tell me the direction, and I'll bring you there, Luo Chichi said. All right. Knowing the capabilities of the young lady, Xianxia did not turn her down. He quickly explained the direction that the Emperor's seal had pointed him in. The young lady took a step forward, and with a jolt, she transformed back into the Dimension Silencer. Who? She tore open a rift in space and charged forward. What kind of artifact is the Dimension Silencer? Xianxia asked curiously. Seeing that the spatial turbulence had been stabilized, he could not help but feel curious. Be it the firmament or the spatial turbulence, the Dimension Silencer was able to suppress them easily. This was a feat that even some god monarchs might not be able to pull off. It was no wonder why Luo Qiqi was able to reach God King Realm pinnacle in just a short month after entering the firmament, not meeting any bottlenecks at all. It seemed like it was the right decision to bring her along. Otherwise, even if he had reached God King Realm and was able to fend off the spatial turbulence and gray air currents, it would still have been impossible for him to enter the azure. Amidst the spatial turbulence, it was impossible to discern the passage of time. After flying for some time, the Dimension Silencer finally came to a halt, and it reverted back to the form of a young lady. We are here, Xianxia sensed for a moment, and sure enough, he found that the coordinates transmitted by the altar of heaven were right in front of him. Alright, let's head in. Xianxia nodded. Just as he was about to rush in, he realized that the world before him was shaking uncontrollably, as if it was on the verge of shattering. The space in the azure is simply too fragile. It's no different from the surface of a glacier that has just entered winter. It's fine for a child to step on it, but an adult would find it hard to withstand the cold. We are all God Kings, and our strength far surpasses that of the heavens. If we force our way through, we might just cause the heavens to collapse, resulting in the deaths of all living beings, Luo Qiqi said. It seems like I'll have to suppress my cultivation. Xianxia nodded. Back when he had reached the level of the gods, he had already felt the rejection of the heavens of the azure. Now that he had reached the God King realm, his strength was tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of times stronger than before. If he were to force his way through, it would indeed cause the heavens to collapse. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia gathered all of his strength into his dantian. Kacha! Kacha, his cultivation fell at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the semi-divinity realm. It was not just his Jinqi, even his physical body and soul were suppressed. Other than his comprehension of strength being at the level of a god king, he was no different from an ordinary semi-divinity realm cultivator. Not even a god monarch would be able to notice anything amiss. Seeing that Xianxia had suppressed his cultivation, Luo Qiqi quickly used her spatial manipulation to seal her cultivation, reducing her to a semi-divinity realm as well. As for little Chick, it hesitated for a moment before looking at Xianxia and saying, "Why don't you give me the ladle instead?" It had been sealed in the Dongshu gourd, and the ladle had been kept by Xianxia all this time. Alright. Xianxia passed the ladle over to little Chick before leaping into the Dongshu gourd once more. Its cultivation had been suppressed as well, such that it was impossible to see through it. After making sure that everything was ready, the two of them and the gourd strode into the coordinates before them. Sela, an immense spatial pressure suddenly burst forth, and innumerable bolts of lightning fell from the sky. It seemed like even though they had suppressed their cultivation, the heavens of the azure were still able to sense that an outsider had entered the azure, and it was attacking them. Under the relentless attacks, the two of them sustained significant injuries before they were able to withstand the lightning. It was only at this moment that Xianxia realized that he had appeared above a vast ocean. Du Qingyuan and Wu Chen were floating above the ocean with ghastly pale faces. Not too far away, there was an altar emanating a faint glow. Xianxia looked around and saw that it was the empty sea where Lozozi had descended. Her blood had dripped into the ocean, forming countless god-blood rocks. Some of the more daring immortal beasts swallowed them, allowing them to make a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. Seeing this sight, Xianxia finally understood why even a god monarch like Lozozi would be injured after entering the azure. In order to prevent the heavens of the azure from shattering, she had no choice but to suppress her cultivation. However, if her cultivation was lowered, it would be very difficult for her to withstand this series of calamities. Paying respects to young master. Paying respects to Xianxia. Du Qingyuan and Wu Chen walked up to Xianxia. They had received news that the spirit god was descending upon the azure, but who could have thought that it would actually be Xianxia? When did he become a spirit god? Let's go. Xianxia could not be bothered to explain any further. Thus, he led the others away, and in the blink of an eye, he was already back at Starchaser Palace. Even though his cultivation was only at the semi-divinity realm, he still had his eye of discernment. It sure is developing quickly. Floating above Starchaser Palace, Xianxia took a look at the surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. There were cultivators everywhere, and every single one of them was as ferocious as a tiger. Over the past 10 years, there have been more than 30 semi-divinity realm cultivators in the Azure and more than 200 high immortals. As for the other cultivation realms, there are simply too many to count, Du Qingyuan said. While it had only been a month in the firmament, 10 years had passed in the Azure. Under normal circumstances, 10 years was nothing much. However, after Xianxia defeated Kongsher, the resources of the Ethereal Hall had been reorganized. And the Hall of Gods was no longer guarded by them. As a result, the number of semi-divinity realm cultivators and high immortals was increasing rapidly. In just 10 short years, the number of experts that had emerged was far greater than the number of experts that had emerged in the past 4,000 years. Xianxia nodded as he scanned the entire Starchaser Palace with his consciousness. A moment later, he suddenly froze. Is that you, Feier and Hu Yaoyao? A pair of beautiful figures appeared in his sight. They were Yu Feier and Hu Yaoyao, whom he had met on the Master Teacher continent. At this moment, the two of them were dressed in crimson robes, and they were standing on the peak of a mountain. The two of them moved simultaneously. Surges of energy burst forth from their bodies, and their crimson figures danced about non-stop. They're sparring? Luo Qiqi's eyes lit up upon seeing the other party. Yu Feier was her best friend, and she had thought that it would be difficult for her to meet her again. Who could have thought that the other party would actually be in the Azure, and her cultivation had reached semi-divinity realm just like Hu Yaoyao? They're sparring. Du Qingyuan replied. They've been working extremely hard for the past 10 years. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to grow so strong within such a short period of time. Xianxia nodded. No one's cultivation could be reached in a short period of time. Even he had to put in a lot of effort, let alone others. After sparring for a moment, the two crimson figures finally came to a halt. Their exquisite faces were filled with dejection. Don't waste your efforts. Without the aura of divinity, you won't be able to break through the bottleneck and enter the firmament. A voice suddenly sounded, and a young man in his 30s walked over. Luo Xianqing. At this moment, Luo Xianqing had also reached the semi-divinity realm, and his strength was comparable to that of the two young ladies. Indeed. We won't be able to make a breakthrough. Yu Feier clenched her fists tightly in indignation. In my opinion, there's no need for us to make a breakthrough. Even if it's dangerous, at the very least, there's still a sliver of hope for us. Luo Xianqing said. It's really farewell forever, Yu Feier muttered. The firmament and the Azure were different from the Master Teacher continent and the Azure. Putting aside everything else, just the 100-fold difference in time was more than enough for one to enter the firmament. I don't know the cultivation system of the firmament, but those who are able to enter it are the top geniuses and cultivators of the myriad worlds. It would take at least 1,000 years for them to reach the level of being able to travel through space, Luo Xianqing said. On the other hand, 100 years in the firmament is equivalent to 10,000 years in the Azure. We are no longer in the firmament. Even semi-divinity realm cultivators only had a lifespan of 1,000 years. It was impossible for them to live any longer than that. With 100-fold difference, it was impossible for them to meet anyone who had entered the firmament. I understand that. Yu Feier nodded. Then what are you waiting for? All of us have already reached semi-divinity realm pinnacle, and we are unable to advance any further. The only thing we can do now is to find a way to enter the firmament. No matter how dangerous it is, we have to give it a try. If I don't succeed, I'll just die. Luo Xianqing said. I agree. Yu Feier nodded. Hearing the conversation between the duo, Hu Yaoyao frowned and said, Feier, Palace Master Du has said that one has to reach the God realm in order to enter the firmament. Otherwise, one will surely die. In the Azure, once one reached the semi-divinity realm, one would come to a standstill. There was no cultivator who did not wish to advance further, but it was a pity that without the aura of divinity, it was impossible for them to take that final step forward. If one did not become a deity, they would not be able to enter the god realm. It was like a vicious cycle that trapped people in the high heavens. Yu Feier clenched her fists tightly. I've missed him back then. If I can't catch up to him, there's no meaning in living anymore. If she had been like Xiaoya and the others back then, she might have already entered the firmament. She would not have been forced to remain in the azure, hoping that they would meet again. All right, I'll go with you. To be honest, that fellow does have a unique charm to him, Hu Yaoyao said with a smile. Back then, Xianxia's cultivation had been far beneath hers, so when she teased him, he ended up putting her in an awkward position instead. The previous scenes flashed across his mind. Even though he had never interacted with the young man before, every single action of the young man was deeply imprinted in his mind, and he was unable to forget it. Since we've decided on it, let's find a date and move out as soon as possible. Luo Xianqing heaved a sigh of relief. However, just as he was about to continue speaking, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Following which, a figure appeared outside. It was none other than Wu Chen. The three of you, someone entrusted me to pass these to you. After saying those words, Luo Xianqing flicked his finger, and 3 jade bottles flew over. For us? Luo Xianqing and the others took the jade bottles doubtfully. Just as they were about to speak, they suddenly felt their bodies growing heavy. The weight of the jade bottles was so heavy that they were unable to hold them. This was a little scary. They were semi-divinity realm experts, the strongest experts in the world back then. Yet, they were unable to hold a single jade bottle. What was going on? Perplexed, Luo Xianqing uncorked the bottle and took a look. What he saw was a droplet of blood lying quietly within. Why is the blood so heavy? Is it the blood of a god? Luo Xianqing narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He finally understood why the droplet of blood was so heavy. What was contained within the jade bottle was the blood of a god, the blood of a true god. The blood of a god harnesses the aura of divinity. Consuming it will allow one to achieve a breakthrough to the realm of the gods. Luo Xuanqing's body trembled slightly. Yu Feier and Hu Yaoyao were also astonished by the sight before them. There was only one possibility for someone to give out the blood of a god so casually. The other party was a god. It's his blood. Where is he? Unable to hold herself back any longer, Yu Feier raised her head to look at Wu Chen. Others might not be able to discern the aura emanating from the blood, but she could clearly sense it. It was none other than that person. He just left. Wu Chen nodded. He said that he'll meet you in the firmament. Meet you in the firmament? The three of them were stunned. The fact that he just left meant that he had come from the firmament. They had thought that it would be impossible for them to meet him again, but who could have known that he would be able to return after going to the firmament? Furthermore, it only took him 10 short years. That would have been a month in the firmament, right? Xianqing, this is for you. He entrusted me with a message for you. Wu Chen passed something over to Luo Xianqing. Luo Xianqing took it, and with just a single glance, his body stiffened. This is Chi-Chi's possession. Where is she? The object in his hand wasn't particularly valuable. It was a light blue hairpin that he had given to his younger sister when she was still a child. What did he entrust to you? Luo Xianqing gripped the hairpin tightly as he raised his head in agitation. He said that he has fulfilled his promise to you. If you wish to meet him or find your younger sister, you should make a breakthrough and come to the firmament. Wu Chen said. The firmament. All right, I'll go look for him. That fellow has only been there for a month, so it's unlikely for his cultivation to have improved by much. Once I get there, I'll make sure to work hard and pummel that brat. With reddened eyes, Luo Xianqing burst into laughter. We'll be coming over very soon. Yu Feier and Hu Yaoyao glanced at one another before looking at the jade bottle in their hands. They clenched their fists tightly as excitement and hope shone in their eyes. Xianxian, wait for us. We'll be there very soon. Looking at the dilapidated city before her, Luo Qiqi turned to the young man before her and asked, "Is this the city of collapsed space that you were talking about?" The entire city was in ruins, and there wasn't the slightest hint of life in it. It was hard for one to imagine that this was the Spirit Origin Royal City. The reason she had come to the Azure was to meet Luo Xianqing and her family, but in the end, she had stopped. Perhaps, it would have been best for her to meet them in the firmament. Even if she were to meet them in the Azure, it would only be a single meeting, and it would only cause her to lose her fighting spirit. Thus, after contemplating for a moment, she decided to leave the Azure just like Xianxia did. While she was in the Azure, she took a trip to the master-teacher continent to meet with her family before rushing back. There was a time difference of 10 times between the two worlds. While she had spent half a day at home, not even 2 hours had passed in the Azure. However, it had been 100 years since she had left the master-teacher continent. Many things had changed, and many people and matters had already left her behind. The only thing that remained unchanged was her admiration for Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia standing on the master-teacher continent was even higher than that of Kongshi. In just 2 short years, he had gone from being a teacher who could be fired at any moment to becoming one of the strongest experts in the Mingshi Tang kingdom. His experiences had already been written into countless stories that were passed down through the generations. Of course, the most famous of them were still his romantic history. Even the otherworldly demonic tribe spirit god was subdued by him. After reading through those stories, Luo Qiqi shook her head helplessly. As one of the people who had come into contact with this young man the most, she was well aware of his temperament and character. Romantic history. How could a person without the slightest bit of emotional intelligence be interested in romance? She was really overthinking things. 100 years had passed, and the Zhang family had become even more prosperous. They had even surpassed the #1 sage clan of the Mingshi Tang kingdom. While the Luo clan and Jiang clan weren't weak either, they were no longer a match for them. She knew that her father was still around, so she had helped him achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation and brought him to the Azure. Thus, she decided to follow behind Xianxia and head to the Azure. This is it. Xianxia nodded as he tapped the gourd in front of him. Come out and take a look. While you're at it, I'll find your tomb. Perhaps you can find the power you lost there. Previously, he had seen a strange skull here and obtained the divine spirit aura from it. With that, he successfully became a god and defeated Kongshi. Later on, when he returned, the skull disappeared, never to be found again. However, Little Chick, as the deathless monarch and a god king, should be able to sense his presence. Have you ever seen anyone looking for their own grave? The gourd shook. All right, I'll look for. Seeing how lazy the gourd was, Xianxia did not waste any time. He flicked his finger, and the seal of the great monarch floated before him. Previously, Xianxia had the ability to conceal himself, but at this moment, with the summoning of this thing, there was no way he could avoid it. Wang, as soon as the great imperial seal appeared, ripples appeared in space. The two of them and the gourd swayed and a massive palace appeared before them. Outside the palace stood a skeleton. Upon seeing the object floating above Xianxia's head, it immediately kneeled to the ground. The space here is much more stable than the outside world. The heavens won't be able to sense this place. Come out. It was as if this place was isolated from the outside world. As such, even though he had become a god back then, he had not been able to find it. Thus, even if Little Chick appeared, it wouldn't be attacked by the heavenly Tao, and it wouldn't cause any harm to the high heavens. Gotcha. Hearing those words, Little Chick leaped out of the gourd, and its god king aura gushed forth. God monarch, you're finally awake. The skeleton exclaimed in joy. It was only then that Xianxia realized that the skeleton's strength was actually on par with him, a god king. It was no wonder why he had been unable to sense the other party's cultivation back then. It was simply too far away. I wish to regain my strength. Little Chick had not recovered its memories, so it did not know who the skeleton before it was. I've already made preparations. As long as you enter the palace, I'll be able to regain my strength. The skeleton exclaimed. All right. Little Chick nodded before making its way into the palace. Before it could even reach it, the doors to the palace opened on its own accord. Boundless energy pulsated within, as if a massive world was contained within. Little Chick. Seeing that it was about to leap into the hall, Xianxia shouted. Understanding Xianxia's intentions, Little Chick turned around and said, I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, I am who I am. No one can replace me. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief before falling silent. Little Chick was the new consciousness of the deathless monarch after its reincarnation, so it was the same person as the deathless monarch. What Xianxia was worried about was that it would become the deathless monarch once it regained its strength. That would be equivalent to killing the adorable little chick with his own hands. For it to say that it was who it was meant to be, it was clear that it understood this fact. Since it was reincarnation, how could it be that it was the same as before? Little Chick entered the palace, and the doors closed behind it. Xianxia and Luo Qiqi waited outside. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Little Chick, continue working hard. We'll head back first. If you can make it in time, come to the firmament to look for us. Counting the time they had spent in the azure, 5 days had already passed in the firmament. If they did not return soon, the battle between Kongsher and Lozozi would have already come to an end. Even though it was nigh impossible for them to stop the battle without the help of the deathless monarch, they couldn't just sit here and do nothing. Let's go. Xianxia beckoned Luo Qiqi as he prepared to leave. Hong Long, at this moment, a resounding boom echoed in the air, and the previously silent palace began to shake. Cracks began to appear on the majestic structure. Voila, the walls collapsed, and Xianxia hurriedly turned his gaze over, only to see a massive phoenix standing proudly amidst the dust and debris. Even though it did not move, it emanated an aura that prevented anyone from approaching it. That's a god monarch? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. The prowess of the phoenix before him was far beyond his imagination. It was many times stronger than any of the conferred god kings that he had met before. In fact, it was even stronger than Fairy Linglong. Was this the strength of a god monarch? It was no wonder even the strongest conferred god kings dared not go against a god monarch. The gap between the two was simply too huge. They were on completely different levels of existence. Perhaps, the reincarnated little chick might be even stronger than the deathless monarch. Xianxia chuckled softly as this thought surfaced in his mind. Every time little chick underwent a reincarnation, it would grow stronger. Could it be the same for its reincarnation? If that was the case, he might just be able to stop the battle between the two of them. Some time later, the pressure finally dissipated, and Xianxia and Luo Qiqi turned their gazes forward once more, only to see a young man floating in front of them. He seemed to be around 16 to 17 years old, and his body was slightly skinny. His physique was similar to that of a god king, but instead of the head of a chick, he had the ears of a human. He did not look as dashing as Xianxia had imagined him to be. Instead, he looked a little youthful. It was hard to imagine that the young man before him was the ruler of the sky of spirit origin, one of the strongest experts in the firmament. You are Little Chick? Master, the young man replied with a shy smile. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the matter of Little Chick regaining his memories did not happen at all. The young man before him was still that arrogant little fellow who had been following him ever since he was on the master-teacher continent. Master, I have only just recovered, so I need to reinforce my cultivation. You should return to the firmament first, and I'll look for you once I'm done reinforcing my cultivation. The young man said. Xianxia nodded in response. In a battle with a god monarch, it went without saying that he had to bring out his full strength, or else he would end up in a disadvantageous position. Even if the other party had not said anything, he would have done so anyway. After all, time here was 100 times faster than in the firmament. There were many more options for him to reinforce his cultivation. Feng Yao, it's all thanks to your protection over the years. I'll restore your body and strength now. The young man turned to the skeleton and smiled. With a tap of his finger, a droplet of blood flew over and landed on it. Tzzzzzz. In an instant, the skeleton was reborn, and with a piercing cry of a phoenix, a massive phoenix was born amidst the blazing flames. A moment later, a young man dressed in golden armor and a golden helmet appeared before them. He was the skeleton general from before, the most loyal guardian of the deathless monarch. Let's go. With the protection of a god king and the recovery of his strength, Xianxia knew that Little Chick would be safe. Thus, he beckoned Luo Qiqi over, and the two of them returned to the azure. Entering a higher world from a lower world was much easier than coming back. As the two of them slowly unsealed their cultivation, they were quickly pushed into the spatial turbulence by the heavens of the azure. By releasing their full strength as god kings, they would be summoned by the firmament. Half a day later, the two of them landed on the ground. It was the place where he, Xiaoya, and the others had landed on the spirit mechanism mountain. "Where are we going now?" Luo Qiqi asked. "Let's return to Drifting Spectre Royal City first before using the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation to head to the Sky of Freedom," Xianxia said. There was no greater displacement teleportation formation in a small city like Twilight City. If he wanted to stop Luozi and Kongsher, he would have to head to the Royal City first. With the strength of a god king, it didn't matter whether he was the city lord or not. Thus, the two of them quickly returned to Drifting Spectre Royal City. Xianxia did not leave right away. Instead, he brought Luo Qiqi to their residence. While he was making his way around the Sky of Spirit Origin, the Sky of Linglong, and the Azure, he had finally returned to the Sky of Drifting Spectre to pass the conferred God King breakthrough pill to his parents and son Cheng so that they could overcome their bottlenecks as soon as possible. Having reached the God King realm, Xianxia was already standing at the very peak of the firmament. As such, he was able to sneak into his residence without anyone noticing him. "Young master." As soon as he entered the residence, Sun Cheng immediately rushed forward to welcome him with an agitated look on his face. Sun Cheng's cultivation had actually reached middle-tier celestial god. Even though he was still a long way off from reaching high-tier celestial god, given his temperament, it was likely that he had not slacked off during this period of time. "Where are the old master and madam?" Xianxia asked. "They are currently in the residence, having tea with a guest," Sun Cheng replied. "A guest?" Xianxia frowned. Getting, his heart skipped a beat. He rushed into the residence and saw his parents and a young man seated in the courtyard, sipping on a cup of tea. The young man seemed to be in his 20s, and there was a look of determination on his face that made him feel cold and distant. It was impossible to gauge his cultivation and strength. Behind him was an elder who looked like a servant. His body was bowed to the ground, and he did not speak a word at all. Taking a closer look, Xianxia was unable to sense the other party's cultivation at all. His eyebrows shot up in astonishment. Could he be a god monarch? After hearing Sun Cheng's words, he had scanned the area with his spiritual perception. If not for his eyes, he would not have been able to sense the other party's presence at all. Just from this alone, it was clear that the other party's strength far surpassed his, even though he was only an ordinary god king at the moment. With his pathos of heaven and sword art, he was able to put up a fight even against conferred god kings. If Bei Qinghong were to make a move against him, even without the golden page, he would still be able to crush her easily. Despite his strength, he was actually unable to notice the young man before him. Furthermore, he was with his parents and the others. How could he not be shocked? "This is my son, Xianxia," Sword Saint Meng introduced with a smile, seemingly unaware of how powerful the young man before her was. The young man nodded. Without getting up, he turned to look at Xianxia. With just a single glance, Xianxia felt as if a sword had pierced through the air, threatening to crush him into dust at any moment. In fact, the Library of Heaven's path was trembling non-stop, as if it was about to be sliced apart by the sword. A name surfaced in Xianxia's mind, and he asked, "You are, the god monarch of the Sword Hut?" Based on what he knew, the two most mysterious god monarchs were the Sky of Freedom's god monarch Lingxi and the Sky of Sword god's celestial Sword Hut. The god monarch of the Sword god monarch did not look for geniuses or declare a conferred god king, but none of the other god monarchs dared to cause trouble in the Sky of Sword god. Clearly, the god monarch of the Sword god monarch was stronger than the other god monarchs. "Take a seat," the young man said with a smile. Knowing that it would be impossible for him to stop the other party with his current strength, Xianxia walked up to the table and took a seat. The elder behind him stepped forward and poured a cup of tea before passing it over. Xianxia took the cup and asked uneasily, "May I know why the god monarch is looking for me?" If the god monarch really wanted to meet him, he could have just sent a conferred god king to inform him. Yet, the god monarch of the Sky of Drifting Spectre had actually come to his residence without even the Chanquan demon monarch noticing his presence. This left him feeling a little uneasy. The young man did not answer Xianxia's question. Instead, he turned to look at Xianxia with a complicated look in his eyes. A moment later, he put down the teacup and asked, "Can you demonstrate the swordsmanship that you have comprehended for me?" Swordsmanship? Xianxia frowned. The young man was a god monarch of the sky of sword god. Could it be that the young man was here just to see his swordsmanship? Perhaps, that was really possible. The swordsmanship that he had comprehended was limited by his cultivation, so it was nothing much to a god monarch. However, it had indeed surpassed the heavens and the cycle of reincarnation, making it one of the top swordsmanship in the firmament. As the strongest swordsman in the firmament, it was not surprising that the young man would want to see it. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. If the other party wanted to see his swordsmanship, it was unlikely that he harbored any ill will. Those who were obsessed with martial arts were usually simple-minded and straightforward. They were not as bloodthirsty as the other party. With that in mind, Xianxia stood up and flicked his wrist, and the God King sword materialized in his grasp. Seeing that Xianxia was about to execute his swordsmanship, the elder behind the young man raised his hand, and a unique energy shrouded the entire courtyard, preventing others from sensing it. Seeing this, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up once more. He was able to set up a formation in midair swiftly, but if he wanted to do it as naturally as the other party, he would have to use his spatial prowess as well. From the looks of it, even if the elder was not a god monarch, his cultivation was still far above that of an average conferred god king. Knowing that the young man before him harbored no ill will, Xianxia decided not to think too much about it. He gripped the god king sword tightly, and in an instant, he entered a unique state, as if he had become a proud sword. Hula, the sword moved. A light breeze blew, and the water rippled. The heart is like a net, and there are thousands of knots in it. How can one look on in astonishment? One's filial piety, the silk of a silkworm dies, the tears of a candle dries up, the tree desires peace, but the wind never ceases. The son desires nurture, but his parents do not wait, for sets of swordsmanship flowed out like flowing water, filling the air like a mist or a dream, making it difficult to tell how powerful they were. The young man looked at the swordsmanship before him silently. Xianxia retracted his sword and clasped his fist. God monarch, please enlighten me. The young man before him was the strongest swordsman in the firmament. A word of guidance from him would surely benefit his swordsmanship immensely. You are indeed extraordinary to be able to comprehend such swordsmanship, the young man said with a smile. I won't be able to offer you any pointers. You are the only one who can forge a path for yourself. However, your sword intent is filled with reluctance, and it lacks resolve and protection. Resolve and protection? Xianxia was taken aback. The heart is like a net, the filial piety, the silkworm dies, the candle burns to ashes, the tree desires peace, but the wind never ceases. Indeed, they were all sentimental. However, the pathos of heaven cultivation technique was based on emotions and used emotions as a sword. Naturally, it had to be filled with emotions. In times of chaos, no one can protect themselves. What if your family, friends, or lover are threatened? The young man asked. This? Xianxia paused for a moment before continuing. Naturally, we will do our best to protect them. Yes, it's protection, protection at all costs, protection at all costs. Your sword art doesn't have it, the young man said. Xianxia was speechless. Indeed, his sword art lacked such tenacity. Using emotion as a sword is not only about lingering, but also about responsibility and responsibility. Just like your last sword strike, it was filled with reluctance to part with your parents and regret for being unable to serve your loved ones. However, have you ever thought about what your parents wanted to see the most when they were alive? The young man asked. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before saying, what I want to see the most is for me to live my best life and be happy every single day. He didn't know what his parents were thinking, but as a teacher, he knew how he should treat his students. He only hoped that Xiaoya and the others would be able to live their lives happily. As for what realm they could reach, it didn't matter to him at all. Even if they were only ordinary gods at the moment, he wouldn't discriminate against them. That's right. What they want to see the most is to live their best life, not to be reluctant to part with them and wallow in regret. One should always look forward and not remain stagnant, the young man said. That's right. Xianxia's heart jolted in astonishment. Indeed, wallowing in pain was not something that one's loved ones wanted to see. They would rather see one's happiness in life. It was right to be filial and to suffer, but it was wrong to wallow in pain. Everyone had their own life, and they had their own path to take. They could not remain stagnant all the time. Birth, death, illness, separation, resentment, unattainable desires, and reluctance to let go, the 8 sufferings of life had to be endured, and one had to let go. This was life. If one wanted to live, no matter how bitter it was, one had to endure it. Elder, thank you for your guidance. Xianxia knew that he had changed the direction he was heading in, so he bowed deeply and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Elder." Just a few words of guidance had benefited him greatly. To be able to understand it so quickly, "It seems like you didn't choose the wrong person," the young man said with a faint smile as he stood up. "All right, I'll be leaving too. You'll have to depend on yourself for the rest of your journey. Take care." "You're leaving just like that?" Xianxia was taken aback. He had been wondering what the young man's motive was, but after seeing him execute his swordsmanship and offering him a few words of guidance, the young man was already leaving. Could it be that the young man was here to offer him pointers? The young man stood up and said, "Xianxia, pass the Crimson Heaven sword to him." "Yes." The elder stepped forward, and with a flick of his wrist, a sword appeared before him. He passed it over lightly. As soon as the sword appeared in the air, cracks began appearing in the surrounding space. The God King's sword in Xianxia's hand struggled free from his grasp and fell to the ground. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. The God King's sword was a God King realm sword, and it was the strongest weapon he had at the moment. Yet, it actually fell to the Crimson Heaven sword. Just how powerful was it? "I don't deserve a reward for nothing." Xianxia hurriedly bowed, not daring to accept the sword. "There's no need to stand on ceremony. I forged this sword for you several decades ago." "Take it," the young man said with his hands behind his back. "Several decades ago?" Xianxia was taken aback, not knowing how he should respond. At the very most, he was only in his 20s, and that was in the master-teacher continent. In the firmament, he had only lived for slightly more than a month. "Are you sure that you forged this sword for me several decades ago?" "Thank you, God Monarch." Seeing how determined the other party was, Xianxia knew that he needed to raise his fighting prowess as well. Thus, he reached out to grab the sword. There was no weight to it, no powerful weapon spirit, and no discomfort. It was as if the sword had grown out of his arm from the moment it appeared, as if it was an extension of his arm. As soon as such a powerful sword fell into his hand, he had already tamed it, making it his own. The pressure and strength that the sword had exerted earlier vanished in an instant, turning it back into an ordinary sword. It was impossible to tell what tier it was, but as the owner of the sword, he knew just how fearsome the power harnessed within it was. If he were to execute the pathos of heaven sword art with this sword again, Fairy Ling Long's face that was formed from her will might not be able to withstand it and be shattered on the spot. Feeling grateful, Xianxia kneeled down and kowtowed once more. A thought suddenly came to his mind, and he looked at the young man before him expectantly. "May I know if I can take a look at the swordsmanship that you have comprehended?" If he could take a look at the other party's swordsmanship, he might be able to comprehend even more. Instead of replying, the young man turned around and gestured with his finger. Voila, the tea and the teacups on the stone table immediately flew into the air and formed a sword in midair. "Attack me with your swordsmanship." "Yes." Knowing that the other party's strength far exceeded his, Xianxia decided not to waste his breath. With a flick of his wrist, the Crimson Heaven sword danced in the air. Selah. He executed the knot of thousand knots swordsmanship, and sword chi surged forth like a palm. Instead of retreating or dodging, the young man took a step forward and thrust the water sword in his hand forward. In that instant, Xianxia felt as if a ferocious beast was staring at him intently. He dared not move at all, fearing that he would be struck by lightning the moment he tried to dodge. The other party's swordsmanship did not have too many moves, but it carried an indomitable aura, as if he could not back down in the slightest. This, Xianxia's face warped in horror. He knew that he would be struck by the other party's swordsmanship if he did not change his stance. Thus, he swiftly executed his strongest move, Everlasting Wind. The swordsmanship carried a hint of reluctance. However, the young man did not back down. Instead, he continued to advance forward. His movements were a little stiff, but there was an indomitable will in his movements. In an instant, his swordsmanship seemed to have stacked together. Pung, the swordsmanship in the air collapsed, and Xianxia was sent crashing heavily into a pillar. His face paled. Hula, the sword formed by the tea reverted back to droplets of water and fell to the ground. I used the same strength as you, God King Realm primary stage, the young man said. That's right. Xianxia nodded as he struggled to his feet. The other party did not use strength that far exceeded his cultivation. Just like that, he was able to defeat him despite using the Crimson Heaven sword, pathos of heaven, and swordsmanship. In other words, despite being at the same cultivation realm, he was unable to defeat the other party even with his powerful weapons. Ever since he started cultivating, he had only lost to his clone and Kongshi's clone in the same cultivation realm. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. Lingering sentiments is a sword art, and so is firm protection. As for how you comprehend them, it'll be up to you. The young man turned around and prepared to leave. Senior, please wait. Xianxia stepped forward again. The young man stopped. Elder, given your strength, there's no way you would be weaker than the Heaven Subjugation Monarch and God Monarch Xianxia. You should have known that they would fight to the death, so why didn't you stop them? Xianxia gritted his teeth. He didn't know how strong the other great monarchs were, but this great monarch had easily defeated him with just his sword skills. His strength was definitely stronger than that of Kongshi and Lozozi. Why didn't he stop them from fighting? Could it be that he had to watch as only one of the two emperors remained? Everyone has to bear the karma that they or others have brought upon them. Not even monarchs are exempt from this. Their battle cannot be stopped, and cannot be stopped. This is inevitable. The young man said indifferently. Could it be that one of us will die? Can't you stop there? Xianxia could not believe it. One of us has to die. The young man nodded. All right, your parents have a good grasp of swordsmanship. If they manage to reach God King Realm, send them to the sword hut. If anything happens, I'll ensure their safety. After saying those words, the young man and the old man's silhouette began to fade. In the next moment, they had already vanished from sight. Elder! Elder! Xianxia shouted a few more times, but there was no response at all. Realizing that the other party had already left, he couldn't help but feel a little dazed. It wasn't because he couldn't defeat the other party despite being of the same cultivation realm. Rather, it was because one of them had to die in the battle between Lozozi and Kongshi. Even a powerful god monarch like him was unable to stop it. Why did things have to turn out this way? Lozozi was his girlfriend, and for her sake, he had cultivated all the way from the master-teacher continent to the God King realm. He had never dared to slack off in the slightest. Kongshi was the one who had enlightened him, and he was also the world's teacher, a figure worshipped by countless people. He was deeply indebted to both of them, so why would they insist on a life-and-death duel and end it with the death of one of them? Everyone has to bear the karma that they or others have brought upon them. Just what kind of karma is it? Xianxia thought as he recalled the other party's words. Xian'er, just as Xianxia was at a loss for what to do, he suddenly heard his mother's worried voice. He raised his head and said with a smile, I'm fine. Right, how are your cultivation at the moment? You have given us sufficient cultivation techniques and pills, so your father and I have managed to reach high-tier celestial god realm pinnacle during this period of time. Sword Saint Meng said with a smile as she released the energy in her body. Just as she had said, the two of them had managed to reach high-tier celestial god realm pinnacle, roughly on par with him before he had achieved a breakthrough. This? Xianxia blinked in disbelief. The reason why his cultivation was so fast was due to the anima of yearning that he had absorbed. On top of that, he had also comprehended the pathos of heaven. How could his parents have improved so quickly as well? It's because Sun Chang has bought quite a few resources that can help raise his soul cultivation, Sword Saint Meng explained. The barrier-breaking pills and beauty pills formed a large scale. Every day, Sun Chang raked in large amounts of gold. With this wealth under his control and the full support of the three great families, it wasn't difficult for him to purchase items and pills that could rapidly increase his soul force. With the Heaven's Path simplified cultivation technique and the guidance of the Sword Hut, it was not surprising that the two of them were able to reach high-tier celestial god realm pinnacle so quickly. Alright then. Here are 3 God King breakthrough pills. Each of you will take one. Once you feel that your cultivation has reached the required level, you can consume it and make a breakthrough to God King realm. After recovering from his shock, Xianxia passed the pills over to Sword Saint Meng. These pills were meant for them to achieve a breakthrough to God King realm. Since they were already on the verge of reaching the God King realm, there was no reason for them to hold back. Sun Chang, I'll be heading to the Sky of Freedom with Luo Qiqi now. You should bring the old master and madam to the Sky of Sword God and find a secluded place to achieve a breakthrough. Once you become a God King, head to the Sword Hut to look for that fellow from earlier. With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia passed his Great Displacement teleportation token over. With his current comprehension of swordsmanship and cultivation, even Great Displacement teleportation would not be able to harm him. Since that was the case, it would be better for him to pass this token to his parents so that they could head to the Sky of Sword God first. Considering how he had been attacked when he left the Sky of Drifting Spectre, the temptation of the beauty pill could also tempt many people to take risks. This could endanger the safety of his parents, so he could not afford to underestimate it. After that was done, he had his father, Hyung Kensei, tame the God King sword. With the sword and the sword arts that the two of them had comprehended, they would be able to put up a fight even against ordinary God Kings. Let's head to the Sky of Freedom. After sending Sword Saint Meng to the teleportation formation, Xianxia watched as Sword Saint Meng left before entering the teleportation formation with Luo Qiqi. No matter what, he had to stop the battle between Luozi and Kongsher, even if it meant that he had to pay with his life. The capital of the Sky of Freedom was not like the other royal cities, which were heavily guarded. Instead, it was built in the middle of a massive mountain range. There were no walls or guards around, making it seem like a free and easy place. There were all kinds of vegetables and tamed beasts on the training grounds, and there were even jars of pickled vegetables on the shelves. When he entered the city, he felt that it was a mess, giving him a sense of chaos. Everyone lives a carefree life in the Sky of Freedom. There's no need for them to follow the rules, and there are no rules at all. Luo Qiqi remarked as she walked forward. Of the 9 skies, the Sky of Freedom was different from the other skies. While there were no rules, no one dared to mess around there. While there were no armies and no experts to protect them, the other skies dared not disobey them. It was truly a carefree life. It was chaotic, but it did not violate the rules. Xianxia nodded in agreement. The Sky of Freedom was indeed different from the other skies. The cultivators who lived there were much more comfortable than those who lived in the other skies, and anyone who dared to disturb this peace would be opposed by the others. Thus, while there were no clear rules in the Sky of Freedom, it had its own unique way of standing at the very top of the firmament. May I know where God Monarch Xianxia lives? He found a large trading company and asked a heavenly deity whose cultivation base was at the peak of the upper grade. Sensing the powerful auras coming from Xianxia and Luo Qiqi, the celestial god pointed in a certain direction and replied, God Monarch Xianxia cultivates at the Xianxia mountain, thank you. Xianxia turned his gaze over and saw a mountain shrouded in mist. It felt as if it was towering over the horizon. Thus, he flew over. The mountain didn't seem too far away, but for some reason, no matter how he flew, the distance remained the same. Even after flying for an hour straight, the mountain remained the same, forever out of his reach. It was as if he was flying in the direction of the sun. No matter how fast he flew, what he saw would remain the same. After coming to a halt, Xianxia raised his head and said, Luozi, I know that you know that I'm here. I want to meet you. The mountain wasn't too far away, but he was still unable to reach it. Needless to say, the other party must have done something. Since that was the case, he might as well get straight to the point. As soon as he said those words, a ripple appeared in the space before him. Following which, a beautiful figure appeared before him. She was a 17 or 18-year-old girl dressed in green. Young Master Xianxia, please return. The green-robed lady bowed deeply and said, the young mistress is currently preparing for her battle with the Heaven Subjugation Monarch, so she can't afford to be distracted. If it's for her own good, it's best that we don't disturb her. In a battle between experts, even the slightest opening will be seized upon. I hope that young master won't become her opening. The woman in green said. Xianxia trembled. In a battle between experts, be it in terms of cultivation or spirit, one could not afford to have the slightest flaw. If she were to fall because of him, he would hate himself for the rest of his life. But, he didn't want anything to happen to her, nor did he want anything to happen to Xianxia. This battle of hers, can't we stop it? Unable to hold himself back any longer, Xianxia glared at Xianxia with gritted teeth. Although he had heard the deathless monarch and the person from the sword hut's reply, his heart was still filled with unwillingness. Sorry, I can't stop it. The woman in green shook her head. Why? Xianxia asked. I want her to explain it to me personally. Young master, please don't make things difficult for a mere servant like me, and don't burden the young mistress. If she wins this duel, she'll explain it to you personally. If she loses, everything will be over. There's no need for her to explain any more, the woman in green said. Very well. I'll wait for her explanation. Seeing how determined the other party was, Xianxia turned around and left. If the other party didn't want to meet him, there was no way she would meet him. There was no point in wasting his breath. Luo Qiqi caught up to Xianxia and asked doubtfully, Are we giving up? They had already arrived at the Sky of Freedom, and they were just about to meet the other party. Why would they stop just like that, even though she knew that the other party was God Monarch Lingxi, and she knew that it would only make him more determined to marry her, she couldn't bring herself to see the other party in such a state. He still preferred to see that kind of carefree attitude of his, as if nothing in the world could make things difficult for him. Of course not. Since she's unwilling to meet me, I'll look for the Heaven Subjugation Monarch. Xianxia exhaled deeply. Given Lozosi's current situation, it was clear that she wasn't going to meet him. Since that was the case, he might as well look for Xianxia and challenge him to a duel. As long as he could meet even one of them, he might be able to uncover the truth. Luo Qiqi nodded with a bitter smile on her face. But, we don't know where he is right now. Of the 9 skies of the firmament, every single one of the god monarchs ruled over a territory. The Heaven Subjugation Monarch was a god monarch who had just risen to power 40 years ago, so he didn't have a territory of his own. Over the years, he had been dominating the firmament, challenging the other god monarchs. If he didn't show himself, it would be impossible to find him. We should be able to find out more about him. Xianxia pondered for a moment before saying, besides, since the duel is coming, it's likely that he's already in Freedom Royal City. The duel between the 2 god monarchs was coming, so it was likely that Xianxia was already in Freedom Royal City. Thus, the 2 of them stopped at Freedom Royal City. There are so many people in Freedom Royal City. Who can we find out more about him? Luo Qiqi asked. It was easy to say, but how could it be so easy to do? If a god monarch of Xianxia's caliber could be found so easily, there would be nothing mysterious about him anymore. Besides, there were more than 100 million living beings in Freedom Royal City. How could they possibly find the Heaven Subjugation Monarch? I'm looking for the Sky of Freedom's Mingshi Tang, Xianxia said with a glint in his eyes. Luo Qiqi was stunned for a moment before widening her eyes in realization. That was right, since the Mingshi Tang was a property left behind by Xianxia, there was bound to be a way to contact the other party. If they could find the other party, they would be able to find the other party as well. The Mingshi Tang was a relatively new power in the firmament, so it wasn't too difficult for them to find out more about it. It didn't take long for the duo to arrive at Freedom Royal City. The Sky of Freedom didn't restrict the development of any occupation, so its halls were much larger than those of other royal cities. Even before arriving at the Freedom Royal City, they could already see a huge crowd. There were innumerable people who were here to learn from one another, unlike the other royal cities. Following the crowd, they saw quite a few master teachers imparting knowledge to the Freedom Royal City. It was a thriving sight. While the Freedom Royal City wasn't as strict as the master teacher continent, it was still starting to take shape. Are we looking for their hall master? Luo Qiqi glanced at the crowd, but seeing the attitude of the crowd, she didn't know where to start asking either. She turned to Xianxia and asked. Since they were asking for the other party's hall master, they should be looking for him instead. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Xianxia waved his hand. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and announced with a resounding voice, Xianxia is here to challenge the hall master of the Mingshi Tang Pavilion. Please come out and meet me. P.S. I recommend 2 books. 1. Great God Yi Tiannan's Lord of Secret Treasures. Modern Cultivation Genre. Introduction. In a New World, The Awakening of Destiny. There are all kinds of new treasures in the world. With an ancient artifact in hand, the young man stands at the pinnacle of all treasures. Ling Feng placed his hands behind his back and chuckled, with the brick in hand, the world is mine. 2. The Decadent Dragon. It's said that this author is extremely wealthy and bought half of a city, thus giving him the nickname of Dragon Half City. New work, Demon Hunter Cooking Manual. Xianxia? Challenging the head of the pavilion? Is he here to challenge us? To challenge the head of the Mingshi Tang Pavilion, he's courting death. Wait a moment, he said that his name is Xianxia. Which Xianxia is he? Could he be the one who created the beauty pill? If I'm not mistaken, he's the only famous person in the firmament. I heard that he just defeated conferred god King Bei Qinghong in the sky of Linglong a few days ago. A huge commotion broke out. The master teachers who had intended to rush forward and berate Xianxia immediately cowered in fear upon hearing that even God King Bei Qinghong wasn't a match for him. To be able to kill a conferred god king, there was no doubt that Xianxia was a fearsome figure. I am the head of the Mingshi Tang Pavilion, Apothecary Zhang. This way, please. A figure walked out of the hall. It was an old man with a white beard. Just like Xianxia, he was a god king as well. Nodding his head, Xianxia followed behind him into the inner hall. After walking for a while, the elder finally came to a halt. Apothecary Zhang, I've already learned of your purpose here. I'll bring you to meet the god monarch right now. You know that I want to meet the heaven subjugation monarch? Xianxia was taken aback. He had thought that he would have to fight with the other party, but who could have thought that the other party would say such words as soon as they met? The god monarch has already instructed me to bring you to him as soon as you arrive, the head of the Mingshi Tang Pavilion replied with a smile. With a wave of his hand, a teleportation formation appeared before them. Let's go. After saying those words, the elder stepped into the teleportation formation. Xianxia and Luo Qiqi followed closely behind. With a flash of light, they appeared above a mountain shrouded in clouds. A majestic palace appeared before their eyes. At the very center of the palace sat an elder with an amiable look on his face. He was no other than Kongshi. God kings and conferred god kings were standing by the side. Xianxia took a closer look, and his eyebrows shot up. He actually recognized quite a few of them. Ancient Sage Ziyuan, Ancient Sage Ranqiu, Ancient Sage Bo Shang, Ancient Sage Zigong, the 10 sages and the 72 sages of Confucius were all present. Even the weakest among them was a high-tier heavenly god. There were more than 10 divine kings and above, not the slightest bit inferior compared to the other 9 heavens. Just that, didn't he see the corpses of ancient sage Ziyuan and the others when he first entered the azure? Why did he look completely unscathed? His heart was filled with doubts, but he also knew that this was not the time to ask questions. He walked to the center of the hall and bowed deeply. Junior Xianxia greets Kongshi. With just one look, he could tell that this was the world's teacher who bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind. You're finally here. With a faint smile, Kongshi looked around and said, all of you can leave now. Yes. Ancient Sage Ziyuan nodded before leading the crowd away. Qiqi, wait for me outside. Xianxia turned around. Call me if you need anything. Luo Qiqi nodded. Soon, only Xianxia and Kongshi were left in the room. Take a seat. Kongshi waved his hand, and a chair flew over and landed behind Xianxia. The latter was not in a hurry to take a seat. Instead, he clasped his fist apologetically and said, Kongshi, I am indebted to you for grooming me, but I ended up capturing your clone. With a flick of his wrist, he released the clone that he had captured in the azure. He's a fragment of my will, something that I severed from my body. He was sealed in the azure, but as time passed, he managed to break through the seal. I was careless. It was as if Kongshi was aware of this matter, but he did not show the slightest hint of anger. With a tap of his finger, the clone dissipated into a wisp of green smoke before vanishing from the spot. Following which, he chuckled softly and said, I was intending to send a fragment of my will to destroy him, but after seeing you enter the azure, I gave up on that thought. You really didn't disappoint me. Xianxia is aware of what I did in the azure? Xianxia was stunned. There was no way to connect the azure to the firmament, and even Lozozi had sustained severe injuries in the trip there. Yet, Xianxia was actually aware of what had happened there. Xianxia nodded. Just like you, I came from the master-teacher continent and the azure, so I left behind a fragment of my will here. It might be difficult to descend to the lower worlds, but it shouldn't be too difficult for me to find out what happened there. At his level of cultivation, even God Monarch Xianxia would not dare to say that she was stronger than him. It was not too difficult for him to leave behind a fragment of his will here and there. That's true. Xianxia nodded. Even though the Deathless Monarch was weaker than him, he was still able to use the seal of Supreme Monarch to transmit a message to Du Qingyuan. Given how talented Xianxia was, it should not have been too difficult for him to do so. Not only do I know what you did in the azure and the master-teacher continent, but I also know that you are even more dazzling than me. Xianxia stroked his beard as a gratified smile surfaced on his face. What Xianxia did not know was that he had been keeping an eye on him all this while. He had thought that the other party was just a flash in the pan, but who could have thought that the other party would shine like a shooting star? In just 2 short years, the other party had soared from the master-teacher continent all the way to becoming a god king and, standing right before him, had it been before, he would not have dared to even think about it. You are too kind. Xianxian's face reddened in embarrassment. In truth, the reason why he had been able to advance so quickly was because he had followed in Xianxia's footsteps. If not for the other party creating the master-teacher pavilion and cultivating the Saint Ascension decipher, it would have been impossible for him to have reached his current level so quickly. Let's skip the pleasantries. I understand why you are here. Xianxia turned to Xianxian and asked, are you worried about my battle with God Monarch Xianxia, so you wish to stop it? That's right. Xianxian nodded. Before the young man before him, he was no different from an invisible person. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to hide his thoughts. There's no need to waste your time. This kind of battle is inevitable, and there's no way to avoid it. Even if I can't avoid it, it's the same for you. Xianxia shook his head. It's the same for me? Xianxian was taken aback. He was only trying to persuade them to stop the battle, so why would he be dragged into it? Did he have to participate in the battle as well? Xianxia looked at Xianxian and asked, have you comprehended the power of the heaven's imperfections? That's right. Xianxian nodded. There was no need for him to hide this matter from Xianxia. What I have comprehended is the order of the heavens. I believe that you should already be aware of this, Xianxia said. Xianxian nodded once more. He had already learned of this back in the azure. It was no longer a secret anymore. Regardless of whether it's the order of the heavens' imperfections or the order of the heavens' imperfections, they are both a part of the heavens' path. Xianxia raised his head to look at the sky with a contemplative look in his eyes. Gedeng, a thought suddenly surfaced in Xianxian's mind. Could it be that God Monarch Xianxia possesses a part of the heavens' path as well? Could it be that the so-called inevitable and unstoppable was the war of the heavens' path? If that was the case, it would explain why he was uninterested in the other ladies except for Lozozi. Furthermore, how did the other party know that he had the library of heaven's path with him? There was a connection between the heavens. Perhaps, that was the reason behind it. Indeed. It's just as you think. This is the war of the heavens. Seemingly seeing through Xianxian's thoughts, Xianxia sighed deeply. There's no way to avoid it, and there's no way to avoid it. The general trend of the world, divided for a long time, united for a long time, divided for a long time. This was inevitable. No one could escape, nor could they escape. If I win, I'll become the new ruler of the heavens. If I lose, my soul will dissipate, and everything will dissipate. The war of the heavens. Xianxian's face paled. Then, she and I, if what he said was true, wouldn't that mean that Lozozi would have to fight with him in the future, fight for the heavens as well? It was no wonder why she was so unwilling when he fell in love with her. He had thought that she had some kind of formidable backing, but from the looks of it, that wasn't the case at all. The war of the heavens was a battle to the death. Back when he was on the master-teacher continent, He had asked her many times about her true identity, but he had never received an accurate answer. It was not that she was unwilling to tell him the truth, but as a part of the heavens, it was inevitable that she would trigger a backlash from the heavens. Perhaps, they might even end up fighting to the death. If I win, it'll be a fight between you and me. If I lose, it'll be a fight between you and her. This is fate, and there's no turning back, Xianxia said calmly. He spoke of his own fate as if he was talking about someone else. The heavens you speak of are the heavens of the firmament? Xianxia asked in disbelief. Is there really no way to avoid it? There's no way to avoid it. Xianxia shook his head. But, the firmament is still very normal. It's a place where countless experts can be born. If we really split the heavens, it shouldn't be like this, Xianxia said. Since the heavens had been split among the three of them, the heavens of the firmament should have been in a state of chaos. Why was it so peaceful? Normal? Xianxia said with a bitter smile. It has been abnormal for the past 40 years. The spiritual energy in the firmament has been declining, and countless species have gone extinct. The gods have been forced to move to the cities, and without the aura of divinity, they are unable to make breakthroughs. Cultivation resources have been severely depleted. It might still be able to hold on for a few decades, but in another 100 years or even 1,000 years, it'll be completely barren. This? Xianxia hesitated for a moment before falling into a daze. What the other party said was true. It had only been 40 years since the decline of the spiritual energy in the world, and the places that were previously uninhabited had already become barren. Countless deities and life forms had died as a result, and countless cultivators were unable to raise their strength due to the lack of resources. The foundation of the immortal world was deep, and time was short, so it was hard to tell. But what about 100 years later, 500 years later, or even 1,000 years later? How many new Empyrean gods were born after their lifespans reached the end of their lifespans more than 40 years ago? Even the number of celestial gods was not even worth mentioning, let alone god kings and conferred god kings. If that was the case, how many lives would be left in the god realm? He didn't even dare to think about it. Could it be that this was caused by the absence of the heavenly Tao? Isn't there a spiritual tide? I heard that we'll be able to obtain a huge amount of resources every time the tide comes. Xianxia couldn't help but say. The spiritual energy tide was actually the spiritual energy high tide. It happened once every 10 years, and every time it came, it would bring countless resources, allowing the plants in the wilderness, which were originally on the verge of dying at any time, to live on once again. It was for this reason that even though the Grand Spirit Mountain had not seen any spiritual energy for many years, there were still quite a few plants that lived on tenaciously. If we were to compare the firmament to this building, the heavenly Tao would be the pillar that holds up the roof. Now that there are two pillars here, it's only a matter of time before the roof succumbs to the pressure and collapses. Xianxia said. The spiritual energy tide is like a makeshift pillar. Even though it can slow down the rate at which the roof collapses, it's actually extremely fragile. Furthermore, every spiritual energy tide will cause a huge commotion in the firmament. In order to obtain resources, countless life forms will resort to unscrupulous means. It might seem like it's maintaining the stability of the firmament, but in truth, it's actually hastening the death of the firmament. Do you know how many gods, heavenly gods, and god kings die every time the tide of spiritual energy hits the god realm? Xianxia shook his head. This was a secret of the firmament, and there were no records of it in the books that he had read before. The number of gods and celestial gods is uncountable, and there's no way for me to count them either. Let me tell you the number of god kings and conferred god kings before the spiritual energy tide. Xianxia said. Back then, there were more than 300 conferred god kings and 1,000 god kings. 300? 1,000? Xianxia's body jolted. Currently, there were only 30 conferred god kings and 100 god kings in the firmament. Did that not mean that the firmament had lost 90% of its top experts? Just how many celestial gods had died in the firmament? We can't allow the firmament to continue losing its heavens. If it continues to be divided among us, this tragedy will only continue. The world will continue to tremble, and the gods won't be able to live peacefully anymore. Xianxia said with a hint of pity in his eyes. This was not a sight that he wanted to see. But, In order to save the world, we have to sacrifice one of you. Can't the two of you work together to maintain the heavens? Xianxia asked with gritted teeth. Was there really no other way around this? Since the heavens could be divided, couldn't they be managed separately as well? Of course not. The heavens are perfect, just like the Taiji. Only by working together will the heavens be able to maintain the stability of the world. Conshur looked at Xianxia and said, it's just like a wooden barrel. How much water can it possibly hold if the wooden planks aren't connected together? If that's the case, why didn't Ruoxin kill me back then when she was on the master-teacher continent, even though she knew that I had grasped a portion of the heaven's will? Also, Conshur, if you were to kill me now and take away my portion of the heavens, wouldn't your chances of victory be higher? While it was hurtful to say such words, it was the truth. If what Conshur said was true, that the two of them were fighting for the sake of the heavens and saving the people of the firmament, why didn't they kill him back then, when they first met? In the eyes of a god monarch like Lozozi, he was nothing more than an ant from a lower world. Killing him would allow him to gain greater power and save more people, so it was only natural that he would do it. Putting aside Luo Ruoxin, if Conshur were to obtain the Library of Heaven's Path from Xianxia, wouldn't he grow even stronger and eventually surpass Luo Ruoxin? To be able to control the heavens and become a true person of the heavens. This was a huge temptation that no one could resist. Not to mention, this was not for his own life but for the sake of the countless lives in the firmament. Kill you? A glint flashed across Conshur's eyes, and he sighed deeply. If killing you could save the world, I would be willing to shoulder any sin, no matter how great the pain, and no matter how great the pain, I would be willing to endure it. At the very least, I can't do it now. Why? Xianxia was perplexed. They both possessed the heavenly mandate, so could it be that his heavenly mandate was weaker than theirs? You haven't reached God Monarch realm yet. Not to mention, you're still a God Monarch like us. Conshur said. Only by possessing such strength can the heavenly mandate in one's body be considered to have fully matured. Otherwise, even if one were to possess the heavenly mandate, one would be unable to fuse with the other. Instead, it would devour one another, resulting in an imbalance between the yin and yang. Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. If one were to split the heavenly mandate into yin and yang, fusing them together before they were fully matured, it would be very easy for one to see a situation where yin would flourish and yang would flourish. It was initially meant to save the world, but in the end, it might end up harming everyone instead. The firmament, the heavenly mandate, understanding everything, Xianxia smiled bitterly. It was no wonder he was unable to stop this duel. This was Conshur's fate, and it would be his fate as well. There was no way he could change it. Is there really no other way? Xianxia muttered. He had thought that possessing the Library of Heaven's Path was a blessing, but at this moment, he realized that it was a responsibility. I have been pondering over this matter for the past few years, and there is indeed a way, but I don't know if it will work. However, your situation is different from mine. Perhaps, you might be able to go further than me. Conshur replied with a smile. He didn't seem to care about death at all. Go further than you? Xianxia was taken aback. The workings of the heavens cannot be revealed, or else the heavenly mandate will change its trajectory. You can only rely on yourself. However, God Monarch Lingxi and I have already done what we should do. How far you can go will depend on yourself. Conshur said. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to speak, Xianxia knew that it was pointless to probe further. Thus, he asked, Conshur, you have comprehended the heaven's order, and I have comprehended the heaven's imperfections. Then, may I know what God Monarch Lingxi has comprehended? This was something that he had always been curious about. If the heavenly mandate was really split into three, what did God Monarch Lingxi comprehend? Why didn't he notice it before this? I've always been curious about what exactly she comprehended. Conshur shook his head. You don't know? Xianxia was stunned. In order to find out more about you, Lozozi went all the way to the master-teacher continent, and she knew almost everything about you. Yet, you don't even know what kind of heavens she has comprehended, then, how were they going to compete? I've been in the God realm for more than 40 years, and I've been comprehending nature and the heavenly Tao. Although the heavenly Tao of the God realm is damaged, it is able to maintain its operation and has not completely collapsed. It is as if there is some kind of power that is protecting the lives of the god realm. Frowning, Kongsha turned to Xianxia. There were many things that he could not say to his students, and he did not have a good relationship with the other god monarchs either. Over the years, the only person he could talk to was the young man before him. Although his cultivation was not high enough, he was a good person to talk to. You mean, this power is related to God Monarch Xianxia? What she comprehended was heavenly Tao protection? Xianxia looked over. Although the heavenly Tao was not benevolent, it could nurture the common people. If it could nurture the common people, it would naturally protect them as well. This was similar to how the earth in his previous life had nurtured countless lives. The magnetic field in the earth ensured that the atmosphere would not be stripped away by the solar wind, and it also protected the lives on earth from harmful radiation. That was the power of protection. It was probably the same in the firmament as well. That's not it. Kongsha shook his head. What she comprehended had something to do with nature. That's why the sky of freedom worshipped nature and freedom. As for the heavenly Tao protection, even if she didn't comprehend it, it should be related to it. You mean to say that she comprehended two different kinds of heavens? Xianxia widened his eyes in astonishment. I'm not too sure about that. It's just a guess, but I'm afraid that we'll have to fight to know the truth, Kongsha replied with a smile. Then, are you confident of winning? I don't think so, but it won't be that easy for you to kill me, Kongsha replied confidently. He had founded the Mingshi Tang, the ethereal hall, and challenged the 8 god monarchs single-handedly. He was confident that no matter how difficult the situation was, he would be able to resolve it easily. This. Seeing Xianxia's attitude, Xianxia's complexion turned awful once more. One of them was bound to die. If Kongsha won, Luozi would die. There was no way around it, however. After hearing Xianxia's words, Xianxia realized that there was no way he could stop the battle. This was a battle between the heavens and the will of the heavens. No one could change that. There's no need to worry. Seeing Xianxia's anxiety, Kong Shi chuckled softly. He was just about to say something when he suddenly felt the spiritual energy in the air pulsating violently. The ground began to tremble as well. Xianxia walked out of the hall and raised his head. Unknowingly, the full moon had already risen to the sky. The bright moonlight shone down on the ground, as if a layer of silver frost had descended. Teacher, the disciples who had retreated earlier rushed to the door and looked at their teacher with reddened eyes. It was the night of the full moon, the time had arrived, and the decisive battle was about to begin. You have been with me for a long time, so you should know my temperament. Even if I were to die, there's no need for you to mourn my death. Kongsha looked at the crowd impassively. If I were to leave, it would be difficult for me to return. You should serve Xianxia as your leader. With him around, you should be able to coexist peacefully. Yes, teacher. The disciples nodded. Me? Everyone here is my senior. I can't shoulder such a heavy responsibility. Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. Ancient sage Ran Qiu, ancient sage Zi Yuan, ancient sage Bo Shang, and ancient sage Qiu Wu, they were all his seniors, and he had been indebted to them in the past. How could he possibly become their leader? There's no need to refuse. As the embodiment of the heavens, it's only right for me to face my responsibilities bravely, Kongsha said with a wave of his hand. But my strength, Xianxia was only an ordinary God-King realm primary stage cultivator at the moment. He was still far from reaching conferred God-King realm pinnacle, let alone becoming a conferred God-King. Given that ancient sage Zi Yuan and the others had already reached such a level, it would be difficult for him to lead them. Your strength is only temporary. You have already comprehended a cultivation technique that surpasses the heavens, so it's only a matter of time before you transcend. Kongsha said with a smile. There's no need for you to turn me down. What I'm saying is only the most dangerous situation. There's a higher chance that I'll return alive, and you and I will have a showdown. Yes, teacher. Xianxia was rendered speechless. Since this was fate, there was no way he could escape from it. There was no need for him to escape from it. The battle is about to begin, so I won't be staying here any longer. After saying those words, Kongsha leaped into the air and headed straight for the full moon. Kongsha, bring me along. Xianxia exclaimed anxiously. This was an epic battle that involved Xianxia and Luozi. Even if he could not stop it, he wanted to witness it with his own eyes. However, Xianxia had already vanished from sight, as if he had not heard Xianxia's words. Xianxia, a battle between god monarchs is extremely powerful. Those who haven't reached the level of god monarchs can easily get caught up in the shockwaves. Ancient sage Ziyuan warned. Xianxia nodded. How could he not know this? However, this was a battle that involved the two of them. How could he possibly just sit there and do nothing? Anxious, Xianxian tried to chase after Xianxian, but he realized that he was simply too slow. By the time he arrived at the location of the battle, it would already be over. Young master, I'm not late, am I? While Xianxian was panicking, a calm voice suddenly sounded. Following which, a young man walked up to him with a smile on his face. It's good that you're here. Bring me to Xianxia. Upon seeing the young man, Xianxian's eyes lit up. The young man was none other than Little Chick, who had been reinforcing his cultivation in the azure. It had only been half a day since he had arrived in the firmament, but he had spent nearly 2 months in the azure. He had already managed to reinforce his cultivation to its peak. Let's go. Little Chick nodded. With a wave of his hand, the two of them disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. It's too dangerous for them to watch a battle between god monarchs. By the side, ancient sage Ziyuan had failed to persuade Xianxian in time, and he could not help but frown. With that person accompanying us, there's no need to worry, Luo Chichi said with a smile. Who is he? Halfway through his words, Xianxian's eyes narrowed in astonishment. Could he be a god monarch as well? The Deathless Monarch? His teacher had sparred with many of the 9 god monarchs, so he was familiar with most of them. If there was anyone whom he had not met before, it would have to be the Sky of Freedom and the Deathless Monarch. Luo Chichi nodded. The Deathless Monarch addressed him as young master? The disciples of the Kong lineage were stunned. Previously, when their teacher had asked them to acknowledge Xianxian as their leader, most of them had been indignant. However, when they saw a god monarch addressing Xianxian as young master, they were so shocked that they were rendered speechless. They knew very well how powerful a god monarch was. To make a god monarch acknowledge him as his master. What in the world did he do? Even with the Deathless Monarch's protection, the battle between god monarchs is still extremely dangerous. Even if Xianxia were to head over, there's nothing he can do for our teacher. Ancient sage Bo Shang asked. Indeed. If that person from the Sky of Freedom were to learn that he's our teacher's successor and make a move on him or use him to threaten him, it could very well disrupt our teacher's tempo and cause unnecessary danger, ancient sage Ziyuan said. It wasn't a big deal for Xianxia to spectate the duel, but if the Sky of Freedom were to learn of it and intentionally unleash her strength or launch a sneak attack on Xianxian, his teacher could very well fall into a disadvantageous position. You guys are thinking too much. Knowing that everyone was worried about her, Luo Chichi shook her head and said, that person from the Sky of Freedom won't make a move on him, why? Ancient sage Ziyuan frowned in incomprehension. In the face of death, even a god monarch might not necessarily abide by the rules. In order to learn of Xianxian's secret art, she went to great lengths to sneak into the master-teacher continent. How can you be so sure that she isn't capable of doing such a thing? The winner was the king. Everything else was fake. Her Majesty might not abide by it, but she will definitely abide by it, because, with a bitter look on her face, Luo Chichi explained, God Monarch Xianxia of the Sky of Freedom is his girlfriend. Girlfriend? Ancient Sage Ziyuan, Ancient Sage Bo Shang, and the others were stunned. Their teacher's successor, the young master of the Deathless Monarch, and now, God Monarch Xianxia's boyfriend, it seemed like each of Xianxian's identities was more and more frightening than the last. The space before Xianxian blurred, and in the next moment, he found himself standing on a flat surface. There was no end to it, and no one knew how wide it was. There was not the slightest hint of spiritual energy or any signs of life in the area. Where am I? Xianxian narrowed his eyes in astonishment. If not for his cultivation reaching God King realm, it would have been hard for him to survive in such an environment, let alone spectate the duel. We're on the moon, Little Chick replied. The moon? Xianxian narrowed his eyes in astonishment. It was at this moment that he realized that there was a faint glow emanating from the ground. The sky was filled with stars, and the firmament seemed to be floating right before his eyes. He was indeed on the moon. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived here. The speed of a god monarch was indeed frighteningly fast. Looking to his left and right, Xianxia saw a group of people standing not too far away. Every single one of them emanated a faint aura. He tried to get a better look at them, but he found that they were too far away. The owner of the massive face that he had met in the sky of Linglong was among them. While he did not see the young man who had guided him earlier, the elder behind him was standing not too far away. Are they, the Nine Skies' 9 god monarchs? Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. Those who were qualified to spectate the duel were all god monarchs. Only they would be able to arrive here so quickly, and only they would be able to remain unharmed by the shockwaves from the duel. As for the elder, it was likely that he had been sent here by the sword hut through some means. It has begun. Instead of explaining, Little Chick spoke up. Xianxia raised his head and saw two figures standing proudly on two mountains several thousand li away. One of them had a long white beard, and his eyes were filled with benevolence. The other one had long hair and a cold expression on her face. Lozozi, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly together. Ever since they had parted on the master-teacher continent, he had dreamed of meeting her once more under the moonlight. He had also considered the possibility that his clan would not allow him to do so, and he had tried all sorts of ways to resist her. Who could have thought that it would turn out like this, to have a life-and-death duel with another important person in his life? Boom boom boom. Xianxia was unable to see what was going on, but a rift had appeared in the sky. Innumerable lightning bolts rained down from the sky, causing the ground to tremble non-stop. Amidst the pitch-black rift, Lozozi and Kongsher were floating in the sky, making their moves. Their movements were not quick, but every single one of them harnessed unstoppable might. It was as if the entire moon was on the verge of collapsing from the sky. It's impossible to tap into the power of the heavens in a battle on the moon. Xianxia finally understood why the two of them had chosen to have their duel on the moon. If they were to wield the power of the heavens, there was a good chance that the firmament would be plunged into chaos, and countless lives would be lost. Since that was the case, it would be better for them to do it here. Neither of them could tap into the power of the heavens, so they could only rely on their own strength. The shockwaves from the duel spread out, but they were blocked by Little Chick. However, the ground did not receive the same treatment. Cracks began to appear on it. There was no life on the moon in the first place, and under the clash of the two powers, it became even more battered. Who do you think will emerge victorious? Xianxia asked. Without the Library of Heaven's path, it would be impossible for him to see through the intricacies of the duel. So, he turned to look at Little Chick. That's weird. Instead of replying to Xianxia's question, Little Chick frowned in disbelief. What's so weird about that? Xianxia was perplexed. Since it's a life-and-death duel, the two of them should have used their full strength, but why? Little Chick could not believe what he was hearing. Are they holding back? Perhaps, they're just testing each other's strength so that they can find an opportunity to strike, Xianxia replied. This was how any duel would go. They would first test each other's strength, and once they had a grasp of their opponent's strength, they would use their strongest means to kill the other party. Even though he did not want to see the two of them killing one another, this was a war of the heavens. Since the duel had already begun, there was no reason for it to stop now. The ground continued to tremble, causing cracks to appear all over the place. Under the impact of the shockwaves, the mountains were reduced to dust. It was fortunate that they were not in the firmament, or else such a massive city like Drifting Spectre Royal City could very well have been obliterated on the spot. Are you able to stop their duel with your current strength? Xianxia asked. I don't think so. Little Chick shook his head. I did manage to raise my cultivation a little after my reincarnation, but I'm still far from matching up to the two of them. Be it God Monarch Lingxi or the Heaven Subjugation Monarch, they're both the strongest existences in the firmament. Xianxia sighed deeply. Even though he knew that this would be the outcome, he still hoped for a miracle, but it seemed like miracles were not going to happen that easily. Putting aside the fact that Little Chick's strength was no match for the two of them, so what if they were on par with one another? There was no way to stop the duel between the two of them. If he were to charge in recklessly, he might just end up suffering misfortune instead. Hoo hoo hoo, sword chi flashed across the sky as Lozozi whipped out her weapon. Her swordsmanship was graceful and elegant, and it felt familiar to those who saw it. Taking a closer look, Xianxia frowned. Her swordsmanship was actually quite similar to the one executed by the young man from the sword hut, but it was much more flexible and graceful. Xianxia turned his gaze to the old man, only to see the latter looking at him impassively. It's likely that Lozozi has received pointers from the young man from the sword hut as well, his heart stirred. He had no idea how powerful that person from the sword hut was. However, he was far from being a match for him when they were at the same level. Based on this point alone, he might not be any weaker than Lozozi and Xianxia. Lozozi had learned his swordsmanship and fused it with her own soul, which was why she had her current moves. He observed carefully. Lozozi's swordsmanship carried a sense of protection, but also a desire for freedom. It was just that he was bound by something, unable to let go of his heart. If I were to be completely free, perhaps it would be even more brilliant, Xianxia thought. In terms of cultivation, his strength was nothing compared to the two of them. However, his understanding of swordsmanship and insight were not inferior to theirs. The fact that Xianxia had comprehended a sword art that surpassed the heavens was more than enough to explain everything. In Lozozi's swordsmanship, close to 90% of her swordsmanship was focused on protection, and there were no flaws at all. However, in the depths of her heart, what she yearned for was freedom. Although the conflict between the two was suppressed to a very small extent, it could easily escalate in a battle of the same level. In the end, it would become a fatal fuse. Since Xianxia was able to see through it, there was no doubt that Xianxia would be able to as well. Anxious, Xianxia turned to look at the world's teacher, only to see the latter taking out a weapon as well. It was a walking stick. The walking stick was longer than the sword. With just a light push, it could tear apart space and form a black hole. Xianxia was able to see through the flaws in Luo Ruoxin's swordsmanship, and he launched strike after strike of his walking stick. It was as though a torrential downpour, making it impossible for Luo Ruoxin to defend herself. What a formidable walking stick! Xianxia was taken aback. As the world's teacher, Xianxia's fighting prowess was unparalleled, but what the later generations enjoyed more was his understanding of cultivation and the master-teacher system. As such, he was viewed as a scholarly figure in the eyes of the later generations. In Xianxia's view, even if he were to fight, he would still maintain his composure. However, upon seeing this sight, he realized that he had been thinking too much. The walking stick whistled through the air, and every strike of it felt as though it harnessed an entire world, making it impossible for anyone to withstand it. He was actually going all out. With brute force. This was completely different from what Xianxia had expected. That's right. How could a scholarly figure possibly destroy the otherworldly demonic tribe? Recalling the many feats that Xianxia had accomplished along the way, Xianxia gradually came to a realization. This wasn't a frenzy but a strength that he had manifested for the sake of all living beings, for the sake of equality. Back on the master-teacher continent, for the sake of strengthening mankind, he had ventured into the otherworldly demonic tribe and wreaked havoc there, killing countless enemies. The ethereal hall that the Azure had created had eliminated countless experts, allowing the otherworldly demonic tribe to advance by leaps and bounds. No matter how one looked at it, Xianxia was a fearsome existence. But at the same time, he was selfless as well. He imparted knowledge according to one's aptitude, regardless of background. His entire person was akin to a shield. When it was time for him to be vicious, he would be vicious. When it was time for him to be benevolent, he would turn the wind into rain, making others feel an urge to kneel before him. Clearly, his walking stick was in line with this mindset as well. While it might seem like a torrential downpour, it harnessed the will of bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. Often, he would forcefully change the direction of a fatal move. This is also a flaw, Xianxia shook his head. Lozozi yearned for freedom, and Xianxia was a compassionate person. As long as one wasn't an enemy, he wouldn't be able to kill them. To put it bluntly, this was a taboo in a life-and-death battle. However, this feeling had already seeped into his bones. If he were to change it at this moment, it would only put him in greater danger. What about me? Seeing through the crux of the duo's moves, Xianxia fell into deep thought. The pathos of heaven that he had comprehended previously was filled with reluctance to part with Lozozi. As such, his swordsmanship was extremely meticulous, and it harnessed an abundance of emotions. However, under the guidance of the person from the sword hut, his state of mind had changed. It was right to value one's emotions, but one's family had to be protected as well. It was just like how a man could only be an obedient husband and father, but he couldn't earn enough money to support his family. Even though this is a war of the heavens, if I were a god monarch, I would be able to think of a solution to this problem instead of watching as one of the two of them had to die. If I had the strength to protect the firmament, there would be no need for them to do such a thing. Thoughts flashed across Xianxia's mind. Watching the two of them fight to the death with his own eyes was also a form of torture for him. However, he wasn't strong enough to stop them, so he could only watch helplessly. He couldn't protect them even if he wanted to. I'm not suited for protecting. At this moment, he finally understood that the swordsmanship of the person from the sword hut was not suitable for him. After his reincarnation, he didn't like having his fate dictated by others. Ever since he had started on the master-teacher continent, he had never backed down no matter what he faced. He had always protected those that he wanted to protect from harm, but he had never thought of protecting the world. In his heart, it was not to protect but to live for himself. Only by living his own life would he be able to better showcase himself. His clone had been trying to show off all this while, but he had never done so before. The only reason he did so once in a while was to better showcase himself. In the depths of his heart, he had always been a humble, down-to-earth, and pragmatic person. With this thought in mind, he suddenly felt enlightened. The swordsmanship that he had comprehended previously had also changed. If it could be said that the 1,000 knots, filial piety, and incessant wind incessant, all of them carried a hint of longing, then along with the change in his state of mind, they had become even more vibrant, carrying with them an indomitable spirit and pride. He had to protect his loved ones, but he couldn't allow himself to become a slave. It was just like how it was right for a man to earn money to feed his family, but he couldn't allow himself to be tied down by life and live purely for the sake of living. Instead, he had to forge ahead bravely and live his own life. Once his strength had reached a certain level, he would be able to protect what he wanted to protect. If he didn't have the strength to do so, all he had to do was die together with his family. What was there to be conflicted about? With this thought in mind, Xianxia turned his gaze back to the battlefield. The battle between the two was still ongoing. The battle between the two strongest experts had left the spectators completely silent, not daring to even breathe loudly. How powerful! Little Chick's eyes widened in disbelief. To be able to reach such a level in just 40 years, the heaven subjugation monarch is indeed a genius among geniuses. He had lived for innumerable years, and he had even reincarnated once. Yet, compared to the other party, there was still a huge gap between him and the heaven subjugation monarch. This was more than enough to show just how talented the other party was. He had already reached a level that left one in despair. After lamenting for a moment, he turned to the young man beside him and shook his head. It seemed like the other party's talent was on par with the other party's. In fact, it seemed like he was even more talented than the other party. Perhaps, he would be able to reach such a level in less time than the other party. In just a few more years, he would be able to do so. To be able to reach such a level in just 40 years, it's indeed admirable. However, I still have one last move. If you can decipher it, I'll die. If not, you'll die. Sheathing her sword, Luo Ruoxin looked at Xianxia coldly. I have one last move too. Congsure looked at Xianxia calmly and said, even if I die, I hope that you will honor our agreement. Don't worry. Luo Ruoxin nodded. Even if I'm about to die, I hope that you can keep your promise. Of course. Congsure nodded. Begin. Since they had already made up their minds, there was no need for them to waste any more words. Their bodies flickered as they made their moves simultaneously. An incomparably powerful sword intent spread out. The crutch floated in the air, and the power whistled. In the blink of an eye, the light of the moon was covered by the collision between the two. The clash between the two peak great emperors dimmed the moonlight. What is that? I don't know. I think it's the battle between the god monarch of the sky of freedom and the heaven subjugation monarch. The final battle is on the moon? It said that's the case. Otherwise, who could make such a big commotion? At the same time, countless people in the divine world raised their heads to look at the sky. A ray of light shone from the moon, like a scorching sun. Under the dazzling light, there seemed to be a long river of time in front of Kongsher's crutch. Countless figures were flowing in it, from ancient times to the present, containing thousands or even tens of thousands of years of history. In every period of history, there was a Kongsher. Some were angry, some were kind, some were happy, and some were sad. With so many Kongsher joining forces, they were like the wheels of history, crushing over with unstoppable force. Strongest move, spring and autumn, a stroke of spring, a stroke of autumn, connecting the past to the present. The wills of all the Kongsher from ancient times gathered together, and in an instant, their strength surged once more. It was as if they had multiplied by 100 or 1,000 times. The entire moon seemed to be unable to withstand the heavy pressure, and it fell from the sky. Under the erosion of history, the rocks on the ground turned from dark gray to white, and then, shattered. No one could stop time, no matter how strong they were. Lozozi, not expecting Kongsher's move to be imbued with the power of time, Xianxia anxiously turned to the young lady, only to see her eyes looking at him with longing. Following which, her eyebrows shot up. "I've been waiting for this move of yours." With a jolt of his sword intent surged out. This sword seemed to be motionless in place and didn't extend forward, but the sword intent instantly pierced through the ages, traversing through history. A line in history, humans were three-dimensional beings. They could dodge in the face of danger, but history only had one line. There was no way to change it, and there was no way to avoid it. Lozozi's move was precisely aimed at this weakness of the spring and autumn. With a single slash of her sword, no one in history would be able to dodge it. Not expecting the situation to change so quickly, Xianxia's face paled. It was just a moment ago that he had thought that Lozozi wouldn't be able to withstand the might of the spring and autumn annals, but who could have thought that with a single slash of her sword, history would crumble. The past was the past. It couldn't replace the present and the future. It's because she obtained the great codex of spring and autumn on the master-teacher continent that she studied thoroughly. Xianxia's body swayed. This move was clearly created to counter Kongsher's ultimate move. With one's body as the center, it was able to pierce through history and time. If not for the great codex of spring and autumn, it would have been impossible for Xianxia to create this move. He had played a huge role in entering the Temple of Confucius and obtaining the great codex of spring and autumn annals. In other words, if Kongsher were to be killed, he would be an accomplice as well. Xianxia quickly turned to look at Kongsher, hoping that the latter would be able to dodge the attack or find a way to counter it. However, not only did the latter not attempt to block the attack, he even put down the crutch in his hand. "No!" Xianxia exclaimed in agony. He wanted to rush forward, but Little Chick suddenly grabbed his shoulder and pulled him back. If he were to be killed in history, he wouldn't be able to escape in the real world. This is the greatest flaw of this move, and there's no way to fix it. Little Chick exclaimed. But Xianxian couldn't help but cry. He knew that Little Chick was right. There was a line in history. Once the historical self was killed, the real self would disappear as well. The spring and autumn annals were indeed powerful, but as long as one had the means to pierce through history, it wouldn't be a problem at all. "Don't forget what you promised me." While Xianxian was wallowing in his sorrow, he suddenly heard Kongsher's calm voice. Turning his gaze over, he saw Kongsher's towering figure slowly collapsing backward. Boom! Under the might of the sword chi, the river of history collapsed, and one by one, the silhouettes in it exploded. Before Kongsher could even fall to the ground, he had already been reduced to mist in the midst of the explosion. Following which, a law harnessing the power of the heavens abruptly emerged from the mist and soared into the sky. Lozozi raised her hand and grabbed at the air. With the mist pinched between her fingers, there was no way for it to escape. Hong long long, all of this happened in an instant. It was only then that the light from the battle dimmed. Unable to dissipate, the violent energy gathered in the sky to form ominous clouds, and in an instant, a torrential downpour poured down. It was as if even the heavens were crying. In the battle between two monarchs, a monarch had fallen, Kongsher had fallen. P.S. The 17th volume, Emperor's Fall, has come to an end. The next volume will be the 18th volume, which is also the final volume, The Origins of the Library of Heaven's Path. It has been 3 years since the Heaven's Path began, and it's about time for me to bid you farewell. Unsurprisingly, I'll be done in the 9th month. As for whether Xianxia would truly die or not, there's a foreshadowing in the beginning, and it will be revealed later on. Don't worry, it won't be a tragedy. Holding the mist that she had obtained from Xianxia's body, Lozozi could hardly believe what she had just witnessed. Ever since the heaven subjugation monarch had arrived in the firmament, he had left countless people in awe, including the god monarchs. She had thought that even if she expended all of her strength, she would not be able to harm him in the slightest. Who could have thought that he would be killed just like that? It was clearly the other party's strongest move, but why did it seem so easy for her to kill him? Why did she feel as if she was waiting to be killed? It was as if the other party knew that he would not be able to withstand her attack, and as a result, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. With a flick of her finger, Luo Ruoxin retracted the mist, and only then did she heave a sigh of relief as she looked into the distance. The young man whom she loved deeply was rushing toward her with a frenzied look on his face. Looking at the dispersing key in the sky, she tried to stop him, but to no avail. Knowing the sorrow that the other party was feeling, she hesitated for a moment before walking up to him and saying, "This is fate. You can't change it. Who in the world would be able to escape from controlling a portion of the heavens?" "I know." Xianxia's voice choked up. He did not want to admit it, but he had no choice but to do so. Xianxia was really dead. Throughout his journey on the master-teacher continent, Xianxia had always been his guide, a beacon of light that illuminated the path ahead of him. He had thought that Xianxia would still be able to light up the path ahead of him, but who could have known that Xianxia would be gone forever after their first meeting? She could not help but think back to their conversation. It was as if the other party was still right before her eyes. Will we walk down this path in the future? Do we really have to fight to the death for the heavens? Xianxia asked as he gazed at the young lady before him. I don't know. Lozozi evaded his gaze. You know, but you are unwilling to talk about it. Is it because you are unwilling to see me, unwilling to continue pestering me? Xianxia asked. Lozozi fell silent. Little chick, let's go. She had always wanted to meet the other party, but after seeing this sight, she realized that there was nothing more she could say. If it was destined that one of them would die, and the other at that, she might as well not love him. Xianxia, watching him leave, Lozozi's eyes were filled with sadness. I'm sorry, you're not sorry. This is your life, and it's also mine. Xianxia shook his head. He had persevered all the way here just so that he could see her again. Now that he had seen her and understood everything, he felt that it would be better for him to just leave like that. Meeting and competing as if not seeing each other, how can there be feelings as if they are heartless? Puff, spurting out a mouthful of blood, Xianxia's vision darkened. He had cultivated the pathos of heaven technique, but when faced with heartless, he was nearly unable to withstand it, and his power nearly collapsed. Buzz, the pendant on his chest became warm, and a surge of energy flowed into his body, suppressing his injuries and chaotic cultivation technique. Xianxia wanted to throw it at the other party, but he caught it in his palm and put it down in the end. Xianxia's death couldn't be blamed on the other party, and it was useless to be angry with her. If Xianxia had not died, she would have died. Perhaps she would have been even sadder. He had known the outcome of the duel from the very start, but he had never dared to admit it in the depths of his heart. He turned to look at the young lady and saw that her eyes were reddened. In an instant, Xianxia's heart was filled with remorse. In truth, she had known that this would be the outcome, but she had been holding herself back, enjoying the warmth and tenderness in the depths of her heart. She was in even more pain than he was. Xianxia reached out and pulled her into his embrace. I don't believe that death is inevitable in the war of the heavens. I'll find a way. Wait for me. If he had believed that death was inevitable in the war of the heavens, at this moment, he suddenly changed his mind. Previously, when he was conversing with Xianxia, he had asked him if death was inevitable in the war of the heavens. He had said that he had been contemplating over the years, and he did have a way out, but whether it would work or not, he had no idea. If he had a way out, it meant that he had found a way out. As long as he put his heart into it, there was no doubt that he would be able to do it. Putting everything aside, just like the fake Xianxia in the azure, He seemed to have a way to strip the library of heaven's path from him, even though he would still die if he were to use that method. What if he were to find a compromise that would allow him to strip the library of heaven's path without losing his life? If he could do that, would he not have to sacrifice himself anymore? Find a way? Lozozi asked. Yes, I'll definitely find a way. Trust me, I'll definitely be able to do it. Xianxia said. What if we can't find a way? Lozozi asked with a quivering voice. Xianxia chuckled softly. There's no other way. At most, we'll just die together. Once we die, the shattered heavens will surely fuse back together. Whether the firmament recovers or collapses, what does that have to do with us? Seeing the smile on Xianxia's face, Lozozi was taken aback for a moment before her eyes hardened. Indeed. Once we die, why should we care so much? We'll just die in the same hole. That's the case as well. Be it the heavens or fate, nothing will be able to separate us. Indeed, we'll never be apart. With reddened eyes, Lozozi hugged the young man tightly in her embrace. All along, she had been hesitating and worried. Even though she knew that it was a love that she couldn't obtain, she was still willing to endure it, but now, she had finally confirmed the other party's feelings and her own. Even if it meant death, so what if they were to be together? With her hand in his, there was no longer any fear. Even if the heavens fall and the earth crumble, as long as I'm with you, that's enough. In the heavens, we'll be lovebirds, on the earth, we'll be intertwined branches. The heavens and the earth will never end, but this hatred will never end. Feeling the warmth from the young lady's body, a poem suddenly appeared in his mind. The library of heaven's path jolted violently, and a cultivation technique suddenly appeared in his mind. What joy is there in life, what sorrow is there in death? The sea can dry up, the stone can rot, even if the world is destroyed, love will never die. Hung long, boundless energy cascaded down from the moon, and a bright light shrouded Xianxia, making him look like a dream. That wasn't all. The curtain-like god world was filled with red clouds, and a majestic power was spreading out. The entire sky was filled with dark clouds, and the ground was trembling violently. It was almost as if the entire world were announcing the birth of something. Initially, Xianxia had reached God King Realm Pinnacle, and it was impossible for him to achieve a breakthrough without being conferred the title of God King. However, in the blink of an eye, he had broken through the bottleneck. Despite not being conferred the title of a god monarch, he had managed to overcome the bottleneck of the God King realm. The faces of the god monarchs warped in horror. Fairy Linglong, who was not too far away, trembled as she exclaimed, even if the god monarchs don't acknowledge it, the heavens do. Conferring the title of God King? Could it be that a new heaven subjugation monarch is going to appear? The 9 god monarchs turned their gazes over, and they fell silent. None of them could say a word. More than 40 years ago, the heaven subjugation monarch had displayed outstanding talent. Many god monarchs wanted to recruit him to their side, confer him a title, and rope him into their warships. In the end, in order to avoid conflict, they agreed that no one was allowed to give out titles without permission. He thought that the genius would come to a halt at this rate. Who would have thought that he would actually obtain the recognition of heaven and earth, and be bestowed the title of king by heaven and earth? Back then, it was exactly like this. The sky was filled with red clouds, and between the heavens and the earth, a mighty force spread out. This was the first time the god monarchs had encountered the heaven subjugation monarch, but none of them dared to disobey him. They had thought that there was only one person who could challenge god monarch Xianxia, the heaven subjugation monarch. Who would have thought that as soon as one of them fell, another one would appear? The heavens and earth conferred the title of king, and the imperial monarchs could not change it. Even the 9 imperial emperors did not enjoy such treatment. He was invincible in the 9 heavens below a true imperial emperor. Could this be fate? Little Chick was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he was still thinking that the young master would require a few more years to make a breakthrough, but who would have thought that he would be able to do it in the blink of an eye? Was there a need to be so heaven-defying? As he muttered to himself, he almost lost control of his Dao heart and turned back into a chicken. The cloud dragon monarch also widened his eyes in shock, as if he would transform into his dragon form at any moment. Fairy Linglong was so frightened that she clamped her legs together tightly. She shuddered at the thought of how she had nearly killed the other party. As powerful as they were, they were only able to rule over a single heaven. On the other hand, the young man before them had the acknowledgement of the 9 skies at the same time. In other words, the so-called king of the 9 heavens, another legend was destined to be born, immortal world. It was a small thatched hut. Creak, the door opened, and a young man walked out. His hands were behind his back, and he looked up at the sky. He didn't say a word, but there was a faint smile on his face. You've comprehended it faster than I expected. Perhaps, you're right. I'm waiting for him, to create a miracle. Chi clan of the sky of drifting spectre. Chi suddenly flew out from his seclusion and looked at the sky. Conferred God King of the 9 skies. Who is this person? He knew that the red clouds in the sky belonged to the conferred King of the 9 skies, but he had no idea who it was exactly. It seems like it's yet another heaven subjugation monarch. It's a pity that I didn't get to know him in advance. Otherwise, if I could have befriended him, our Chi clan would have been able to survive. Xianxia remarked. The operation of heaven and earth seemed to have a pattern, but in reality, to people like them, there was no pattern at all. If he had known who the conferred king of the 9 skies was, he would have befriended the other party in advance. The benefits he would have reaped would have been unimaginable. Unfortunately, no one knew about it before it happened. Not even an imperial lord could do it, much less him. Who could it be? Perplexed, Xianxia swiftly scanned through all of the God King realm cultivators in the firmament, but he was unable to find a single one who fulfilled the criteria. It seems like the God King has been keeping a low profile all this while. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for me to not guess his identity. He was full of emotions. Logically speaking, it should have been easy for Xianxia to recall such a talent, but he was unable to recall it at all. This was more than enough to show how low profile that God King was. In the current God realm, there weren't many people who could keep such a low profile. There's someone who is just like my teacher, a conferred God King of the 9 skies. On the mountain where Xianxia resided, ancient sage Ziyuan was standing outside the palace as well. He looked at the energy gathering in the sky with a grim look on his face. It must be Xianxia, for Xianxia to be conferred the conferred king of the 9 skies. It seems like our teacher. Something must have happened to our teacher. However, our teacher has instructed us to acknowledge Xianxia as our leader and wait patiently. There must be a reason behind his actions. Indeed. The crowd fell silent. Their teacher's legend had come to an end, and a new one was about to begin. Hoo-ha! Hoo-ha! Panting heavily, a young man dodged the attack of a rabbit and fled into a cavern. How is it? 2 beautiful ladies in the cavern quickly turned to look at the young man. If Xianxia were here, he would have recognized them as Yu Fei'er and Hu Yaoyao, whom he had met in the azure. The young man from before was Luo Qiqi's elder brother, Luo Xianqing. Just like Xianxia, they had entered the firmament through the Hall of Gods and landed on the Grand Spirit Mountain. With the aid of Xianxia's blood, their injuries weren't as severe, and they recovered swiftly. However, they had just achieved a breakthrough to the God realm, so they were still unable to deal with the firmament. I was unable to defeat a rabbit, and I was nearly killed by it. It's fortunate that I was able to escape in time. However, it seems like I'll have to starve tonight. Luo Xianqing shook his head with a bitter smile. He had thought that the firmament was filled with spiritual energy and treasures, but who would have thought that it would be so barren? Even the strongest experts of the azure were powerless here. Just the thought of it left him feeling stifled. The flow of time in the firmament is so slow, and the spatial pressure is so great that it's hard for one to even walk. Say, how did Xianxia manage to overcome the spatial bottleneck and return to the azure? What realm has his strength reached? Hu Yaoyao asked. This? The 2 of them fell silent. Indeed. They had thought that the firmament was only slightly more powerful than the azure, but who could have thought that it would be so fearsome, under such tremendous spatial pressure? How did the other party break through the shackles of the domain and give them the item? To be able to do that, how powerful must he have become? Earlier today, when I was out, I happened to run into a group of students who were training in the firmament, and I overheard their conversation. The firmament is divided into 3 tiers: high, middle, and low gods, celestial gods, god kings, conferred god kings, and god monarchs. It has only been a month since he arrived in the firmament, and given his talent and cultivation speed, he should be able to reach middle-tier god by now. As for how he was able to return to the Azure, didn't he not appear there? Perhaps, it's possible that he didn't teleport to the Azure himself. Perhaps, he just sent his blood down through the ritual. It shouldn't be too difficult for him to do that, Luo Xianxia said. After meeting some cultivators and eavesdropping on their conversation, he had gained a deeper understanding of the firmament. He knew how difficult it was to cultivate this. Hu Yaoyao hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. That fellow has always been unpredictable. I think that it's likely that he has reached high tier, crossing 2 realms within a month. Luo Xianxia shook his head. That's going to be difficult. Indeed. But I believe that he'll be able to do it, Yu Feier replied with determination. Perhaps. Luo Xianxia nodded. Just as he was about to continue speaking, the entire mountain range suddenly trembled. The three of them quickly rushed out of the cavern, only to see crimson clouds filling the sky. What's that? Could it be that only god monarchs are able to do it? It feels like the acknowledgement of the heavens toward an expert, just like how Xianxia became a celestial master teacher back then. I didn't think that I would see this as soon as I arrived in the firmament. From today onward, that expert will be my idol. Luo Xuanqing's eyes lit up in excitement. I'll make him my goal so that I can defeat that lad, Xianxia. Back in the Sanctum of Sages, he had gotten along well with Xianxia, and they had become close friends. Later on, due to his younger sister's matter, they fell out and stopped interacting with each other. However, deep in his heart, he still saw Xianxia as a friend as well as a rival. It was just that this fellow's cultivation speed was simply too fast, breaking through layer after layer, creating countless legends. He had thought that it would be impossible for him to catch up to the master-teacher continent, but who could have known that there would be a huge time difference between the firmament and the master-teacher continent? Since that was the case, catching up to the other party shouldn't be too difficult, including the time spent in the firmament. Xianxia had only cultivated for slightly more than a month. As long as he was serious and diligent, it wouldn't be difficult for him to catch up to Xianxia's cultivation and beat him up. Defeat Xianxia? Hearing Xianxia's confident words, Hu Yaoyao and Yu Feier glanced at one another before shaking their heads. As long as you're happy, they had been unable to catch up to Xianxia previously, and they did not think that they would be able to catch up to him once they reached the firmament. However, if he was just a high-tier god as they had guessed, there was not much of a gap between him and Xianxia. Even if he couldn't surpass him, he could still catch up to him and advance together. Thinking of this, the two of them were filled with enthusiasm. So beautiful. This expert who has obtained the recognition of the heavens and earth is also our idol. Looking up at the sky, the two of them sighed. Xianxia didn't care about the shocked gazes of the 9 emperors around him. He closed his eyes and sensed the changes in his mind. Conferred God King Realm Primary Stage, Conferred God King Intermediate Stage, a Conferred God King. In less than a minute, his soul cultivation had risen from God King Realm Pinnacle to Conferred God King Realm Pinnacle. Most importantly, it didn't stop and continued to increase. The title of Heaven and Earth instantly raised his soul by several levels, making it even more terrifying than the anima of will. Now isn't the time for me to become a god monarch. Letting out a breath, Xianxia suppressed the increasing soul power. The conferred god kings of the 9 skies were equivalent to the god monarchs of the 9 skies. Under normal circumstances, he would be able to push for a breakthrough to the god monarch realm in a single go. However, his Jinqi cultivation was simply too low. If he were to really do so, he would attract the heavenly tribulation of the god monarchs, and he could foresee that he would be crushed into dust without being able to retaliate at all. If that really happened, then he would become the first imperial monarch in history to be killed by a calamity right after breaking through. If this were to spread out, it would be embarrassing enough. Therefore, he decisively suppressed his soul that was about to advance. In any case, Xiaochen had already comprehended a sovereign emperor-level cultivation technique. It would not be too late to break through after his veritable energy and physical body had accumulated enough. It's alright. Seeing that he could still be so rational in this situation, Lozozi immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Sometimes, it wasn't better to break through as quickly as possible. Instead, one had to take it one step at a time in order to display a stronger combat strength. the man in front of her, the man she liked, indeed had inhuman courage and perseverance. I'm going to look for a way to resolve the war of the heavens. Are you coming with me? Or, after stabilizing his energy, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief before turning to look at the young lady before him. Now that they had met again and resolved their inner demons, it was only natural that Xianxia did not want to be separated. I need to go back. There are some things that I need to do. I'll come find you after I'm done. Lozosi's eyes were filled with reluctance. There was something that had to be done as soon as possible. There was no way he could refuse. All right. Xianxia nodded. He turned to Little Chick and said, let's go. Little Chick nodded. With a wave of his hand, the two of them tore open a rift in space and vanished on the spot. Lozosi glanced at them for a moment before vanishing into thin air as well. Only then did the other god monarchs follow suit. They had been shocked by the earlier battle, and it seemed like they were about to witness the birth of yet another god monarch. If it was the previous heaven subjugation monarch, they might have had other plans in mind. They could have tried to rope him in or stop him from growing, but this time, god monarch Xianxia was god monarch Xianxia's girlfriend and the deathless monarch his tamed beast. They simply did not dare to do so, returning back to the mountain where Xianxia was located. Xianxia, ancient sage Ziyuan and the others rushed up to him. Xianxia. Xianxian's face darkened. We already know about it. Ancient sage Ziyuan nodded. Earlier, when our teacher's sculpture in the room shattered, we knew that our teacher's soul had dissipated. My condolences, knowing that these students of Xianxia had spent many years with him, and their feelings for him had long surpassed that of a father and son, Xianxia consoled them. Ancient sage Ziyuan shook his head. There's nothing to be sorry about. We don't believe that our teacher would leave us just like that. Xianxia was taken aback. I saw his soul dissipate with my own eyes. Doesn't that mean that he's completely dead? The dissipation of a person's soul was equivalent to the complete disappearance of a person. However, ancient sage Ziyuan refused to believe it. Just because one's soul has dissipated doesn't mean that one is dead. Isn't the netherworld pool in the sky of drifting spectre capable of reviving a person whose soul has dissipated? Furthermore, the deathless monarch's soul dissipated several decades ago as well. Hasn't he already made a full recovery? Ancient sage Ziyuan asked. This? Xianxian's body jolted in astonishment. Indeed, the netherworld pool was capable of using the anima of yearning to revive a person whose soul had dissipated. The deathless monarch was also capable of reviving a person after his death. Given how powerful Xianxia was, how could he possibly not have some sort of trump card up his sleeves? It was laughable that ancient sage Ziyuan had been so heartbroken just a moment ago. Perhaps, Xianxia had already found another way to revive him, just that, even if he's revived, will he still be the same person? A thought surfaced in Xianxia's mind. While the deathless monarch had been revived, he had turned into Little Chick. He was no longer the same person as before. Even the netherworld pool was only capable of reviving a person's soul. There was no way to tell whether a newly revived soul would retain the same memories and consciousness as before. It must be. Ancient sage Ziyuan nodded. Why are you so certain? Xianxia asked with a frown. Clearly, ancient sage Ziyuan knew something, or else he would not have reacted in such a manner. Ancient sage Ziyuan turned to Little Chick and asked, My god monarch, can I trouble you to seal off this hall and isolate the will of the heavens? All right. Little Chick nodded. With a wave of his hand, a surge of energy shrouded the entire hall, isolating it from the world. Ancient sage Ziyuan turned to look at Xianxia. I'll give it a try. Xianxia nodded. The isolation of the heavens in the hall was futile because Xianxia was the heavens themselves, and he had the library of heaven's path in his mind. It was similar to what had happened to the Seer Guild branch back then. As long as he was around, the heavens would be able to see through him. With a thought, Xianxia infused his powerful soul energy into the library of heaven's path. This might have been impossible for him in the past, but after comprehending the cultivation technique of a god monarch, it was not too difficult for him to do so. All right, I'm done. Xianxia said. Seeing that the heavens had been isolated from the world, ancient sage Ziyuan heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to Xianxia and asked, Xianxia, have you heard of the cultivation technique that my teacher practices? Severance of 3 corpses? Xianxia shook his head. I've never heard of it before. Never heard of it before? Ancient sage Ziyuan was taken aback for a moment before he asked with a frown, then. Xianxia, you have seen my teacher's clone in the azure with your own eyes. Do you think there's any difference between him and my teacher? Hearing those words, Xianxia replied, that clone of mine is completely identical to Xianxia. Other than his personality, I can't see any flaws in him at all. That was because even he had been fooled by Xianxia back then. If not for the fact that the other party was intent on killing him, it would have been hard for him to notice anything at all. Humans are born with turbid energy. They experience birth, aging, illness, death, and all kinds of pain. As such, desires, greed, cunning, and many other negative emotions emerge in their minds, making them inescapable, ancient sage Ziyuan said. Xianxia nodded in response. As long as one was human, they would experience these things and have desires and the like. No matter how formidable a sage was, there was no exception. Take Xianxia for example. He yearned for love, to be understood and not misunderstood, to be able to eat delicious food, to become stronger, and to have access to more cultivation resources. These were all desires. The severing of 3 corpses is to sever one's desires and evil thoughts so as to make one's body purer, ancient sage Ziyuan said. Xianxia's body stiffened. Was that for real? If that was really the case, the cultivation technique was simply too overpowered. We have cultivated this cultivation technique before as well. Back on the master-teacher continent, I severed my malevolent corpse and left it in the passageway connecting to the azure to suppress it, ancient sage Ziyuan said. So, that's your malevolent corpse. Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. He had been wondering why the other party was still alive when he had clearly seen Xianxia's corpse. In the end, he ended up using the severing of 3 corpses. The corpse severed using the severing of 3 corpses was no different from the main body. It was as if the main body was dead, no one would be able to tell the difference. In fact, it could even fool the heavens. Indeed. Back on the master-teacher continent, my teacher severed his good corpse and forged it into the great codex of spring and autumn. After that, he severed his malevolent corpse in the azure and sealed it in the ethereal hall. If I'm not mistaken, he used God Monarch Lingxi's hand to kill his good corpse. Ancient sage Ziyuan explained. Good corpse, evil corpse, self-corpse? Only by severing good and evil, right and wrong, and severing oneself can one truly sever one's obsession and surpass oneself. Ancient sage Ziyuan replied. Teacher, I was born with a portion of the heavens in my body, and every time I use it, it leaves a gray aura in my body. This gray aura fuses with my body and soul, making it impossible for me to get rid of it. That's why I came up with this cultivation technique, the severing of 3 corpses, to remove all of this gray aura and achieve true freedom. I see. Xianxia was enlightened. It was no wonder that Xianxia wasn't afraid of the battle at all. In fact, he even gave up on resisting at the last moment. It seemed like he had already made up his mind. By borrowing the power of Lozozi to kill his own corpse and scatter his soul, he was essentially giving up on everything that had ever existed. The mark of the heavenly Tao would be completely removed, and he would truly transcend. As expected of Xianxia, he had great courage, great perseverance, and great means. Taking a look inside his body, he saw that there was a similar flow of gray energy in his body. Furthermore, more and more of it had seeped into his bones, making it impossible to expel. Even though Xianxia had comprehended the severing of 3 corpses, there was nothing he could do about it. In order to succeed in the severing of 3 corpses, one has to deceive the heavens. As such, other than our teacher and a few of us, no one else knows about it. Our teacher didn't impart the cultivation technique to anyone else either. Furthermore, the severing of 3 corpses will automatically be repaired by the heavens once, making it impossible to use it a second time. That's why our teacher didn't impart it to you. Fearing that Xianxia would overthink things, ancient sage Ziyuan explained. Xianxia nodded in response. As the possessor of the heavens, he understood these things. In order to strip away the heavens, one had to first avoid the detection of the heavens. Only by doing so could the heavens not notice it, or else it would be impossible for one to escape. While Xianxia also needed to break free from the heavens, it was clear that he couldn't use this method anymore. After all, the heavens were already prepared for it. If he were to use the severing of 3 corpses again, there was a good chance that he would be destroyed, and eventually, his soul would dissipate. Our teacher once talked to us about you, Xianxia. He said that if you wish to transcend yourself like him, you'll have to find a new path. While this path is different from his, both God Monarch Lingxi and him have already prepared it for you, ancient sage Ziyuan said. Prepare? Xianxia was puzzled. Prepare for me? Why didn't I know about it? Ancient sage Ziyuan replied. Our teacher didn't say anything about the trump card that God Monarch Lingxi left behind, so we don't know much about it. However, I do know a thing or two about the trump card that our teacher left behind. The Deathless Monarch was something that our teacher intentionally left behind for you. This? Xianxia was stunned. If Little Chick had come to the Master Teacher continent with the otherworldly demonic tribe, it would have been living in the ancient battlefield of the otherworldly demonic tribe instead of a mountain range on the Master Teacher continent. This was indeed Kongshi's doing. After obtaining the Dongshu gourd, Xianxia had used his Xinqi to nourish the little yellow chick, allowing it to acknowledge him as its master. This was also the reason why he was able to cultivate in the lucid lunar lake and fuse with the little yellow chick's undying blood. With this kind of power in his bloodline, he could very well be like the little chick in the face of danger, becoming immortal and invincible. After countless years, he would be reborn from the ashes. However, so what if he was reborn from the ashes? There was a good chance that, just like the little chick, his consciousness would turn into a completely different person. Putting everything else aside, just the fact that his clone had split his soul just like him, did it not mean that his clone had become a more impressive individual? This was similar to the clones in his previous life. No matter how similar their genes were, they were still 2 completely different people. The trump card that Lozozi had left behind could only ensure his survival, but there was no guarantee that he would regain his consciousness. So, what was the trump card that Lozozi had left behind? Xianxia thought. The 2 items that the young lady had given him surfaced in his mind. Firstly, it was a disguise token that could disguise everything. As important as this item was, it had nothing to do with dealing with the heavens. Could it be that pendant? The second object flashed across his mind. The pendant harnessed a droplet of blood, and it harnessed unfathomable power. As long as his consciousness fell into a state of chaos, the pendant would pull him back to his senses. The first time he had felt the difference between the heavens of the azure and the heavens path divine art, he had nearly gone berserk. It was the pendant that had pulled him back to his senses. The second time was when he had doubted the pathos of heaven. Both times, he had managed to regain his consciousness at the most crucial moment. Could it be that the pendant had been used in conjunction with his reincarnation to ensure that he would not lose his consciousness? Just that, the pendant had been given to him by Lozozi. If she had known that, why would she have been so worried and distressed? Was she afraid that he would be the one to emerge victorious in the war of the heavens? I can only ask him face to face. Xianxia shook his head. On the surface, the strongest person in the immortal realm was Lozozi, but for some unknown reason, he always felt as if there was a large hand pushing them into a whirlpool, making them unable to extricate themselves. Can you teach me the beheading 3 corpses technique? Putting the matter aside, Xianxia turned to look at Xianxia. Regardless of whether it could help him break free from the shackles of the heavenly Tao, as long as he knew this method, it would mean that he had 3 more lives, and his means of survival would be greatly increased. Furthermore, he could cut off the evil corpses, good corpses, and self-corpses to become even purer. In the future, his cultivation would be even easier. If I wish to cultivate this cultivation technique, I must conceal it from the heavens. I mustn't leave it in my memories, or else I'll be spied upon. It was when we left the Master Teacher continent that our teacher imparted us the heaven's path in the spatial turbulence. However, as soon as we finished cultivating it, we forgot about it. Even our teacher doesn't have the cultivation technique in his mind, so we don't have it with us. Ancient sage Ziyuan replied with an awkward smile. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. In order to deceive the heavenly Tao, the only way was to erase it from one's memory. However, if one were to do so, it would be equivalent to losing the heaven's path divine art. Even if one wanted to impart it to another, it would be impossible, Coming to a realization, Xianxia smiled bitterly and asked curiously, this cultivation technique was created by Xianxia himself? Could it be that he knew that there would be someone who would vie with him for the mandate of heavens on the master-teacher continent? This was the strangest thing about him. Back when he had left the master-teacher continent, he had still been clueless about the world, and he had been relying heavily on the Library of Heaven's path. Logically speaking, the War of the Heavens was something that only those in the firmament would know about. Why would Xianxia make preparations for it while he was still on the master-teacher continent? Could it be that he controlled the heavenly Tao order and had the ability to predict the future? Even though my teacher is a sage and possesses unparalleled talent, it doesn't mean that he was born with the knowledge of the world. There are others who can guide him along the way, ancient sage Ziyuan replied. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia's performance back on the master-teacher continent had been simply too dazzling, such that he had once thought that there was no need for him to learn anything. But now that he thought about it, he realized that he had been too naive. As long as one was human, there was a learning process from ignorance to knowledge. Xianxia's talent was irreplaceable, but how did he start cultivating? Who did he learn cultivation from? There must be a guide. It was just like how he, who possessed the heaven-defying cheating device, the Library of Heaven's path, also needed Xianxia to guide him forward. This cultivation technique was imparted to me by Grand Teacher, ancient sage Ziyuan replied. Grandmaster? Xianxia was puzzled. This was the first time he heard that Xianxia had a teacher. Back on the master-teacher continent, those who impart knowledge to others are only addressed as Sure. Ancient sage Ziyuan replied. It's only because of the appearance of our grand teacher that our descendants began addressing our direct disciples as teacher. Xianxia was confused. The other party's words sounded like a tongue twister. Why didn't I get it? We address you as Xianxia, and you address our teacher as Xianxia. There are also many people who address me as Teacher Yin. We address our teacher by his surname. In the beginning, the word teacher was used to refer to him as master. Later on, we adopted it, and that's how it's been passed down to this day, ancient sage Ziyuan continued. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before a thought came to his mind. He looked at ancient sage Ziyuan doubtfully and asked, are you saying that your grand teacher's surname is Lao? That's why they call him teacher, and that's how the title teacher came to be? That's right. Ancient sage Ziyuan nodded. There's someone who goes by the surname of Lao? Xianxia asked with a bitter smile. He turned his gaze back to ancient sage Ziyuan and asked, since our grand teacher was able to impart such a profound cultivation technique to Xianxia, his cultivation must be extraordinary. Why haven't I heard of him before? He had read through the history of the master-teacher continent many times, and there was a living guide in the form of Vicious as well. However, he had never heard of a person who went by the surname of Lao. According to teacher, our grand teacher only stayed on the master-teacher continent for a very short period of time, and he left on the Azure Ox. He doesn't know where he went, so it goes without saying that we don't know either. Alright then. It seemed like he would have to wait for Xianxia's revival before he could get to the bottom of it. Knowing that he would not be able to learn the decapitation of 3 corpses, Xianxia turned to ancient sage Ziyuan and asked, may I know if there are any experts among you who are skilled in apothecary? Do you have pinnacle god essence pills or something that can raise one's cultivation swiftly? His soul cultivation had already reached conferred god king realm pinnacle, and he had also comprehended the heaven's path divine art for a breakthrough to the god monarch realm. What he lacked at the moment was pills that could raise his physical body and jinchi. As long as he could fulfill these 2 conditions, he would be able to push his cultivation all the way to God King Realm Pinnacle or even push for a breakthrough to the God Monarch Realm. He had already made up his mind about his physical body. With the revival of the Deathless Monarch, he would be able to use the Deathless Lava Reservoir once more. However, without sufficient pills, he would not be able to raise his jinchi cultivation that easily. Even the strongest apothecary in the firmament, Fu Jiangchen, did not have many pinnacle god essence pills in his possession. Perhaps, Xianxia might have quite a few of them. My teacher forged some pinnacle god essence pills back then, and we ate quite a few of them. There should still be a few hundred left. I'll go and get them. With a smile, ancient sage Ziyuan turned around and left. A few hundred? Xianxia's lips twitched upon hearing those words. As expected of Xianxia, he sure was wealthy. Not too long later, ancient sage Ziyuan returned with a cloth bag in hand. He tossed it casually onto the ground and said, "They're all here." Xianxia opened the bag, and what greeted him was a pile of pinnacle god essence pills. There were indeed several hundred of them. "You placed the god essence pills here?" Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. Most cultivators would store their god essence pills in jade boxes or bottles, but ancient sage Ziyuan had just stored them in a tattered cloth bag, as if they were trash. It made him wonder if he had gotten a fake pill. Xianxia casually took out a pill and swallowed it. Gugugugu, a surge of concentrated spiritual energy immediately flowed through his body. Following which, he took out a second pill, a third pill, and swallowed them one after another. Fu Jiangchen's face twitched in astonishment. "Are you eating pills like this?" They did have a lot of pills, but those were pinnacle god essence pills. Even as a conferred god king, it would take him quite some time to assimilate them. Yet, the other party was munching on them as if they were candy. No matter how many pills he had, it wouldn't be enough for him. While Fu Jiangchen was feeling speechless, the young man's cultivation suddenly rose from God King Realm Primary Stage to God King Realm. God King Realm Intermediate Stage, God King Realm Advanced Stage. In just a few moments, Xianxia had already reached God King Realm Pinnacle before slowly coming to a halt. It's a pity that the Pinnacle God Essence pills are no longer effective. Xianxia lamented. Pinnacle God Essence pills were useful to ordinary conferred God Kings, but to Xianxia, it was no longer as effective. No matter how many he consumed, he would not be able to make a breakthrough to God King Realm Pinnacle. It's fortunate that they're no longer effective. Otherwise, I would have eaten them all. Ancient sage Ziyuan sighed helplessly. Xianxia lowered his head and saw that there was only half of the pills left in the bag. Xianxia scratched his head awkwardly. It's mainly because Kongsher's pills are simply too delicious. Pineapple, apple, grapefruit. I couldn't control myself and ate too many of them. Ancient sage Ziyuan. When I heard people saying that Lao copied the neighboring cultivators, I couldn't help but chuckle. I only saw the tractor competition in the cultivation world. It has been a few years since I last saw it. I don't know anything about the recent plot that you are talking about, so how am I supposed to copy it? The Crimson Heaven Sword is one of the 10 great swords of China. There's no need for me to copy it, right? As for the 3 corpses and infinite dantian, I have written about it before. If you don't believe me, feel free to look through it. That's a 13-year-old book, and it hasn't even been published yet. Do you think that I have the ability to predict the future? These are the plots that I have written down a long time ago. While the cultivation world is on fire, the heavens aren't too bad either. I have asked the Paladin of Healing in private, and he hasn't looked at mine recently. I haven't looked at his either. If we really share a telepathic connection, then it wouldn't have been a waste for us to eat, play, and sleep together. Cough cough, sleeping in the same building. Do you guys know how to vomit? Also, I would like to recommend a book to a friend. The 9 Dragons Swallowing Pearl will be published today, so feel free to take a look. Along the way with Kongsher, they had been through a lot. What had they not seen before? A single pinnacle god essence pill was something that would take them 1 to 2 months to assimilate. Yet, Xianxia had eaten more than 100 pinnacle god essence pills in one go, and not only was he completely fine, he even had the time to savor the taste of the pinnacle god essence pills. All of a sudden, ancient sage Ziyuan and the others felt that they did not want to talk to this fellow anymore. That's not a stomach, it's a pill-swallowing machine. Just as Xianxia was feeling stifled, he suddenly saw the young man looking at him with a yearning look. Other than the God Essence pill, are there any other pills that harnessed more spiritual energy? For example, something like King of Pills? If you do, I can buy it or borrow it. I'll find a way to return it to you once I break through to the God Monarch realm. That's all. Ancient sage Ziyuan shook his head. Since his teacher had said that he was the leader of the group, he was free to use any pills he wanted. However, other than the Pinnacle God Essence pill, they did not have anything more valuable than that. Back then, Kongsher also needed a lot of spiritual energy to break through. Where did he get it? Xianxia was puzzled. Kongsher was the same as him. The effect of the Peerless God Essence pill was probably only sufficient for him to reach the pinnacle of the God King realm. Then, what kind of energy did he use to break through to the God Monarch realm? Spirit energy tide. Ancient sage Ziyuan nodded. Every 10 years, all kinds of treasures will appear. Our teacher and I were able to make rapid progress in our cultivation during the flood of time 40 years ago. Xianxia suddenly understood. He had long heard of this thing, but he didn't know the details. However, it was understandable if one thought about it. Conferred God Kings and conferred God Kings would perish every single time the flood of oblivion occurred. Just from this in itself, it could be seen that there were so many treasures that not even conferred God Kings would be able to reject them. Even the God Monarchs found it difficult to maintain their rationality. Otherwise, he wouldn't have snatched away so many of his students. How long will it take for the spiritual energy tide to arrive? The spiritual energy tide is roughly once every 10 years, but the exact timing is uncertain. Sometimes, it's 2 or 3 months later, and sometimes it's brought forward. Under normal circumstances, there should still be at least half a year before it begins. However, the conferral of kings of the 9 skies earlier has shaken the entire world. Barring any mishaps, the 5th infusion should be happening soon. Ancient sage Ziyuan glanced at the sky and said. Although there was no pattern to the spiritual chi tide, it would still be affected by special events. The 9 heavens king bestowment had caused such a huge commotion that all the spiritual chi in the sky gathered in the sky. It was very easy for it to become the prelude to the spiritual chi tide. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. The peerless divine essence pill was not of much use to him. It seemed like he could only wait for the spiritual energy tide and think of a way to obtain more treasures. After talking for a while, Xianxia stayed here for 2 days to read all the books in Kongshi's collection and the cultivation methods that everyone practiced. Only then did he stand up and bid farewell. His soul cultivation had reached conferred God King realm pinnacle, and his Jinchi cultivation had reached conferred God King realm pinnacle as well. The only thing that was lacking was his physical body. According to Little Chick, as long as he returned to the otherworldly demonic tribe, the deathless lava lake would be fully restored. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to waste any time. With Little Chick around, he didn't even need to use the greater teleportation portal. He could easily tear through space and arrive at his destination. A few breaths later, the two of them returned to the sky of spirit origin. Welcome back, Emperor. Before arriving at the Deathless Monarch's residence, the Fire Feather conferred God King and the others had already received news of their arrival. Go and prepare pills with sufficient spiritual energy. The more, the better, Little Chick waved his hand. Yes. The Fire Feather conferred God King and the others quickly left. 2 hours later, they returned with plenty of precious medicinal herbs. How could they possibly dare to turn down the God Monarch's request? The wealth of the conferred God Kings left Xianxia in a daze. Even though he didn't have any medicinal herbs that could help him advance his cultivation, it was more than enough to forge several hundred peerless God Essence pills. After gathering all the medicinal herbs, Little Chick led Xianxia into the palace. Not too long later, they arrived at a deep crater that seemed to have dried up a little. Lava bubbled within the crater, and waves of heat gushed out from it. With a flick of Little Chick's hand, countless medicinal herbs fell into the crater. They exploded into spiritual energy in the air before diving right into the lava. Chiao, as soon as the medicinal herbs entered the lava, the scorching flames immediately morphed into massive phoenixes that soared into the sky. With a tap of Little Chick's finger, a few droplets of blood essence fell into the lava. Xiong xiong, the silhouettes of the phoenixes grew even larger, emanating a pressure that felt like the birth of a new bloodline. Master, the undead lava pool is ready. Go in, Little Chick nodded with a smile. Xianxia leaped right into the lava. Tzzzzzzzzzz. As soon as he entered the lava, he immediately felt a surge of pure energy flowing into his body through his acupoints. The blood flowing through his veins hummed along with this surge of energy. Sitting down, Xianxia floated in the air and began absorbing the energy. His physical body began growing at a visible rate. God King Realm Primary Stage. God King Realm Intermediate Stage. God King Realm Advanced Stage. Conferred God King Realm Primary Stage. 4 hours later, the roaring energy in the lava finally receded. At the same time, Xianxia's physical body also came to a halt. My physical body is already comparable to a conferred God King realm pinnacle cultivator. Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. Through this period of cultivation, Xianxia's physical body had grown significantly, rising from God King realm primary stage to conferred God King realm pinnacle. In other words, his physical body was already comparable to a conferred God King realm pinnacle cultivator, and he might even be able to defeat one easily. Of course, Xianxia's greatest strength lay not in his physical body but in his soul. As the conferred God King of the 9 skies, even 9 conferred God King realm pinnacle cultivators would not necessarily be a match for him. After finishing his cultivation, Xianxian released his clone. After finishing his cultivation in the deathless lava pool, he successfully reached conferred God King realm pinnacle as well. As for Vicious, his rate of cultivation was much slower than before, so he would not be of much use in the short term. Thus, he continued sealing him in the Book of Heaven's path. Without the flood of spiritual energy, he would not be able to achieve a breakthrough in the short term. Xianxian was just about to comprehend a new sword art based on the cultivation technique he had just comprehended when Little Chick suddenly appeared before him. Young Master, the Cloud Dragon Monarch of the Sky of Cloud Dragon has invited the 8 God Monarchs to the Flooding Sea. Flooding Sea? That's where the flood of spiritual energy originates. Every flood of spiritual energy spreads across the entire firmament, but that's the only way to find the most valuable treasures. Little Chick said. The flood of spiritual energy is about to begin? Xianxian asked in bewilderment. Based on our estimations, it should begin within 2 days, Little Chick replied. Thus, the Cloud Dragon Monarch instructed the God Monarchs to bring their men over to prepare for it. Let's go, Xianxian said as he stood up. The flood of spiritual energy was finally here. Perhaps, he could make use of this opportunity to achieve a breakthrough to conferred God King or even God Monarch realm. Only those beneath the God Monarch realm are allowed to enter the Flooding Sea, so we can only watch from the outside. Once the Flooding Sea opens, the 9 God Monarchs will send their conferred God Kings and God Kings to search for treasures. Killing and plundering are inevitable, and countless experts have died in the process. As for how many treasures the 9 God Monarchs have obtained, no one knows. Little Chick had already learned about Xianxian's recovery from his subordinate's report. This time, I would like to have you enter the Flooding Sea as the God King of the Sky of Spirit Origin. If there's a chance, I hope that you can protect my descendants from harm. Of course, if it's inconvenient for you to do so, I'll leave it at that. If there's a chance, I'll make sure that no harm comes to them. Xianxian nodded. Since the conferred God Kings were Little Chick's juniors, they could be considered as his juniors as well. If there was danger in the Flooding Sea, there was no harm in lending a helping hand. This is the emblem of our Sky of Spirit Origin. Young Master, if you wear it on your chest and enter the Flooding Sea, others will be able to tell where you belong. You'll have to consider whether you want to ally with them or fight them, Little Chick said as he passed the emblem over. Xianxian wore it on his chest. Some of the God Kings who entered the Flooding Sea belonged to the 9 God Monarchs, while others were unaffiliated cultivators. With the emblem, it would be easier to verify one's identity, thus reducing the danger. While there were no rules in the Flooding Sea, one had to consider carefully before killing a God Monarch. Each flood of spiritual energy is stronger than the previous one, and the treasures that appear are also more and more. In fact, there was once an item that was useful to even God Monarchs. It was for this reason that the Heaven Subjugation Monarch was able to reach a level on par with God Monarch Lingxi in just 40 years, Little Chick said. I heard that the other God Monarchs have gathered quite a few experts for this flood of spiritual energy, even going as far as to use the space-time mirror to distort the flow of time. There's a good chance that the battle will be even more intense this time around. Young Master, you have to be careful. It was said that the other God Monarchs had nurtured quite a few conferred God Kings, but they had not been able to find out their names and strength yet. That being said, they were not prepared, so they had to be on their guard. There was indeed no one beneath the God Monarch realm who was a match for Xianxian. However, it was difficult for 2 fists to fend off 4 hands at once. If more than a dozen conferred God Kings were to gang up on Xianxian, not to mention that they had set up traps, formations, and artifacts, he would be in grave danger. It was said that there were many natural traps in the Flooding Sea, such that even God Monarchs would find it difficult to walk out of them alive. Knowing that the person before him had good intentions, Xianxia didn't say much. Two people and one chicken tore through space again and flew toward the tidal sea. The tide sea was at the end of the world. As he walked out of the space channel and saw the scene before him, Xianxia was left speechless. There seemed to be a huge hole in the sky above his head. At the edge of the blue sky, there was a huge black hole. It was so deep and dark that no one knew where it led to. Countless violent energies were shrouded by a thin light shield. The light barrier was extremely thin, and it looked like it would collapse at any moment. 40 years ago, a black hole suddenly appeared in the sky, and the spiritual energy of the firmament swiftly leaked out like a punctured balloon. That's why the spiritual energy of the firmament has deteriorated. The deathless monarch said as he looked at the pitch-black sky with a fearful look on his face. Why would a black hole appear here? Who was the one who killed you back then? Xianxia asked doubtfully. He had always been curious as to who had killed Little Chick. Other than cultivators of the same cultivation realm, no one would be able to kill a god monarch. What in the world happened 40 years ago to cause its death? Could it have something to do with the sudden appearance of the black hole on the master-teacher continent? Xianxia had been around 40,000 years ago, which was around 40 years ago in the firmament. The collapse of the firmament sky and the acquisition of the heavens order by Xianxia. Could there be a connection between the two? It seems like my memories of being killed have been erased. Even though I have regained my cultivation, I can't find anything. However, I think it might have something to do with the appearance of the black hole, Little Chick said with a shake of its head. Erased? Xianxia widened his eyes in astonishment. To be able to erase the memories of the deathless monarch. Other than Lozozi and Xianxia, there was no one in the firmament who was capable of such a feat. It's not God Monarch Xianxia or Xianxia, Little Chick replied. Seeing through Xianxia's thoughts, Little Chick shook its head and said, when the black hole appeared, Xianxia was still on the master-teacher continent. At that time, God Monarch Xianxia was busy sealing the black hole so as to prevent spiritual energy from seeping in. She was busy informing the firmament and setting up a massive formation, so she didn't have the time or energy to make a move on me. Sealing the black hole? You're saying that this seal was set up by Lozozi? Xianxia asked. That's right. Little Chick nodded. It had died not too long after the black hole appeared, so there were many things that it didn't know about. However, it did know a thing or two about the black hole's appearance and what happened afterward. Xianxia frowned. At this moment, he finally understood why Lozozi and Xianxia had fought so quickly. Most likely, it had something to do with the black hole before him. There was a good chance that his Library of Heaven's path had something to do with the black hole as well. While the duo was conversing with one another, the black hole suddenly shook violently, and its appearance grew even more savage. Following which, spiritual energy tore through the seal and gushed out like a hurricane. In an instant, the sky darkened, and the sun and moon dimmed. It was as if the entire firmament had been shrouded by a black storm. Hurry up and enter! Following a loud bellow, countless figures swiftly rushed into the black storm, and in the blink of an eye, they had all vanished without a trace. The flood of spiritual energy has begun? Xianxia's face darkened. He had thought that he would have to wait a little longer, but who could have thought that the black hole would already appear as soon as he arrived? It has begun. They have already entered. Young master, you should hurry up as well. Little Chick hurriedly nodded. He stretched out his hand, intending to send Xianxia and Luo Qiqi into the black hole. Wait a moment. I still have something to ask you. Didn't you say that the black hole has been devouring spiritual energy in the firmament all this while? Why would it be spewing spiritual energy at this moment? Xianxia asked anxiously. Unsure of what was going on, Xianxia couldn't help but feel perplexed. I don't know either, but the spiritual energy behind the black hole is similar to the flood of spiritual energy. After devouring spiritual energy for a period of time, it will be spewed into the black hole. However, the amount of spiritual energy that it spews out isn't even 1/100th of what it has devoured, Little Chick replied. The firmament was filled with countless secrets. Even as a god monarch, he wasn't privy to all of them. Seeing that Little Chick didn't understand what was going on, Xianxia decided not to probe any further. He released his primordial spirit and shrouded himself in Luochichi before being sent into the flooding sea by Little Chick. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a desolate place. There were shattered rocks and chaotic spiritual energy all around him. There wasn't a single sign of life in sight. This is the flooding sea? Xianxia couldn't believe it. Xianxia had thought that the center of the tide of spiritual energy, which the 9 god monarchs had prepared for, would be filled with dense spiritual energy, perhaps even condensing into liquid droplets. Who could have thought that it would be even worse than the wilderness of the firmament? Since even the 9 thearchs are interested, there must be treasures here. Let's take a look around. After a moment of astonishment, Xianxia decided not to think too much about it. He quickly flew toward the depths of the flooding sea with Luochichi. 10 minutes ago. In front of the flooding sea, the Cloud Dragon Monarch and the others floated in the air. Looks like it's about to start, a golden light burst forth from the Cloud Dragon Monarch's eyes. That's right. The remaining martial monarchs nodded. All along, I've thought that god monarchs have something to do with their bloodline, and that it's almost impossible for them to advance any further. However, after seeing the Heaven Subjugation Monarch and the others, I've come to realize that it's possible for god monarchs to make breakthroughs as well. Recalling the battle a few days ago, Monarch Fuming of the Sky of Gengjing couldn't help but sigh. After reaching the Great Emperor realm, they thought that there was no way for them to advance any further, so they slacked off. When they saw how the Heaven Subjugation Monarch, who had only been a god monarch for 40 years, was actually so much stronger than them, they realized that a god monarch could wield such strength. In the previous few floods of spiritual energy, the students of the Heaven Subjugation Monarch were able to snatch away countless treasures with their strength. But now, without the help of the Heaven Subjugation Monarch, we won't be able to enter the flooding sea and obtain the treasures. Emperor Zhuiyang of the Blazing Sun Sky laughed heartily. His subordinates had been suppressed by the students of the Heaven Subjugation Monarch all this while, and they had been feeling extremely stifled. Now that this heaven-defying expert had disappeared like a flash in the pan, it should be their all heaven's turn to hold their heads high. It has indeed increased by quite a bit, but don't forget about the young man beside the deathless monarch. If he were to participate, it would be hard to say who would get the treasure, the mystic underworld heavenly emperor snorted. A conferred king of the 9 heavens soul spirit would reach the peak of a conferred king. Just this point alone was enough for other conferred kings to be able to contend against him. He's very powerful, but it's only his soul that's powerful. His body and true energy are only at the level of an ordinary early god king. As long as we give our juniors treasures to protect their souls, so what if their souls are powerful? Emperor Zhuiyang said. Given that the Sky of Spirit Origin had a heaven-defying expert, how could they not take precautions against him? If given half a year or more, that person could indeed grow to an astonishing level, but in a short 1 or 2 days, he would at most stabilize the power of the 9 heavens title. In a situation where one's shinchi and physical body weren't enhanced, as long as one's soul was protected, there was nothing the other party could do about it no matter how powerful their soul was. After all, true energy and strength were the most important things in a battle. Zhuiyang is right. The conferred god king of the 9 skies is powerful, but he's not invincible. Putting everything else aside, the god king that I've just conferred, Xiaoya, can easily defeat him. Imperial Emperor Fuming chuckled with pride on his face. He had paid a great price to train this young man. That young man was so talented that he could defeat several titled battle pet warriors of the same rank even if they worked together. If he really used his full strength, so what if that person was the conferred king of the 9 skies? It was impossible for him to tap into the power of the heavens in the flooding sea, so no matter how many celestial sovereigns acknowledged it, he was not a match for the young man before him. I have heard that your Sky of Adamant and Gold Xiaoya is a conferred god king, but our Sky of Blazing Suns Xingyang isn't any weaker than him either. If the two of them were to fight in a real battle, I'm afraid that your man might not be a match for him. God Monarch Blazing Sun sneered coldly. You aren't the only ones who have found geniuses. Even though our Sky of Drifting Spectres Lu Chong isn't too powerful, I'm afraid that none of you will be able to catch up to him when it comes to gathering treasures and escaping. Demon Monarch Qianquan chuckled. He specialized in the soul. His strength was not considered the strongest among the 9 emperors. However, in terms of escaping and searching for treasures, no one could compare to him. Our sky of Acheron has Yuan Tao, Dan Xiao Tian, and by Wanqing, 3 geniuses, so our chances of winning are much higher than yours, the Acheron god monarch said. Our sky of Cloud Dragon also has Kong Shiyao, Lu Yang, and Zhang Jiuxiao, the Cloud Dragon monarch added. As fellow god monarchs, they had their own pride. It was not easy for them to find a powerful successor, so it was only right for them to flaunt it a little. Since the successors that you've found are all so outstanding, why don't you let them meet each other and see who is the strongest? Seeing that the group of martial monarchs was still in the dark, Fairy Linglong chuckled instead of reminding them. Indeed. There's no harm in letting them meet one another first. The Cloud Dragon monarch said. Kong Shiyao, Lu Yang, and Zhang Jiuxiao, come out. Who? Right after those words were spoken, a man and a woman flew out from the back. Their auras were so sharp that it felt as if they could tear space itself apart. Xiaoya, you should come out too. God monarch Fuming beckoned. A young lady also flew over. Seeing that the 2 god monarchs had brought their conferred god kings over, the others hurriedly beckoned them over as well. Soon, 11 young men and young ladies were standing before the god monarchs. They are indeed young geniuses. As much as the 6 god monarchs hated to admit it, they had no choice but to admit that the conferred god kings that the other god monarchs had just conferred were on par with them. Just as they were about to urge their juniors to work hard and not lose to the others, the 11 young men standing before them suddenly clasped their fists and greeted one another. Senior. Senior. Junior. Junior. Excited smiles appeared on their faces, as if they had finally reunited with one another after a long time. Senior? Junior? Senior? Junior? Other than Fairy Linglong, the other 5 god monarchs stared at one another with widened eyes, completely dumbfounded. What in the world was going on? I groomed you to enter the flooding sea to fight for treasures, but what was the meaning of this? Could it be that they knew each other from before? An ominous premonition crept into their hearts. Unable to take it any longer, the Acheron god monarch asked, Yuan Tao, what's going on? Hearing his question, the others also turned their gazes over. They wanted to see what Yuan Tao had to say. Reporting to the god monarchs, allow me to introduce everyone to you. This is Xiaoya, my first senior, Wang Ying, my second senior, Lu Yang, my third senior, Xingyang, my fourth senior, and I, Lu Chong, my 6th junior. Wei Ruyan, my 7th junior, and Zhang Jiuxiao, my 8th junior, Yuan Tao introduced the others excitedly. Acheron god monarch, Cloud Dragon god monarch, Demon monarch Qiankuan, god monarch Shuiyang, and god monarch Fuming. The geniuses that we have spent so much effort to groom are all our juniors. Can anyone tell me what's going on? If you are fellow disciples, then your teacher is. The Acheron god monarch felt so stifled that he nearly fell from the sky. The other god monarchs also widened their eyes in disbelief. They had heard that Zhang Xian had a teacher back on the celestial mountain, but who in the world would not have a teacher? They had never thought much of it, but who would have thought that the 11 successors of the 6 god monarchs would actually share the same teacher? Wasn't that fellow a little too overpowered? How did he manage to find so many talented disciples? Oh, my teacher is, Yuan Tao nodded with a smile. Just as he was about to speak, Xiaoya suddenly glared at him coldly and said, shut your mouth. Yes. Yuan Tao immediately stopped what he was doing as cold sweat dripped down his back. It was only then that he recalled that his teacher had always kept a low profile, and the thing he disliked the most was showing off. Saying this in such a high-profile manner in front of the 6 great imperial emperors went against his outstanding character. It was a great unfilial act. Besides, they had been cultivating in the space-time mirror during this period of time, isolating themselves from the real world. If they were to reveal their teacher's name and allow the god monarchs to look into it, wouldn't that be as good as harming him? God monarchs, I'm really sorry, but our teacher has always kept a low profile. Without his permission, it's not convenient for us to reveal his name. I hope that you can forgive us. Seeing the many sovereign emperors look over, Xiaoya performed a cupped fist salute. To be able to groom so many outstanding disciples without anyone in the firmament knowing about it, you are indeed outstanding. The Acheron god monarch said awkwardly. Just as he was at a loss as to what to say, the spiritual energy before him suddenly started rampaging. The flood of spiritual energy had begun. Since the two of you belong to the same sect, I don't think you'll kill one another. If there's a treasure, it'll belong to whoever finds it. Since they were not allowed to snatch the treasures from one another, they could only rely on their luck. The flooding sea is fraught with danger. While none of you are weak, there's still one person whom you have to pay attention to. Just as everyone was about to be sent into the tidal wave, the Cloud Dragon Monarch suddenly spoke. Xiaoya and the others immediately turned their gazes over. In the sky of spirit origin, there's a young man who isn't too far off from you. Due to his exceptional talent, he has been conferred the title of God King of the Nine Skies. The Cloud Dragon Monarch said. If you encounter him, make sure not to fight him with your soul. It's best if you attack him with your physical body and injure him severely first. That's right. Aren't you from the same sect? If worst comes to worst, don't split up. Let's advance together. That way, we'll be in less danger. Emperor Xueyang interjected. Although he had said that the conferred kings on his side didn't fear Xianxia, he still wasn't that confident. King of the Nine Skies, in the entire history of the firmament, the Heaven Subjugation Monarch was the only one who had achieved such a feat while he did not have the confidence to move alone, if all 11 of his fellow disciples were to make a move at the same time. Putting aside the fact that Xianxia was only a conferred God King of the Nine Skies, even if his Xianxia cultivation had reached the pinnacle, there was no way he would be able to stand against them. Don't worry, we'll look out for one another and improve together. Who cares if he's the conferred God King of the Nine Skies or whatever? If he dares to cause trouble for us, we won't back down. Xiaoya nodded. It was one thing if they didn't meet each other, but since they did, they would definitely look out for one another and support one another. They definitely wouldn't abandon one another and leave. Otherwise, how could they live up to their teacher's teachings? That's good, let's go in. Hearing those words, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. God Monarch Fuming, the Cloud Dragon God Monarch Shuiyang, and the others made their moves simultaneously. The space before them warped as 11 conferred God Kings entered the flooding sea at the same time. Ha ha ha. Seeing that everyone had entered the flooding sea, Fairy Linglong couldn't hold herself back anymore and burst into laughter. Fairy, why are you so happy? The Cloud Dragon God Monarch asked. It's nothing much. It's just that I couldn't help but laugh at something interesting, Fairy Linglong replied. Fairy Linglong, do you know of something? Why don't you tell us about it so that we can use it as a reference, the Acheron God Monarch asked. Do you really want to know about it? Fairy Linglong asked. Of course, the crowd nodded. Very well, I guess there's no harm in telling you then. Fairy Linglong chuckled softly. Are you worried that Xianxia will obtain countless treasures in the flood of spiritual energy and become the next Heaven Subjugation Monarch? The crowd fell silent. Even though they didn't say it aloud, they were also worried about it. It was already enough for one Heaven Subjugation Monarch to appear. If another one were to appear, it would really be embarrassing for them to be challenged once more. Thinking about how they had not dared to step out for the past 40 years, the more they thought about it, the more indignant they felt. Are you hoping that the juniors you have groomed will be able to defeat Xianxia and snatch the treasures from him to help you achieve a breakthrough? Fairy Linglong asked. I don't believe that you aren't tempted by the battle 2 days ago. Is there anyone who doesn't want to reach a higher realm? God Monarch Shuiyang replied frankly. God Monarchs were humans too, and they wanted to grow. Stronger as well. It was due to the flood of spiritual energy that the Heaven Subjugation Monarch had managed to become so powerful. Now that he had placed more emphasis on it, he had even groomed his own experts. It wouldn't be easy for Xianxia to become the next Heaven Subjugation Monarch. God Monarch Fuming harumphed. What do you want to say? Just spit it out. There's no need to beat around the bush. That's right. There's no need to hide it anymore. We're all here, so there's no need to beat around the bush, the Cloud Dragon God Monarch said. Alright, I'll be frank then. Seeing that the crowd was getting impatient, Fairy Linglong knew that the time had come. Chuckling, she said, weren't you all curious about who the teacher of Xiaoya and Xingyang is? Actually, I know who it is. Who is it? Demon Monarch Qianquan asked. All of a sudden, a thought flashed across his mind, and his body stiffened. It can't be, that's right. It's the conferred God King of the 9 skies that you are all worried about. Xianxia. Fairy Linglong replied gleefully. After reaching the God Monarch realm, one would no longer have to worry about anything. This was the first time she had seen such an expression on the faces of her old friends. It was all because of that young man. More importantly, that fellow didn't know anything at all. Was he pretending to be a dead man? The 5 emperors looked at each other, then at each other. They all felt a surge of poetry in their minds, and many classic poems appeared in their minds. I don't have a share of the city, but for whom do I toil? After plucking 100 flowers into honey, for whom do I toil? I hate the fact that I've been staking my life on the line for others. God Monarch Xianxia is your girlfriend, the deathless monarch is your tamed beast, and I'm the conferred God King of the 9 skies. It's one thing if that's the case, but to think that the juniors we've spent so much effort to groom are actually your students. The 5 God Monarchs felt so stifled that they felt like knocking their heads against a wall. They had thought that they would be able to soar through the flood of spiritual energy and become as powerful as the Heaven Subjugation Monarch, but it turned out that it was nothing more than wishful thinking. What in the world was this? There was no justice in this at all. There are indeed many good things here. Xianxia muttered. It had only been 4 hours since Xianxia and Luo Qiqi arrived at the firmament, but the number of treasures he had collected was already more than what he had earned in the firmament over the past month. He had been selling beauty pills and breakthrough pills non-stop, and over the past month, his wealth had reached an astounding level. To be able to catch up in just 4 hours, it could be seen how many treasures there were in the firmament. However, it was also thanks to his powerful soul that he was able to see further with just a thought, allowing him to cover a wider area. If it had been any other conferred God King, they would not have been able to achieve even a tenth of the same effect. Countless rocks were flying in the sky, and most of them were filled with valuable medicinal herbs. Every single one of them was worth a fortune, and there were also all kinds of ores and metals. If he were to stack all of these together, he would be able to forge even God King tier pills and swords. These things aren't of much use to me. After searching for a while, Xianxia shook his head. These medicinal herbs were indeed valuable, but pinnacle God essence pills were no longer of much use to him. Unless he could find something that surpassed them, it would be pointless for him to raise his cultivation. There's a continent ahead. After flying for a while longer, Luo Qiqi said. Xianxia turned his gaze over, and there was indeed a continent ahead of him. It was tens of thousands of li in diameter, and he could not see the end of it. The spiritual energy was abundant, and the vegetation was lush. It's possible that the sky of the firmament shattered, and the continent was swept in as well, Xianxia speculated. The hole in the sky of the firmament was simply too huge, which was why the spiritual energy had receded so quickly. It was not surprising that the continent had been swept in as well. Landing on the ground, Xianxia scanned the area with his consciousness, and he found that there were all kinds of treasures on the ground. Ores, which were rare in the firmament, could be found everywhere, and even the rivers were formed from spiritual energy. There's someone over there. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. The other God Kings and conferred God Kings who had just arrived had also noticed the land. There were roughly a dozen of them who had landed on the land, and they were currently gathered together, seemingly discussing something. 2 friends, why don't you come over for a chat? The other party's voice sounded. Clearly, the other party had noticed them as well. Xianxia. Luo Qiqi turned to look at him. Let's head over, Xianxia replied with a nod. Everyone was here to search for treasures, so there was no need to avoid it. There were 11 God Kings on the other side, and the strongest of them was a conferred God King of the sky of Cloud Dragon. I am a subordinate of the Cloud Dragon Monarch, conferred God King Ao Feng. Conferred God King Ao Feng clasped his fist. Xianxia returned the greeting. We're all here for the money, so it'll be hard for us to deal with any danger individually. However, if we work together, we won't have to worry about that, Ao Feng said. Everyone nodded. It was indeed very dangerous for a God Monarch to be here alone. Putting aside everything else, there were all sorts of spacetime cracks and traps. It was impossible to guard against them, and the slightest carelessness could lead to death. Not to mention, there were also God Kings and conferred God Kings hunting in the shadows. If they did not work together, it would be hard to say whether they would be able to bring the treasures back with them. In every spiritual energy tide, countless god kings and conferred god kings would die. In fact, more than half of them would die. As you all know, if a god king can't earn the recognition of a god monarch and clear the conferred god king examination, no matter how long they cultivate, they will only be stuck at the same realm, unable to advance any further. Their lifespan is only around 10,000 years, and once their time is up, they'll dissipate into nothingness. Ao Feng said. The 11 godly kings below him all had sorrowful expressions as they felt the same way. The strength of a conferred god king was not something that could be achieved through regular cultivation. It was for this reason that many god kings were envious of him. I believe that all of you have obtained quite a few treasures in the flooding sea. It should be enough for you to push your cultivation to god king realm pinnacle, but so what? It's not like your lifespan will increase. Ao Feng said as he looked at the crowd. Unless you are able to earn the recognition of a god monarch. We also know that a god monarch's recognition is sufficient for us to clear the examination and even become a conferred god king, but how do we earn the recognition of a god monarch? One of the god kings asked. Who wouldn't want to earn the recognition of a god monarch? However, the god monarch was a lofty existence that one could not even meet, let alone earn the recognition of a god monarch. There was once a god king who tried to earn the recognition of a god monarch, so he intentionally made a move to attract the attention of others. However, not only did he not earn the recognition of a god monarch, he ended up being slapped to death instead. Ever since then, all cultivators had come to realize that in order to earn the recognition of a god monarch, one had to possess sufficient strength and have someone to introduce them to one another. It might sound complicated, but it's actually quite simple. Ao Feng chuckled softly. Actually, the reason why I came here is because of the god monarch's instructions. He wishes to obtain a certain treasure, and if you can help me obtain it and offer it to him, I'm sure that he'll be overjoyed. With that, becoming his direct disciple and conferred god king will be a walk in the park. A treasure that the god monarch needs? Doesn't the god monarch have no desires? Does he have something that he needs? Are you serious? As long as we can find the treasure, the god monarch will accept us as his direct disciple and even confer us the title of god king? The crowd was taken aback by those words. What they feared the most was that the god monarch had no desires. As long as they had the desire, it would not be a problem. If they could do it, it would be possible for them to become a god monarch. May I know what treasure the god monarch is looking for? Someone asked. If it was too difficult to obtain, even if they had to give up their life for it, they might as well forget about it. The reason why they wanted to become a god monarch was to prolong their lifespan and gain a higher standing. If they were to lose their life because of it, it would be a waste of time. The item that the god monarch is looking for is on this continent. It's a portion of condensed earth essence. The spiritual energy within the condensed earth essence is simply too concentrated, such that even someone of my strength is unable to use it. However, there are some phantasmagoric spirits guarding this continent, so I'm unable to enter it alone. I'll need your help to obtain it. Phantasmagoric spirits? It's a unique life form that is born when the spiritual energy within the continent is too concentrated. They don't have a physical body, and their strength is on par with god kings. I tried to enter it earlier, but I was stopped outside. If we work together, we should be able to breach their defenses. Ao Feng said. If he could obtain the condensed earth essence alone, there was no way he would share it with anyone else. However, even as a conferred god monarch, there was nothing he could do here. Condensed earth essence? Xianxia's eyes lit up. He had read about it in the books in Kongshi's residence, and its effects far surpassed those of pinnacle god essence pills. If he could obtain it, he might just be able to push for a breakthrough to conferred god king realm pinnacle. How many phantasmagoric spirits are there? If it's too dangerous, we can forget about it. We just want to live the rest of our lives in peace. A god king amidst the crowd asked. Live the rest of our lives in peace? How many years do you think the firmament will be able to maintain its current state? Spiritual energy is fading, and resources are running out. Putting aside advancing to higher realms, just maintaining your current state will take a heavy toll on all of you. And how long can your savings last? Ao Feng harumphed coldly. If you can't maintain your cultivation anymore, what will your enemies, who fear your position and strength, do? What will the powers backing you up do? Even if I don't say it out loud, you should be able to figure it out. The crowd was unable to refute Ao Feng's words. Cultivation was no different from rowing a boat against the current. If one wanted to maintain their current state, they would need to accumulate countless resources. It was just like how an athlete had to train non-stop in order to maintain their peak performance. Given the declining spiritual energy and the lack of resources, even god kings were finding it harder and harder to maintain their current state. Not to mention, every single god king had a powerful clan backing them. If something were to happen to them, everything they had built up would fall apart. The firmament is no longer a place where we can live peacefully. You can either advance further or die. It's as simple as that. Not even conferred god kings are exempt from this. Ao Feng continued. To tell you the truth, a battle broke out on the moon 2 days ago, and the heaven subjugation monarch has already fallen. What did you say? The heaven subjugation monarch has fallen? How did he die? Could it be a duel between god monarch Xianxia and god monarch Xianxia? Even a god monarch can die? A huge uproar broke out among the crowd. The battle between Xianxia and Luozi had taken place on the moon. Other than the god monarchs and the conferred god kings who were close to the god monarchs, no one else in the firmament knew about it. The heaven subjugation monarch's appearance had given countless ordinary cultivators hope. They felt that as long as they worked hard, they would be able to become a god monarch as well. It was for this reason that he was the idol of countless gods. Even if they did not say it out loud, they would still revere him. They had thought that their idol would be able to defeat god monarch Xianxia easily, but who could have known that he would actually die? If even a god monarch could die, it was even more likely that they, as ordinary god kings, would die as well. The 11 god kings were rendered speechless. The atmosphere was a little stifling. That's why we need to become stronger. Only then will we be able to protect ourselves and our families. We can't continue living peacefully like we did in the past. Seeing that everyone had been convinced, Ao Feng continued. The phantasmagoric spirits do pose some danger, but as long as we work together, there's a 90% chance that we'll be able to obtain the treasure. A 90% chance that we'll be able to change our lives. I'm sure all of you understand what we should be doing, right? We need to consider, how about this? Seeing that they were still a little hesitant, Ao Feng continued. As long as you are willing to work with me, regardless of whether you manage to obtain the condensed earth essence or not, I'll repay you with a pinnacle god essence pill and a favor from you. Of course, after you obtain the treasure, you can forget about the reward from the god monarchs. The 11 god kings were stunned for a moment before their eyes lit up in agitation. Most of the 11 god kings were unaffiliated cultivators. Even though some of them came from the other skies, they did not have the backing of their clans, so the resources they could obtain were limited. Even if there was only one peerless divine essence pill, it was considered an astronomical price to them. Not to mention, there was also the favor of a conferred god king. The value of such a favor far exceeded that of a pinnacle god essence pill. On top of that, there was a chance that they could earn the goodwill of a god monarch. No matter how they looked at it, they would not be making a loss. Alright, I agree. Me too. Opportunity and danger coexisted side by side. Those who were willing to take the risk to enter this place were prepared to die. On top of that, there were no god kings who feared death. In just a short minute, the 11 god kings had already made up their minds. What about the 2 of you? Ao Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to Xianxia and asked. I agree as well. Xianxia nodded. Since the condensed earth essence was useful to him, it would be best to find it first. Very well, we'll be allies from now on. If anyone tries to back out at the last moment, they'll be judged accordingly. In fact, we can even kill them on the spot, Ao Feng said. The greatest taboo of an alliance was for someone to back out at the last moment. If that happened, it would put everyone in danger. All right. The crowd nodded in agreement. Let's go. After discussing the matter, Ao Feng took the lead and led the way. The crowd followed closely behind him. Not too long later, they arrived at a mountain stream. The spiritual energy here was even denser, and all kinds of lush greenery covered the sky. Those are the phantasmagoric spirits. Ao Feng pointed. The crowd turned their gazes over, and they soon saw some illusory silhouettes moving around amidst the white mist. Those are the vegetation spirits, born from the dense spiritual energy. Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. He had been wondering what the phantasmagoric spirits were, but it turned out that the spiritual energy here was so dense that some of the ancient trees and grasses had developed sentience of their own. This was similar to the Pill King from back then. While these phantasmagoric spirits seemed to possess the strength of a god king, their fighting prowess was actually very weak. It was just that their numbers made it difficult for one to defend against them. On top of that, as long as the spiritual energy here remained, they could be said to be indestructible, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Our goal is to obtain the condensed earth essence, not to engage in a life and death battle with them. So, our goal is to enter the mountain stream, find what we need, and leave as soon as possible. Seeing that the crowd had understood what phantasmagoric spirits were, Ao Feng began to lay out a plan. Later on, we'll attack from all directions to lure the phantasmagoric spirits away. After that, I'll find an opportunity to blend in with them, and once we obtain the condensed earth essence, we'll leave right away. That's a good idea, but what if you escape after obtaining the condensed earth essence without telling us? What if we end up being trapped by them? One of the god kings asked. It was not that they did not trust the other party, but they had only just met one another, so they did not dare to entrust their lives to one another. That's right. If you leave after obtaining the condensed earth essence, we'll be trapped in there. Putting aside the fact that we won't get anything out of it, we might even lose our lives. We can't let that happen. Another god king said. What do you all think we should do then? Seeing the doubtful looks on everyone's faces, Ao Feng frowned. We'll advance together, and we'll retreat together, the god king who had spoken earlier said. That's right. We'll advance together, and we'll retreat together. It's indeed safe to advance and retreat together, but have you ever considered the possibility that we might lose our lives if we were to be surrounded by these phantasmagoric spirits? Ao Feng said. I'll be heading to Chengdu for training, so I'll just combine the two chapters into one. This? Everyone was speechless. There were many phantasmagoric spirits in the area, and their cultivation was on par with god kings. If they were to be trapped in there, putting aside whether they would be able to obtain the treasure or not, even if they were conferred god kings, it would still be difficult for them to escape unscathed. Even if they were able to retreat, death was unavoidable. Everyone had met by chance, and they didn't even know each other's names. For the sake of treasures, who would be willing to sacrifice themselves to protect others? Attracting the phantom and dispersing them is the method with the least loss at present. If you don't believe me, what's the point of this alliance? Ao Feng waved his hand casually. Everyone was speechless. Indeed, if they didn't trust each other, they might as well not work together. In that case, not only would his combat power not increase, it would even decrease. Why don't we work together to form a formation and force our way in? Formation? Putting aside the fact that the Tidal Sea hasn't been open for a long time, even if it was open for a long time, do you think the others would give you the time to do so? That's true. More than a dozen god kings will need at least half a month to reach the stage where they can advance and retreat freely. We can't afford to waste such a long time. If I have the time to waste here, I might as well go look for treasures. What I can obtain would far surpass a pinnacle god essence pill and the promise of a conferred god king. Everyone's thoughts surged. He thought it would be a simple matter, but he didn't expect it to be so complicated. If it really wasn't easy, the temporary team would quickly fall apart. Seeing that the impromptu formation was indeed unreliable, Ao Feng could only helplessly say, I'll lead the charge. The rest of you, support me from both sides. Don't allow me to be attacked by the phantasmagoric spirits. These people wanted to obtain treasures without any danger. But in reality, how could there be such a good thing? All right. Everyone agreed. Begin. Taking a deep breath, Ao Feng charged forward without any hesitation. Hula, exerting the might of a conferred god king, Xianxia moved as swiftly as a bolt of lightning. A massive claw materialized in the air before him, and with a light clench, the surrounding space ruptured. The phantasmagoric spirits in front of him were jolted into a violent gust of wind. "Follow me!" With a loud shout, the remaining godly kings all followed him. Xianxia and Luoqiqi followed closely behind them. It had to be said that Ao Feng's strength was indeed formidable. He was able to kill a god king phantasmagoria with a single move, leaving not even a trace of its consciousness behind. These spirits seemed to be very helpful to the soul. Following behind the group, Xianxia fended off the phantasmagoric spirits from both sides. They were all sentient, similar to the things he had enchanted earlier. They were a type of soul, and even though they were only spirits of plants and vegetation, they were still very beneficial to one's soul. Even though his soul had already reached conferred God King realm pinnacle after being conferred the title of God Monarch by the Nine Skies, he was still some way off from reaching the God Monarch realm. If he absorbed and refined this spirituality, would his soul body become even stronger? Give it a try. With such a thought in mind, Xianxia began absorbing the spirit that Ao Feng had destroyed into his glabella. If it had spirituality, it would be equivalent to possession, and it would be extremely difficult to absorb. After shattering the phantom spirit, it would no longer have any subjective thoughts. It would be like a pure soul, and it would be easy to absorb. Xianxia immediately felt his soul body becoming stronger again, and his eyes shone brightly. Not bad. It was fortunate that he had followed Ao Feng here. Regardless of whether he could obtain the condensed earth essence or not, it would still be a huge win for him. With Ao Feng leading the charge, and the dozen god kings blocking the way from both sides, Xianxia could sense that his soul had grown twice as strong as before. In less than 10 minutes, he could already sense that his soul had grown by more than twofold. By this point, the crowd had already been completely surrounded by the phantoms. The surroundings were filled with plants that had lived for innumerable years, and they were able to develop spirituality under the nourishment of pure spiritual energy. As such, there was an endless supply of spirit in the surroundings. After fighting for a while longer, not only did the number of phantoms not decrease, it even increased. After absorbing for a while longer, Xianxia finally came to a stop. Spirituality was similar to spiritual energy. It was effective at the start, but as time passed, it would gradually weaken, and it would eventually reach its limit. Unless there was a purer spirit in the surroundings. The condensed earth essence is right up ahead. Following behind the group, Ao Feng roared furiously, "What are you waiting for?" Raising his head, Xianxia saw a milky white object floating above a small pond at the center of the mountain stream. It was only the size of a fist, but it rippled with concentrated spiritual energy. It was several times purer than pinnacle god essence pills. Even before approaching it, he could already feel his Xianxia pulsing with desire. This is indeed good stuff. It's useful to me. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Just as he had guessed, the condensed earth essence was indeed very effective on him. Even if he was unable to reach conferred God King pinnacle, he should be able to reach conferred God King intermediate stage or advanced stage with ease. However, along the way, Xianxia had been focused on absorbing the spirit. This was something that Ao Feng and the other god kings had gone to great lengths to obtain, so it would be embarrassing for him to make a move on it. After all, he was a master teacher, not a bandit. In any case, given the size of the mountain stream, there was no guarantee that there would only be a single drop. At the very most, he would just have to search for more. To others, there were phantoms everywhere, and they would have to slaughter their way out to obtain the condensed earth essence. However, to Xianxia, it was not that troublesome. In the worst-case scenario, he could just draw his soul out of his body and impersonate the phantoms. Boom, it was as if the phantoms were guarding the condensed earth essence, and the pressure on the group increased exponentially. In an instant, 3 god kings had already sustained severe injuries. Even conferred god King Ao Feng had blood trickling down his lips. The phantoms had grown significantly stronger as well, reaching God King realm pinnacle. Furthermore, they did not fear death at all, and they were able to launch soul attacks without any hesitation. "At this rate, there's a good chance that we'll all die here," one of the god kings said. Grim looks surfaced on everyone's faces. They had thought that with so many god kings and a conferred god king leading the way, they would be able to slaughter their way through the phantoms easily. Who would have thought that it would be so dangerous? "We have to retreat, or else none of us will be able to leave this place alive." Another god king bellowed. The thought of retreating surfaced in the minds of the crowd. Even though they had seen the condensed earth essence, they still needed to be strong enough to obtain it. If they continued charging forward, it would only be a matter of time before they were completely wiped out. We have already come this far, so how can we allow our efforts to go to waste? Ao Feng widened his eyes in fury. Everyone, wait for me here. I'll return as soon as I get the condensed earth essence. After saying that, he let out an angry roar and his body shook. In an instant, he turned into a huge golden dragon and charged toward the spiritual liquid. Knowing that it would be impossible for him to charge through the condensed earth essence in his human form, he quickly reverted to his true form. When the golden dragon appeared, the air seemed to have solidified, and the surrounding spiritual energy became even more viscous. The true prowess of the conferred god kings of the sky of Cloud Dragon was fully displayed, and it felt as if space would shatter at any moment. Wang, as soon as the golden dragon appeared, countless spiritualities rushed over as if they had gone mad, not hesitating to self-destruct. In an instant, layers of spatial ripples appeared within the mountain stream. Ao Feng was attacked one after another. His scales cracked, and numerous wounds appeared on his body. Golden dragon blood dripped onto the ground, making sizzling noises as the rocks on the ground were smashed into pieces. Whoosh, a dragon's breath shot out, and the dozens of phantom spirits in front of him exploded at the same time, turning into streams of air. A large empty space appeared in front of him. Whoosh, Ao Feng hurriedly rushed forward. Just as he was about to reach the condensed earth essence, a light barrier suddenly appeared and blocked him. It's a formation made up of phantasmal spirits. Ao Feng's face darkened as goosebumps rose all over his body. Not only did these phantasmal spirits possess their own consciousness, but they were also able to join forces to set up a formation. This was far beyond his imagination. It raised its claws and fell forward. The light barrier shook and ripples appeared again. Even someone as strong as Ao Feng couldn't break this formation even if he used all of his strength. I don't believe it, Ao Feng's eyes reddened in agitation. If he couldn't split the heaven's origin essence open now, everyone would be surrounded and killed by the phantasmagoric spirits. He wouldn't be able to escape either, thus, he had to obtain the spirit essence as soon as possible and return safely. Otherwise, all his efforts would be for naught. Knowing that this place was so dangerous, it was almost impossible to let anyone in the next time. In other words, there was only one chance. He had to succeed, and he couldn't afford to fail. Boom. Boom, after a series of attacks, the light barrier shook non-stop, but it just couldn't be torn apart. However, even though it did not open, under the frenzied attacks, the light barrier had thinned considerably. Boundless soul energy rippled out and scattered in all directions. Seeing this sight, Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before his eyes lit up in excitement. It's not a formation. This barrier of light is formed by extracting the essence of the souls of the phantasmagoric spirits to form a cocoon. He had thought that it was a formation set up by the phantom, but judging from the power of the other party's attack, it was obvious that wasn't the case. If his guess was right, it was because of the existence of the condensed earth essence that these trees and flowers were born with spirituality. Because of this, the condensed earth essence could be considered as their mother. In order to protect the other party, countless phantasmagoric spirits had extracted the essence from their bodies, and over time, they had formed this protective barrier. In other words, this light film contained the essence of the phantom spirit race. Absorbing ordinary phantasmal spirits can no longer improve my soul. If I absorb this, will it improve my soul further? Xianxia wondered. He had absorbed too many phantasmagoric spirits earlier, and ordinary soul energy was no longer sufficient for him to advance any further. Since these were all essences, they should be able to work on him. Thinking of this, he casually slapped away the two phantom spirits that were close to him. Then, he moved closer to the light barrier. Indeed, he could feel that the energy that Ao Feng had shattered was of great help to his soul. Just by absorbing a sliver of it, he had already undergone a huge transformation. If he were to absorb more of it, he would be able to advance his soul cultivation by leaps and bounds. Good stuff. Under Ao Feng's relentless attacks, layer after layer of the glowing barrier was being chipped away. Powerful soul energy gushed into the surroundings, and most of it was absorbed by the phantasmagoric spirits in the surroundings, making them even stronger than they were before. What a waste. Seeing how the phantasmagoric spirits were being absorbed by the phantasmagoric spirits, Xianxia lamented. It would be a waste for the phantasmagoric spirits to absorb such a valuable treasure. If he were to absorb it himself, the benefits he would receive would be far greater than consuming the condensed earth essence. This won't do. This is all mine. Unable to hold himself back any longer, Ao Feng walked over to the light barrier. Boom boom boom, the golden dragon in the sky continued its relentless assault, but the powerful backlash left its claws bleeding profusely. Under the relentless assault of the phantasmagoric spirits, its injuries were worsening. It was already reaching its limits, and it was on the verge of plummeting from the sky. I am indebted to the god monarchs, and this is something that can help the god monarchs advance their cultivation. I won't give up on it. Ao Feng roared furiously. Most god monarchs were conferred titles due to their guidance, but the god monarchs of the eastern sky, western sky, and eastern sky were the four great divine beasts. Their relationship with the god monarchs was deeper, since the god monarchs needed to advance their cultivation, even if it meant putting their lives on the line, they would find what they were looking for. Ao Feng continued attacking furiously, but the backlash only grew stronger and stronger. More and more of his claws were shattering, and he was on the verge of collapsing. With reddened eyes, Ao Feng knew that he had reached his limits. If he continued on like this, not only would he fail to obtain the condensed earth essence, he might even lose his life here. Just as Ao Feng was about to stop, he saw a young man standing before the light barrier with a smile on his face. Lowering his head, Ao Feng quickly recognized the young man. He was the male god monarch who had arrived at the end of the group. Don't worry about me. You continue on. I'll be leaving soon, the young man said with a friendly wave of his hand. Ao Feng staggered, and he nearly plummeted from the sky. Brother, I was nearly killed by the phantasmagoric spirits in order to reach this light barrier. I'm still bleeding profusely even now. Why aren't you wrinkling your clothes at all? What's with the smile on his face? More importantly, if you have such capabilities, you should have used them earlier. I'm already on the verge of death. With a look of resentment on his face, Ao Feng continued looking at the young man, only to see the young man furiously absorbing the shattered light barrier around him. The two massive phantasmagoric spirits roared furiously upon seeing the young man absorbing their energy. They immediately charged toward the young man. Be careful! Ao Feng shouted. However, before he could finish his words, the young man had already waved his hand casually. Pung! Pung! With two deep groans, the two phantasmagoric spirits were reduced to dust before being absorbed by the young man as well. After doing all of this, the young man raised his head and said earnestly, "There's no need to look at me like that. Continue grabbing at the light barrier. It's already very thin at the moment. If you hurry up, you should be able to break it in less than 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Ao Feng spurted a mouthful of blood. He had thought that the young man would be able to break it at any moment, but in the end, it would only take 10 minutes. I have already exhausted my life, but it turns out that I have only damaged less than a tenth of the light barrier. How am I supposed to break it? Ao Feng lowered his head and saw that the young man had already absorbed all of the energy that he had just grabbed. He looked at Ao Feng expectantly and said, "Continue. What are you waiting for?" Ah! Roaring furiously, Ao Feng grabbed at the light barrier with both his hands and feet, and yet another large piece of the light barrier was torn apart. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction as he continued absorbing the energy. End of chapter 2404. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.